Chapter 541, Chase. The sweepers are too powerful. So powerful that we feel almost like suffocation. We have been planning for millions of years. And with the help of revelation, we found the Shinjo civilization, which has hoped to fight against the sweeper civilization. I hope that the final result will not disappoint us. Technology Taihao sighed. But I always have a bad premonition. Ghost Taihao said. The sweeper civilization undoubtedly knows the identity of the Shinjo civilization, and also knows that we hope to support the Shinjo civilization to fight against the sweepers. And the sweepers are also happy to see it. When it comes to this kind of thing, when the Shinjo civilization is at its strongest, if the Shinjo civilization is eliminated, the accumulation of luck can be completed and promoted to the category of 7th level civilization. In this case, I don't believe that the sweeper civilization would be too arrogant to make preparations. In fact, he has already buried his own chess piece inside the Shinjo civilization. That is, the intelligent creature named Su Junpo. The name Su Junpo was given to that intelligent creature by us. Technology Taihao said. We have reminded Xiaoyu in this way, asking Xiaoyu to pay attention to that intelligent creature and be wary of him. But there is one thing that I still feel very puzzled about, and can't figure it out no matter what. In the secret, I have used technological means to conduct attacks on the intelligent creature named Su Junpo without alerting Xiaoyu. Okay. The most thorough analysis and research, and even copied part of his memory. But with my level of technology, I couldn't find anything different about him from others. He is basically an ordinary person, but he is just a little smarter. Even, I can be sure that he is loyal to Xiaoyu. Like other creatures in the Shinjo civilization, he loves his current life. He cherishes his current life and is full of gratitude to Xiaoyu, the supreme leader of the civilization. Then the question becomes, well, why would the sweeper civilization play such a chess piece? What role will such a chess piece play in the future? I don't believe that the sweeper civilization will do useless work. The sweeper civilization has a very advanced technological accumulation in biotechnology. But even so, they spent a lot of effort to create only 3 of those imitation soul stones. They took out a counterfeit soul stone and planted Su Junpo as a chess piece. We analyzed it through all channels, but we couldn't find any reason for them to do this. In the end, that Su Junpo he's just an ordinary intelligent creature, under Xiaoyu's close surveillance, even when every important organ in his body is planted with microbombs by Xiaoyu. What kind of waves can he make? Humph! When Tech Taihao seemed to be thinking to himself, he was thinking hard. The alien beast Taihao showed quite a lot of impatience. It said rather rudely, how can there be so many things? If you ask me, just let me go out and directly kill all the living spaceships in the Shinjo civilization. Kill all the intelligent creatures. Where can there be anything else? So many things. Don't worry. Xiaoyu will never find out that I did it. Idiot. Technology Taihao and Ghost Taihao snorted at the same time. Don't forget the division of labor in our Taihao alliance. Alien beast. You shouldn't express your opinion in this aspect. Okay. Alien beast Taihao replied bitterly. No more talking. Why on earth? Why on earth? These words kept echoing in the empty space. Technology Taihao and Ghost Taihao once again fell into deep thought. At this moment, in another place in space, a blurry figure was rapidly shuttled. It adopted a curvature navigation method, but still left faint traces in the visible universe. I hope it's not too late. I hope it's not too late. This existence murmured to himself. I hope Xiaoyu accepted my warning early in the morning, left the Pegasus civilization's territory, and found a place to hide. In this dark universe, apart from Xiaoyu, no one can be trusted. The Taihao civilization cannot be trusted. The sweeper civilization cannot be trusted. And the guardian civilization is even less trustworthy. What does Taihao civilization's change of attitude mean? Logically speaking, Taihao civilization cannot be indifferent to Xiaoyu, although it is not clear yet what Taihao civilization's intentions are towards us. But judging from previous experiences, there is no doubt that we are valuable to Taihao civilization. So now, are we no longer valuable to Taihao civilization? No matter what. This universe is inherently dark, and I should never have had confidence in the Taihao civilization from the beginning. However, there are so many powerful existences. Sweepers, guardians, 6th level alien beasts, and the Taihao alliance. The future is really slim. The companion ghost tribe sighed and once again accelerated their progress. It is about more than 600 light years away from the Pegasus civilization capital galaxy. This is a very ordinary star. Around this star, There is a huge and inexplicable existence, dormant here quietly. It has a very huge body, and its body is full of horizontal branches. On these horizontal branches, there are some leaf-like things. Overall, it looks like it is on the earth, like a big tree. Oh, little guy, you're here? Well, your strength is pretty good. Are you about to reach the level of the 4th level Ghost Clan? It's a pity. It's a pity. If you are a 4th level Ghost Clan, it still makes me feel a little afraid. You are not my opponent now. Why did you come to me? Are you here to persuade me to give up destroying the Shinjo civilization? This huge guy is still orbiting the star, and there is no movement from his body. But a huge message is sent out and passed to the companion ghost race at the edge of the galaxy. Yes, I'm here to make a deal with you. The companion ghost clan replied, I have a piece of information to tell you. The value of this piece of information is very great, similar to the value of the Shinjo civilization. I hope to use this piece of information in exchange. I can let you give up the idea of destroying the Shinjo civilization. The ghost tribe is something that has been rare for a long time. The ghost tribe that has grown to the 3rd level is even rarer. In my long life, I have not seen it a few times. So I am very curious. A ghost tribe? What is the relationship between you and this Shinjo civilization? Why have you tried to stop me from attacking the Shinjo civilization again and again? What is the relationship between you? The tree tribe alien asked with great interest. The answer to this question is not in the content of this transaction. The accompanying ghost tribe replied very simply, I don't need to tell you. Okay, then I won't ask this question. The tree alien beast replied in an indifferent tone. Then, tell me, what information do you want to exchange with me? The Shinjo civilization contains a huge secret. As long as the Shinjo civilization is eliminated, great benefits will be gained. I don't believe that the value of your information will be greater than the Shinjo civilization. Some time ago, the crocodile alien beast and the alien beast Taihao had a fight. The crocodile alien beast suffered a heavy defeat, and even its reproductive organs were knocked out by the alien beast Taihao. According to the report, I estimate that it will take at least 1,000 years for the crocodile beast to regain its peak strength. Now it only has 70% of its peak combat power at most. Is this good news for you? As long as you can, how much benefit will it bring to you if the crocodile beast swallows it up? Is this piece of information enough to make you stop attacking the Shinjo civilization? There was a brief silence in response to the companion ghost tribe. After a moment, the slightly serious voice of the tree tribe beast came over. Tell me where the crocodile beast is now. I need to know where he is hiding. But, how do you make me believe you? The companion ghost clan said in a slightly playful tone. Although the alien civilization is low in intelligence, its inner cruelty and cunning are no less than other types of civilization. Under this situation, if you don't do something to make me believe you, do you think I will tell you this piece of information? You have to believe me. The tree tribe beast said quietly. If you refuse to tell me where the crocodile beast is, I will set out immediately to find the Shinjo civilization and completely destroy it. If you dare to do this, you will forever lose this opportunity to destroy the crocodile beast. The accompanying ghost tribe did not flinch at all, but replied tit for tat. The tree tribe beast became silent again, seeming to weigh the pros and cons between the two. After a while, it said, Okay, so what do you want me to do so that you will believe me? It's very simple. The companion ghost tribe replied. Follow me and walk for 30 years away from the capital galaxy of Pegasus civilization. After 30 years, I will tell you where the crocodile tribe beasts are. Actually, it's not such a hassle. The tree beast suddenly laughed lightly. As long as I catch you, I don't believe that we can't find out the whereabouts of the crocodile beast. As soon as the words fell, the huge body of the tree tribe's alien beast immediately started to move, and instantly disappeared from the visible universe. The next moment, it appeared in front of the companion ghost tribe, and those things on the body that looked like big branches and leaves were fierce. He beat the accompanying ghost clan hard. The companion ghost clan screamed and immediately disappeared from the visible universe. Do you think you can catch me? In this void, these two mysterious and powerful beings started chasing each other. Chapter 542 Flower of Death. A level 4 ghost race is roughly as powerful as a level 6 technological civilization or alien beast civilization. But now, the companion ghost tribe is only a 3rd level ghost tribe. In other words, it is no match for the alien beast of the tree tribe. However, it seems that the companion ghost tribe still has some unknown means of escape. In this one after another pursuit, the tree tribe beasts were unable to catch up with the companion ghost tribe. At this moment, both sides were sailing in an extremely high-speed curvature. In the blink of an eye, millions of kilometers were covered. This chase in the void lasted for a full month. But the alien beasts of the tree tribe were still unable to catch up with the accompanying ghost tribe. At this time, the tree tribe beast suddenly stopped. Little guy, I almost fell into your trap. Now, it is more serious to eliminate the Shinjo civilization. After the Shinjo civilization is eliminated, I will have plenty of time to have fun with you. After sending this message, the tree tribe beast stopped chasing, turned around and left here. The direction it is heading is exactly the capital galaxy of the Pegasus civilization. At this time, Xiaoyu has completed the data copy work. The huge group of battleships has been assembled. Xiaoyu is making preparations for the long voyage. The military power of the Pegasus civilization has been completely defeated by Xiaoyu. Under this situation, the various materials left here by the Pegasus civilization have become Xiaoyu's bag. Although the technological details of the two civilizations are different, the technological creations and resources of the Pegasus civilization are also very useful to Xiaoyu. This saved Xiaoyu a lot of time, so that Xiaoyu no longer had to waste time collecting supplies by himself. The escaping Tianma Shinkong fleet has been lost by Xiaoyu. In the previous period, in order to avoid touching the bottom line of the Pegasus civilization and causing the Pegasus civilization to make a desperate decision, Xiaoyu did not send large spacecraft or spy instruments to track the fleet. Due to size limitations, spy satellites are unable to carry instruments that can confirm the orientation by analyzing the traces of the curvature engine. This instrument is relatively complex and requires at least a municipal-level spacecraft to carry it. So unfortunately, Xiaoyu could only let the Tianma Shinkong spacecraft formation escape. From this moment on, this planet has no value to Xiaoyu. As for the disasters happening on this planet, Xiaoyu Tsai didn't bother to pay attention to the chaos and riots. In fact, the battle in space will gradually subside, because now Xiaoyu has no motivation and desire to fight. If the Pegasus civilization spacecraft comes over, Xiaoyu's fleet will fight back. The fleet of the Pegasus civilization is about to leave, and Xiaoyu will not stop it. Therefore, during this period of time, a large number of spaceships escaped from this star system and fled to outer galaxies and became wandering spacecrafts. Xiaoyu had no involvement in any of these matters. My mission has been completed. It's time to leave. Xiaoyu looked at the messy star system, the fragments of the battleships, and the ruined Pegasus civilization capital planet with some emotion. I can't tell what it feels like. Well, although the losses in this war were very large, there were also many gains. So next, it's time to find a place to rest and fully digest the current technology. But before that, there is one more thing to do. After everything was completed, Xiaoyu's fleet slowly left here under the awe-inspiring gazes of countless stray spaceships, heading towards the last discovered location of the Pegasus civilization's escaped fleet. I have not wiped out your civilization. You still have at least tens of billions of people, and your technological foundation has not been lost. After thousands of years of recuperation, you may not be able to build this planet again. Plunder, I'm sorry that I lost your technology. So that's it. Goodbye. I won't come back. After sending a message to the cowering Pegasus civilized battleships behind him, Xiaoyu ignored their reactions and controlled his fleet, entered directly into the curvature navigation. The last place where the Pegasus civilization's escaped fleet could be confirmed to have appeared is about 3 light-years away, navigating at a curvature of 35 times the speed of light. Xiaoyu arrived here in just 1 month. But it's a pity. Too much time has passed, and the traces of curvature navigation left here have completely disappeared. Xiaoyu expanded the scope of the search again, extending the search radius to a light month, and carefully searched the area in all directions, 360 degrees, but still found no trace of it. This means that the Pegasus civilization's escaped fleet has gone far now, and can never be found again. Where did they go? Looking at the vast sea of stars around him, Xiaoyu sighed, controlled the fleet, and began to change direction, heading towards another star. I have to leave here as soon as possible. The danger in my heart is getting stronger. Although I don't know what caused it, I always have a feeling that if I continue to stay here, I will encounter disaster. That star is about 700 light-years away from here. The distance of 700 light-years, Xiaoyu thinks, is far enough. At that star, there will be no Pegasus civilization fleet coming to disturb. Xiaoyu can quietly recuperate, digest technology, and build new spaceships to supplement himself. Fleet. It was a long journey that lasted 20 years. Xiaoyu paid a huge price and received more generous rewards. Now, It is time to enjoy these rewards. At this moment, in another place in the dark galaxy less than 10 light-years away from here, the Tianma Shinkong spacecraft, aboard the leader of the Pegasus civilization, was sailing rapidly, surrounded by hundreds of thousands of spacecraft. These hundreds of thousands of spaceships are the last elite fleet of the Pegasus civilization, and the last hope for the revival of the Pegasus civilization. Because the essence of the entire Pegasus civilization is here. All the most outstanding scientists, military experts, politicians, sociologists, etc. are here. Leader, the Shinjo civilization left our galaxy after acquiring all the scientific and technological information from the Central Academy of Sciences. The assistant reported to the leader. Before leaving, the Shinjo civilization issued a statement to us, saying that I will never come back again. So, can we give up our plan to go to the Flower of Death galaxy and return to our home galaxy? The leader shook his head. Now that we have taken this step, it is impossible to look back, the leader said sadly. Our civilization has actually been divided. Do you think that if we return to our home galaxy again, those soldiers who stayed there, will the people still accept us? No, they won't. They will only think that we are the scum of civilization. Shameful deserters going to the Flower of Death galaxy and integrating the 5th level civilization alliance are our only way out. We must obtain only with enough results. And even promotion to the 6th level of civilization. Can everything change? Only in this way will they know that we are not deserters, and that we have been working hard to make civilization stronger. The assistant's mood was a little low. After all, it didn't feel good to be considered a deserter. He knew that what the leader said was the truth. And he also knew what would happen to the Tianma Shinkong spacecraft if it went back at this moment. In fact, the emergence of the Shinjo civilization is not an opportunity for us, the leader continued. With the lessons learned from our Pegasus civilization, the other 5-level civilizations must be silent at this moment, always worried about the invasion of the Shinjo civilization. This creates convenience for organizing alliances, and with the experience of fighting against the Shinjo civilization and causing heavy casualties to the Shinjo civilization, we are undoubtedly the best people to serve as leaders, even if the other civilizations are not convinced. The Tianma Shinkong spacecraft, they will agree to it. Then, by integrating the Level 5 Civilization Alliance, sharing the technology of all Level 5 civilizations, and gathering all the scientific research power and resources in the Alliance to carry out research, the possibility of us entering a Level 6 civilization is very high. As long as we achieve enough results in breaking through the 6th level civilization, then any accusations will disappear, and our divided civilization can be reunited again. Therefore, this is our last chance. The leader stood up, patted his assistant on the shoulder, and walked out of the room alone, not knowing where he went. About 1,600 light-years ahead, there is a huge white star. The white color indicates that its surface temperature is higher than that of the sun, and accordingly, its mass is larger than that of the sun. This appears to be a newborn star because a lot of interstellar dust can be observed around it. Beside it, there are 3 quite primitive planets orbiting it. Countless asteroids and gravel blocks are orbiting here, and collisions are constantly occurring. It has all the characteristics of a newborn star system. Chaotic, disordered, and full of vitality. This huge star, the interstellar dust around it that constantly reflects its light, as well as the 3 large planets and countless asteroids inside, together form a huge system. From the outside, the pale red interstellar dust cluster and the star in the center look like a flower filled with a strange aura. This is the Flower of Death galaxy. The envoys from other level 5 civilizations should already be waiting here. Very good. Very good. This is a very suitable place for us to build a more complete galaxy defense system. Chapter 543, Rebuilding Civilization. At this moment, Xiaoyu is sailing at a curvature of 35 times the speed of light. After a battle with the Pegasus civilization, Xiaoyu's originally huge battleship group of 11.5 million ships has now been reduced to less than 400 people. Thousands of ships. The biological core also suffered heavy losses. Nearly 800,000 of the 1.5 million spacecraft of the biological core were destroyed, and more than 150 million soldiers were killed. Such a loss is very heavy even for Xiaoyu, who has unlimited recovery ability. Xiaoyu estimated that he would need at least 500 years of recuperation before he could fully recover. Of course, this time also includes digesting various technologies. Fortunately, due to Xiaoyu's special care, all residential continental spacecraft were not lost. At most, it was just a few stray bullets caught in the chaos of war, which was harmless. During this period of time, except for the newly surrendered Purple civilization, everyone in the home spacecraft fell into sadness. 150 million warriors died in battle, a number that was almost 1,000th of the number of all intelligent creatures under the Shinjo civilization. During this period, a large number of officially organized or spontaneous mourning activities took place everywhere. Under the command of Luca II, many memorial halls to heroes were built for people to pay their respects. No matter what, this war ended with my victory. The Pegasus civilization has been destroyed by me, and the remaining 5th level civilizations can definitely maintain contact with the Pegasus civilization. In other words, they will soon know the result and the name of the Shinjo civilization. The deterrence of force has been established. I believe that after I finish recuperating, contact with the next civilization will be much smoother, and there will be no need to launch such a huge war. There's a war! But there is one more thing worth worrying about. Under the deterrent of my strong force, it is only one of the possibilities that the remaining 5th level civilizations will trade with me. There is another possibility. That is, they will completely unite under my pressure. Get up. After all, in the battle with the Pegasus civilization, I showed a very cruel behavior, such as destroying stars. If nearly 20 level 5 civilizations unite, then for me, it's such a nuisance. Even if these 20 civilizations are strong or weak, after the 20 level 5 civilizations unite, they will have at least nearly 200 million battleships. As both level 5 civilizations, although my technology is stronger than theirs. After all, there is no overwhelming advantage. 200 million battleships hiss. This number. It gave Xiaoyu a headache just thinking about it. There are 200 million warships. The maximum number of warships that Xiaoyu can control now is only 10 million. Even after digesting the technology of Pegasus civilization, this number has been increased again. At most, it can only be increased to 15 million ships. And the number comparison is still very different. Let's have a look at the situation first and then make a decision. If that doesn't work, I will spend thousands or even thousands of years building a reserve of 200 to 300 million warships. If the warships in front are destroyed, I will immediately use the reserved warships to top it up. A war of attrition. This is what I am least afraid of. Xiaoyu thought for a while and came up with this answer. At this moment, the warp navigation has been maintained for more than 5 years, and there are still about 15 years left before reaching the target. Now, Xiaoyu is already more than 100 light-years away from the Pegasus civilization capital galaxy. At this time, in the capital galaxy of the Pegasus civilization, an unusual change was taking place. When leaving the Pegasus galaxy, Xiaoyu did not carry out anything like genocide, nor did he destroy the stars in the Pegasus civilization capital galaxy. Although this was just a very simple matter for Xiaoyu. Just like Xiaoyu said, I did not exterminate your civilization. I will not come back after I leave. You can still develop freely here. After all, Xiaoyu still hopes that the galaxy can be more lively and there can be more intelligent creatures, because the Milky Way is really vast. With more than 100 billion stars, only a few level 5 civilizations have been born, and there are only a handful of level 6 civilizations. Xiaoyu even believes that the reason why it is so difficult to break through the 7th level civilization may be that the number of 6th level civilizations is too scarce. After all, without enough bases, how can we give birth to a higher level of existence? 5 years ago, when Xiaoyu broke through the defense line of the Pegasus civilization, the capital planet of the Pegasus civilization was completely plunged into extreme chaos. Order was completely lost. All kinds of crimes were rampant. The thugs burned, killed, and looted, committing all kinds of evil. But surprisingly, the Pegasus civilized people, who were trapped in the fear of death and confused about their unknown fate, after the madness in their minds gradually subsided, they discovered that they were still alive. And there were no strange-looking people around them. Alien invaders? They even received an announcement from the Shinjo civilization saying that they had left this galaxy. Under this situation, the people finally began to calm down. Various government agencies that had previously failed began to resume operations, and police began to appear to encircle and suppress the remaining thugs. Various outstanding people with sufficient prestige began to come forward, calling on everyone to calm down and start post-disaster reconstruction, and began to criticize their previous actions. Reflect and summarize. After the situation gradually stabilized, the spacecraft wandering in the outer galaxy also began to tentatively return. After discovering that the capital planet had indeed restored order, the number of returning spacecraft began to increase. Of course, Some spacecraft did not return. In the past period of time, these wandering spaceships have already appeared the prototype of a wandering civilization. And wandering civilization is usually combined with words like interstellar pirates. The most regrettable thing is that these wandering spaceships have not formed a unified wandering civilization, but have formed many wandering civilizations, large or small, or interstellar pirate organizations. In order to compete for power and expand their influence, different interstellar pirate organizations often exchange fires with each other, and even murder their own kind. After the capital planet stabilized, it quickly launched a recruitment campaign for stray spaceships outside. During the recruitment process, the interim government of the capital planet clearly announced that certain crimes would not be prosecuted. It also made it clear that crimes such as cruelty and killing of the same kind would not be pursued, not included in this list. As a result, a large number of wandering spaceships that had committed no crimes or minor crimes began to return. And those that had committed major crimes and knew that they had no hope of returning home became even more aggressive. Not only did they refuse to return home, they also started a confrontation with the fleet of the provisional government. Under this situation, within the Pegasus civilization, an extremely outstanding leader with the ability to turn the tide appeared. After this leader came to power, he adopted thunderous measures to completely clean up the order within the civilization. Those who committed crimes during the chaotic period were all dealt with severely and quickly. Then, he organized recuperation and resumed production. It took 3 years first. Time. Repaired the planet shield system and planet engine system of the capital planet. And then comprehensively developed industry, based on the industrial foundation of the old era. Began to build a large number of spaceships. Recruited soldiers. Formed a fleet. And took powerful measures to conquer the world in one fell swoop. All interstellar pirates were destroyed, and all pirate leaders who committed serious crimes were executed. Since then, the Pegasus civilization has once again restored peace and harmony. The war was over. Everything was in ruins. And the painful experience of failure was still stimulating them. The entire Pegasus civilization began to enter an era of vigorous construction. After being reviewed by the highest judicial body of civilization, the former leader and all those who escaped with the Tianma Shinkong spacecraft formation were convicted of crimes against civilization. When our civilization is on the verge of life and death, and may be destroyed at any time, the former leader and all the escapees have no fulfilling their responsibility to defend civilization. They instead chose a shameful escape for their own lives, leaving all the soldiers who continued to fight here and the innocent people indifferent. They are the greatest shame of our Pegasus civilization. The highest judicial body has already this judgment was broadcast to the escape direction of the Tianma Shinkong spacecraft formation, ordering them to stop their escape immediately and return to the capital planet to accept the trial of all the people. If they refuse to accept it, the Pegasus civilized fleet will one day find them and give them the ultimate gift: severe punishment. This decision will take effect from the date of announcement. All crimes will eventually be brought to justice, and the dignity of civilization must be maintained. This was the speech given by the new leader of the Pegasus civilization on the 3rd anniversary of defeat. With the release of this speech, various construction activities within the Pegasus civilization once again entered the climax. All the people and soldiers of the Pegasus civilization have remembered the shame of being defeated by the Shinjo civilization and turned it into the motivation for struggle. A new class of scientists began to appear. Perhaps because of the stimulation of the war, a large number of new technologies began to appear. Suddenly, the entire Pegasus civilization showed a thriving trend. At this time, a long-distance scientific research spacecraft belonging to the Pegasus civilization discovered something strange. In their tachyon detector, an extremely large unknown existence, like a planet, appeared. It was speeding towards their capital galaxy at a speed exceeding 100 times the speed of light. In this unknown existence behind, there was an invisible thing, also pursuing the thing in front at this speed. The two beings, chasing and escaping, are getting closer and closer to their capital galaxy. Chapter 544 Difference. In the void, the two beings moving at more than 100 times the speed of light are undoubtedly the alien beasts of the tree tribe and the accompanying ghost tribe. They are not chasing and escaping. The tree tribe beasts are rushing to the Pegasus civilization capital galaxy to eliminate Xiaoyu, while the accompanying ghost tribe hopes to stop the tree tribe alien beasts. Even if it's no good, he has to come here with the tree tribe beasts and join forces with his main civilization to fight against this powerful enemy. Even if we die, we must die together. It is better to die in a vigorous battle than to die in various inexplicable events due to luck implicated after the death of the main civilization. In this state of mind, the companion Ghost Clan used all their strength to follow closely behind the Tree Clan beasts. However, they did not expect that this scene was observed by the long-distance scientific research ship, and they concluded that they were chasing the front. The conclusion of this big guy. After observing these two unknown entities, the long-distance research ship immediately issued an early warning to the capital galaxy and reported various relevant data and images. This long-distance scientific research ship only had time to issue some early warnings and send some rather vague image data. It was destroyed in the next moment. It was not the alien beasts of the Tree Tribe that destroyed it. In fact, for such a backward and small spaceship, the Tree Tribe beasts simply don't bother to pay attention. At this time, the companion Ghost Tribe's heart moved. An idea began to emerge in the minds of the accompanying Ghost Tribe. Although the strength of the Pegasus civilization is not as good as that of my main civilization, it is not far behind. Well, if we can win the Pegasus civilization into the camp against the alien beasts of the Tree Tribe, then the hope of the main civilization's escape is a little greater. Forget it. I will be a bad guy for once. This is what the companion Ghost Tribe thought in their hearts. Therefore, the accompanying Ghost Clan took action without hesitation, and his void body passed directly through the long-distance scientific research ship. After the accompanying Ghost Clan left, the long-distance scientific research ship completely lost its movement. All the creatures in it were killed, and all the energy in the spacecraft was annihilated by the unknown means of the accompanying Ghost Tribe. It completely turned into a zombie spacecraft. The accompanying Ghost Tribe and Tree Tribe beasts continued to advance. On the way, they also encountered some creations of the Pegasus civilization, such as scientific research spacecraft, unmanned satellites, and the like. Some of the creatures of the Pegasus civilization even began to actively contact them. The Tree Clan beasts chose to ignore these humble reptiles, while the accompanying Ghost Clan chose to pounce on them immediately and destroy these things. Time passed bit by bit, and every second, the distance between the two of them from the capital galaxy of the Pegasus civilization was shortened by more than 30 million kilometers. At this moment, reports from these long-distance scientific research spacecraft, unmanned bases, detection satellites, etc. are placed on the desk of the new leader of the Pegasus civilization. After seeing this report, the new leader's face became uncertain. He put the report down. He stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the countless people outside who were busy with construction. Silently, at the forward speed of these two beings, they will arrive here in 8 months. The one in front of them, according to the top secret information inquiry, he should be one of the 3 6th level alien beasts in the galaxy. The Tree Clan, alien beast. There is no relevant information about the one that follows, so it's not possible to determine what it is at the moment. So, what should we do now? The new leader's forehead wrinkled tightly. What should we do? Our Pegasus civilization encountered such a huge disaster and finally stabilized. Could it be this will the hard-won stability be lost again? Judging from their forward trajectory, their target is undoubtedly the capital galaxy. Any instruments or spacecraft that try to make contact with them will be destroyed by them. So what do they want to do here? We are only a level 5 civilization. That's all. I don't think our Pegasus civilization can arouse the interest of a level 6 alien beast. What on earth does he want to come here for? The new leader's body slid limply to the ground. A 6th level alien beast. Such an existence is really beyond his ability to deal with it. This is a powerful existence that cannot be resisted by the combined efforts of all civilizations. Not to mention that behind this 6th level alien beast, there is an unknown existence that can advance at the same speed as it. To know, the sailing speed can generally reflect the strength level of an entity. Based on this, it can be inferred that the strength of the unknown entity that follows should not be far different from that of the Tree Tribe beasts. The new leader rang the bell. The assistant walked in respectfully, and the leader weakly ordered, "Call the following people and order them to go to the highest conference room for a meeting immediately." The assistant was a little surprised by the leader's depressed expression, and couldn't help but feel worried. However, he still faithfully executed the leader's orders. Half an hour later, a total of about 30 people came to the highest conference room, and the leader arrived last. "Our civilization is in trouble," the leader said straight to the point. "From now on, in order to prevent the spread of information, everyone here will be restricted in personal freedom. You are not allowed to leave this building before obtaining permission." The participants looked at each other. From the leader's tone, they noticed an unusual atmosphere, and the atmosphere in the conference room involuntarily began to become solemn. This is a report sent back by one of our long-distance scientific research ships. Before convening the meeting, I have ordered the other scientific research ships or space instruments to confirm the information in this report. The conclusion is, this information is true. So, I would like to ask, what do you think? The new leader took out several materials and handed them to the participants. As these materials were circulated to each participant, the leader once again asked the question, what should we do? Perhaps, one of the participants said hesitantly, perhaps, we should take the initiative to contact the alien beasts of the tree tribe to see if we can get some relevant information. It's useless. The leader sat weakly in his seat and replied, there are already 3 long-distance scientific research ships, 16 long-distance detectors, and 3 unmanned detection bases trying to fight against the alien beasts of the tree tribe or follow them. We contacted the unknown entity behind the tree beasts, and we also sent messages representing goodwill. But do you know what the result was? The result was that all these things lost contact with us. They were undoubtedly destroyed. Lost. A level 6 alien beast cannot be fought against by our current military strength. The military leader said bitterly. No, you are wrong. The leader's face became even sadder. What we are facing is not just a 6th level alien beast. Behind a 6th level alien beast, there is an unknown person who is suspected to be as powerful as it. Existence. What we have to face are 2, not 1. What should we do? The leader looked around and asked again. Maybe we should run away. Another participant said. We have just issued the verdict against the previous leader, but now we have chosen to escape again. The leader murmured, looking a little dazed. The tree beasts have shown enough malice that the new leader does not believe that the tree beasts can be messengers of peace in an irresistible situation. Of course, the survival of the entire civilization must be the top priority. So escape is a very reasonable approach. At the same time, in order to preserve the seeds of civilization, all outstanding people, such as scientists, should be brought with this fleeing group. When you have to make a choice, isn't it a very reasonable approach to choose the one with high value and discard the one with low value? But if I do this, what difference will there be between me and the previous leader? The new leader muttered to himself. I just announced that the previous leader committed a crime against civilization. And now, I will also commit this crime. What? There are many people on the capital planet, and the current spacecraft capacity of the Pegasus civilization is not enough to transport so many people to escape. At most, it can carry 1/3 at most. So, which third to choose? He led the Pegasus civilization to regain stability after the defeat and achieved a series of achievements. There is no doubt that he is an outstanding person. If he survives, he will inevitably play a greater role than an ordinary citizen. Then, should I also be among this third? At the same time, a scientist's value to civilization is definitely more than that of an ordinary person. So, should scientists also be among the 1/3? In this case, what about those who have accumulated a large amount of wealth in a business society with free competition? What about the government officials who stand out among countless competitors? In order to allow these outstanding people to better serve civilization with peace of mind, should the relatives and friends of these outstanding people also be among the 1/3? Intellectually speaking, as a leader of a civilization, he must consider the entire civilization, and he must also act according to this principle. That is, excellent people should survive more than ordinary people, because excellent people can contribute to civilization, make more contributions. But he still couldn't really make this decision, because there is always a question lingering in his mind, and also in the minds of all the participants here. This question silenced the conference room completely. If we really do that, what's the difference between us and the previous leader? Chapter 545, Escape Committee. This is really an ironic thing for the Pegasus civilization, especially for the current leadership of the Pegasus civilization. It is only now that the new leader has realized the pain and helplessness of the previous leader. It is difficult to discover this without being in a high position and looking at things from this perspective. When the life and death of an entire civilization depends on one person, it becomes very difficult to choose between reason and emotion. The current leader knows that no matter what he chooses, if the Pegasus civilization still has a future and can continue, he will become a controversial figure. I don't know what to do. At this time, a bitter voice sounded in the conference room. This man is the most lofty moral figure in the Pegasus civilization and has high prestige among the people. He said with a bitter look on his face, according to reason, for the survival of civilization, we should make the same choice as the previous leader. Abandon the low-value people and choose high-value outstanding people. However, I want to ask you a question. Everyone in the conference room, including the current leader, looked at him. He paused for a moment before continuing. I want to ask everyone, if we abandon the most basic value of all people being created equal, and simply judge the person's level of knowledge, whether his personal ability is outstanding, and the amount of property he controls to judge the value of this person, then what value does our civilization have? Even if our civilization continues, our descendants will be ashamed of us. Our civilization. What is the need to exist? The former leader undoubtedly abandoned the most basic value of all people being created equal. At that time, our civilization had already perished once. Now, although our civilization has been reborn from the ashes, another life and death crisis has come. Are we still going to abandon this most basic value concept this time? The man's voice gradually became louder, and he said loudly, I can tell you now what is the difference between us here and the previous leaders. That is, the former leaders did not inherit the spirit of our civilization. And it completely inherits the spirit of our civilization. The current leader's expression gradually became serious. I have decided. The current leader said, the escape will still begin. But who is qualified to board the escaped spaceship? It will no longer be judged by data such as social status and wealth. We, the people of the Pegasus civilization, regardless of whether this person is the supreme leader or the most humble civilian, everyone is equal. I decided to form an escape committee. The escape committee will be responsible for arranging a lottery with the participation of all people. Since everyone is equal, then this is the only way to proceed. Screening. Whoever is selected by the system will be eligible to escape. The escape committee is responsible for leading all matters of our civilization during the escape. All lottery activities are organized by the escape committee. Anyone can apply to join the escape committee. But by becoming a member of the escape committee, you will give up the qualification to escape by default. The current leader paused and said, I'm applying to join the escape committee. By joining the escape committee, you are deemed to have given up your escape qualifications by default and will not be able to participate in the lottery. The current leader proposed forming an escape committee. Meanwhile, the current leader was the first to offer to join the escape committee. After a moment of silence, the military leader said, I also applied to join the escape committee. The leader of internal security also said, I applied to join the escape committee. I applied to join the escape committee. The business leader said, next are the leaders of social organizations, including industrial leaders and representatives of scientists. All participants made this request. I applied to join the escape committee. Everyone gave up their ability to escape. Very good. Very good. The current leader nodded and said, then I announce that the escape committee has been established. I will hold a press conference later to inform all the people of our Pegasus civilization about this news and our decision. I believe that our people will withstand this test and make the right choice. In this way, our descendants will also be proud of us. Although we will die, the spirit of our civilization will be passed down forever. Our civilization has already perished once, and it cannot be destroyed in our hands again. Can it? 3 days later, the press conference was held as scheduled. All members of the escape committee appeared in the camera. Their image messages, audio messages, etc. will be spread to every corner of the Pegasus civilization through the communication network that extends in all directions. Whether in cities or villages, on the planet or in space, whether they are soldiers or civilians, they will all see it. To the real-time broadcast of this press conference, I have an important message to tell you. The current leader's eyes were calm and gentle. All the people waiting at the receiving end felt the leader's mood at this moment. This message is very important and affects our civilization. The future. Before broadcasting this message, I hope everyone can first think about a question. That is, what is the foundation of our civilization, and what are our most important values? After a pause, the leader continued, 3 days ago, one of our long-distance scientific research ships reported to me a very bad message. This long-distance scientific research ship discovered a very powerful existence. Is approaching our capital galaxy at a speed of more than 100 times the speed of light. After data query, we confirmed that this unknown existence is the tree alien beast. One of the 3 alien beasts in our galaxy. You may not know what kind of existence alien beasts are. Now I can tell you that alien beasts are special creatures. They usually have extremely strong physical fitness. They only develop themselves but not technology. It is completely different from technological civilization. Alien beast civilization has the same classification method as technological civilization. And the tree alien beast is a 6th level alien beast. In other words, our civilization cannot be the opponent of the tree alien beast. It is impossible to gather the power of all our civilizations. And now, this level 6 alien beast has shown enough hostility to us. And all the equipment we tried to contact with him have been simply destroyed by it. So, we have every reason to believe that this guy is here to destroy our civilization. Countless people's hearts began to rise. And some even weak-minded people began to cry in despair. But everyone still insisted on sitting in front of the signal receiving end and watching the leader's speech. This guy will arrive in our galaxy in about 8 months. Then, during these 8 months, we must make some countermeasures. Confrontation is impossible. We cannot be a 6th person the opponent of Super Alien Beast. Then, for the continuation of civilization, we have only one way left. To escape. At this point, the leader sighed slightly. However, there is one thing that needs to be told to everyone. That is, at this moment, the transportation capacity of all the spaceships of our Pegasus civilization can only allow 1/3 of the current population of our civilization to escape. Our former leader has just betrayed our civilization and led the essence of our civilization to escape. We have just pronounced the former leader's crime. But now we have to make the same choice. This reality is very difficult for us. How ironic. However, we are not prepared to repeat the mistakes of our previous leaders. We will make different choices because I believe that the most basic value concept of all people being created equal has always been the code of conduct for most of our civilization. Whether we are the highest leader of civilization or the most ordinary civilian, our value is equal. We cannot judge a person's value by his ability, knowledge, or wealth. This goes against our most basic values. We cannot make the same mistakes as our previous leaders. If we abandon our civilization spirit, then what is the need for our civilization to exist? Based on this, I announce the establishment of the Escape Committee, which will organize a nationwide lottery event and be responsible for monitoring whether the event is fair and just. Anyone can apply to join the Escape Committee to organize and supervise the lottery event. At the same time, anyone who joins the Escape Committee will be deemed to have given up their qualifications for the lottery. Here, I can tell you that I, and the people sitting next to me, have all joined the Escape Committee and have given up the qualification to survive. I believe that we, the people of Pegasus civilization, will also resolutely abide by the moral bottom line in our hearts and adhere to the most basic value concept that all people are born equal. This is also the most important difference between us and our previous leaders. In fact, this is also the most important difference between us and our civilization. Isn't it the most important factor for our continued continuation? Even if we face death, our descendants will be proud of us because we stick to the belief in our hearts. If we lose this belief, our civilization will lose its existence. Necessary. Here, I announce that the Escape Committee will begin accepting registrations. 1 month later, the nationwide lottery will officially begin. This event will last for 1 month, and the escape preparation activities will also last for 1 month. 3 months later, the escape will officially begin. At the same time, I once again declare that the verdict of the former leader on anti-civilization crimes handed down by the highest judicial body remains unchanged. Chapter 546, Escape. In order to cope with the possible wave of riots, the civilized government of Pegasus has made perfect arrangements. A large number of troops have arrived at the edge of the city, and the police have taken to the streets to patrol, ready to crack down on possible thugs at any time. But to people's expectation, after the new leader finished his speech, the city remained quiet. No one took to the streets to hold opposition demonstrations, and no one took to the streets to start riots. Everything in the city was as usual. It's like nothing happened. In this silence, the new leader and other members of the leadership sat quietly in the conference room. Everyone is waiting silently for something. We have done everything we can. The rest is left to fate. We always believe that our civilized people will not let us down. Right, the new leader said. 3 hours later, the data channel for accepting applications to become members of the Escape Committee was opened. The new leader was the first to apply very solemnly. This application was immediately published in the data world, and anyone can get this information through query. Next, military leaders sent out their applications, followed by industry leaders, business leaders, representatives of scientists. Everyone who is doing this has sent out their own applications and given up hope of survival. Then there was silence. Other book friends were reading. In the data world, no new applications have appeared yet. Everyone is still waiting for something. and the atmosphere is very serious. After a few minutes, a lone name appeared on the application list. All the information about this person was immediately retrieved for all the leaders present to view. It's him! Isn't Mr. Wells known for being stingy and fearful of death? It is rumored that even if he goes shopping, he will bring at least a security team of more than 50 elite soldiers. In fact, during the Shinjo civilization attack when we were in the capital system, if he hadn't been hiding in the fortress 1,000 meters underground and missed the time to board the ship, he would have escaped with the previous leader, and he was the first one besides us to apply to join the escape committee. Could it be Wells? In the conference room, the leaders looked at each other, and some couldn't believe their eyes. I'm afraid of death. I'm just afraid of dying inexplicably. I'm just afraid that my death will be meaningless. Now is the most critical moment of our civilization. For the continuation of civilization, what does it matter if I sacrifice my life? I am for the ideal in my heart. Sacrificing for our beliefs, for me, is the best way to lose life. Accompanying this was a declaration from Mr. Wells, in a large and luxurious house. Mr. Wells wiped his eyes, and said to the more than 50 elite soldiers, who were always waiting by his side, "You all can go. From now on, you no longer need to protect me. I'm going to die in 8 months anyway, so no one will be interested in killing me now." After Mr. Wells's name, 2 more names jumped out instantly. Similarly, the information of these 2 people was also retrieved. One of these 2 people is an ordinary clerk. The other person is an old man who has retired long ago. I live a useless life. I have no outstanding appearance, no outstanding abilities, and no prominent family background. But I still love the world, our society, and our civilization. I hope our civilization can continue, and be more good things will continue. So I choose to give up the hope of survival to others. In a room in a dilapidated building in the corner of the city, a short, ugly-looking middle-aged man sent these words and sighed softly. Behind him stood a female intelligent creature with a stout figure, even thicker than the male intelligent creature. At this moment, when she saw what the short and ugly man in front of her was doing, her eyes became wet uncontrollably. "I just discovered that you are the real man. My dear, I will stay with you. Thank you, dear." A poor and humble couple embraced each other happily. On the edge of the city, there is a dilapidated small house. An old intelligent creature drank the last bit of alcoholic beverage in his hand and muttered to himself with drunken eyes, "I'm going to die anyway, so why not give up the hope of living?" Those young lads are the hope of civilization. In the data world, the number of applicants began to slowly increase. Among these people are the down-and-out unemployed. There are young students, middle-aged people with successful careers, beautiful girls, and dignified ladies. All kinds of people, all kinds of declarations. Half an hour after the data channel was opened, the number of applicants showed a surge. Every minute and every second, there is a flood of data connection requests pouring in. Every minute and every second, a large number of intelligent creatures from the Pegasus civilization sign up to join the escape committee, while giving up hope of their own escape. The flood of data connection requests has been going on for 3 hours, and the momentum has not slowed down, but has become more intense. The top leader is sitting here, and he doesn't know when he started to burst into tears. He turned around, faced the rest of the leaders and said, "See? These are the people of our Pegasus civilization. With them, our civilization will never perish." Other book friends are reading. Follow those who fled with the former leader. Although they have more outstanding personal abilities, they are not pure Pegasus civilized creatures, because they have lost the most precious spirit of our civilization. This is our people. This is our people. In the current Pegasus civilization, the number of people under the leadership of the government is only about 30 billion. As of now, in 5 hours, more than 15 billion people have signed up to join the escape committee. 8 hours later, that number had grown to 18 billion. 12 hours later, the number exceeded 20 billion. 72 hours later, this number finally settled on 28 billion. A heroic emotion began to spread across the entire planet. This is our civilization. We will die, but our civilization will not die, and the spirit of our civilization will not die. I am fortunate to experience such a great era and witness the greatest spirit of our civilization. In order to protect this spirit, I will not hesitate to devote my life. Even if you die, you will have no regrets. Fight until the last moment. This situation can be said to be unexpected by the top leaders. Therefore, after an emergency meeting, some changes were made to the rules of the lottery. Specifically, The lottery was changed from those who had not registered to those who had registered. Currently, there are only about 2 billion people who have decided to flee, leaving a gap of 8 billion people. These 8 billion people will be selected from the 28 billion people who have signed up. Whoever is selected will be forced to leave the planet and start an interstellar escape. After the lottery started, another unexpected thing happened. People who were selected by lot were generally emotional, and some even gathered and sit in demonstrations in front of the highest government agencies. They held banners high and shouted their slogans. We won't leave. We want to stay in our homeland and live and die with our homeland until the last moment. Give up the hope of survival to those who can make greater contributions to our civilization. In addition, there have even been some extreme events. Some of the selected people even committed suicide to resist the escape arrangements. Their meaning is obvious. After I commit suicide, you can't put my body on the spaceship and take it away. Right. Give the chance of survival to others. In order to ensure order, government agencies had to deploy guards to closely guard the selected people to prevent resistance incidents. After stumbling along the way, the lottery event finally came to an end. 10 billion selected people boarded the escape spacecraft under the supervision of guards. Countless left-behind people began to pray for the escape ship, and countless people shed tears on the separate roads. Young man, work hard. We must pass on our civilization and tell our descendants how great our civilization was. My dear, don't miss me after I leave. Dear, I won't leave. I want to stay. I want to stay. A young male intelligent creature struggled desperately, resisting the capture of the guards. Not far from him, a young female intelligent creature. The creature's eyes were filled with tears, but it was still shouting at the top of its lungs. Dear, you must live. You must live. The male intelligent creature finally failed to resist the guard's arrest, and he was forced onto the spacecraft. Through the porthole of the spaceship, he squatted on the ground weakly, as if he had lost his soul. The boarding operation lasted for 2 months. After all preparations were completed, under the reluctant eyes of countless people, these spacecraft finally left their hometown and embarked on a distant and unknown journey. No one knew what was going to greet them. At this moment, there are still 20 billion people living on this planet. The leader kept his promise. He stayed and began to lead the people and soldiers in last-minute war preparations. Even if the front is destruction in HL, we must leave our names in this universe and let our names fly in this universe forever. What about the 6th level alien beasts? Our Pegasus civilization will let us you feel our spirit and strength. Chapter 547, The Last Night. In fact, everyone knows very well that the so-called war preparation is actually a very ridiculous thing. The reason is very simple. In the early preparations for the escape, all spaceships with long-distance voyage capabilities, whether military, commercial or civilian, were conducted corresponding modifications and fled with the people on board, and stayed here. There are only some small spacecraft left that can only navigate within the galaxy. Even such small spacecraft are not many in number. Only about 30,000. And they are generally not equipped with weapons. The type of engine determines the unqualified maneuverability of this type of spacecraft. The small energy supply and reserve module determines that this type of spacecraft has extremely poor endurance and low defense. Most of the temporarily installed weapons are ordinary light weapons, and even negative matter weapons cannot be loaded. And the combat effectiveness of these small spacecraft is not even comparable to the fully armed spacecraft of a 4th level civilization. This is all the interstellar warfare power of the Pegasus civilization at the moment. Oh, and perhaps also the interstellar forts operating on the planet's synchronous orbit, as well as a handful of interstellar mine clusters. There are only 5 months left before the arrival of the tree beasts and the unknown entity that follows them. What can you do in 5 months? Even for Xiaoyu, with Xiaoyu's powerful execution ability, it would still take dozens or hundreds of years to construct a complete interstellar fleet. Not to mention the Pegasus civilization that has lost all its essence. People are very aware of this fact, but they still use the greatest enthusiasm to construct their own military power. Under this amazing power of action, all the planetary engines on this planet have been completely repaired. The super-negative matter cannon and the planetary shield have been repaired, and their performance has even been improved. This planet is the only and last powerful weapon of the Pegasus civilization. People have been busy, and while they are busy, time passes bit by bit, and the final moment of judgment finally arrives. Detection showed that the alien tree beast was close to the planet. Only the last day is left. The communication requests of the Pegasus civilization were once again ignored. And the communication attempts made by some of the remaining detection instruments outside the galaxy also encountered extremely bad consequences. Any instrument that attempts to communicate with the tree beasts will be destroyed inexplicably afterwards. Everything that can be done has been done. And everything that cannot be done has been done. At this moment, on what is most likely the last night of their lives, many people are awake. People finally gave up their busy work and began to have time to take to the streets. Enjoy your last night together with your own kind. This is the last night. The last night party. All kinds of supplies began to be opened and supplied. The lights in the city were brightly lit. People were venting crazily like they were experiencing a festival. Countless people were drunk on the streets. And countless people returned to their homes. Spend this last night with your relatives, lover, or friends. There was no violent crime or disorder on this final night. Even if we die, we should die with dignity. When our descendants mention us, we can tell our deeds with pride instead of shame. The last day finally passed. At this time, people can even see the huge figure of the terrifying existence in the sky through small telescopes. The interstellar fleet began to set off and launched an active attack on this 6th-level alien beast. The interstellar mine clusters began to gather on this big guy. And the interstellar fortress began to attack this guy. But unfortunately, all these attacks, even this one, the monster's skin cannot be broken. People watched with despair on their faces as the interstellar fleet was destroyed like flies by the giant alien beast. All the interstellar mine clusters and interstellar fortress attacks were in vain. Even the attack of the super negative matter cannon equipped on the planet could not leave even obvious traces on this huge guy. Boundless despair began to spread in people's hearts. Our most powerful weapon is our planet. If we can accelerate our planet to 10,000 kilometers per second to hit this guy, then even with this guy's strength, it will be unbearable. But this guy's movement, the speed is too fast. The planet is moving too slowly after all. And we have no chance to hit it. What should we do? What should we do? The Supreme Leader muttered to himself. This sentence is quite true. The Continental-class spacecraft that Xiao Yu used to destroy the planet's planetary shield had only a mass of 20 billion tons. The impact of something with a mass of 20 billion tons could explode such a huge amount of energy. Let alone a planet. The mass of a planet is more than a quadrillion times that of a continental spacecraft. If a planet hits a star at a speed of 10,000 kilometers per second, it will completely destroy the star. This destruction mechanism is different from the mechanism of using stellar cannons to destroy stars. Stellar cannons are tricky to destroy stars, just like a huge mountain made of building blocks. Extracting a specific building block will cause the entire mountain to collapse. A planet impacting at a speed of 10,000 kilometers per second will destroy the star from the front. The two are not the same. It is certain that even a 6th-level alien beast would not be able to withstand such a high-speed impact from a planet. But how can we make this planet hit this strange beast? The leaders were at a loss for what to do until they received a message. Creatures of the Pegasus civilization, I'm sorry that I failed to stop this strange beast's crazy attempt and failed to make him give up his intention to destroy your home. I really tried my best. Please forgive me. I wonder if you still have the ability to launch an attack. I am willing to join forces with you to fight against this evil and crazy guy. As for who I am, you don't need to know. It is enough for you to know that I have no ill intentions towards you. Who is this guy? The leaders of the Pegasus civilization looked at each other. After a moment, the top leader said, This guy seems to be the unknown existence that has been following the alien beasts of the tree tribe. Could it be that now it seems that this guy has been chasing the alien beasts of the tree tribe? And he actually wants to stop the alien beasts of the tree tribe? We need to know your current combat strength. Pegasus civilization issued its own answer. I am no match for the alien beasts of the tree tribe. The companion ghost tribe replied, Although I have speed no less than that of it, I got it through other methods. In a head-on battle, it would take about 20 of me uniting to defeat it. Let's fight this strange beast to a draw. The last bit of hope in the hearts of the leaders of the Pegasus civilization was shattered. However, during this period of time, they had already experienced enough tests, and they did not react because of this problem. Then we need to know, do you have the ability to restrain this tree alien beast and make it unable to move for at least 3 hours? If you can do it, we will completely damage the crustal structure of our planet. Within 3 hours, accelerate our planet to 10,000 kilometers per second and hit it at this speed. The supreme leader of Pegasus civilization replied, I can try. After a moment of silence, the companion ghost clan replied, regarding the communication between the companion ghost tribe and the Pegasus civilization. The tree tribe alien beasts have always ignored it. because with his strength, he is really too lazy to deal with these little ants. His purpose was just to find Xiaoyu's Shinjo civilization. After discovering that there was no trace of Shinjo civilization here, he had already planned to leave here and continue to track Xiaoyu. After receiving the last words from the companion ghost tribe, the tree tribe alien snorted coldly in his heart and planned to turn around and leave, never paying attention to this place again. But he only moved once and found that he suddenly couldn't move. The companion ghost clan didn't know what means they used to land him here. Then, the planet that was still far away began to accelerate and hit him. A planetary impact. This is such a majestic power. Even a 6th level alien beast will definitely be injured under the impact. Damn! Damn! How could this ghost tribe have united with the Pegasus civilization? And how could the Pegasus civilization be so crazy? You know, if you hit me with a planet, I will be injured. But their planet will be destroyed. Complete destruction. That's their capital planet. Are there all a bunch of lunatics in the Pegasus civilization? I didn't come here with the intention of destroying your planet. Unable to move, the tree beast finally sent his first message. But what followed was the second message from the companion ghost tribe. This is our last chance. At the expense of my own life force, I controlled the tree tribe beasts here to be unable to move. I lost this. If we get a chance, we will all die. He is deceiving you. Don't let him deceive you. I came here just to look for traces of the Shinjo civilization. It has nothing to do with you. That is your capital planet. Give up this crazy move quickly. I will soon be able to break away from the control of the ghost tribe. After gaining freedom, I will leave immediately and will never harm you. The alien civilization is the most insidious, cunning and cruel existence in the universe. This is his lie. Remember, this is our only and last chance. If we miss this opportunity, we will all die and no one will be spared. Driven by the planet's engine, the speed of the planet is slowly increasing. Chapter 548, The Choice of Pegasus Civilization. Xiaoyu also tried to use a planetary engine to push a planet forward. But Xiaoyu's technological level at that time was obviously not as good as the current Pegasus civilization. This is a technological creation of a 5th level peak civilization. The efficiency, propulsion, stability and reliability of the planetary engine now equipped on this planet are much higher than those of Xiaoyu at that time. When these engines were designed, the protection of the planet's geological structure was taken into consideration to the greatest extent. But now, with full power on, those geological protection modules have all failed. Therefore, at this time, the capital planet of the Pegasus civilization, like the planets that Xiaoyu had pushed, began to gradually experience violent geological movements such as volcanoes and earthquakes. The most terrifying thing is that because the acceleration is too fast and the planet's gravity is limited after all, the planet's atmosphere begins to shift. Specifically, the atmosphere at the forward end began to be squeezed toward the planet, while the atmosphere at the other end began to escape the control of the planet and drifted into the boundless interstellar space. Therefore, from a distance, the planet looks like a comet. It has a dense main structure and a long gas tail. The consequences of advancing too fast have begun to show up. During the advance, not only the atmosphere but also the oceans are squeezed. The seawater at the forward end began to ebb, and the fall was very obvious. And in some places, even the bottom of the sea was exposed, while the seawater at the other end began to rise. This is the largest rising tide in the history of this planet. Because the process is too fast, the rising seawater is like a tsunami, rushing to the land along the coastline, and even rushing inland to the desert. Fluctuations in seawater also cause changes in the air, under the influence of atmospheric compression and seawater, as well as the powerful exhaust jets of the planet's engines, as well as the influence of strong geological activities. A hurricane that has never been seen in millions of years has blown on the planet. The powerful hurricane even directly knocked down some mountain peaks. Blown down. At this moment, there was an earth-shaking scene on this planet. At this time, the planet engine had only been started for less than half an hour. The leadership of the planet has been hiding 1,000 meters underground in the most geologically stable area, controlling the movements of the entire planet. Hiding here is not because these people are afraid of death, but under this situation, someone must be the leader and control the entire planet. Leader, the latest casualty report has come out in the past half hour. More than 60% of our 20 billion left behind people have died and are expected to die in the next 2 hours. There will be more than 20% of the people died. The assistant reported sadly. No need to be sad, the leader said with a smile. Don't we already know this outcome? Soon, We will die and go to H, L, or heaven to accompany them. This is the latest communication report that there is a disagreement between the tree alien beast and the unknown existence. The tree alien beast claims that he has no ill intentions towards us. But the ghost tribe says that he is deceiving us. Let us not give up this last and final the only chance. No matter what they say, don't pay attention to it, the new leader said with a smile. From the moment the planet engine was turned on, we have been on a dead end. There is no possibility of retreat. Even if the tree tribe beast said is true. So what? He may have really meant no harm to us at first. But under the current situation, when our planet has launched an attack and we have posed enough threats to him, do you think he will let us go? Even if we give up the collision, he will never let us go because he feels that his dignity has been challenged. You have to understand that we are only a 5th level civilization. And for a 6th level alien beast, in other words, destroying a planet with a level 5 civilization is not much different from crushing an ant to death. We have long been doomed to the fate of extinction. Let's let our lives be turned into nourishment to water the spirit of our civilization. The leader sighed and stopped talking. There was silence in the control room. In space, the battle between the companion ghost tribe and the tree tribe beasts is still continuing. Whether it is a physical confrontation or a verbal confrontation, it has never stopped. I don't know what kind of method the companion ghost clan used. This tree clan alien beast, a 6th level beast, was tightly restrained here by the companion ghost clan, unable to move at all. And that planet is rapidly accelerating its speed and hitting here, as if realizing that words would not work. The alien beasts of the tree family finally stopped distinguishing and began to quiet down. They don't know what they were thinking. Perhaps they were preparing for the impact, so as to minimize the damage they suffered. Loss is not guaranteed either. In this star system, everything has returned to quiet. There is only one planet, like a crazy beast, constantly moving forward, and then moving forward. It trailed a long white tail behind it, like fireworks being set off. But the fireworks only last for a moment, and after they are set off, there is darkness. This planet also has a similar fate to the fireworks. At the last moment of life, the Pegasus civilization and this planet released their remaining vitality in the most intense way, declaring their unyielding spirit to the dark universe. The accompanying ghost tribe also became quiet, as if they were aware of the spirit of the Pegasus civilization, although he has always had contempt and hostility towards the Pegasus civilization. At this time, he had to admit this fact. That is, the Pegasus civilization is indeed a great civilization. All of this was planned by the companion ghost clan. If he hadn't destroyed all the instruments and spaceships trying to contact the tree beasts along the way, the Pegasus civilization would not have such strong hostility towards the tree beasts. If the accompanying ghost tribe had not restrained the tree tribe alien beasts, maybe the tree tribe alien beasts would have left at this moment, and the planet of the Pegasus civilization would not suffer any loss. If the capital planet of the Pegasus civilization can survive after this disaster, the entire spirit of the Pegasus civilization has been sublimated. After the escape fleet returns, the Pegasus civilization may really be able to rely on its own strength, promoted to the 6th level of civilization. But all of this was ruined at the hands of the companion ghost clan. The reason for doing this is to protect his master civilization and Xiaoyu from harm by the tree beasts. Now, the plan to accompany the ghost tribe was basically successful. He calculated against the Pegasus civilization and the alien beasts of the tree tribe, and finally benefited Xiaoyu. But at this moment, he didn't feel much sense of accomplishment, because he truly sensed the spirit of the Pegasus civilization, which was an invincible force. The companion ghost did nothing wrong, from his standpoint and from Xiaoyu's standpoint. He would make this choice. There is no right or wrong among civilizations, as long as it is beneficial to one's own civilization. It is right. This is indeed cruel, but also very true. The outcome has been decided, and the three parties are waiting for the final moment. In 3 hours, the planet accelerated from relative rest to a relative speed of 10,000 kilometers per second. At this moment, the planet was only 300,000 kilometers away from the tree tribe beasts, and there were still 30 seconds before the final impact would occur. The tree beasts are still suspended in space, motionless, as if they have lost their lives. Only the companion ghost tribe can realize how terrifying power is contained in the body of the tree tribe beast at this moment. If he hadn't burned his life force, he would never have been able to restrain the tree beasts. There were no accidents in the final 30 seconds. In the 10 millionth of a second before the impact, The accompanying Ghost Clan gave up control of the Tree Clan beasts, adopted the curvature navigation method, avoided the impact in an instant, and ran away quickly. The tree beast didn't have time to escape. It took about 1,000th of a second after the Ghost Tribe left before it regained control of its body. But it was too late. Before the 1,000th of a second passed, the planet had already hit it. A planet larger than the Earth, and a huge alien beast the size of the moon collided at a relative speed of 10,000 kilometers per second. It was an indescribably huge energy explosion, with countless rubbles, flashes of light, and violent energy pouring out. At this moment, the luminosity of the collision point was thousands of times greater than the stars in this star system. Countless materials were directly vaporized, and even nuclear fusion reactions began to occur. This was a huge energy that I don't know how to describe. And it even had a faint shadow of the collision between a neutron star and a white dwarf that Xiaoyu had experienced. The companion Ghost Tribe didn't know how much damage this collision would cause to the Tree Tribe beasts. The accompanying Ghost Tribe only vaguely noticed that after the collision, there seemed to be an earth-shattering roar coming from the collision point. And then in an instant, a huge shadow left here and escaped into the endless void. The fleeing figure was still huge, but the accompanying Ghost Tribe could detect that the shadows seemed to be much smaller than the Tree Tribe beast in its full period. Finally solved this guy. Finally made this guy hurt. Finally solved the crisis encountered by my main civilization. And finally stabilized. The companion Ghost Clan sighed and left quickly. Chapter 549, Entrusted by Others. Before the battle began, no one expected such a result. The Tree Tribe beast escaped. The condition of the injury is unknown, but it is not likely to be too serious. The capital planet of Pegasus civilization was destroyed, and all remaining intelligent creatures died. The accompanying Ghost Tribe also suffered great damage due to the burning of their vitality. At this moment, there are only ruins left in this star system. The planet has completely disintegrated. A large part of the rocks and various materials that made up it have been stimulated by too much energy and acquired sufficient initial velocity. At this moment, they have escaped in all directions. In this star system, the material that was born will form an asteroid belt. Because they have lost too much mass, they can no longer merge into a complete planet. The Pegasus civilization that flourished for a while disappeared into thin air. Only among the metal artifacts that occasionally flashed among those asteroids, as well as some things that were obviously technological artifacts, can we get a glimpse of the former glory of this civilization. Naturally, Xiaoyu, who is already hundreds of light years away, would not know all this. Counting from this moment, it will be about 700 years before the light carrying the information about all these changes will reach the star system that Xiaoyu has planned to recuperate. And all this will be noticed by Xiaoyu. The boundless universe will bury all the magnificent or tragic stories, just like the boundless wind and sand will bury any glory in darkness. Xiaoyu's fleet is still in curvature navigation. During this period, the work of naturalizing the purple civilization has begun. Xiaoyu plans to cultivate the purple civilization to the level of 5th level civilized intelligent creatures when he is finished recuperating, so that they can contribute to his own technological progress. Xiaoyu's footsteps never stopped. 20 years have finally passed. Xiaoyu finally reached the target star system successfully. As Xiaoyu observed in advance, there is abundant material in this star system, and there are as many as 6 planets alone. Xiaoyu's huge fleet began to be stationed here, and the huge construction task began again. A large number of scientific research sites were built, and millions of scientific researchers officially began to conduct research on the Pegasus civilization and the Predator civilization, analyze the technology, and compare it with the existing technology. Xiaoyu's technological level is improving at a slow but determined speed. A large number of detailed technologies have been analyzed and combined with existing technologies. Basic technology, which has not progressed for a long time, finally shows signs of loosening up. Xiaoyu knew that if his basic technology made great progress again, he would enter the category of space technology. This means that he is one step closer to entering the 6th level civilization. Although space technology has not yet made progress, after being supplemented by the light technology of the Pegasus civilization, the development of a new type of computer should be put on the agenda. This new type of computer is still far from the light computer, but compared to the computer I use now, it is much more advanced. This time the computer upgrade can bring me at least 100 times increase in computing power, and increase the number of controllable spaceships by at least 2 times. Xiaoyu feels the progress of his technology with joy. After being supplemented by technologies related to the Pegasus civilization, hundreds of research results appear almost every day. In fact, Xiao Yu is already constructing a blueprint for a new generation of battleships. However, this new generation of warships is still a continent-class spacecraft. Xiao Yu knew that even if he completely analyzed the technology of Pegasus civilization, he also does not have the ability to build a star-rated battleship. The pinnacle of the 5th level civilization should be the continent-level battleship. The planet-level battleship is too huge, and the manufacturing technology required is too strict and complicated. Unless one masters space technology, it is impossible to manufacture it. However, maybe I can settle for the next best thing and create a planetary battlestar similar to the Pegasus civilization, as long as I can improve the performance of the planetary shield, solve the defense problems of the planetary battlestar, and develop a more advanced super-negative material cannons, or direct use of space weapons to solve the attack problem of planetary battlestars, and then develop technology that allows a planet to conduct curvature navigation to solve the mobility problem of planetary battlestars. Then planetary battlestars have great potential. Planet Battlestar can be used as an upgraded version of the Continent-class battleship, based on the existing technology and theoretical system. Xiao Yu believes that planetary battlestars are not cost-effective among 6th-level civilizations, because planetary battlestars have their own hard shortcomings. That is, the composition of the planet is too fragile, and must be completely protected. A whole planet is too difficult for things like planetary battlestars. For a 6th-level civilization, the most they can do is transform the habitable planets in their own star system into this. And it is unlikely that planetary battlestars will participate in actual combat. Even for level 5 civilizations, planetary battlestars are somewhat impractical. However, Xiao Yu has 4 protective shields and space weapons, which is another matter. Xiao Yu believes that if he truly creates a planetary battlestar, he will be able to sweep through any existence below level 6 civilization, even if Xiao Yu has an ideal planet battlestar. Then when attacking the Pegasus civilization galaxy, there will be no such trouble at all. He can just drive the planet battlestar and rush through, and no one can stop him. Xiao Yu. What attracts Xiao Yu most about planet battlestar is its almost infinite material reserves. If there is a planetary battlestar as the rear, the entire fleet will be improved in combat power, and Xiao Yu will basically solve the problem of insufficient supplies. However, there is a very difficult point in developing planetary battlestars. You know, before space technology is mastered, massive stars are the mortal enemies of curvature navigation. In order to avoid being affected by gravity, all fleets at level 5 and below that conduct curvature navigation have to break away from curvature navigation when they are tens of billions of kilometers away from the star. Although planets are much smaller than stars, their gravity is considerable when they are close enough. Then an obvious question will arise. The planet itself has considerable gravity, and gravity is the mortal enemy of curvature navigation. So, how can a planet enter curvature navigation? You know, without curvature navigation, planetary battlestars are meaningless to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu's wandering nature determines that Xiao Yu cannot carry around such a burden as a slow planetary war star at all times. Although planetary battlestars can show amazing combat effectiveness in galaxy defense battles, Xiao Yu is not an orthodox technological civilization that relies on the development of star systems. There is no star system that requires Xiao Yu to defend. How to let a planet enter curvature navigation is the biggest problem for Xiao Yu. As long as this problem is solved, planetary battlestars can be successfully manufactured. In terms of defense, I have 4 protective shields. I can just let the 4 protective shields replace the planetary protective shield. The sufficient material supply on the planet will allow me to turn on the 4 protective shields to a great power and let a planet obtain a protective capability no less than that of a continent-class spacecraft. Attacks can be solved with space weapons. I can build a large number of high-power space weapons on the surface of this planet. Anyway, the material on the planet is almost unlimited, so there is no need to consider the issue of consumption. The only remaining it's just a matter of mobility. The bright prospects of planet battle attracted Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu decided to conduct research in this area. Xiao Yu announced related topics and invested a considerable proportion of computing power. After convening relevant scientists, he began research in this area. Xiao Yu selected one of the planets in this star system as the test subject. However, this planet was too close to the star, which was not conducive to Xiao Yu's research. So Xiao Yu built some planetary engines and pushed the planet directly to a distance of nearly 80 billion kilometers from the main star, where he provided space for the planet. A stable orbit was constructed and research was conducted here. In addition to matters related to planetary battles, new computer-related research is also ongoing. including more powerful super-negative matter cannons, curvature engines that can provide faster speeds, more advanced material technology, more advanced life sciences, etc. The disciplines are also being studied together. Time passed little by little, and decades passed in the blink of an eye. Xiaoyu has been hiding in this star system and doing his own things, quite a bit deaf to what is going on outside the window. In fact, Xiaoyu has no channels to obtain information from the outside world. Xiaoyu has no idea what kind of changes have occurred in the galaxy during this period of time. But after all, one thing broke Xiaoyu's peace. The interstellar detector deployed by Xiaoyu outside the galaxy reported to Xiaoyu a message. At the edge of the galaxy, the detector discovered space fluctuations of unknown origin. This fluctuation is similar to the fluctuations caused by curvature navigation in some aspects. But there are some obvious differences between them. Based on these differences, Xiaoyu made a judgment that this would definitely not be a curvature voyage. It can cause space fluctuations, but it is not curvature navigation. This matter quickly attracted Xiaoyu's attention. Xiaoyu responded quickly. A large number of warships began to assemble. The galaxy defense system was activated, and relevant military experts and scientists were quickly summoned to prepare for any unexpected events that might occur next. At this time, a message was transmitted to Xiaoyu's receiving device. Don't be so nervous. I'm just entrusted here to give you something. Chapter 550, Level 7 Civilization and a Tie. This space fluctuation is indeed very weird. Generally speaking, something must exist first to cause space fluctuations. Whether it is a planet or a spaceship, there must be something first. However, in this space fluctuation among them, Xiaoyu did not observe anything. There was nothing there. A complete cosmic void. There was obviously nothing there. But Xiaoyu received this message. The existence that seemed to be completely invisible sent Xiaoyu this message. I'm here to give you something. What is this? Xiaoyu was very surprised. Something that is completely invisible in the optical band, electromagnetic band, and tachyon detection band? Such a thing is really incredible. Xiaoyu once had contact with the flagship of the Guardian civilization, the Glory, and the Meson spacecraft of Taihao technology. It was in that weird binary star system. It was in that galaxy that Xiaoyu got the ball of death, a big killer weapon against carbon-based civilized creatures. But whether it is the Glory of the Guardian civilization or the Meson of Taihao technology, Xiaoyu can detect them with a tachyon detector. However, the tachyon detector failed unexpectedly when faced with this unknown existence. The Guardian civilization and Taihao civilization are both level 6 civilizations. Does this mean that the unknown existence coming at this moment has already exceeded level 6? This made Xiaoyu feel faintly worried. Give me something? Who entrusted it to you? What do you want to give me? After thinking about it, Xiaoyu cautiously sent a reply. Also, how did you know I'm here? The completely invisible existence responded quickly. But in such a short time, the space fluctuation message representing the location of this unknown existence appeared, hundreds of millions of kilometers closer. However, it stopped when it reached a distance of 30 billion kilometers from the main star of this star system and stopped getting closer, seemingly to avoid irritating Xiaoyu. The person who entrusted me did not tell me the rest of the relevant information. He just told me that after handing this thing to you, you will understand. The unknown existence replied. I am a space creature, and I am not interested in any space. Fluctuations are very sensitive, and I found your location by tracking your spatial fluctuations. Space creature? Xiaoyu was a little confused, but there was no time to delve into it, because Xiaoyu saw that after the unknown creature sent that message, something was already approaching his position. Xiaoyu still remained fully wary. In order to prevent this thing from being a weapon of mass destruction, it exploded after approaching the gathering place of its own spacecraft. It will bring danger to himself. Xiaoyu controls a small spacecraft. He quickly approached this thing. Xiaoyu plans. First, use a small spaceship to briefly study this thing. After confirming that there is no danger, take it back to your spaceship gathering place. That thing seemed to have some kind of induction. After Xiaoyu's small spacecraft approached, the thing stopped and allowed Xiaoyu's spacecraft to continue to approach without moving. Waiting is getting closer. Only then did Xiaoyu see clearly what this thing looked like. It was a small rectangular box, about half a decimeter high, 3 minutes long, and 1 decimeter wide, under the illumination of high-intensity searchlights. This small box was black with a silvery glow. There were some strange symbols on it, which seemed to be some kind of writing. Some of these characters are larger, while others are smaller. They seem to be arranged according to certain aesthetic principles. and the arrangement of several lines of text appears to be very harmonious. What is this? Xiao Yu's curiosity emerged again. Xiao Yu controlled the small spacecraft to continue approaching, and then sent a robot equipped with power to approach the small box, intending to capture it into the cabin of the spacecraft. Inside the cabin of this small spacecraft, Xiao Yu is equipped with some simple detection instruments. These simple detection instruments will do some preliminary analysis of this thing. But when he got closer and the optical detection equipment on the robot could clearly see the words, "Xiao Yu, stay here," Xiao Yu recognized it at a glance. Those weird symbols turned out to be English letters from the Earth Age. Xiao Yu is very familiar with English. In the Earth Age, Xiao Yu often had to study some scientific and technological archives or documents written in English. The most authoritative scientific magazines are also written in English. It can be said that in the Earth Age, if you want to understand science and technology, the most cutting-edge and latest developments are impossible to achieve without mastering English. So Xiao Yu quickly identified these lines of letters. This is actually a tie? This small box is the packaging box of a tie? At this moment, Xiao Yu had a feeling of extreme absurdity. A magical existence that can be invisible under the tachyon detector. It is speculated that the strength is no less powerful than Taihao or the Guardian. I don't know how long I have been tracking myself. I came here just to hand it over. This thing about yourself? And the most important thing is, according to this unknown existence, it came here, entrusted by others. So, who would do such a thing? Xiao Yu remembered many things quickly. Things like ties are unique to Earth civilization. At least, there are more than 100 types of intelligent creatures under my command at this moment. But I have not found any race that has the habit of wearing ties. Could it be said that this thing is a certain species? An Earthling, or someone closely related to Earth, came to give it to me, and to be able to drive such a powerful being to hand it over on his behalf. How much strength does it take to back it up? There may be many things behind this, and some of them are so shocking that Xiao Yu doesn't even dare to speculate. Let's take a look at this thing first, and then talk about it. Xiao Yu thought silently. In fact, I am also curious, the unknown being said. When it handed this thing to me, I felt very strange because I couldn't imagine what it was at all. This thing was just some simple things. It is a mixture of elements, mainly carbon. Its strength is very low, and the impact of an interstellar dust can break through it. Its ignition point is very low, and it can be destroyed by a temperature of just a few hundred degrees Celsius. It doesn't even have any advantages. At least I can't think of any advantages. So what is the purpose of such a thing that would make that person entrust me to send it here across a distance of millions of light years? Xiao Yu was controlling the robot to capture the small box. After hearing these words, Xiao Yu's heart was shocked. There was a feeling of shock and even horror, which instantly filled Xiao Yu's mind. You? What did you say? Traveling across a distance of millions of light years? Where are you from? You are from an extragalactic galaxy. Are you not a native creature of the Milky Way? Are you a 7th-level civilization? This is very obvious. Xiao Yu is already certain that even a 6th-level civilization does not have the ability to sail far across the river system because of energy constraints. It has nothing to do with how much energy reserve you carry with you. Even if a 6th-level civilization carries a star as an energy reserve on a long voyage across the river, the star will be completely consumed before reaching the destination. The reason is simple. The greater the mass, the more energy is required to drive a material through curvature. There is a direct proportional relationship between the two. Xiao Yu once made a simple calculation about the energy consumption required to sail a distance of 1.5 million light-years using curvature navigation. Calculation results show that during such a long voyage, the amount of energy consumed is 1.7 times the total mass of the fleet. In other words, if a certain fleet carries a material reserve of up to 70 million tons, plus the mass of the spacecraft, the total mass of the entire fleet is 100 million tons. Then a voyage of 1.5 million light-years will consume the total energy converted into mass is 170 million tons. Even if all the materials in this fleet, including the energy reserves, the hull of the spacecraft, and all the living things in the spacecraft are added, it is not enough. How can we carry out a long voyage under such circumstances? Even if the mass of a star is 100 trillion tons. Then the total mass required for this star to travel 1.5 million light-years is 100 trillion times 1.7, which is 170 teratons. Therefore, a journey like a long voyage to the river system has nothing to do with how much material replenishment a fleet can carry, even if it takes the entire galaxy as a reserve. it is still not enough to start a long voyage. Before breaking through the shackles of 6th-level civilization technology, it is impossible to embark on a long voyage across the river. This is Xiaoyu's basic understanding. Of course, taking an extreme approach may avoid this restriction. But Xiaoyu believes that no civilization would be so crazy. That is, instead of using curvature navigation, we simply use conventional navigation to carry out river system level voyages. You must know that conventional navigation can always rely on inertial navigation after the initial acceleration stage. And inertial navigation does not consume energy. Conventional navigation means an extremely long time. For example, using a conventional voyage of 200,000 kilometers per second, it would take 2.25 million years to complete a voyage of 1.5 million light years. This is a despairingly huge number. But the existence in front of me said that it came from millions of light years away. Then, there is only one explanation. This guy is a 7th-level civilization. Even if it is not a 7th-level civilization, it is at least an existence that has surpassed the 6th-level civilization. No, I am not a 7th-level civilization, this guy replied. Chapter 551 Decorations. From beginning to end, until now, Xiaoyu has not formed a complete concept of the 7th-level civilization. Xiaoyu only knows that 7th-level civilization is very rare, and it is very difficult to advance to 7th-level civilization. In fact, because of the failure to advance to 7th-level civilization, something called Taihao's civilization appeared. The Sweepers, Guardians, Semi-4th-dimensional alien beasts, Taihao civilization, and the 3 major alien beasts are all extremely top-notch existences. Especially the Sweeper civilization is more powerful. But these powerful existences are all stuck in the 7th-level civilization without exception. Below, cannot be promoted. Xiaoyu even suspected that his appearance was a conspiracy secretly planned by some beings to advance to the 7th-level civilization. Although until now, Xiaoyu still doesn't know the details of this conspiracy. You are not a 7th-level civilization? Then how did you conduct a river-level voyage? After the unknown existence said that he was not a 7th-level civilization, Xiaoyu then asked, I am a space creature. The unknown existence replied, You may not have been exposed to the existence of space creatures before. To put it simply, my body is space, and I have a special sensitivity to space. So I can before reaching the 7th-level civilization. You should carry out a river-level voyage. However, even an ordinary 6th-level civilization can still carry out a river-level voyage. Of course, the method I am talking about is not the kind of conventional navigation. Stupid method. In fact, as far as I know, in your galaxy, there is a civilization called the Guardians, which is already secretly planning a galaxy-level voyage. They are preparing. If the situation in the galaxy cannot be if I am saved, they will use this method to escape to my hometown, the Andromeda Galaxy. This is another very important news. From this news, Xiaoyu can know. The Guardian civilization has already made plans to escape from the extragalactic system. The most important thing is that the Guardian civilization has mastered this method. This method is very clever and simple. Of course, I won't tell you. I believe that with your wisdom, you should be able to figure it out. Well, these are not important. The purpose of my coming here is just I hand this thing over to you. By the way, I accept the commission to eliminate a civilization that poses a great threat to you. At this moment, Xiaoyu had already taken the tie box in his hand and placed it in the village-level spaceship. After hearing this message from this self-proclaimed space creature, Xiaoyu felt in his heart. A strange feeling came over me again. Are you from the Andromeda Galaxy? Xiaoyu asked. Yes, the space creature replied. You are not a 7th-level civilization, but you relied on the characteristics of your own structure to embark on a river-level voyage. You came to the Milky Way and handed me this thing. At the same time, you are going to eliminate a civilization that poses a great threat to me. Yes, the space creature replied. So, who entrusted you? I have never stepped out of the Milky Way in my life. I don't know what existence there is in the Andromeda Galaxy. It will know me. And at the same time, it also entrusted you to give me these something? Xiaoyu asked closely. I don't know who it is, the space creature replied. It only tells me. After you see this thing, you will understand everything. Well, now that I have handed it into your hands, then, can you tell me now, what is this thing that seems ordinary, useless, and useless to me? Xiaoyu stabilized his mind and began to look at the small box carefully. This is clearly a creation of the Earth Age. The box is paper and covered with a plastic film. On the box, those English letters explain the place of origin, brand, and the glorious history of this brand. There is even a picture of a man from Earth printed on the box. Xiaoyu can easily recognize this man. This man is a certain male star in the Earth era who is famous for his masculinity. There is no doubt that this male celebrity is the spokesperson for this brand of ties. In this way, Xiaoyu felt inexplicable. The Earth has been destroyed for tens of thousands of years, and Xiaoyu is the only known human being left. Even Xiaoyu has lost his body and exists purely as a spirit. In this vicissitudes of life, after the world changed, Xiaoyu unexpectedly received such a thing. You will understand everything when you see this box? Xiaoyu was thinking carefully. From this box, Xiaoyu can derive many guesses, which lead to many possibilities. But Xiaoyu cannot confirm one or rule out one among these many possibilities. There are so many possibilities. For example, this is another conspiracy of Taihao or other beings. Maybe it is just a bored prank by a powerful being. Or maybe it is. Xiaoyu did not dare to perfect this guess. You are a vague expectation. But Xiaoyu also knows how ridiculous this possibility is. What kind of existence is it to hand you this thing, and entrust you to destroy that person who is a great threat to my civilization? Xiaoyu asked. The space creature was silent for a moment and replied, I can't tell you. In fact, I don't know at all. Well, this and that. Xiaoyu continued to ask, how much do you know about it? I can't tell you either. In fact, I only know a little bit about it. But I have to abide by the rules, and can't tell you about this little bit. The space creature replied. Then answer my last question. Xiaoyu said. Why did you accept its commission and travel millions of light years to come here? Did it give you any benefits? Or did you have to do it? I can't tell you. The space creature replied. At this moment, Xiaoyu had the urge to curse. I can't answer any of your questions. But why don't you ask some other questions? The space creature said. For example, the situation in the Andromeda Galaxy, the approximate strength distribution, whether there are 7th-level civilizations, 6th-level civilizations, how many are there? How are the 6th-level civilizations in the Andromeda Galaxy different from the civilizations in your galaxy? Etc. Don't you want to know these questions? Xiaoyu reluctantly calmed down his emotions and said, Okay, then please tell me this information. I believe that one day I will have the ability to travel at the river system level, and the Andromeda Galaxy is the first place for my voyage. Station. It is also good to have some understanding of the Andromeda Galaxy in advance. Unfortunately, I can't tell you this either. The space creature said very seriously. Are you kidding me? Xiaoyu only felt an emotion called anger that instantly occupied all his energy. If he didn't have basic reason to restrain himself, Xiaoyu doubted that he would immediately launch a battleship to attack this person. The mysterious guy claiming to be a space creature opened fire and attacked. Yes, I'm kidding you. The space creature answered with a tone that was still very serious. Xiaoyu could detect this emotion. The space creature was like an official who was making a government report in the Earth era. Serious and meticulous. But the content of its words was in great contrast with its tone. Xiaoyu sneered and said, Believe me, even if I beat you to fly ash and throw you into the antimatter engine for calcination, it will not calm my anger at the moment. No matter how you say it, Xiaoyu has always been the absolute leader of a peak 5th level civilization. He controls a huge fleet and powerful combat power. There are more than 100 billion intelligent creatures driven by Xiaoyu. When had Xiaoyu ever been teased like this? I'm sorry, the space creature said. In fact, I have a good impression of you. I don't want to tease you like this, but these words were told to me personally by the client, and I just repeated them according to their original words. Just say it once. If you are angry, you might as well say it to the person who entrusted it. Not me. So who is the entruster? Xiaoyu asked. The reason for doing this? Sorry, I can't tell you. The space creature replied. It just said that after you see this small box, you will understand everything. Well, now you can tell me what this thing is used for. What? At this moment, Xiaoyu felt a deep sense of powerlessness in his heart. Facing this weird guy who claimed to be a space creature, Xiaoyu felt that he had no power to use. At the same time, there were too many doubts swirling in Xiaoyu's mind, making it impossible for Xiaoyu to calm down. This is a decoration of the Earth civilization era. Xiaoyu replied bitterly. You may not know the Earth civilization. The Earth civilization was destroyed tens of thousands of years ago. The intelligent creatures on the Earth take this kind of thing as tied under one's thinking organ as a decoration. Well, it's a very strange way to use it. The space creature said. So, do you understand now? I don't understand. Xiao Yu said. There are too many doubts in my mind. I saw this small box, but I still don't understand what it means. That's a pity. The space creature replied. My client told me that if you still don't understand after seeing this thing, he asked me to take it back. Since you don't understand, then you just give it back to me. I'm leaving. Going back to my hometown. Wait a minute. At this moment, Xiao Yu suddenly remembered something. The floodgates of memory opened, and boundless memories poured out like a tide. I understand. I understand. Xiao Yu muttered to himself. Chapter 552 Two-Dimensional Creatures. Xiao Yu suddenly remembered everything, and suddenly understood what this time meant, and who said it. Xiao Yu understood these things, but more doubts could be derived from these things. You're still alive. Are you still alive? Xiao Yu murmured to himself, manipulating his huge fleet and various instruments, starting a slow movement, and finally arranged it into a huge array of telescopes, aiming at 200 that dim point of light 200,000 light years away. There is the Andromeda Galaxy, a neighbor of the Milky Way, a huge galaxy closest to the Milky Way. Xiao Yu's technology has been developed enough to the point where he can distinguish a dim red dwarf star in the distance at a distance of millions of light years. Xiao Yu just like this, quietly observing everything in the Andromeda Galaxy, watching its planets move, watching its stars burning or exploding. That's another world. In that world, there are also many wonderful or tragic stories, but the long distance filters out all this information, and Xiao Yu cannot detect the mystery in this distant river system. But precisely because of this, Xiao Yu yearns for that place even more, because Xiao Yu knows that there is a person who is likely to be there. Yes, there is a person. The people mentioned here are not a general term for intelligent creatures, but real people. People on Earth. This Earthling's name is Chen Mo. Xiao Yu finally understood, because this tie is not the first time Xiao Yu has seen it. In the Earth Age, Xiao Yu had seen it once. At that time, is it the second or third year that Chen Mo entered Xiao Yu's research institute? Xiao Yu can't remember the specific time. These memories are the original memories carried by Xiao Yu's soul. These memories are not like what Xiao Yu saw and heard after merging with the computer. It is precisely because of this that they can be stored on data storage devices. The reason is that when Xiao Yu saw this tie for the first time, he didn't remember what it was. Xiao Yu remembers. That day is my birthday. However, as a workaholic, Xiao Yu naturally ignored this matter. Xiao Yu believes that instead of wasting time on this, it is better to take a look at the various data in the laboratory. But it seems that Chen Mo has not forgotten. During the lunch break, Chen Mo knocked on Xiao Yu's room door. Xiao Yu couldn't remember clearly the expression on Chen Mo's face at that time. Xiao Yu only remembered that Chen Mo was very cramped and nervous at that time. She handed this thing over with a trembling hand, and said in a voice as low as a mosquito, Director Xiao, today is your birthday. I wish you a happy birthday. This is my gift to you. This gift is this tie. Xiao Yu remembered that he was worried because a certain experiment was not going well, and Xiao Yu has never been a well-educated person. So Xiao Yu didn't pay much attention to Chen Mo, and just said lightly, Thank you. Leave it here. I still have to think about the problem. If you have nothing to do, just go out first. This was just a small thing, and Xiao Yu quickly forgot about it. As for the final fate of the tie, Xiao Yu can't remember it clearly. It seems that Xiao Yu only remembers that he seemed to be going out. He threw it in the trash can. That's the whole story. You're still alive. Are you still alive? How did you end up in the Andromeda Galaxy? Xiao Yu murmured to himself, thoughts and questions rushing up in his heart. Xiao Yu had suspected that this incident was just a scam like the last time he came from the future. However, what the space creature said was to help him eliminate a civilization that was a great threat to him, and it did not make any demands on himself. After that, the suspicion was almost dissipated. What kind of existence are you in now? What is your situation? I care about you very much. Xiao Yu murmured to himself. Even if you go to the Andromeda Galaxy, you still haven't forgotten me in the Milky Way Galaxy. Thank you. Thank you. This tie is the best gift I have ever received in my life. I will keep it well. Even if I die, it will not be lost. Xiao Yu really has too many doubts now. If this tie was really given to him by Chen Mo, then where is Chen Mo now? Andromeda Galaxy? But how did she get to the Andromeda Galaxy? What is her current form of existence? What is her situation? I will definitely go to the Andromeda Galaxy to find you. I will definitely do it. Shinimo, if you have to wait for me, you must wait for me. There has never been a moment like this when Xiaoyu wanted so desperately to leave the Milky Way and go to another river system. Because Xiaoyu knows that the person most important to him is likely to be waiting for him there. Do you understand? The space creature asked. I understand, Xiaoyu replied. Okay then. I'll leave first. I have been observing the civilization that poses a great threat to you for nearly 100 years. And it's time to take action. I will eliminate it and clear the obstacles on the way forward for you. This is what my client ordered me to do. Which civilization are you talking about that poses a great threat to me? Xiaoyu asked. Is it the Sweeper civilization or the Guardian civilization? Or is it the Tai House civilization or the Alien Beast civilization? I don't know the divisions of civilizations in your galaxy. Good novel, dot. The space creature replied. I only know that that civilization has a very terrifying war fortress, which was transformed from a neutron star. That's the Sweeper civilization, Xiaoyu said. You are not in the category of 7th level civilization. In fact, I don't have much confidence in your fight against the neutron battle star. Some time ago, there was a civilization similar to yours that came from the large Magellanic Cloud tried to fight against the neutron battle star, but failed. Oh, a civilization with a form similar to mine? The space creature asked with great interest. What kind of form of existence is it? Xiaoyu pondered for a moment and replied. It is a semi-four-dimensional structure. Its body can extend into the four-dimensional space, but it cannot move in the four-dimensional space. Its body has no entity, and it seems that it also uses space as its body. If I guess correctly, that guy's predecessor should be an alien civilization. The tone of the space creature began to become a little mocking. It chose space as the direction of breakthrough. But the mystery of space, how could it be a stupid beast? The most amazing thing is that it has achieved some achievements in this aspect. But since it was wrong from the beginning, the achievements it achieves in the future are just reflections before the final destruction. That's all. My form of existence is different from that of it. From the moment I was born, I have used space as my body. I am a pure space creature. You may be wondering why you can't detect my body. In fact, I do not exist in this three-dimensional world. In other words, I exist in two-dimensional space in this three-dimensional world. The space creature said that a curtain of light suddenly appeared in front of Xiaoyu. This light curtain is very large, at least tens of thousands of kilometers in length and width. But strangely, it has no thickness. That is, its thickness is 0. It's like a piece of paper, but not a piece of paper. Because no matter how thin the paper is, it will always have thickness. If the thickness is 0, it means it does not exist. But it does exist. It has width and length. This is a form of existence that completely exceeds the limits of Xiaoyu's imagination. Xiaoyu has always believed that a two-dimensional world is possible, and that there may also be two-dimensional creatures in the two-dimensional world. However, a two-dimensional world itself is a creature, which is a bit beyond imagination. There are many magical things in the universe, many of which you can't imagine, the space creature said. As far as I know, in this universe, there are also three-dimensional creatures, even one-dimensional and zero-dimensional creatures. The existence of living things. However, I have not encountered creatures that exceed 3 dimensions. I think that creatures that exceed 3 dimensions, such as 4-dimensional creatures, are not suitable for this universe. The extra dimensions are meaningless. That's right. Maybe the evolutionary direction of the semi-four-dimensional Taihao was wrong from the beginning, Xiaoyu said. But, can't you really tell me some information about the client? Sorry, I can't tell you, the space creature said. Okay, I have completed this task, and it's time to complete the next task. Goodbye. Wait a minute. Xiaoyu immediately sent a message. Then the entruster. Do you have anything to tell me? No, the space creature said. It just said that if you see this, Tai, you will understand. The rest, I don't know anything. And even if I know, I can't tell you. Okay, Xiaoyu said helplessly. Then, I still have to thank you. By the way, you must be careful when fighting against the Sweeper civilization. The Sweeper civilization is too powerful, and I still don't think you can fight against the Sweeper civilization. Victory in the civilized war. This is not something you need to care about, the space creature replied. Whether it succeeds or not, it has nothing to do with you. I just accepted the entrustment of the entruster and came here to complete a task. After saying this, the space creature refused to stay any longer and turned around to leave. Watching the space fluctuations representing space creatures gradually fade away, Xiao Yu actually felt a little lost. Chapter 553, Picturesque World. Xiao Yu was thinking, if it was really Chenemo who entrusted this space creature to come to the galaxy, then the following conclusions can be drawn. First, Chenemo must have had some kind of adventure, and then gained a certain status in a certain system. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to instruct this space creature that claims to be a two-dimensional creature. This space creature is very powerful. Xiao Yu noticed this the first time he came into contact with it. Although Xiao Yu didn't know its specific strength, based on his feeling, Xiao Yu believed that it would not be worse than the semi-four-dimensional Taihao he had encountered. Second, Chenemo still remembers himself, although Chenemo was unable to show up due to some reason that Xiao Yu didn't know yet. Through this method, Chenemo had expressed his feelings very clearly. Xiao Yu could even faintly feel Chenmo's state of mind at this moment. After all, in the Earth Age, I had let down Chenmo's friendship. Then everything that follows is easy to explain. First, use this tie to test Xiao Yu to see if Xiao Yu still remembers himself. Just as the space creature said, you will understand everything after seeing this thing. If you don't understand, then please return it. Give it to me, and I will leave the Milky Way immediately and return to the Andromeda Galaxy. The implicit meaning in this passage is that if you still remember me, I will help you. If you have forgotten me, just pretend that I have never appeared. Even if the client is really Chenemo, Xiao Yu can understand Chenmo's state of mind when he ordered the space creature to play with him a little. It's nothing more than, you have rejected me so many times. Now I want to play a little prank on you. This fits Chenmo's character very well. If this is really you, then you really haven't changed, and you are still so playful. Is it fun to play pranks? Why don't you come out to see me? I still remember you. How could I forget you? I miss you every day. Xiao Yu sighed softly, but he couldn't explain how he felt in his heart. At this time, Xiao Yu received another message unexpectedly. Perhaps you can come and take a look in this star system. I have left some traces here about my strength and my attack methods. This will answer many of your questions. After this message, there was also a piece of coordinate information. This message was undoubtedly sent by that space creature. The implicit meaning in this message seems to be that it is in a star system next to Xiao Yu. Some traces were left, which can answer some of Xiao Yu's doubts. Xiao Yu sent the coordinate information into his mind and immediately calculated its location. It was a star system very close to me, only about 1.9 light years away. Xiao Yu pointed his detection instrument at the star system. What came into Xiao Yu's sight was a very ordinary star system. A medium-sized star is rotating quietly there. There are 2 planets orbiting it. Everything is stable as usual, without any special changes. After seeing this, you will have an intuitive understanding of my strength. Okay, I'm going to fight against the sweeper you mentioned. Goodbye. Xiao Yu knew that the appearance of the star he was seeing now was actually the image from 1.9 years ago, because the light emitted by this star is still on the way forward. It will not reach itself until 1.9 years later. This guy seems to be very conceited, Xiao Yu thought secretly. Is it because I doubt that it is a match for the sweepers? So it shows off its strength? What traces will it leave there? Well, I'd better send a few detection instruments over to check it out on the spot. Xiao Yu naturally hopes that this space creature will be as powerful as possible. After all, sweepers are always a big threat to themselves. If you keep growing all the way, eventually you will inevitably encounter the sweeper. Now, it is naturally a good thing to have someone to clear the obstacles for you in advance. However, the concept of neutron battlestar invincibility has been deeply rooted in Xiao Yu's mind through repeated attempts and failures by those powerful beings. After hearing the words of space creatures, after going out to deal with the sweepers, Xiao Yu almost subconsciously believed that space creatures would not be the opponents of the sweepers. Two-dimensional creatures. Two-dimensional creatures. What special methods do they have? Xiao Yu thought, and dispatched several country-level spacecraft, carrying some detection instruments, towards the star system at a speed of 35 times the speed of light. Go! Xiao Yu is only 1.9 light years away from the star system, at a speed of 35 times the speed of light. It took only half a month for these country-class spacecraft to reach their destination. After coming out of the curvature space, the scene that appeared in front of Xiao Yu made Xiao Yu feel a shock from the depths of his soul. This is the attack method of space creatures? Is this the work of space creatures? This is incredible! Incredible! Looking at the scene in front of him, Xiao Yu was so shocked that he couldn't help himself. What appeared in front of Xiao Yu's eyes was still an ordinary star system, with stars, planets, asteroids, comets, and interstellar dust all orbiting the star. Everything seemed normal. But there was only one thing that was abnormal. And it was this abnormality that shocked Xiao Yu. The unusual thing about this is that it's all two-dimensional. That's right. Although the star is still emitting light, it has become two-dimensional and has lost its third dimension. All the planets, asteroids, comets, interstellar dust, and everything else orbiting it become two-dimensional. It's like a painting. And these stars are like things in the painting. But they can move. Not only can they move, they can also emit light. Moreover, Xiao Yu can still detect the existence of gravity. However, the star mass calculated through gravity is much smaller than the reasonable star mass. The gravitational strength of this two-dimensional star detected by Xiao Yu from the three-dimensional world is probably similar to the gravitational strength of the Earth. I already know that falling from a high dimension to a low dimension will release a large amount of energy. This is why the four-dimensional shield explosion is so powerful. Then it is certain that these three-dimensional stars are in the process of falling into two-dimensional stars. A huge amount of energy must have been released. And energy is mass. So the gravity of these stars has been greatly reduced when observed in the three-dimensional world. However, the physical laws of the two-dimensional world should be somewhat different from the physical laws of the three-dimensional world. Therefore, in the two-dimensional world, the orbits of these stars remain as usual and have not changed due to the reduction in three-dimensional mass. Xiao Yu thought silently. Three-dimensional space is completely visible and unstoppable to four-dimensional space. And the same is true for two-dimensional space to three-dimensional space. Therefore, Xiao Yu, who is in a three-dimensional space, can clearly see every detail of these two-dimensional objects, including those stars and planets. Xiao Yu could see not only the surface of the star, but also the core of the star, the violent nuclear fusion reaction going on there, and how the light moved from the inside of the star to the outside of the star at a speed as slow as a snail. Climb hard. To put it simply, the picture presented in front of Xiao Yu was like a cross-section of a star, or a painting on paper. It's just that it can move. That's all. Not only this star, but those planets. Xiao Yu could also see their cores as well as their surfaces. See the dark red magma flowing inside them. See their colorful geological structures. And see the crisscrossing underground rivers and so on. It should be noted that these things can all be seen by Xiao Yu at the same time. Under normal circumstances, there is absolutely no way to directly reach the core of a star without passing through its outer layers. But Xiao Yu can do it now. No matter how hard the outer SHL of these stars is, it cannot prevent Xiao Yu from reaching the core of the stars. Because Xiao Yu is a creature in three-dimensional space. And the stars in front of him exist in two-dimensional space. This is how two-dimensional space is completely visible and unstoppable to three-dimensional space. Is this your attack method? Xiao Yu murmured to himself, watching all this with a sense of shock. There is no doubt that it was the space creature that turned the originally three-dimensional object into a two-dimensional paper-like existence. And the most important point, Xiao Yu noticed that the three-dimensional space of the big universe is gradually eroding this two-dimensional star system. But this erosion is not assimilation. They have become two-dimensional objects. And then, they can never return. Coming. When they are eroded to a certain extent by the three-dimensional world, they will end their lives with a bang and an explosion. This universe is always a three-dimensional space. So whether it is a two-dimensional space or a four-dimensional space, after losing the support of external energy, it cannot exist stably in this universe. Their final fate can only be destruction. This was already doomed when they fell into two-dimensional space. That space creature used this miraculous ability to declare its power to Xiao Yu, and its ability to fight against the neutron battle star. This ability is very powerful. Perhaps, this space creature can really defeat the neutron battle star. It is not sure that it can turn a neutron battle star into an object in the two-dimensional world. Thinking about it, it makes me wonder. It's shocking. Chapter 554 Jumping Characters. That space creature is gone. Presumably to find the sweepers for a decisive battle. Only this two-dimensional galaxy is left here, silently declaring its power. Xiao Yu undoubtedly hopes that this space creature will win. Not to mention that the so-called trustee in this space creature's mouth is likely to be Chen Mo. From the perspective of his own interests, Xiao Yu is happy to lose such a powerful enemy as the sweeper. I am afraid that not only Xiao Yu, but all civilizations in the galaxy hope that the sweeper civilization can be destroyed. It's just that in a short period of time, it is impossible for Xiaoyu to know the specific information about the outcome of the battle between space creatures and the sweeper civilization. It is obvious that the war between space creatures and the sweeper civilization must be earth-shattering, even more intense than the time when the semi-fourth dimensional Taihao and the entire galaxy civilization jointly besieged the sweepers. Because Xiaoyu suspected that in that war, the sweeper civilization probably did not use its full strength. This kind of war is not something Xiaoyu can watch at close range. Even the slightest aftermath of a battle between two powerful men may destroy Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu could only slowly collect information about this battle after the incident passed, and in the process of contact with other civilizations. It's a real pity that I couldn't witness such a heroic war with my own eyes. Alas! Xiaoyu sighed, and once again sent more spaceships towards this two-dimensional star system. The two-dimensional galaxy is a rare sight. Faced with such an opportunity, Xiaoyu naturally cannot let it go. Naturally, he must collect as much data as possible and conduct research before the two-dimensional world is destroyed by the three-dimensional world, to supplement their own technological reserves. This matter came to an end, and Xiaoyu once again focused his main energy on scientific and technological research. No matter what, improving one's own strength is the main thing. Even if the huge threat of the sweeper is lost, the road ahead may not be easy, and Xiaoyu still needs to be cautious. Try your best to get through it smoothly. In fact, Xiaoyu vaguely thought of a possibility. His own existence may be a little shadowy because of the Taihao civilization's efforts to deal with the sweeper civilization. If he loses the suppression of the sweeper civilization, he is likely to suffer backlash from the Taihao civilization. The reason is simple. The sweeper civilization is gone. So what is the use of Shinjo civilization? The road ahead is complicated and full of thorns. The earlier I enter the 6th level civilization, the earlier I will have the ability to protect myself. And to enter the 6th level civilization, it is necessary to obtain the technology of the remaining 5-level civilizations. Xiaoyu thought silently and led a large team of scientists. Once again, we entered into busy scientific and technological research. Time passed like this little by little, and Xiaoyu gradually felt the huge gap in front of him. There is a bottleneck in the research on planetary battle stars. No matter how hard Xiaoyu and the scientific researchers in the Shinjo civilization try, they can never break through the problem of using curvature navigation in a strong gravity environment. A very important feature of level 6 civilization is that it can use curvature navigation in environments with strong gravity such as inside star systems. And having a planet enter curvature navigation has something in common with this. Xiaoyu thinks the technological means of allowing a planet to enter curvature navigation can be regarded as a simplified version of the technology used by a 6th level civilization to use curvature navigation within a star system. If you want to master that technology, you must first master this technology. For example, the technology that allows a planet to enter curvature navigation is like the technology used to create hydrogen bombs in the Earth era, while the technology that allows a spacecraft to directly conduct curvature navigation inside a star system is like controlled nuclear fusion. Science and technology. If you don't even have the technology to make a hydrogen bomb, how can you possibly master controllable nuclear fusion technology? However, during the research and development process of this technology, Xiaoyu encountered serious setbacks, both from a technical level, still from a theoretical level. Xiaoyu has never been able to find a feasible way. Two scientific and technological leaders, Luca number 3 and number 5, led a huge scientific research team to work day and night. Xiaoyu also invested a huge amount of computing power in this aspect, but with little success. Where did the error occur? There is obviously no problem with the theoretical calculation. But why did the error occur during the experiment? What did we ignore? In the laboratory, Luca number 3 was desperately grabbing his hair. On the desk in front of him, there were a lot of calculation papers scattered around. The personal computing terminal in front of him had obviously just finished a data comparison, and the final result was without any errors. This proves that within the existing theoretical framework, this experiment is completely correct. However, the actual situation is different from the theoretical calculation. Failure after failure almost exhausted Luca 3's patience. Luca 3 has never been so powerless. When the team's enthusiasm and patience were almost exhausted after repeated failures, Luca 3 also felt a little shaken in his heart. Perhaps it is really because we do not have enough theoretical reserves. Perhaps, after obtaining the technology of other 5th-level civilizations, technological breakthroughs in this area can be made. However, the Pegasus civilization is already the pinnacle of the 5th-level civilization. Although the technological reserves of the Predator civilization are not deep, their breadth is more powerful than that of the Pegasus civilization. From the remaining 5th-level civilizations, it is difficult to gain any major gains, and at most, they are supplementary details. The theoretical foundation is sufficient. But why can't there be a breakthrough? Is the technology of the 6th-level civilization really so magical? Luca number 3 slumped in his seat weakly. After a while, he asked his assistant, "Help me connect the communication link of number 5. Okay. Please wait a moment." The assistant replied respectfully, "Sir number 3. I am number 5. The three-dimensional projection equipment projected the figure of number 5. Number 5. Did you gain anything?" Luca number 3 asked with a wry smile. After receiving the title of number 5, Senya was very high-spirited. He indeed made many outstanding contributions in science and technology. But now he seems to have suffered serious setbacks. "Sir number 3. I'm sorry. I haven't gained anything. My experiment failed again. My scientific research team has been exhausted. I am planning to give them a few days off to let them have a good rest before continuing work." This result did not exceed Luca 3's expectations. He smiled bitterly and said, "Well, maybe this is the only way. Then, let them take a few days off. Let's take advantage of these days to have a good rest." After applying to Xiaoyu and obtaining Xiaoyu's consent, the two most core scientific research teams in the Shinjo civilization finally got a few days of vacation. Xiaoyu did not rest, but was still using his huge computing power to perform calculations related to this technology, since he began to conduct research on allowing a planet to enter curvature navigation. Xiaoyu has also suffered many setbacks, and Xiaoyu even began to wonder whether he would never be able to find the answer to this question in his life. But the tenacity deep in his heart that refused to admit defeat has been supporting Xiaoyu, allowing Xiaoyu to still muster the confidence to continue the next experiment after experiencing thousands of failures. After announcing the holiday, these most elite scientists all left the institute in a dejected manner, returned to their respective residences, fell on their beds without caring about anything, and fell asleep. During this time, they were really tired. But one person did not fall asleep. This person is hundreds of years old. But this age, in the Shinjo civilization, still belongs to the category of youth or teenager. He also lay on the bed, but did not close his eyes. In the darkness, there seemed to be an inexplicable light emanating from his eyes. He maintained this posture, motionless. Gradually, some white gas began to emerge from his thinking organ. It was formed by the sweat evaporating from his thinking organs and then condensing when it encountered the cold air. This phenomenon quickly attracted Xiaoyu's attention, because Xiaoyu has never relaxed his surveillance on him. Because this person's name is Su Junpo. From the moment Su Junpo was born, Xiaoyu allocated 1% of his computing power to monitor him at all times, and he has not taken it back until now. So Xiaoyu quickly discovered his abnormality. Xiaoyu was very shocked to find that Su Junpo's thinking organ was operating at an alarming speed at this moment. It was precisely because the thinking organ was operating so violently that so much sweat came out. If it were an ordinary person, under such violent thinking, the whole head might turn into a ball of paste. But Su Junpo is obviously not an ordinary person. His eyes became brighter and brighter, and the hazy white air above his thinking organ became more and more abundant. "What are you thinking about? Are you thinking about how to let a planet enter curvature navigation?" Xiaoyu thought silently. Time passed little by little. After 5 hours, Su Junpo, who had been lying on the bed motionless, finally made some movement. He suddenly jumped up, grabbed the personal computing terminal in front of him, and quickly entered a series of numbers and symbols. The characters he entered seemed to have a strange beauty, exuding a kind of magical power. In his hands, the characters seemed to take on a life of their own, jumping and dancing. Xiaoyu's eyes were tightly attracted by these jumping characters, and he could no longer look away. Chapter 555, A Formula. When he was on Earth, someone once asked Xiaoyu, "What do you think is the most beautiful thing?" Xiaoyu replied that the most beautiful thing is a mathematical formula, and the simpler the formula, the more beautiful it is. Two groups of characters representing different meanings, connected by an equal sign, become a formula. This formula may be very simple, so simple that a kindergarten child can easily say it. But the meaning behind it is definitely not simple. Just like the formula E equals mc squared. It's as simple as it gets. So it's also as beautiful as it gets. Until now, Xiaoyu can't describe the ecstatic feeling in his heart when he revisited this formula again after he fully understood the meaning behind it. It was a feeling of sudden enlightenment, Like the sky that had been gloomy for a long time suddenly cleared up. And once again, I saw the blue sky and white clouds. And once again saw the warm sun. Xiao Yu has not experienced this feeling for a long time. Other book friends are reading. During this period, Xiao Yu experienced a lot and grew up a lot. Xiao Yu has seen many formulas. And even most of these formulas were derived by himself. These formulas are also very simple and beautiful. With the help of these simple and beautiful formulas, Xiao Yu has made great scientific and technological progress. But that feeling can never be found again. Now, Xiao Yu has found the feeling again. Because Xiao Yu once again saw a formula that was extremely simple and extremely beautiful. Those complicated operation symbols, jumping letters and characters, and long calculation process. Everything is a bedding. Everything is the rhizome and branches of flowers. After all the preparations were completed, the simple and beautiful formula finally jumped out of Su Junpo's hands and appeared on Su Junpo's personal computing terminal. Just like on the branches, the beautiful flower finally bloomed. Flowers. Although Xiao Yu no longer has a body. But at this time, Xiao Yu still had a feeling of suffocation. No amount of fancy words can describe the beauty of this simple formula. Xiao Yu watched the complicated changes of the characters involved in the calculation, and finally settled on this formula. This simple formula seemed to shine, illuminating Xiao Yu's path forward. Xiao Yu knew that this was the most important obstacle in front of him. It was finally broken through. Xiao Yu breathed a sigh of relief and regained his energy. After writing this concise formula, Su Junpo seemed to have lost his strength, and the previous energetic energy suddenly dissipated. He instantly fell on his bed and fell asleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. I'm waiting for you to announce the result in person. Xiao Yu murmured to himself, relaxing in his heart. The most important obstacle has been overcome. The road ahead. Although it can't be said to be a smooth road, it has finally become much easier. It is no longer like before, unable to move forward at all. Bitch's soul. Vicky's transformation really shaped Su Junpo into a genius. Technological thinking has nothing to do with computing power. And there is no doubt that Su Junpo surpassed me in this aspect of technological thinking. God genius. What a genius. Xiao Yu sighed sincerely. The night passed quickly, and Su Junpo also woke up from his deep sleep. He once again checked the letters and symbols he left on the personal computing terminal and the formula he finally came up with, and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he picked up the communication device and reported the message directly to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu knew the result a long time ago, but now Xiao Yu still pretended to be surprised. Xiao Yu quickly issued this message to Luca number 3 and number 5, and notified the relevant scientists, asking them to return to work immediately. The scientists who finally got a vacation were very annoyed by this. But after learning that there had been a major breakthrough in the relevant scientific research project, they immediately put that unhappiness behind. They rushed from various tourist attractions with great enthusiasm. Back to the research institute. There was a breakthrough in the research on gravity and curvature navigation. Which genius solved this problem? How was it solved? I don't know. I guess it was the breakthrough made by the master. The two scientific research groups led by masters number 3 and 5 are all on vacation. And only the master can work around the clock. This problem has troubled me for a long time. How did I get the breakthrough? What was the method? In the conference room, a group of scientists were discussing, and even Luca number 3 and number 5 had some doubts in their eyes. Only Su Junpo, the young scientist, was still sitting quietly in his seat, his face expressionless. Xiao Yu once again transformed into his own shadow and walked in with a warm smile on his face. Facing many scientists in the conference room, Xiao Yu said, "Everyone must know that we have made a major breakthrough in related research. So we have to suspend your vacation. I'm sorry for this, but I promise, after the scientific research project ends, I will give everyone a vacation of at least half a year. Master, I'm sorry. I'm not interested in vacation. I just want to know how this problem is solved. You know, this problem has troubled me for several years since I started this research. And I can't even enter with peace of mind. Sleep. So, Master, please come out with the results quickly." A scientist interrupted Xiao Yu's speech and asked directly, "In terms of science, Xiao Yu has always maintained a relaxed and free atmosphere. Of course, Xiao Yu will not care about this scientist's minor offense." Xiao Yu smiled and said, "It seems that everyone can't wait. So here are the relevant formulas and derivation process." Xiao Yu said and said a command. As a result, a large message composed of various letters and symbols appeared on the personal computing terminals of the scientists. Immediately, the conference room became silent, and all the scientists quieted down, watching the message quietly. Even Luca number 3 and number 5 are no exception. The scientists are watching carefully, thinking about the implicit relationships in various data transformations, and experiencing the solutions in this transformation. From time to time, scientists input a large string of data into their personal computing terminals to confirm a certain calculation process in this message. After getting the exact results, they became addicted again. The expressions on the scientists' faces grew increasingly excited. Finally, a scientist read all the data. He turned off his personal computing terminal, closed his eyes, took a long breath, and then sincerely praised. It's so beautiful. So beautiful. The scientific ideas contained in this message are unbearable. I am amazed. Now I just want to know, whose is such a perfect and wonderful scientific thinking? He was not alone in this exclamation. While he was speaking, several other scientists had already finished watching the entire process of the calculation. Among these people were Luca number 3 and number 5. The two scientific authorities looked at each other, and both saw a feeling called shock in each other's eyes. Who is it? Who has solved this problem that has troubled us for several years? Is it you, the master? Many scientists asked this question at the same time. Xiao Yu smiled and shook his head. Unfortunately, this answer was not submitted by me, nor was it told to me by some advanced civilization. This answer was submitted by one of us relying on his outstanding scientific thinking. This scientist is the genius that everyone is familiar with. Su Junpo. Xiao Yu pointed his finger at the unknown Su Junpo sitting in the back row. The scientist's attention then shifted to Su Junpo, who had an indifferent expression. I got inspiration by chance and solved this problem. Seeing everyone's eyes looking at him, Su Junpo shook his head shyly and said, It's just good luck. In science, there are still many things I need to ask you for advice. Congratulations. Luca number 3 stood up, walked in front of him, and said very solemnly, This formula is enough to establish your position as a scientific authority. From now on, you are no longer my student. You are already strong enough to truly stand in front of me. No, you have always been my teacher. In the past, now and in the future. Su Junpo also replied very seriously. Master number 3 has brought a good student. Senya number 5 said with great envy. Okay. Xiao Yu waved his hand and continued. We have solved the biggest obstacle. But there are still many small difficulties next. I believe everyone can solve them. Let's not congratulate now. Let's celebrate after we actually create an instrument that can allow a planet to enter curvature navigation. A group of scientists came to their workplaces one after another and began their busy work again. But Xiao Yu sighed slightly in his heart. He is honest, simple, humble, and knows how to repay kindness. He is also a talented scientist with unparalleled potential. Why did such a talent have such a name? If this name didn't so many stories, that would be great. Xiao Yu felt very sorry in his heart. Xiao Yu didn't know whether the so-called rebellion would happen. But to be on the safe side, Xiao Yu could only do this and be extremely wary of Su Junpo. Chapter 556 Planetary Curvature Navigation. Su Junpo's body has always been shrouded in a layer of fog. Xiao Yu is monitoring him all the time. From the moment he was born until now, Xiao Yu knows every piece of information about him. Xiao Yu even dared to say that he knew Su Junpo better than himself. Xiao Yu watched him grow up, watched him go to school, watched him fall in love, watched him break up, watched him mature, and watched him start working. Su Junpo cannot be regarded as a good person in the usual sense. But he can't be considered a simple bad guy. While he has good qualities such as humility, simplicity, and sincerity, he also has bad qualities such as narrow-mindedness and vindictiveness. But people are so complex. And this is what makes a real person. This time, after Su Junpo solved this big problem, Xiao Yu found that in terms of feelings, he no longer disliked this young man very much. He really is a genius. Isn't he? Moreover, during these hundreds of years of strict surveillance, Xiao Yu did not find anything unusual about him. Such a person, if not for his name, Xiao Yu would have given him better treatment. Let's see after a while. Xiao Yu shook his head and sighed. In the battle between emotion and reason, reason ultimately prevails. Reason told Xiao Yu that he could not completely trust this young man named Su Junpo until the matter was completely clear. Xiao Yu and a group of scientists once again devoted themselves to busy scientific research work. The biggest obstacle has been solved. So it is easy to understand that there will be rapid progress next. Xiaoyu knew that he had slightly opened the door to the 6th level civilization. He is getting closer and closer to level 6 civilization. Under this situation, the planet that Xiaoyu transported to a distant place suffered a lot of ravages. There are a large number of robots working on it at all times. And the deepest operating range even reaches a depth of 1,000 kilometers underground. A large number of instruments were transported, and a large number of construction tasks were carried out at the same time. Among these construction tasks, there were energy supply modules responsible for the planetary shield, space weapons responsible for attacks, negative matter cannons, gravity bombs, light weapons, and other related bases. The module responsible for the power system is under development and has not yet been fully completed. There are even a large number of mineral bases on this planet. There are systems related to spacecraft manufacturing, as well as specialized residential areas. Xiaoyu plans to build this planet into a comprehensive planetary battlestar integrating various functions. Think about it. When the supplies are exhausted, they can be replenished directly on this planet. If the spaceship is damaged, it can be repaired here. Even if the spacecraft is destroyed, a new spacecraft can be built directly here. A large number of intelligent creatures can also live directly on this planet. The most important thing is that the planet itself is a very powerful weapon. After combining the 4-level protective cover and space weapons, Xiaoyu does not think that any 5th-level civilization can break through his defense. In addition to planet Battlestar-related research, there have also been significant developments in new computer technologies. With the technological additions of the Pegasus civilization and the Predator civilization, Xiaoyu was greatly inspired and prepared to start developing a semi-quantum and semi-ray type computer. This kind of computer has many advantages compared with the computer used by Xiaoyu now. The most important point is, according to Xiaoyu's prediction, if the new computer is successfully developed, he will gain at least a 100-fold increase in computing power. This is computer technology. In addition, there are other aspects, such as materials technology, life technology, etc. The entire Shinzhou civilization showed a thriving trend. Under this situation, 30 years passed quickly. Research on gravity and curvature navigation has finally yielded fruitful results. And it's finally time for the planet Battlestar to make its first trial voyage. With Su Junpo's formula as the basis, various derivative formulas and deformation formulas sprung up like mushrooms after a rain. And a new door was opened. With the help of this large number of formulas, scientists spent 30 years in the laboratory to develop a curvature navigation instrument that is not affected by strong gravity to a certain extent and can act on a very large range. Also completed research on energy supply, efficiency improvement, material structure and other aspects, and finally moved this instrument out of the laboratory, which means that this instrument has truly entered the practical stage. At this moment, this instrument has been installed on this planet. The final acceptance phase has arrived. Don't be nervous. We have conducted tens of thousands of relevant experiments to ensure that everything is foolproof before applying it to this planet. We cannot fail. One scientist comforted another scientist. Yes, we have even conducted experiments on an asteroid with a mass of 1 megaton. And the results were successful. This has fully proved that we are heading in the right direction. This time the experiment. There's no way it could fail. Well, I'm not worried that our experiment will fail, the comforted scientist said inexplicably. I'm just a little nervous. Okay. Actually, I'm a little nervous too. Well, although I can ensure that the energy supply module I am responsible for is foolproof, I am still a little worried that the energy supply module will malfunction during actual operation. It doesn't matter. The instruments installed on this planet have been personally inspected by the owner. The owner cannot make mistakes. Don't worry. There will be no mistakes. Amidst everyone's discussions, Xiaoyu gave the final order to start. Immediately, hundreds of thousands of curvature engines installed on the planet started at the same time. Huge energy flow poured into these engines along the lines, and a series of indescribable changes occurred inside them. As they worked, the entire planet began to blur. This is an obvious phenomenon of space being distorted. Before the live broadcast room, many scientists were anxious. The scientists looked straight at the three-dimensional animation image and refused to take their eyes away. The planet became increasingly blurry. And as the blur deepened, the planet began to move and was rapidly accelerating. But the instruments Xiaoyu installed on the planet did not detect the generation of any inertia. For example, phenomena such as damage to the Earth's crust, volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, seawater intrusion, etc. caused by the use of planetary engines to promote planetary motion have not occurred. The planet is still very quiet. The reason for this phenomenon is that curvature navigation is the movement of space rather than the movement of the object itself. So there is naturally no inertia. In fact, the most important feature that distinguishes curvature navigation from conventional navigation is whether there is inertia generated during the acceleration process. The first step of the test has been successful, Xiaoyu announced. The planet has truly entered the curvature navigation. However, the curvature navigation at this moment has not exceeded the speed of light. It must exceed the speed of light to be considered a complete success. The planet is moving faster and faster. Its speed is increasing rapidly, and it finally reaches a critical point. 0.99 times the speed of light. When this data was shown, many scientists even forgot to breathe, because, in the next moment, the answer will be revealed. Only Su Junpo still maintained that indifferent expression. Similarly, Xiaoyu didn't react much, because Xiaoyu is confident that the instrument created by so many outstanding scientists under his leadership will definitely succeed. I just don't know where Su Junpo's confidence comes from. Why is he so calm? Xiaoyu thought about this question for a while, and then heard cheers from the hall. 1.0 times the speed of light. Exceeding the speed of light. We succeeded? We succeeded? I've said it before. There will be no problem. We will definitely succeed. Look, the speed is still increasing. Now it has increased to 1.1 to 3 times the speed of light. Before these scientists started cheering, Xiaoyu received the relevant data. Every instrument installed on this planet is under Xiaoyu's direct control. Xiaoyu smiled and said with some emotion, "It finally succeeded." The number representing the planet's forward speed at this moment continued to increase, and finally stopped at the number 3.3. This means that at this moment, this planet, a planet with a mass of 8.64 * 10 carat 24 kilograms, is moving at more than 3 times the speed of light. You know, the mass of this planet is almost 1.5 times that of the Earth. With our current technology, the speed of this planet is already a little more than 3 times the limit. But it doesn't matter. We have made a breakthrough in the most critical part. I believe that in future research, this number can be increased to 30 times, or even 40 times, or 50 times the speed of light, Xiaoyu said with a smile. I have absolute confidence in this. All the scientists cheered at the same time. Just when the Shenzhou civilization was beaming with joy, in a corner of the galaxy, 2 powerful beings were faintly confronting each other. They all seemed to be panting now, as if they had fought fiercely before. One of these 2 beings has no body at all, and is completely invisible in the universe. Its existence can only be detected through the faint fluctuations in space. The other one is a planet invisible in the visible light band, which is a neutron star. Chapter 557, Fairy in the Painting. The war between these 2 powerful men is undoubtedly very fierce. This can be seen from the broken stars around the battlefield and the ubiquitous stellar dust in space. With these 2 powerful men as the center, there is no complete existence within 30 light-years around. Several of the star systems have become 2-dimensional existences, like paintings painted in this dark universe. And more stars have turned into planetary nebulae, scattered throughout the universe. After a star explodes, a large amount of stellar material is thrown away, forming this kind of planetary nebula. Obviously, in the previous war, these stars were affected and exploded. This piece of cosmic void has completely turned into a cosmic wasteland. The consequences of star explosions are now emerging, and various cosmic rays, with extremely destructive power, are raging here. They are so intense that even spacecraft of level 3 civilizations cannot approach here. Even the spacecraft of a 4th level civilization must be careful here, so as not to be damaged. However, all these harsh environments did not have any impact on the 2 powerful players on the field. Space creatures are constantly changing their bodies, like a painting floating in the wind, while the neutron battle star, which is invisible in the visible light band, is quietly suspended in space without any traces action. It seems that the gravity of the neutron star has been shielded. The interstellar matter surrounding the neutron star has not been affected in any way, and is not being converged towards it due to the strong gravity of the neutron star. Space creatures are very rare, and they have never been interested in disputes between technological civilizations or alien civilizations. So I am very curious about what made you cross the distance of millions of light years and arrive here to embarrass me. In the neutron battle star, a signal wave was transmitted. Then, the space creatures responded immediately. You don't need to know this. I have to admit that you are more powerful than I imagined, but I still have the confidence to defeat you. As long as the neutron battlestar is destroyed, your sweeper civilization will have a strong presence in the galaxy. Under the siege, it was completely extinct. So, today you will leave the neutron battlestar here and become the characters in the painting. After sending this message, the space creature did not stay any longer. Along with a faint space fluctuation, the body of the space creature was like catkins in the wind, floating. But the speed is too fast to react. At this moment, its movement speed reached at least 500 times the speed of light. The neutron battlestar also reacted instantly, but it was still a little slow. The huge body of the space creature unfolded instantly. Like a piece of cloth, it completely wrapped the neutron battlestar. Then, the piece of cloth slowly stretched out, and finally completely flattened out. And during this stretch, the neutron battlestar had disappeared. All this is like magic. As if there is a clever magician. Wrap a basketball with a piece of cloth. Then shake the cloth. Then unfold it. And the basketball disappears. Don't know where it went. No. The basketball didn't actually disappear. It appears on this piece of cloth. It changed from an entity to a two-dimensional existence. This is the scene in the universe at this moment. The neutron battlestar has disappeared, and it appears on the body of the space creature. In the boundless dark universe, there is a faint light curtain. This light curtain has only length and width, but no height. In its center, there is a faint white spot. This white spot is almost perfectly round, emitting a faint light, like an extra patch on a piece of cloth. The neutron battlestar has disappeared. It entered the painting and became a present in the painting. At this moment, time seemed to have condensed and stopped flowing. Near the battlefield, within a range of a few light years to dozens of light years, many powerful beings gathered. Xiao Yu has heard of many of these powerful existences. For example, the spacecraft that is as big as the moon and exudes holy brilliance is the glorious flagship of the Guardian civilization. There is also another spacecraft that is also as big as the moon. It is the Meson spacecraft of Taihao technology. In addition to this, in addition to the two spaceships, there are several extremely large alien beasts, and several ghost-like ethereal things, slowly floating in the universe. Do you want to take action? The alien beast Taihao was a little eager to try at this moment. The neutron war star has been swallowed into the body by the space creature and turned into a two-dimensional existence. If we take action now, everyone will rush forward. We have a good chance of destroying the neutron battle star. Wait a moment. Technology Taihao responded immediately, stopping Taihao, who was a little eager to try. There is an irresistible and unusually majestic atmosphere in the tone of technique Taihao, and there are many flavors of wisdom flowing in it. When an object falls from 3 dimensions to 2 dimensions, it will release huge energy. And now, although this neutron war star seems to have become two-dimensional, no energy is released. The most important point is that two-dimensional objects are completely visible to three-dimensional objects. We are in a three-dimensional world, but it is impossible to observe the internal structure of the neutron battle star. There is something weird here, and we cannot act rashly. We should wait for a while, and wait until the battle situation becomes clear. Okay, the alien beast Taihao said angrily. At this moment, I don't know how many powerful beings have gathered near the battlefield, and I don't know how many undercurrents are flowing turbulently in it. But no matter how strong the storm outside is, it can never affect the core of the battlefield. The space creature seems to have lost its life. Its body seems to have been blown by the wind, and it has been floating in the void. The white circular light spot has always existed on its body. It's like an exquisite painting. The painting is still and beautiful, but everyone present knows that behind this stillness and beauty, there are countless sinister undercurrents. Time passed like this little by little. 100 years have passed. 200 years have passed. 300 years have passed. 300 years is not worth mentioning on a cosmic scale, or for these powerful beings. They are also very patient. This painting has been floating in the void of the universe for 300 years, and they have been waiting around for 300 years. More than 300 years have finally passed. The painting suddenly moved. It no longer floated in the void. It suddenly stretched out and stood still in the void. In the void, a strange atmosphere began to spread. What this situation means is very clear to the powerful beings around. The final results are coming out. Tech Taihao felt a little nervous at this moment. Regarding the arrival of space creatures, the Taihao Alliance, the alien beasts, or the Guardian civilization all have a happy attitude. For countless years, under the oppression of the Sweeper civilization, they can only survive. It is not that they have not resisted, but any careful plan Any plan that they think is foolproof will be crushed by the neutron war star. Next, they were crushed like ants. Just like the last time, the semi-four-dimensional Taihao arrived in the Milky Way. And then the Guardian civilization took the lead. Many powerful beings in the Milky Way participated in that war. During that war, the Taihao Alliance did not take action. But the three alien beasts kept wandering around. Although they did not take action directly, they formed a great restraint on the neutron battle star. In the face of such a powerful force, neutron battle star still did not fail. After breaking out of the semi-fourth-dimensional Taihao's body, it was like a rolling torrent, destroying everything in front of it. The three alien beasts immediately fled. The Guardian civilization fled, and the powerful alliance collapsed instantly. From that time on, the Guardian civilization made up its mind that it would never take the initiative to attack the neutron battlestar again until the situation became clear. The Taihao Alliance is undoubtedly smarter than the Guardian civilization. In fact, when the semi-fourth-dimensional Taihao arrived last time, the Taihao Alliance did not participate at all. If you don't participate, you will avoid losses. But this time the situation is really great. The space creatures from the Andromeda galaxy have become so powerful that even the Taihao Alliance cannot resist the temptation this time. The final moment has come, and the final result is about to appear. The space creature's body has been completely stretched out, and its two-dimensional body has become very smooth. In the center of its body, the white light spot representing the neutron battlestar is getting brighter and brighter. In fact, the white light spots, which were originally just two-dimensional structures, gradually became a little convex and took on a three-dimensional structure. This scene is very strange. It's like a character in a painting trying his best to break away from the shackles of the canvas and come to the real world. The space creature was completely motionless. It was still suspended quietly in the void, but the tense and suffocating atmosphere was still spreading. When this atmosphere reached a limit, it was like the gate of time had been reopened halfway. Suddenly, everything that was still was moving. The white light spot finally broke free from the shackles of the canvas and jumped suddenly. Come out. It regained its three-dimensional structure and once again returned to the invisible state in the visible light band. However, a suffocating and overwhelming aura began to spread in the void. It is like a king who looks proudly from all directions, proudly watching all the powerful beings around him. Chapter 558, Alien Beasts of the Tree Tribe. The crocodile alien beast is a great threat to me. Of course, you are also a threat to me. So, I don't mind telling you the specific location of the crocodile alien beast. Let me tell you clearly that my purpose is to let you two powerful beings will both suffer losses. So, after you are injured now, if you still have the confidence to defeat the crocodile beast, you might as well go to this coordinate to look for the crocodile beast. I know it has been recuperating here. After the battle in the capital galaxy of the Pegasus civilization, the alien beasts of the tree tribe and the accompanying ghost tribe got together again for some unknown reason. The body of the tree tribe beast is still huge, but it is still much smaller than its size in its heyday. It curled up quietly next to a star, seeming to be resting, about hundreds of billions of kilometers away from it. The bodies of the companion ghosts are constantly floating, revealing a strange aura, and it seems that there are many conspiracies flickering in it. The companion ghost clan left the battlefield between space creatures and neutron battle stars more than 100 years ago. Then it spent more than 100 years to find the habitat of the tree clan alien beasts, and told this story to it. The companion ghost tribe knows very well how to cleverly tell them some information to achieve their own goals when faced with beings like the alien beast tribe who are cruel, cunning, but not very intelligent. For example, now, if the companion ghost tribe directly tells the tree tribe alien beast that the crocodile alien beast is at a certain location, the tree tribe alien beast will doubt whether there is any conspiracy and will not dare to go. After all, in the capital galaxy of the Pegasus civilization, it had already been fooled once and suffered a loss. There is no doubt that the companion ghost tribe has a deep understanding of this. So the companion ghost clan said directly, I just want you to lose both sides. If you have confidence, go. If you don't have confidence, just go. After this message, a cold and cruel message was transmitted to the companion ghost tribe's thinking and perception. You don't need to use these words to provoke me. I am no longer interested in crocodile beasts. But I am very interested in you. The tree tribe beast sneered and said, This time, I will see where you run. How dare you come to me if I don't come to you? Humph. The companion ghost snorted coldly, turned around and ran away. Behind it, The huge body of the tree alien beast easily broke free from the gravitational constraints of the star, easily accelerated its speed to more than 100 times the speed of light, and closely pursued the ghost tribe. These two powerful beings launched a long chase in the void of the universe. The chase between the two lasted for nearly a year. The tree tribe beasts finally gave up the pursuit. There should be no conspiracy. This guy may really want us to lose both sides. But the crocodile guy is much more seriously injured than me. If I take down the crocodile, I will get countless benefits, and take down the crocodile monster. After the beast, my remaining strength is still enough to subdue this hateful ghost tribe. Then, let's go. The tree tribe beast thought for a while, decisively changed his direction, quickly walked towards the coordinates mentioned by the accompanying ghost tribe. It is just showing off by hunting down the accompanying ghost tribe. Time passed bit by bit, and nearly 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. While hiding and moving cautiously, the alien beasts of the tree race traveled a distance of several thousand light years. It has finally arrived in this galaxy. Everything in front of him made him secretly frightened, especially those galaxies that fell into the two-dimensional world, which made him even more shocked. Is the crocodile guy at war with some powerful being? It seems like this. This war has been going on for a long time, and the two seem to be evenly matched. Then maybe I can hide and wait for them to both lose. I will come take advantage of this. This is an excellent opportunity. Don't miss it. The tree tribe beast thought secretly and gradually approached the center of the battlefield. What it doesn't know is that its secret whereabouts have long been exposed. 100 light years after it approached this galaxy, its whereabouts had been discovered by those powerful beings, such as the three great Taihao and the Guardian civilization. After these powerful beings discovered that the alien beasts of the tree tribe were approaching, they did not react. Instead, they hid their bodies, spaceships, etc. deeper. Even Taihao, the alien beast who was eager to try, hid his body angrily under the severe reprimand of technology Taihao. All of this is very clear to many beings in the field, and only the tree tribe beasts are still unaware of it. After it approached the center of the battlefield, it saw this amazing scene. There is a piece of paper with only width and length, but no height, floating in the void. In the center of this piece of paper, there is a dim white light spot, but the brightness of this white light spot was increasing rapidly. Finally, in the somewhat surprised eyes of the tree tribe beast, this white light spot suddenly jumped out from the piece of paper. At the same time, a huge and murderous aura swept over, making the tree tribe beasts secretly feel frightened. But it was only for a moment. The next moment, the panic turned into fear, because it finally knows what it is. Neutron Battlestar. This is Neutron Battlestar. It turns out to be Neutron Battlestar. This is the Sweeper civilization. The damn ghost tribe. It deceived me again. I actually fell into its trap again. Tree the alien beast screamed, turned around and ran away. Its actions and reactions were quick enough, but it was still a little late. Just as it reacted, a wave of indifferent and chilling information had already spread out into the void of the universe, with the Neutron Battlestar as its core. All beings on the battlefield or on the edge of the battlefield received this message. I have stayed in the body of a space creature for 300 years. I have been waiting for 300 years. But you are still unwilling to take action. You are so patient. I have spent 300 years laying traps with the help of space creatures, hoping to lure you into action and catch you all in one fell swoop. However, you seem to have learned wisely and have not been fooled. This has wasted all the hard work of our Sweeper civilization. In this case, space creature, you have no value in survival. You have crossed a distance of millions of light years and come to the Milky Way. But unfortunately, your purpose cannot be achieved. You are just seeking your own death. In the midst of these information fluctuations, without realizing it, the body of the space creature, which presented a perfect two-dimensional space, was like a piece of glass with some tiny cracks. At the intersection of these cracks and normal three-dimensional space, some mysterious reactions are constantly taking place. It seems that the three-dimensional world is eroding its body. Outside the crack, the rest of its body was trembling slightly. As its body trembled, inexplicable spatial fluctuations were continuously transmitted. Our Sweeper civilization has made certain achievements in four-dimensional technology, but it is still lacking in two-dimensional technology. If we can destroy you, with the help of your corpse, our scientists will be able to obtain specific information about the two-dimensional aspect. Our technology will undergo a major improvement, and we will be one step closer to the 7th level civilization. For the sake of our civilization, you must die to be able to compete head-on with the neutron battle star. You are proud enough. Now, it is time for you to rest. The neutron battle star began to accelerate, and its speed increased very quickly. In almost just a moment, the neutron battle star rushed in front of the space creature. At this time, the space creatures finally responded. It screamed, and similarly, this sound wave was transmitted to the receiving instruments of the powerful beings present through space fluctuations. This sound was filled with anger and fear. At this moment, it, which had been full of confidence before, finally realized the terror of the neutron battle star and the sweeper, and finally realized how wrong it had been in its previous estimate of the neutron battle star's strength. It had reacted, but it seemed it was too late to escape. But for some reason, the tree beast that had just reacted and started to escape stopped at this time. At the next moment, the huge body of the tree tribe beast actually started to retreat, accompanied by the extremely frightened thought fluctuations of the tree tribe beast. At that critical moment, for some reason, its body came between the neutron battle star and the space creature, blocking the neutron battle star. The neutron battle star was silent, but the space around it was constantly fluctuating violently. Along with these violent fluctuations, the position of the neutron battle star is changing rapidly, and it is constantly approaching the position of the space creatures. But now, the huge body of the tree tribe beast has blocked it. So at the next moment, the neutron war star came into contact with the huge body of the tree alien beast, along with the frightened roar of the tree alien beasts. A large amount of alien beasts' flesh and blood splashed out like water splashes, among the endless limbs splashing out like raindrops. The tree alien beasts finally regained their control over themselves, taking control of the body. It roared wildly, and the powerful message fluctuations almost shattered the few remaining asteroids around it. After this roar, the tree beasts were like wind-up toys and disappeared almost instantly. After the tree tribe beasts escaped, the space creatures also disappeared, and they didn't know where they went. Among the flesh and blood of the alien beasts splashing everywhere, the neutron war star was like a king dominating the world, floating quietly there. At this time, those powerful beings who were peeping in secret also quietly retreated, not knowing where they went. Chapter 559, Earth. The alien beasts of the tree race fled. The space creatures fled, and all the powerful forces onlookers fled together. This war once again ended with the victory of the neutron battle star. With its unparalleled strength, the neutron battle star once again declared its status as the absolute king in the galaxy. The Guardian civilization tried to challenge this position, but failed. Half-fourth-dimensional Taihao tried to challenge it, but also failed. This two-dimensional creature from an extragalactic galaxy tried to challenge, but ultimately failed. In fact, if the alien tree beast hadn't happened to be close, and the two-dimensional creature had used tricks to control it and block it in front of him, and withstand the impact of the neutron battle star on his behalf, it would have been dead now. At this moment, it finally realized how huge the gap between itself and the neutron battle star was. When resisting my attack, you can also use this to set up a trap, trying to catch all the powerful beings in the galaxy. It turns out that I didn't trap it for 300 years, but it deliberately stayed in my body. 300 years is too scary. Really too scary. Many thoughts are constantly flashing through the space creature's minds. It is now seriously injured, but not dead yet. There is no doubt that the most important thing for it now is to rest and recuperate. So it mustered up the last remaining strength, accelerated its forward speed again, and penetrated into the dark depths of the universe, hiding somewhere unknown. At this time, Xiaoyu, who had been hiding in the star system to develop technology and build spaceships, had already completed many matters in his hands. During hundreds of years of research, Xiaoyu first solved the technical problem of allowing the planet Battlestar to enter curvature navigation, and successfully allowed it to embark on a journey at a speed of 3.1 times the speed of light, solving the most fundamental problem. After the shackles, this number began to expand continuously. It increased from 3.1 times to 6.9 times, then to 13.5 times, and finally settled on the figure of 47 times the speed of light. That's right. The speed of the planet Battlestar is faster than the most maneuverable village-class battleship in Xiaoyu's fleet. This is because Xiaoyu's technology system incorporates the technology tree obtained from the Pegasus civilization. These technologies have once again made a leap in Xiaoyu's technological level. So far, the fastest speed of the spacecraft built by Xiaoyu can reach 58 times the speed of light. Generally, warships built according to standards can travel at a speed 55 times the speed of light. Xiaoyu really felt the progress of this technology. Advances in technology have given these warships greater maneuverability, stronger defense, and stronger attack power. At the same time, Xiaoyu also really felt the obstacles in front of him. If fully entering the 6th level of civilization is compared to lighting up a dark room, then Xiaoyu now owns a flashlight. But the flashlight could only illuminate part of the dark room, and most of the space was still in darkness. But Xiaoyu is no longer confused, because Xiaoyu has found a clear direction forward. If there are no accidents, relying solely on the research of Xiaoyu and the scientists in the Shinjo civilization, Xiaoyu is confident that he will completely enter the category of 6th level civilization within 50,000 years. But Xiaoyu is unwilling to wait for such a long time. Xiaoyu thinks about it in 1,000 years, or 100 years, even entering the 6th level civilization in the next moment. All the unknowns in front of him are tempting Xiaoyu. After learning that Chinemo might be in the Andromeda galaxy, Xiaoyu's heart started to stir again. Xiaoyu misses Chinemo, and Xiaoyu can't wait to see Chinemo next moment. Space creatures once told Xiaoyu that 6th level civilizations also have ways to conduct river level navigation, and even the Guardian civilization has been preparing secretly. Space creatures describe this method. It's very simple and very clever. But no matter what, this method is always based on the technological level of the 6th level civilization. Level 6 civilization. Level 6 civilization. Xiaoyu muttered to himself and launched his huge fleet. He left the galaxy where he had stayed for 500 years and embarked on a journey again. That's right. Xiaoyu has a way to shorten his entry into the 6th level civilization, and that is to plunder or trade. Among the information on the Pegasus civilization, there is information on as many as 20 level 5 civilizations. At this moment, Xiaoyu is heading towards the nearest level 5 civilization galaxy. After 500 years of development, Xiaoyu's fleet has made a qualitative leap. Among them, the biggest change is that Xiaoyu has an extra planet battle star. This planetary war star uses 4 maintenance shields as its main defense force. The 4 maintenance shields are powered by up to 60,000 energy bases installed throughout the planet. These 60,000 energy bases can allow the 4 maintenance shields to generate units. The defensive power within the area is not weaker than the Continental-class spacecraft, and even exceeds it. A multi-layer hybrid shield structure is used as the secondary defense force, and these shields are supported by 78,000 large energy bases. With the combination of the 2 layers of shields, the planetary battle star's defense power per unit area has completely surpassed that of the Continent-class spacecraft. Even the Asia spaceship has to be defeated in front of the planet battle stars. In addition, Xiaoyu also installed more than 300 super-negative matter cannons on the planet battle star. This super-negative matter cannon is more powerful than the Pegasus civilization that Xiaoyu has encountered. In addition, there are nearly 500 space weapons. These weapons constitute the main attack modules of planet battle star. In addition to these, there are countless small or conventional weapons densely arranged on the surface of the planet. 30,000 planetary engines constitute the conventional navigation power module of this planetary battle star, and more than 50,000 curvature engines constitute the curvature navigation module of this planetary battle star. In addition to these most basic configurations, Xiaoyu has also built more than 10,000 large-scale mining bases on this planet, responsible for mining the minerals on this planet. These mining bases can even mine 2,000 kilometers below the surface, which solves the problem of insufficient material supply during interstellar navigation to the greatest extent. Xiaoyu even collected hundreds of billions of tons of various useful materials in this star system, all of which were piled on this planet. After hundreds of years of transformation by Xiaoyu, this planet has completely changed its appearance. If you look down from space, you won't even see much bare ground on the planet's surface. There are various buildings shining with metallic luster everywhere. It is conceivable to what extent Xiaoyu has transformed this planet. In fact, these things are only superficial. Inside this planet, Xiaoyu also underwent large-scale transformation, because a planet is a planet after all, and its own material determines its poor conventional navigation mobility. In order to improve its maneuverability and prevent it from completely disintegrating during regular accelerated navigation, Xiaoyu reinforced all the various stress points inside the planet. The deepest one even penetrated more than 4,000 meters underground. Kilometers. All-round transformation has brought strong combat power to this battle star. In Xiaoyu's war deduction, millions of new warships, led by 3 Asia-level battleships, besieged the planet battle star, but they could not shake the planet battle star. You know, Xiaoyu's battleships are now all updated with the latest technology. This should already be the category of planet-level battleships. Right. It should be regarded as the prototype of planet-level battleships. When I truly enter the category of 6th level civilization, I can build a real planet-level battleship. The planet-level battleship's conventional mobility is too poor, and this cannot be changed, which determines that planetary battleships can only exist in the form of fortresses. In a real battlefield, authentic planetary-class battleships are more powerful. But for my current technological level, and for the level of my enemies, planetary battle stars can still play a great role. I don't believe that any of the 5th level civilizations can resist it. Xiao Yu has absolute confidence in this. It is worth mentioning that during these hundreds of years of recuperation, although the half-ray and half-quantum computer has been successfully developed and has truly entered the application stage, it has brought Xiao Yu more than 100 times more computing power. However, the increase in the number of Xiao Yu's battleship groups is not very large, including the biological core. The total number of battleships only reached about 18 million. The reason why this happened is because the planet Battlestar is too large, has too many instruments on it, and consumes too much computing power. Xiao Yu once made a conversion, and the final data showed that the computing power to control a planetary battlestar was enough to allow Xiao Yu to control a fleet of 7 million spacecraft. It is precisely because the planet battlestars occupy such a huge share of computing power that the total size of Xiao Yu's fleet has not increased much. However, Xiao Yu took another approach to make up for this problem. That is, Xiao Yu built about 10 million battleships and stayed in the synchronous orbit of the planet Battlestar. These reserve battleships are all located inside the planetary shield, so there is no need to worry about being damaged during the war. They do not participate in the war, so they consume only a small amount of Xiao Yu's computing power. When Xiao Yu's offensive troops suffer casualties, Xiao Yu can immediately control these spacecraft to supplement the offensive combat power. In this way, Xiao Yu increased his combat power to the highest level. In fact, if Xiao Yu was not too impatient, Xiao Yu could have built more battleships and stored them. My current strength is enough to crush any 5th level civilization. Having too many battleships is a waste. I don't believe that with my current strength. Any 5th level civilization can resist me. Chapter 560, Empty City. Xiao Yu's strength is now at a peak, and it is not an exaggeration to call him the strongest person under the 6th level civilization. But Xiao Yu knew that there was still a certain gap between him and the 6th level civilization. When this gap is made up, Xiao Yu has truly entered the 6th level civilization. Now Xiao Yu has a way to make up for this gap. That is, continue to obtain the technology of other 5th level civilizations. Xiao Yu has now embarked on the road to obtain technology. Xiao Yu has already chosen his target, which is a galaxy about 3,000 light-years away from the capital galaxy of Pegasus civilization. There is a 5th level civilization that is slightly weaker than the Pegasus civilization. It regards that star system as its capital galaxy and occupies a space of about 100 light-years with it as the center. Well, this direction, if viewed from the Earth, is probably the position of the Sextant constellation. Then, let's call this civilization the Sextant constellation civilization. Xiao Yu is approaching this star system at a speed of 47 times the speed of light. This speed is the fastest speed of planet Battlestar in Earth. By sailing at this speed, Xiao Yu would be able to reach his goal in about 70 years. Some small spacecraft with the most powerful maneuverability have already separated from the large force and set off early at a speed of 55 times the speed of light. These small spacecraft will serve as the messengers or vanguards of the Shinjo civilization, going to this star system to roughly observe the social structure, strength, technological level, etc. of the Sextant civilization. If possible, these small spacecraft will also make preliminary contact with the Sextant civilization, laying the foundation for future comprehensive contact. Because of the existence of planet Battlestars, Xiao Yu's huge fleet never stopped at all along the way. After the supplies are consumed, you can replenish them directly on the planet Battlestar, and there is no need to stop halfway to replenish supplies. In this way, Xiao Yu saved at least 30 years of time. During this time, Xiao Yu continues to transform the Purple Civilization. Under Xiao Yu's education and integration, the newly born generation of Purple civilized people have fully accepted their identity as members of the Shinjo civilization. Under the continuous transformation of life sciences, their thinking organ development, physical fitness, etc. have also begun to improve. Continuous improvement. Xiao Yu estimates that the transformation of the Purple civilization will be fully completed by the time it reaches the capital galaxy of the Sextant civilization. This means that Xiaoyu's population base has increased by more than 100 billion. And the rate of creation of scientists will further accelerate. Everything is developing towards the good side. Under such circumstances, more than 50 years pass by in a flash. Xiaoyu's main fleet is still in curvature navigation. The vanguard has already reached its destination. This is the edge of the Sextant civilization. In order to avoid irritating the Sextant civilization, these vanguard troops did not go too deep into the territory of the Sextant civilization, but showed up on the edge. These small spacecraft cautiously approached the star system on the edge of the Sextant civilization and began to explore the star system. After a cursory inspection, Xiaoyu found no traces of intelligent life activities in this star system. There are 2 planets in this star system, and they have very high mining value. According to common sense, the Sextant civilization should not leave these 2 planets here alone. This is a huge waste. It shouldn't be like this, Xiaoyu thought secretly. The distance here from the Sextant civilization capital galaxy is only about 100 light years. Even if you sail at 30 times the speed of light, it will only take a little more than 3 years to reach it. This distance is quite close. 6. There is no reason for the civilization of the Trimeter to abandon this place. Well, what is this? After further investigation, Xiaoyu finally found traces of artificial transformation on the planet. But unfortunately, Xiaoyu did not find any instruments here. Xiaoyu thought for a while. He controlled the vanguard to leave the star system and continue to move forward. 5 light years ahead lies another star system. But what surprised Xiaoyu was that Xiaoyu did not find any technological creations in this star system. So Xiaoyu gave up here. Continued to approach the capital planet of the Sextant civilization. The deeper he went into the sphere of influence of the Sextant civilization, the stranger things became in Xiaoyu's heart. Because it is too quiet here. It is completely like a virgin land that has not experienced artificial transformation. According to Xiaoyu's inference, a 5th-level civilization cannot tolerate so many resources in order to supply the various huge consumption within its own civilization. Put here but not mind. The vanguard moved forward. But they never encountered the spacecraft of the Sextant civilization. Nor did they encounter a planet with biological existence. Could it be that the information about Pegasus civilization is fake, and they deceived me? Xiaoyu had a little doubt in his heart. But he quickly got rid of it. Because after the vanguard advanced for more than 30 light years, Xiaoyu finally made some discovery. It was a life planet that had obviously been artificially modified. On this planet, there are many wild animals and plants. And there are many buildings that look like they were created by intelligent creatures, such as the tall buildings, tall factories, and various debris floating in the planet's synchronous orbit. But there are no intelligent creatures here. The huge city is deserted. And there are no intelligent creatures in the factories that should be busy. Even the factory buildings are covered with dust. And many places are damaged. Xiaoyu took some measurements, and knew that no one had been here for at least 300 years. Without the existence of intelligent creatures, these buildings have become paradises for various wild animals and plants. Although this place is messy, there are no traces of intentional damage. It seems that there has been no disaster here. The departure of intelligent creatures should be organized and orderly. So it is very strange. What is the reason? They abandoned this place and left in a hurry? Where did they go? There are no instruments still working on this planet. Xiaoyu left some landing robots and several spaceships here, and then controlled the remaining Vanguard spacecraft to move forward. Along the way, Xiaoyu still did not discover any military power of the Sextant civilization or technological creation sailing in space. However, at least 10 more industrial planets and 1 residential planet were discovered. However, these planets are also completely ruined, without any signs of intelligent biological activity. What on earth is going on? Where have the civilized people of the Sextant Sea gone? Xiaoyu thought inexplicably. Xiaoyu tentatively sent a broadcast message to the capital galaxy of the Sextant civilization to express his intention. But Xiaoyu did not receive a response. When Xiaoyu finally arrived at the capital galaxy of the Sextant civilization, and saw the capital planet of this civilization, Xiaoyu finally determined that the Sextant civilization might have really left. The Sextant civilization's escape was obviously fully prepared. They damaged all technological facilities that could not be taken away, as well as various equipment that might store technological information, completely turning the place into ruins. The star in the capital galaxy of the Sextant civilization is a stable yellow dwarf star with a light similar to that of the sun. Under the illumination of this star, the capital planet of the Sextant civilization has beautiful winds and blue skies. The white clouds are blooming above, because they have lost the influence of intelligent creatures. Wild animals and plants have begun to occupy the city again. Standing here, all you can see is pleasant green. The air also presents a comfortable sense of moisture. And the temperature is just right. Not high or low. The slight warm air blowing on your body will definitely be very comfortable. The landing robot stood in front of this dilapidated steel jungle, looking at everything in front of him. And then Xiao Yu felt a great sense of absurdity in his heart. The Sexton civilization just gave up the place where its civilization originated. Gave up a huge territory of nearly 100 light years. And just ran away. Is it because of my Shenzhou civilization? This is too ridiculous. I just wanted to come, let's exchange technology with you. And I don't want to destroy you. Where did they go? Xiao Yu thought secretly, and controlled the vanguard to start exploring within 100 light years near the star system. But unfortunately, because so much time has passed, all traces left by the curvature voyage have disappeared. It's really helpless, Xiao Yu murmured to himself. After confirming that there were really no intelligent creatures existing in the Sexton civilization station, he had no choice but to change the direction of the army, heading towards the direction about 4,000 kilometers away. Travel to another civilization within light years. That direction was probably the direction of Carina above the Earth. So Xiao Yu named this uncontacted civilization the Carina civilization. Just like exploring the Sexton civilized station, Xiao Yu also dispatched the vanguard in advance to explore this place first. But the result disappointed Xiao Yu again. The sphere of influence of the Carina civilization presents the same situation as the sphere of influence of the Sexton civilization. There are also obvious traces of intelligent biological activities. But all planets are empty. Xiao Yu changed direction again, this time going to the Gemini civilization station. But Xiao Yu was disappointed again. So Xiao Yu went to the immortal throne again. And what appeared in front of Xiao Yu was still a ruin. Xiao Yu explored 6 civilized sites, but found 6 ruins. In these places, Xiao Yu found no intelligent creatures still alive. Nor did he find any information storage devices that could determine what happened. Xiao Yu had a bad feeling in his heart. This may be a big move against me. Chapter 561, The Titus Defense. While Xiao Yu was running around, looking for traces of level 5 civilization, in a place far away from here, in a newborn star system with a lot of interstellar dust, there were countless battleships busy shuttle through. Among these battleships, there is a huge battleship that is the most conspicuous. This battleship is surprisingly the flagship of the Pegasus civilization, the Tianma Shinkong spacecraft, which escaped from the capital galaxy of the Pegasus civilization. There are countless spaceships in the entire huge star system, led by this Tianma Shinkong spacecraft, frequently shuttling back and forth, carrying out one mission after another. There are many spaceships here, in addition to those clustered inside the galaxy, which are obviously residential spaceships, as well as large transport ships and industrial ships. There are more than 200 million warships of various types. This is a hopelessly huge number. No level 5 civilization can support so many spaceships. Such a large number of spaceships can consume all the resources on a planet in a short period of time. But there is not only one planet in this star system. In fact, at this time, there are at least 20 planets in this star system. These planets orbit the central star in an orderly manner according to different orbits. Their orbits range from far to near. The nearest planet is only 40 million kilometers away from the star, while the farthest one is several billion kilometers away. According to the theory of planetary evolution, it is impossible for such a huge rocky planet to evolve at such a distance from the star. And the most important point is that this star system is still in its infancy. A large amount of interstellar dust has not had time to aggregate into planets. So according to theory, there shouldn't be so many planets in this star system. That's just one of the weird things. The other weird thing is the orbits of these planets. The orbits of these planets are very weird, because most of them are not on the ecliptic plane of this star system. The most outrageous planet is actually orbiting the north and south poles of this star. This is simply impossible to happen in natural evolution. But it actually happened. Then there is only one explanation left. This scene is man-made. Perhaps what caused this phenomenon was the spacecraft that were constantly traveling through the galaxy. These ships are also weird because they have completely different construction styles. Generally speaking, each civilization has its own unique style. This style will be revealed in various construction tasks, such as the construction of spaceships and bases. It is unlikely that a few civilizations will have 2 styles, just like Xiao Yu. No matter it is the spaceship built by Xiao Yu, whether it is planetary engines or other things, you can find strong shadows of the Earth Age construction style from them. However, there are as many as 20 different styles in this star system, each with strong differences. There are many weird things in this star system, But all kinds of weirdness blend together perfectly and become a whole. Under the command of the Tianma spacecraft, it operates in an orderly manner. Inside the Tianma spacecraft, there was a tall figure standing in front of the porthole of the spaceship, looking at the scenery outside. In a daze. This person is the former leader of the Pegasus civilization. The person who led the entire Pegasus civilization, fought against Xiaoyu for nearly 100 years, and caused huge losses to Xiaoyu. The assistant walked quietly to his side and reported in a low voice. Our deterrent methods have achieved full effect. After destroying the Gemini civilization mothership, the remaining civilizations have fully agreed to form a 5th-level civilization alliance. With our the Pegasus civilization takes the lead and jointly contends with the Shinjo civilization. At the same time, the last civilization, the Sifu civilization, also relocated all the intelligent creatures of their civilization to the Flower of Death galaxy. So far, all the people, all military, and industrial forces of the 20 civilizations have gathered here. The number of warships in our alliance has increased to more than 200 million. Among them, there are more than 70 continent-level flagship spaceships and more than 5,000 national-level spacecraft. Currently, our Pegasus civilization is taking the lead and is in charge of all civilizations. Military forces are trained in coordination and cooperation. Well, also, the Central Academy of Sciences reported that they have fully obtained the detailed scientific and technological data of all 5th-level civilizations. Currently, they have recruited more than 3 million reliable foreign scientific researchers. Is conducting research on technological integration. I believe that the day when the technologies of the 25th-level civilizations are completely integrated will be the day when our Pegasus civilization is promoted to the 6th-level civilization category. I hope Shinjo civilization will give us this time. And I hope Shinjo civilization will find us later. The leader of Pegasus civilization sighed. The assistant asked in confusion, is the Shinjo civilization so scary? You know, at this moment, we have gathered more than 200 million warships here. There are more than 70 continent-class spacecraft alone, with 23 planets. Isn't such a powerful force a match for the Shinjo civilization? The leader said calmly. Before you are promoted to the 6th-level civilization, any accident may happen. Pass on the order and ask all civilizations to strengthen coordination and continue to move planets from outer galaxies. Within 1,000 years, they must move at least 100 planets come here. This time, I will construct these more than 100 planets into the strongest interstellar stronghold. With the cooperation of more than 200 million warships, I will turn the Flower of Death galaxy into the final burial place of the Shinjo civilization. There are more than 30 star systems within 10 light years around the Flower of Death galaxy. These star systems generally have several planets, and the total number is about 160. Nearly half of these planets are gas planets. And it is obvious that there is no way to install planetary engines or relocate gas planets. But giant gas planets generally have many moons, some of which are larger than some smaller planets. Just like in the solar system, Jupiter's satellite, Ganymede, is larger than Mercury. And these huge satellites undoubtedly have value. Therefore, under the leadership of Pegasus civilization, the Level 5 Civilization Alliance started busy work. They dispatched a large number of industrial spaceships to relocate a large number of planets from the surrounding star systems. They did not have the ability to allow a planet to enter curvature navigation, so they adopted conventional navigation, allowing these huge guys to span a distance measured in light years, and relocated them from other galaxies to the Flower of Death galaxy. So far, this project has lasted for nearly 1,000 years. 23 planets have been successfully transported to the Flower of Death galaxy, and different orbits have been arranged for them according to the overall plan of the galaxy defense system. And there are at least 50 planets on the way here, and more than 40 planets are in the stage of installing and building planetary engines. After the construction of the planetary engines is completed, these planets will also be driven by the planetary engines. Below, arrive at the Flower of Death galaxy. Every planet that reaches the Flower of Death galaxy will undergo a larger construction project. The 5th-level Civilization Alliance will install powerful enough weapons on these planets, install planetary shields with strong enough defense, build various mineral bases, resource bases, and build large shipyards on the planet's synchronous orbit. It is foreseeable that when all the relocated planets arrive here and undergo transformation by the Level 5 Civilization Alliance, how tight the defense of this star system will be. More than 120 planetary fortresses, more than 200 million warships, millions of huge interstellar fortresses, and an incalculable number of interstellar mines and interstellar bomb clusters. I want to know. Shinjo civilization. What are you planning to take? Come and break our defenses. The leader of the Pegasus civilization stood in the spacious conference room of the spacecraft, muttering to himself. I know you will definitely come. Relying solely on the technology of our Pegasus civilization is not enough for you to advance to the 6th level civilization. If you want to reach the 6th level civilization, you will definitely need to communicate with other 5th level civilizations, or plunder. So, now that I have gathered all the 5th level civilizations here, how can you resist this temptation? You have to know that our Pegasus civilization has begun the process of technological integration. After the technological integration is completely completed, we will definitely enter the 6th level civilization. Regarding this matter, I still need to thank you. If it weren't for you, Shinjo civilization, the 5th level civilization alliance really cannot be formed. After we enter the 6th level civilization category, the first one we want to exterminate is your Shinjo civilization. If you want to stop us, come and break through the defense of this star system. If you can't stop us, we will exterminate you. The hateful tree beasts destroyed the capital planet of our civilization. Fortunately, some people in our civilization escaped after all. These people must still hate me now. But it doesn't matter. Wait for us after entering the 6th level civilization. You will understand my painstaking efforts. Now, I am very worried about you. I wonder where you have gone. What situation are you in now? I really care about you. Along with boundless thoughts, the eyes of the leader of the Pegasus civilization began to look distant and difficult to comprehend. Chapter 562, Instability versus Supernova. At this moment, Xiaoyu is still in the long process of searching. Xiaoyu does not have a clear idea about where these 5th level civilizations have gone, because these level 5 civilizations left very cleanly. They did not leave any information indicating their whereabouts. Xiaoyu faintly sensed a hint of conspiracy, but was unable to obtain any more information. So Xiaoyu had no choice but to continue searching, hoping to find some clues at the locations of other civilizations. Xiaoyu can only do this in the vast sea of stars and the boundless universe. It is really too easy to hide, and it is really too difficult to find a specific object. After leaving the Boodi Civilization Galaxy Station, Xiaoyu embarked on the road to the Lyra Civilization Station. This is another long voyage, a long journey of more than 4,600 light years. Even at Xiaoyu's speed, it will take almost 100 years to arrive. But this time, the journey was not peaceful. Halfway through the voyage, Xiaoyu encountered an unexpected event. That is, a supernova exploded. This supernova exploded more than 3,000 light years away from Xiaoyu and exploded into pieces, leaving no white dwarf, no neutron star, and no black hole. All its matter was completely thrown into space in this violent explosion, turning into a spreading planetary nebula. This is a very rare cosmic spectacle, an unstable pair of supernova explosions, at a distance of more than 3,000 light years. If it was an ordinary supernova explosion, Xiaoyu could actually ignore it. After all, the distance is too far, and Xiaoyu's current technology has developed to a certain extent. At this distance, resisting the attack of explosive energy is nothing to Xiaoyu. But the unstable supernova explosion is not an ordinary supernova explosion. The energy it released was so intense that the energy it erupted could still have an impact on Xiaoyu's fleet after traveling a distance of more than 3,000 light years. There was no other way. In order to avoid unexpected losses, Xiaoyu had no choice but to temporarily separate the fleet from the curvature space. The planet Battlestar was placed in front, and all the battleships were parked behind the huge body of the Earth. With the help of the Earth's powerful defense, it withstood this disaster. This is the first time I have encountered an unstable supernova since I entered the void of the universe. Such things are really rare. Well, the data observed this time are enough for me to study for a long time. Looking at the bright spot in the distance that suddenly increased in brightness, it was even brighter than the entire Milky Way. Xiaoyu was secretly happy. That's right. Unstable supernova has such a powerful ability. When an unstable supernova occurs, any powerful existence will be eclipsed. Not even a river system can compare with it. Unstable pair supernova is a very extreme supernova explosion phenomenon. It can only occur on huge stars with a mass of 130 to 250 times the mass of the Sun. Xiaoyu has a deep understanding of this type of supernova. According to Xiaoyu's theory, the main reason for this type of supernova explosion occurs. This is because the gamma ray energy at the core of the star is too powerful. and the two powerful gamma ray will collide with the atomic nucleus to produce free electrons and positrons. In this case, the pressure at the core of the huge star will decrease, causing local collapse of the star. Then a massive, rapid, out-of-control nuclear burn. It will blow the entire star away completely. Note that unstable pair supernovae do not leave behind any dense cores such as white dwarfs, neutron stars, or black holes, because the energy of the explosion is too violent. The entire star will be completely blown away in such an explosion, leaving no chance for the formation of these dense stars. This is the biggest difference between it and ordinary supernova explosions. Although Type Ia supernovae do not leave any traces, they occur on white dwarf stars, and their power and scale cannot be compared with unstable pair supernovae. So you can imagine how huge the explosive power of instability on supernovae will be, because instability is too rare for supernovae. Even Xiaoyu has not seen it a few times. While on Earth, Xiaoyu saw two things that were suspected to be the remnants of an unstable supernova explosion. Speaking of actually witnessing the entire explosion process, this was Xiaoyu's first time. It's pitiful. It is estimated that with this unstable supernova as the center, all low-level creatures within a radius of several thousand light-years will be killed. Xiaoyu secretly sighed. If we encountered such a violent event in the Earth's age, if it explodes, all humans on Earth will die, and the ecological environment of the Earth will be completely destroyed. It is really lucky that the Earth can develop into the human era, but it is a pity that the Earth will be destroyed in the end. From this point, we can also see the dangers of the universe, because you never know what kind of crisis you will encounter at the next moment. You must know that the energy of a supernova explosion travels at the speed of light. So when you notice that the star has undergone a supernova explosion, the destructive energy released by it has also arrived at the same time, and you will be killed, instantly die without even having time to react. To prevent this kind of thing in advance, the only way is to use the tachyon detection technology of level 5 civilization to proactively detect these stars. But there are so many stars in the universe. How can a civilization monitor the condition of every star in real time? Even if we can adopt advanced screening methods and only monitor a few stars with the potential to explode. How many level 5 civilizations are there in the Milky Way? Every civilization is a legend, and every civilization has a wonderful story. Xiaoyu sighed. After the most violent explosion energy passed, Xiaoyu continued on his journey. Although unstable versus supernova was exciting, it was not enough to make Xiaoyu stop in his tracks. Xiaoyu do not care much about an unstable supernova explosion, but some entities cannot do it. For example, the former leader of the Pegasus civilization has always remembered those who were before the alien beasts of the tree race destroyed their capital planet. Those Pegasus civilized people who escaped. They were right in front of Xiaoyu, closer to the exploded unstable supernova. So they were affected more strongly. And their technology is not as advanced as Xiaoyu's. The most serious thing is that many of their escaped fleets are not warships, but ordinary civilian, commercial, and industrial spacecraft. The defense capabilities of these spaceships are much worse than those of battleships. Therefore, this sudden and unexpected disaster caused huge losses to them. Nearly half of the spacecraft and people were killed in this disaster, and the remaining half of the spacecraft generally suffered serious damage, with engines burned out, energy reserves depleted, precision components damaged, and countless other incidents. During the period of escape, the people of this Pegasus civilization have produced new leaders and various related institutions. The new government quickly assessed the current damage situation and carried out a series of post-disaster relief measures. But the current situation really makes him unable to be optimistic. I have always believed that any suffering is a test for our civilization. Our civilization will eventually be reborn from the ashes and stand at the pinnacle of the universe. I have never wavered in this belief. But now, my belief has wavered. I'm thinking, why do these series of disasters happen to our civilization? Can we really overcome the difficulties before us? The new leader, who had just finished an impassioned speech and successfully aroused the fighting spirit of the surviving people, became decadent after finishing the speech and returning to his private residence. Looking at the fleet damage report in front of him, he couldn't help but burst into tears. The reality before him was cruel, because the damage suffered was too severe. The fleet has lost the ability to continue its voyage, so the only way at present is to find a nearby planet to station on. However, the Pegasus civilization does not have the power to transform the planet at this moment. The number of people is too small. The number of various mechanical equipment is also too small. And there are gaps in technology. The scarcity of scientists determines that for at least thousands of years, their technology will only go backwards and not forward. Finding a suitable planet for them to live on, or a planet that only needs simple modifications to survive, and then focusing on cultivating future generations, developing education, and increasing the number of scientists as much as possible is their only chance of survival. And stationing nearby means that in order to maintain the survival of the people, their main energy must be on transforming the planet. And education will be delayed. This delay may delay the hope of the entire civilization. This series of blows has pushed the new leader's ambition to the brink of collapse. After crying silently in the empty room for half an hour, he stood up, wiped the tears from his face, straightened his appearance, and walked out of the room. He has returned to the kind of person who has wisdom in hand and cannot be defeated by any difficulty. Before he could tell the assistant who came up to him, he felt a violent shaking, as if an earthquake had occurred on the spacecraft. But he knew that it was impossible for an earthquake to occur on the spacecraft. What happened? Go investigate and report to me immediately, he ordered in a steady voice. Although he was very panicked at the moment, he knew that this emotion could not be shown or seen by anyone. Chapter 563, The Black Hole of Despair. This is a group of interstellar escapees who have endured countless sufferings. Since leaving their capital planet, they have encountered countless difficulties during interstellar travel. Although energy supply is not a problem, the lack of industrial base prevents them from manufacturing a large number of instruments or increasing the number of spacecraft. This means that they can only squeeze into crowded battleships or industrial spaceships. The bleak future puts them under tremendous mental pressure at all times. Among the 10 billion people who are fleeing, there are people who are suffering from it every moment, unable to stop and become insane. This is just the pressure of ordinary people. As the top leader of this group, the pressure the leader has to bear is undoubtedly even greater. He must face everyone with confidence. He must lead his people through one difficulty after another. The people can collapse, be sad, vent, and drink to drown their sorrows. But he cannot. He must be optimistic, strong and fearless. He must lead the remaining tribe to find new hope. But this blow almost caused him to collapse. The already weak heavy industry foundation was completely destroyed by this disaster. Half of the people and spaceships were lost, and most of the remaining spaceships were damaged. The situation has reached its worst point. But he soon learned that a worse situation was waiting for him. After a violent vibration occurred in the spacecraft, he quickly received a report from his subordinate scientists. Leader, I have very bad news to report to you. We are in trouble. We are in big trouble, the current chief scientist said with a gloomy look on his face, a look of pain on his face. The leader had a bad feeling in his heart, but he still maintained a calm expression. He said in a firm, unhurried voice, what happened? A black hole, the chief scientist said in a low voice. The instability caused too much energy for the supernova explosion. So the black hole was affected, changed its orbit, and came next to our fleet. And because of the instability, our observation instruments failed to provide advance warning for the impact of supernovae. This black hole, which has a mass approximately 37 times that of our parent star, came to our fleet without warning. Currently, it has swallowed up 30,000 people. More than 2.5 million people died in the remaining spaceships. After hearing this, the leader felt a little more at ease. More than 30,000 spaceships and more than 25 million people. Although this loss is great, it is not unbearable. However, the chief scientist's next words made the leader's heart sink to the bottom. If that's all, then it doesn't matter. The most important thing. The chief scientist covered his face with his hands. The voice began to choke. Currently, there are about 1 million spacecraft of various types left in our fleet. And now, there are more than 800,000 spacecraft captured by the gravity of this black hole. In the unstable supernova explosion, our spacecraft was severely damaged. Although the conventional propulsion system can still be used, the power is too low and is not enough to break away from the gravitational constraints of the black hole. Although the curvature engine can still barely it's intact. But the gravity near the black hole is too strong. We can't use the curvature engine. The leader only felt that his eyes were going dark. He knew exactly what this meant. The lack of various industrial foundations, the existence of technological gaps, the insufficient number of professionals, and the scarcity of materials make it basically impossible for them to repair the conventional propulsion engine of the spacecraft. And the conventional propulsion engine cannot be repaired. Which means that these spacecraft will not be able to escape the gravitational pull of the black hole. and they will eventually fall into the black hole while orbiting the black hole in circles under the gravitational pull of the black hole. Those spacecraft still have less than 3 days. After 3 days, the tidal gravity of the black hole will fully affect the hull structure of the spacecraft. The spacecraft will be twisted and torn into pieces. All instruments in the spacecraft will be destroyed. All spacecrafts will be destroyed. All the people inside will die, the chief scientist said weakly. The leader looked grim and said nothing. He quickly walked into the large conference room and looked at the scene in the distance through the big screen. Fortunately, the flagship spacecraft we are on has not been greatly affected. There are still some resource spacecraft left, and the scientist group has not suffered much losses. But what about our people? Among the more than 800,000 spacecraft captured by the gravity of the black hole, there are more than 3 billion people. What should they do? What should they do? The leader looked at the scene in front of him and murmured to himself. What appeared before the leader was a very terrifying sight. There was a distorted space with no tangible existence visible. Only the stars in the distance shining there. The leader knows that this is because the gravitational lensing phenomenon caused by the black hole makes the black hole itself invisible. The leader can no longer see the spacecraft captured by the gravity of the black hole. But the communication has not been interrupted for the time being. Through these communications, the flagship spacecraft can clearly locate those spacecraft. As a result, a simulated three-dimensional animated image appeared in front of the leader. The dark mass in the middle represents the black hole, and the scattered light spots around the black hole represent the spaceships. At this moment, these spacecraft have been accelerated to extremely high speeds, and they are rotating crazily around the black hole. But their orbits are not stable. Their orbiting behavior is like mosquito coils. Every time they circle a black hole, they get a little closer to the black hole in the middle. Their speed is getting faster and faster, and they are getting closer and closer to the black hole. And when this distance shortens to a certain extent, the tidal gravity will tear these spacecraft apart. Help me connect the communications of those spaceships, the leader ordered. The communication was quickly connected, and the leader saw the scenes inside the spacecraft. They obviously knew what happened to them and their current situation. Countless people were mourning and crying there, and some people were praying silently, but more people stayed there with ashen faces. The leader's mouth moved a few times, trying to say some words of comfort or encouragement, but nothing came out. At this point, what else could he say? Said we would come to rescue you? Everyone knows that this is impossible. In this case, rescue is meaningless. Rescue will only put the spacecraft that is not captured by the gravity of the black hole into crisis. I don't have the ability to save you. The leader closed his eyes and said silently in his heart. It was like a knife was piercing his heart. He knew what this meant. And he also knew that the Pegasus civilization was over. After losing more than 3 billion people, the entire Pegasus civilization only has less than 200,000 broken spaceships and less than 600 million people left. What can these few people and this small spaceship do? He has foreseen the future situation. Technological gaps will appear on a large scale. Even if a livable planet is found, the technological level of the Pegasus civilization will regress on a large scale. It is hard to say whether it can maintain the technological level of the 4th level civilization. Why? Why do you want us to encounter this kind of hardship? The huge feeling of powerlessness swallowed up the leader's mind, and the leader only felt that his whole body had lost strength. One after another, what happened when he left the capital planet flowed through his mind. Those calls and encouragements kept echoing in his mind. We leave the hope of survival to you, and you must pass on our civilization. No matter what hardships and dangers you encounter, don't give up. Don't give up. We are a member of the Pegasus civilization, and our civilization will eventually leave his name in the universe. I will entrust you with the responsibility of leading the entire civilization. Don't let me down. Before setting off, he still clearly remembered the words of the former leader. But I have no choice. I have no choice. I cannot save our civilization. I have failed to live up to your expectations. Issuing my order, all surviving spaceships should immediately flee this area at maximum power. It is very dangerous here. If we stay here for a while, we will endure a little more danger, the leader said very coldly. But what about the people who are bound by the gravity of the black hole? The chief scientist shouted in horror. We have no ability to rescue them. I cannot allow our surviving people to suffer losses again. Execute my order immediately. Immediately, the leader shouted sharply. In the face of continuous blows, the leader still made the wisest decision. At this moment, he is not just himself. He represents the entire Pegasus civilization. He must stand as a leader and think about the problem comprehensively. The atmosphere suddenly fell to freezing point. All people are engaged in the most cruel inner struggle. At this moment, a guard hurriedly walked up to the leader and reported in a low voice. Leader, our detection system has detected that there is a huge fleet heading in our direction 2 light months away. The sailing speed is 47 times the speed of light. It is expected to meet us in 30 hours. Through preliminary judgment and analysis of the estimated technological level of this fleet, the construction style of the spacecraft, etc., we suspect that this fleet is the fleet of the Shinjo civilization that destroyed our civilization. This fleet has a total of about 18 million battleships and a huge planet that can conduct curvature navigation. Chapter 564, Renewed. Huh? There is a black hole 2 light months ahead? The mass is about 40 times the mass of the Sun, which is considered a medium black hole. Medium black holes are generally rare. In this universe, there are black holes with the level of the Sun and millions, or even more. There are many black holes with a mass of billions of times the Sun, and black holes with a mass of tens to hundreds of times the Sun. This is the first time I have seen them, so I should go and have a look. Xiao Yu, who was sailing in curvature, discovered this thing through the uninterrupted tachyon detection module, and also discovered something weird. The orbit of this black hole is very unstable. Well, this should be affected by the instability of the supernova explosion. Huh? And there are spaceships? There are quite a few. Except for the broken ones, which are obviously damaged. And there are about 1 million spaceships. Which unlucky civilization is this that actually encountered a black hole? Xiao Yu sighed secretly in his heart, because Xiao Yu saw that among the million spacecraft, at least 800,000 spacecraft were captured by the gravity of the black hole. With Xiao Yu's technological level, Xiao Yu easily calculated that in about 3 days, those spacecraft would be damaged by the tidal gravity of the black hole. Let's go and take a look. Maybe we can get some relevant information from this fleet about where the 5th level civilizations have gone. Xiao Yu gave up the decision to take a detour to avoid the black hole and continued to move forward. Go! Xiao Yu continued to observe those spacecraft. After a while, Xiao Yu discovered something else. These spaceships seem a bit familiar with this architectural style. How come they are so similar to the Pegasus civilization? Maybe this is the escaped fleet of the Pegasus civilization. But the Tianma Shinkong spacecraft is not here. Could it be that it has been captured by a black hole? Destroyed? Xiao Yu thought secretly. The Pegasus civilization's understanding of other level 5 civilizations is not comparable to mine. I should be able to get some relevant information from them. Xiao Yu felt a strong interest in his heart. This fleet of the Pegasus civilization was obviously a fleeing fleet, and it was seriously damaged. Even if they are not damaged, a mere 1 million battleships cannot be Xiao Yu's opponent now. To know. Now Xiao Yu, after experiencing another great development of science and technology, his strength is no longer what it used to be. Xiao Yu has no ill intentions towards these spaceships. After acquiring all the technology of the Pegasus civilization, the Pegasus civilization is completely worthless to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu will naturally not pay attention to things that are worthless. In fact, if these spacecraft encounter some kind of disaster, Xiao Yu doesn't mind lending a helping hand within a certain limit. After getting rid of the entanglement of interests, it doesn't matter if you occasionally get emotional. Be extremely rational when facing conflicts of interest. It will not give even an inch and will destroy tens of billions of people without even frowning. When there is no conflict of interests, occasionally showing kindness and helping the weak is Xiao Yu. And at the same time, among the Pegasus civilization's fleeing fleet, a new round of panic is brewing. The effects of instability on supernova events have not yet passed. They encountered this black hole. Before they could completely escape the black hole's influence, they saw their former enemy approaching quickly. Isn't there any good news? The leader groaned in his heart, but his expression did not change. Order all fleets to accelerate immediately and escape to the nearby star system at full speed. It is too empty here and is not suitable for us to hide. We must hide in that star system immediately. The leader issued his order very quickly, but even he himself was skeptical about this order. The empty universe is not conducive to hiding. But is it conducive to hiding in a star system? In the other party's all-round search, no matter where they are hidden, it is useless. As long as the other party wants to find them, they can definitely find them. The most important point is that the opponent's fleet is traveling in a straight line, heading straight towards where you are, which means that the opponent's target is probably you. In this case, what is the use of hiding? But regardless of whether it is useful or not, Leaders must do this. As a result, these 200,000 remaining Pegasus civilization escape ships began to flee towards a nearby star system in a panic. There are still many shipwrecks floating around in the same place, and more than 800,000 spaceships captured by the black hole's gravity are still spinning helplessly. Even on the way to escape, there are still shipwrecks falling down. In space, a very obvious material belt was formed. Under this situation, Xiaoyu did not even need to use other detection instruments, but relied only on optical equipment to follow this material belt and find all the hidden escaped spaceships of the Pegasus civilization. For the Pegasus civilization, this is the worst situation. The situation has gotten as bad as it can get worse, and destruction is just around the corner. Perhaps, after today, the name Pegasus civilization will become history, lost in the dust of history, and will never be discovered. Senior, I'm sorry. I failed to fulfill your expectations. The important task you entrusted to me, under my leadership, the Pegasus civilization ushered in not a new life, but a complete destruction. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The leader's expression was serious, and there was no wave on his face. But there was a turmoil in his heart. At this time, everyone remained silent, and no one spoke. Before everyone has fully accepted the last blow, a new and more serious disaster has arrived. They have been in confrontation with the Shinjo civilization for nearly 100 years, and destroyed nearly half of the armed forces of the Shinjo civilization. What kind of deep hatred is this? No one thinks that the Shinjo civilization will let them go. Where is the hope? The leader thought feebly. The news had spread by now, immediately causing panic among the people. Despair is spreading, and the people have become completely numb under these blows again and again. Time passed little by little, and in the distance, the huge fleet belonging to the Shinjo civilization finally came into sight. The leader watched them break away from the warp sail, and then slowly approach the ruins left by his fleet. The leader saw the densely packed and huge group of battleships, the huge planet, and at least 10 continent-class spacecraft. With such power, even in the heyday of our civilization, it is impossible to withstand them for more than a year. Right. 47 times the speed of light. Planet battle stars. Is this still the power that a 5th-level civilization can possess? They should be analyzing the ruins now. They can find us soon. Well, they have discovered the spacecraft captured by the gravity of the black hole. They have discovered us. In this universe, nothing happens by chance or accident. The last hope in the leader's heart was shattered. The Shinjo civilization has discovered itself, so it will only be destroyed. The leader watched as the spacecraft belonging to the Shinjo civilization slowly approached the black hole and slowly approached the captured spacecraft. Through the communication channel, the leader clearly saw the people inside the spacecraft running away and crying loudly. Don't cry. Don't be sad. Even if our Pegasus civilization dies, we must die with dignity. Don't worry. We will be like you soon. We are not alone on the road to death. The leader slowly said. The spacecraft of the Shinjo civilization are still approaching. The powerful maneuverability of the Shinjo civilization spacecraft was able to withstand the strong gravity of the black hole at this distance and maintain its own stability. Then, an astonishing picture appeared. The leader was very shocked to see that at this time, the spacecraft of the Shinjo civilization did not attack his own spacecraft. After the Shinjo civilization spacecraft approached, a large amount of traction equipment was released, and then robots fixed the traction equipment on these broken spacecrafts, connecting the two spacecrafts together. Then the Shinjo civilization spacecraft began to tow the spacecraft behind it, and began to slowly accelerate. The acceleration should not be too fast, because if the acceleration is too fast, the broken spacecraft behind will not be able to withstand it, and will be directly destroyed. The spacecraft of the Shinjo civilization did not directly pull these spacecraft out of the gravitational range of the black hole, because the gravitational pull of the black hole is too strong after all. It is impossible to pull it away directly. Just like pushing a planet out of the shackles of a star. The planet must be continuously accelerated in its orbit, and can only leave after reaching the escape velocity. The principles are the same. During this slow acceleration, the tendency of our own spacecraft to fall into the black hole was stopped. Their speed is getting faster and faster, and their speed is gradually approaching escape velocity. After crossing the black hole's event horizon, the black hole's escape velocity exceeds the speed of light, and no object can escape from the black hole. But now, these Pegasus civilization spacecraft are still outside the black hole's event horizon boundary, which means that the escape velocity here is still below the speed of light. as long as the speed of light is not exceeded. It is possible to save it. Finally, under the tug of the Shinjo civilization spacecraft, these spacecraft reached escape velocity, successfully broke away from the gravitational constraints of the black hole, and came to the safe space next to it. This is only the first spacecraft to be rescued. After this spacecraft, there will be a second and third one. Seeing these own spaceships that had escaped danger and regained a new lease of life, the leader felt sour in his heart and couldn't stop the tears from flowing out. Chapter 565 Promise. In fact, deep down in his heart, Xiaoyu has no hatred for the Pegasus civilization. Instead, he has some admiration for the Pegasus civilization. He admires them for persisting for such a long time despite his crazy offensive. Now, Xiaoyu and the Pegasus civilization have no interest disputes. So Xiaoyu doesn't mind helping the Pegasus civilization. Of course, if the Pegasus civilization doesn't know what to do and dares to attack Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu won't mind crushing all the broken spaceships in front of him like ants. The entire rescue operation lasted for about 2 days. Xiaoyu rescued about 790,000 Pegasus civilization spacecraft. The remaining thousands of spacecraft were too damaged to be towed, or the people inside the spacecraft were unable to tow them. There was no rescue value if they were all dead. So Xiaoyu did not waste time on those spaceships. All the rescued Pegasus civilization spacecraft stopped in the designated area and stayed there honestly. And Xiaoyu ignored them. The 200,000 surviving spacecraft of the Pegasus civilization are quietly hiding in the nearby star system, quietly watching the actions here. They saw the Shinjo civilization spacecraft risking falling into a black hole and using traction equipment to rescue their own spacecraft. The spacecraft was seriously damaged and had caused danger to the people living inside the spacecraft. The Shinjo civilization also sent robots to repair the spacecraft. After some research, the spaceships that were in short supply were also replenished by the Shinjo civilization. During this period of time, the leaders of the Pegasus civilization and the rest of the people had their impressions of the Shinjo civilization. There was a slight change. Many people, including leaders, have begun to ask themselves a question. Is the Shinjo civilization really a cruel and barbaric destroyer of the universe, as the previous leader propagated, who only enjoys killing and destroying? Unknowingly, the entire rescue activity was over. Then, the surviving spacecraft of the Pegasus civilization hidden here received a message from the Shinjo civilization. Are you still hiding there? Come out. I will tell you there is no malicious intent. If I had any malicious intent, you would have died long ago. Things have come to this. What will happen next is no longer controllable by the Pegasus civilization. In desperation, the leader of the Pegasus civilization issued his own order and led the more than 200,000 spacecraft to leave the star system and come to the Shinjo civilization. The densely packed spaceships and huge planetary battle stars. These armed forces gave the leaders of the Pegasus civilization a feeling of wanting to look up to them. The power of the Shinjo civilization is much stronger than during the war. How did the Shinjo civilization do it? Could it be that in just a few hundred years, they could complete the entire process from digesting technology to applying technology? The Pegasus civilization leader was shocked again. Looking at the existence in front of me that was once an enemy. Looking at the existence in front of him that once destroyed his own civilization. The leader of the Pegasus civilization didn't know how he felt. After a moment of silence, the Pegasus civilization leader said, "Thank you for saving our people. You don't have to thank me. I saved you because I just wanted to make a deal with you." Xiaoyu replied, "I can help you repair the spaceship. Moreover, it seems that you have lost all the original technological system of your Pegasus civilization. Is it almost done? Well, I can give you the scientific and technological information belonging to your Pegasus civilization." "Then what do you want to get?" the leader replied. "We have nothing now. We only have a few broken spaceships. You must not be interested in these. We only have less than 8 billion people left. It is impossible for us to use our people as a bargaining chip in exchange. Regarding our technology, you have even more perfect control than we have. So, what do you want to gain? Do you know where the Seafuse civilization, the Gemini civilization, the Carina civilization, the Sextant civilization, and other 5-level civilizations have gone now? I want to know the answer to this question," Xiaoyu said. The leader breathed a sigh of relief, but still did not dare to let down his vigilance. After thinking about the vocabulary for a while, the leader replied, "I am happy to tell you the answer to this question. Those 5th-level civilizations are not just the ones you mentioned. In fact, except for the former leader of our Pegasus civilization, In addition to the defecting fleet, a total of 19 other Level 5 civilizations participated in this operation. A total of 20 Level 5 civilizations have all gathered in the Flower of Death galaxy, where they are waiting for your arrival. 20 Level 5 civilizations. This word shocked Xiaoyu. What is the concept of 20 Level 5 civilizations? This means hundreds of millions of warships and trillions of people. Unless it is a Level 6 civilization, no one can resist such a huge force. Xiaoyu began to think quickly about the meaning of this message. He sent the message to the leader of the Pegasus civilization, but still maintained a calm tone. I understand. That's good. The transaction is completed, and I will help you repair it. Spaceship. Improve your technology, and replenish your supplies. But I am very curious. What do you mean by the defecting fleet? Also, where did your Tianma Shinkong spacecraft go? The fleet led by the former leader of our Pegasus civilization is what I call the defected fleet. The leader said in a bitter tone. At the most critical moment of the battle with your Shinjo civilization, the former leader led the flagship of our civilization. Flying wildly, the spaceship defected to the Flower of Death galaxy, and then began to organize a grand alliance of 25th level civilizations in an attempt to fight against your Shinjo civilization. What about you? Xiaoyu asked. What happened to you? When I left your galaxy, I did not destroy the ecological environment of your planet, nor did I deliberately kill your population. You can totally be there, survive well. Why do you have to flee and end up like this? The leader sighed and told Xiaoyu the entire incident. Alien beast from the tree race, death draws, great escapes, planet destruction, and a series of other events. Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat after hearing the leader of the Pegasus civilization say that before the tree race alien beast was hit. He once said, I came here just to find the Shinjo civilization, one of the 3 major alien beasts. The tree alien beast. Why did it come to me? Xiaoyu had some doubts in his heart. Xiaoyu didn't think that the tree tribe beasts would be messengers of peace, coming to make friends with him. Moreover, Xiaoyu was keenly aware of some doubts in this matter, such as what the leader of the Pegasus civilization said about the unknown existence that had been following the alien beasts of the tree tribe, and the sudden disappearance of the alien beasts from the tree tribe. Stayed for 2 hours. A companion ghost clan? A name appeared in Xiaoyu's mind. Xiaoyu understood everything. Xiaoyu knew that this was his companion ghost clan, who had quietly resolved a hidden crisis for him. At the same time, Xiaoyu also learned that not only the alien beasts of the tree tribe, but also the Pegasus civilization were deceived by the companion ghost tribe. The Pegasus civilization has fallen into this miserable situation, and it has something to do with him. Well, so that's it. So, you are another fleeing fleet, and there is no connection between you and the Tianma Shinkong spacecraft? Yes. The leader of Pegasus civilization replied. We are the orthodoxy of Pegasus civilization. We do not recognize the legal qualifications of Tianma Shinkong and the former leaders. They are traitors to our civilization. One day, we will develop, strengthen, and bring this group of traitors to justice. So now, I am happy to tell you their whereabouts. If the traitors can be eliminated with the help of your hands, it will be good news for us. So that's it, Xiaoyu said. Then I don't mind telling you some news that was hidden by your former leader. Although I killed tens of billions of people in your civilization, I don't think the responsibility lies with you. On my side, there is no right or wrong in the war. During the war, both of us suffered heavy losses. However, you have to understand that it was your side that started the war first. The purpose of my coming to your civilization. At the beginning, it's about trading technology for peace, Xiaoyu said, and sent some records over. The Pegasus civilization leader silently read this record and sighed silently. So that's it. That's it. The former leader committed an unforgivable crime against our civilization. He single-handedly pushed our civilization to the brink of destruction. However, no matter what the reason, the tens of billions of people in our civilization I always died at your hands. Therefore, when our civilization reaches a certain level, I will lead our civilization to seek revenge from you. If you say this now, aren't you afraid that I will kill you all immediately? This is the spirit of our civilization, and our spirit cannot be destroyed. The leader of the Pegasus civilization replied firmly. What a joke. Am I afraid of your revenge? I have no interest in killing everyone. But if you dare to come to me for trouble, I don't mind wiping you all out. This is my bargaining chip in this transaction. Pegasus civilization. Goodbye. I wish you good luck, Xiaoyu said, leaving a provincial transport ship here and left decisively. Shinjo civilization and our Pegasus civilization have clear grievances. This time, you saved us. Then one day, we will return this kindness and wait. This day will come. After the grievances are settled, we will come again. The leader of Fair Fight sent a short message to the departing Shinjo civilization, but did not receive a response. Chapter 566, Plan and Shock. After Xiao Yu left the provincial transport ship behind, he embarked on the road to the Flower of Death galaxy. In this provincial transport ship, there are a large number of heavy industrial infrastructure equipment that the Pegasus civilization urgently needs. Hard drives that store the complete technological system of the Pegasus civilization, and a large number of precious materials that can be used to repair warships. Such a provincial transport spacecraft is like a life-saving rope for the current Pegasus civilization. This means that the Pegasus civilization no longer needs to expend energy to make up for the technological gap, and no longer needs to worry about the damage to the spacecraft that cannot be repaired. Which means that the Pegasus civilization has regained the potential for development. But for Xiao Yu, all this is just a bargaining chip to complete this transaction. Xiao Yu doesn't care about the so-called revenge or repayment of favors from the Pegasus civilization. The reason is very simple. When your Pegasus civilization was the most powerful, I could destroy your civilization. You are now like a lost dog, and I am not afraid. Your reasons. As for repaying a favor, Xiao Yu only regarded it as a joke. Xiao Yu doesn't think that one day he will be so depressed that he needs help from the Pegasus civilization. After obtaining the information that all the 5th level civilization alliances were hiding in the Flower of Death galaxy, Xiao Yu did not hesitate at all, but immediately changed his navigation trajectory. The Flower of Death galaxy is about 6,000 light years away from here. At Xiao Yu's speed, it will take more than 100 years to reach it. 20 level 5 civilizations actually united. This fact really shocked Xiao Yu's heart. This means that there are at least 200 million warships waiting for him there. Although the combat power and performance of those battleships are completely inferior to his own spaceship. The so-called ants bite the elephant to death, which is still a huge threat to Xiao Yu. In the past, I always relied on my huge computing power to overwhelm other existences with numbers. How come the situation has been reversed now, and others have relied on numbers to defeat me? Xiao Yu thought with a wry smile in his heart. I only have 18 million available warships, and only 10 million warships in reserve. Although the planetary warships are powerful, they cannot withstand the siege of hundreds of millions of warships. How to fight this battle requires careful attention. Let's make some plans. There is no doubt that in a head-on conflict, Xiao Yu is not an opponent of the 5th level civilization alliance. Not even with the addition of planetary battle stars. Although Xiao Yu's technology is advanced. Although Planet Battlestar is the most powerful existence among the 5th level civilizations, there are too many enemy warships. So many that they can use quantity to make up for the quality gap. There are still more than 100 years before Xiao Yu reaches the Flower of Death galaxy. And Xiao Yu still has a long time to think about how to deal with the current situation. I have enough confidence in Planet Battle, said one member of the military council. I have analyzed the battle process between our Shinjo civilization and that infinitely proliferating alien beast in its primary stage. When it first had a provincial level spaceship, I think we can replicate the scene of that battle. Xiao Yu knew what this committee member was talking about. That was the scene when Xiao Yu had just owned his first provincial spaceship, the Hebei. The Hebei spacecraft is made entirely of the flesh and blood of level 6 alien beasts. And its performance is powerful to a certain extent. When facing the endless sea of insects, the Hebei relied on its powerful performance to directly ram into it with a brutal collision, forcing the infinitely proliferating alien beast to escape. Planetary battle stars also have such capabilities. The member of the military committee continued. No matter how many battleships the enemy has, we only need to use the Planet Battlestar as the vanguard, supplemented by fleet defense, and rush directly into the enemy's defense circle. Then use stellar cannons to destroy the stars in the Flower of Death galaxy. In order to avoid the powerful energy of the star explosion, will inevitably turn the enemy fleet into a piece of scattered sand, and we will have the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. I don't agree with this opinion. Another member of the military commission expressed the opposite opinion. He called up a piece of data and said, according to the results of the war deduction, when we have 18 million warships and 10 million reserve warships, if the enemy has our current fleet combat power, then approximately it takes 40 million warships to defeat us. I don't think the 200 million warships of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance can match the combat power of our 40 million warships. What's more, since it is a galaxy defense system, then there must be countless interstellar fortresses, interstellar forts, or interstellar bomb clusters in the galaxy. Under such a dense attack, we cannot stop them. Interstellar wars are changing rapidly, and pure numerical comparisons are meaningless, said the first committee member to speak. I don't believe that the fifth-level Civilization Alliance will mobilize all 200 million warships to besiege our planetary war stars. Our goal, if we just want to acquire the enemy's technology, rather than destroy the opponent, then it is also feasible to use the powerful combat power of the planetary battle stars to forcibly capture the enemy's continent-class battleships. I don't agree. It's too risky. Another committee member still insisted on his opinion. The enemy we face this time is not trivial. I have a hunch that this will be the first enemy we face before we are promoted to level 6 civilization. The last battle, this war, is definitely not that simple. So what's your opinion? After the meeting had been held for several hours, and the committee members had argued for several hours, Xiao Yu finally spoke. My opinion? The committee member hesitated for a moment, but his tone immediately became firm. We now have the ability to move planets, so we might as well fight a protracted war with the other party. My plan is like this. The committee member stood up as he spoke, pointing to a star map, and continued. There are dozens of star systems around the Flower of Death galaxy. It is certain that there are a large number of planets in them. Then, we can put the planets into move it directly and stabilize it in the outer orbit of the main star of the Flower of Death galaxy. Establish large-scale mining, casting, and shipbuilding bases directly on these planets. With the help of your huge computing power, the Master, you can continuously manufacture spaceships. After the frontline spaceship is destroyed, it will be immediately replenished by the follow-up spaceship. In this way, all the available combat power of the 5th-level Civilization Alliance will be consumed. I don't believe that the war potential of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance will be greater than that of our Shinjo civilization. The committee member concluded. In this case, aren't you worried that the Level 5 Civilization Alliance will directly dispatch troops to occupy the planet we move there? The committee member continued to retort. With 200 million warships, I don't believe they don't have the ability to send out surprise troops if they occupied the planet we moved to. So aren't we replenishing their resources in vain? Is that so? The committee member pondered for a moment and replied. We can use the planetary engine to obtain a stable orbit without relying on the gravity of the star, and directly fix the planet far away from the Flower of Death galaxy. In this way, the Level 5 Civilization Alliance wants to if we want to occupy the planets. We have to launch an expedition and cross the main battlefield to raid the rear. We can also ambush forces on these planets and implement the strategy of encircling the points and providing reinforcements. If that's the case, maybe it's feasible. The member who had been refuting finally agreed at this time. He said, but I still think that we should implement both tactics together. The method of moving planets to fight a protracted war can only be used as a backup. Very good. Xiao Yu nodded. We must win this war. As you said, this is the last battle before we are promoted to level 6 civilization. The outcome of this war, it is related to the future of our civilization. So we must be cautious. But don't worry too much. We still have a final trump card. When things are impossible, I will use the Ball of Death to wipe out all the enemy's living forces. It's a waste to use the Ball of Death here, the committee member said. The Ball of Death is our last trump card. It cannot be used lightly until the critical moment of civilization's survival. Yes. Xiao Yu nodded and said, so everyone should still pay attention to this war. But don't worry too much. Okay. Now that the main strategy has been determined, let's start discussing the follow-up tactical details. Under the leadership of Xiao Yu, members of the military committee, scientists, representatives, and others began a lively discussion. This discussion lasted for more than 100 years in total, and Xiao Yu formulated a large and detailed battle plan, which did not stop until Xiao Yu thought it was foolproof. At this time, Xiao Yu's fleet had reached less than a light-month distance from the Flower of Death galaxy. Intensive exploration in all aspects has been launched. Xiao Yu, who obtained detailed information about the Flower of Death galaxy for the first time, suddenly felt that all his previous efforts were in vain. Xiao Yu looked at the three-dimensional simulation animation image with some disbelief, and felt a sense of shock in his heart. Not only Xiao Yu, but also the scientists who participated in the formulation of the battle plan and the members of the military committee saw this scene, and they all stayed there, speechless. This level 5 civilization alliance is too crazy, isn't it? How did they do it? How is it possible? Is such a tight galaxy defense really breakable? A committee member looked at the picture in the middle and murmured, muttering to himself. Even a planetary battle star would be unable to move forward in the face of such a tight defense. Apart from the ball of death, do we really have any way to break through it? Chapter 567, Psychological Offensive. What appeared in front of Xiao Yu was a picture that was beyond Xiao Yu's expectations. Xiao Yu had never thought that the fifth-level Civilization Alliance would make such an arrangement and use such a generous measure. Such a galaxy defense system is almost impossible to construct with the technological level of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance. But once it is constructed, not even Xiao Yu can break it. That's more than 130 planets. These planets follow different orbits around the central main star. Each planet has its own independent planet shield system, and its own independent energy supply, logistics supply, weapons attack, and defense fleet system. The planet is a powerful war fortress, and there are more than 130 such war fortresses here. These more than 130 planets are just part of the defense system of this star system. In addition to these planets, Xiao Yu also discovered countless large bases and large residential spacecraft, which were densely arranged inside the galaxy. Among them, the largest residential spacecraft was actually larger than the homeship spacecraft built by Xiao Yu. And there are thousands of such giant residential spaceships. In addition, there are many types of warships that are so densely packed that the number is unclear, at least measured in hundreds of millions. There are also warships that orbit stars in various orbits, or can move around under their own power. There are freely moving interstellar fortresses, interstellar forts, and clusters of interstellar mines that look like blood-sucking mosquitoes in the interstellar space. Various planets and buildings almost cover up the light of the star. This is almost unbreakable. Xiao Yu even doubts it. Even if a 6th-level civilization fleet arrives, it is unknown whether it can break through the defense here. Looking at the spectacular scene in front of him, Xiao Yu seemed to have that scene in front of his eyes. Countless industrial and construction spacecrafts ran to the surrounding galaxies like scattered ants, and large-scale construction was carried out on the planets in the surrounding galaxies. On those desolate and uninhabited planets, tens of thousands of tall planetary engines were pulled out. It took dozens or hundreds of years to rise from the ground and then go through conventional navigation. It even took more than 1,000 years to forcefully transport these planets here, and then through various large-scale construction. Hundreds of billions of workers and robots transformed these planets into what they are today. More than 130 planets gathered in a star system at the same time. According to the theory of stellar system evolution, this situation is impossible. If the planets are too dense, they will inevitably collide together and merge into a new planet. If the planets are too sparsely distributed, then the outer planets will escape from the constraints of the star during the long process of evolution. But now, there are more than 130 planets, under the control of a powerful planetary engine. Each has achieved a stable orbit. They revolve around their own orbits, running precisely like infallible clocks. The Level 5 Civilization Alliance is fully prepared, and Xiao Yu knows this very well. After leaving the capital galaxy of the Pegasus civilization, I rested for 500 years, and then I was on my way to find various 5th-level civilizations. A lot of time was spent, and in total, almost 1,000 years passed. After spending 1,000 years on its own, the Pegasus civilization prepared for 1,000 years. 20 Level 5 civilizations with trillions of people unite. After thousands of years of preparation, this scene was finally created. This is the ultimate in quantity. They both belong to the 5th-level civilization category. Xiao Yu and the Level 5 Civilization Alliance went to two extremes. Xiao Yu is the extreme of technology and quality, while the Level 5 Civilization Alliance is the extreme of quantity. The collision between quality and quantity will determine a winner in the next period of time. Xiao Yu suppressed the excitement in his heart and controlled the planet Battlestar and 18 million battleships to stay about 200 billion kilometers away from the star. In a world where curvature navigation is often carried out at dozens of times the speed of light, this distance is not too far for either Xiao Yu or the 5th-level Civilization Alliance. Xiao Yu could clearly see that in the Flower of Death galaxy, the 5th-level Civilization Alliance had large-scale military mobilization. At least 3 planets changed their orbits and loomed in front of Xiao Yu. At least 300,000 large interstellar fortresses and forts gathered here. And at least 30 million warships also came here. Oh my god! This is so amazing! What price did the Level 5 Civilization Alliance pay to construct such an amazing galaxy defense system? How much energy, resources, and manpower did they spend? It is certain that the Level 5 Civilization Alliance does not have the ability to allow a planet to enter curvature navigation. So, Did they transport more than 100 planets through conventional navigation? This is amazing. It's incredible. With so many battleships and such tight defenses. Can we really break through the defenses of this galaxy without using the Ball of Death? It is really crazy to gather the power of 20 civilizations into one galaxy. Seeing the defense situation in the Flower of Death galaxy, all members of the military committee and scientist representatives were amazed. All the previous detailed battle plans were discarded, and a new battle plan was formulated. Xiao Yu said, with these more than 130 planets as a backing, all the defense loopholes of the Pegasus civilization we predicted before are not true. We must rediscover the loopholes in their defense. The general direction does not need to change. We will still adopt a combination of assault warfare and protracted warfare. Perhaps we can also add psychological offensive. I have decided to transport planets here from outer galaxies from now on, and prepare for a protracted war. Before the planets arrive and the infrastructure is not completed, I will start a small-scale battle with the defenders of the Flower of Death galaxy to collect the other party's intelligence, and at the same time launch psychological offensives to try to disintegrate the other party's alliance. The initial target is these 5 galaxies. We will transport 9 planets from these 5 galaxies. The relevant fleet has already set off, with a total of 900,000 warships, industrial and resource spacecraft, and a total of 90 million robots. The entire transportation work is expected to last 5 years, and the nearest planet will arrive in 3 years. As Xiao Yu's orders were issued one after another, a small fleet was quietly separated from Xiao Yu's huge fleet. After sailing a certain distance, this small fleet divided into 9 groups. Each maintaining around 100,000 spaceships quickly dived into deep space and flew towards the target direction. Moving the planet means that Xiao Yu is ready for a protracted war. Moving planets is time-consuming and laborious. And the most important thing is that it takes up too much of Xiao Yu's computing power. But Xiao Yu had no other option. In a protracted war, the consumption of Xiao Yu's fleet would be too staggering. And in order to maintain the stability of the planetary battle star, Xiao Yu could not exploit the planet's resources too uncontrollably. Therefore, it is very necessary to transport a few planets from the outside world to supplement it. On these planets, Xiao Yu will launch larger-scale construction operations, and a steady stream of battleships will be born from here, constantly consuming the strength of the 5th-level Civilization Alliance. Okay, the general direction has been set. I require you to come up with a preliminary detailed combat plan and hand it over to me within a month. Xiao Yu ordered. As a result, the staff officers, committee members, and scientist representatives began intense discussions, analyzing the enemy from various aspects such as resources, combat power, defense power, mobility, psychology, social structure, etc. Xiao Yu issued a broadcast to the Flower of Death galaxy. 5-level civilizations. I am the representative of the Shinjo civilization. Now, on behalf of my civilization, with my sincerity, I am trying to reach some agreements with you. Our Shinjo civilization is not hostile to you, and we have never thought about annihilating you. What our Shinjo civilization wants is actually very simple. That is technology. A lot of technology. But we are not prepared to obtain it through robbery. In fact, on the other hand, our Shinjo civilization has always believed in the principle of reciprocal exchange. So we have prepared technologies of equal value to yours, and are ready to exchange them with you. We know that the 5th-level alliance was established under the leadership of the Pegasus civilization. And the Pegasus civilization must have been slandering our Shinjo civilization during this period, causing everyone to misunderstand us. In fact, the Pegasus civilization here is not the orthodox Pegasus civilization. They are a group of shameful traitors. When our Shinjo civilization and the Pegasus civilization started a war, they shamelessly abandoned their people and fled here. The war between our Shinjo civilization and the Pegasus civilization was also caused by the fact that under the leadership of this group of traitors, the Pegasus civilization violated the contract first and took the initiative to attack our fleet. Our Shinjo civilization has reached the true peak of the 5th-level civilization. To put it bluntly, our scientific and technological strength is better than yours. If a war breaks out between us, both sides will suffer. And in the end it will be easier for these Pegasus civilizations to defect. Shameful traitors who came out. And it is precisely because these shameless traitors knew this that they gathered everyone together through various conspiracies, trying to use everyone's strength to weaken our Shinjo civilization, and ultimately achieve their own ulterior motives. The goal of our Shinjo civilization has always believed that peaceful trade and peaceful development are the right way. We have no enmity with anyone. So we don't want to launch an attack here. Well, this is what we want to say. How to do it specifically. You can think about it yourself. Chapter 568, Testing. Xiao Yu didn't think that his so-called psychological offensive would have obvious results. Although what Xiao Yu said was true. The other party had been preparing for so long, and spent so much energy and resources. How could it be because of his own it started to waver after a while? Xiao Yu's purpose is just to plant a seed of distrust in the hearts of the members of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance. In the future, this seed may ferment, and eventually burst the entire alliance. The facts were not beyond Xiao Yu's expectation. After this broadcast, Xiao Yu did not receive any response. And the other party's defense became tighter. Xiao Yu sighed slightly, and made a decision in his heart. First contact battle. Preparation. This contact battle also carries another task, which is to evaluate the current technological level of the 5th level Civilization Alliance, and how much it has improved since the last time it fought against the Pegasus civilization. This data is crucial to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu must use this to determine whether the union of 25-level civilizations and the integration of technology can push them to the level of 6th-level civilization. If the answer is yes, then the situation will be very unfavorable to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu must speed up his offensive pace to break up and defeat the 5th-level Civilization Alliance before they are promoted to the 6th-level civilization. Otherwise, Xiao Yu may be wiped out by the 5th-level Civilization Alliance. Xiao Yu has not forgotten what a huge leap his technology has made in just 500 years after obtaining the Pegasus Civilization Technology Tree. But now, 20 civilizations have gathered together. 20 civilizations share their own technology and scientific research power. And it has taken nearly 1,000 years to integrate and digest these technologies. What is the current technological level of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance? It's really hard to say. Therefore, the first contact war was just a tentative battle to understand each other and evaluate each other's strength. Under Xiao Yu's control, 1 million battleships, led by a conventional continent-class battleship, slowly sailed forward. In the previous 500 years of development, Xiao Yu built 10 more continental-class spacecraft, and comprehensively upgraded the original 3 continental-class spacecraft, Asia, America, and Europe. So far, among the 13 continent-class spacecraft, the Asia spacecraft is still the most powerful, and the overall performance of the conventional continental spacecraft now dispatched is roughly equivalent to the Asia spacecraft before the upgrade. This continent-class spacecraft was named Europe No. 2 by Xiao Yu, because it is imitated in the style of the Euroship. It is considered a series. The European spacecraft No. 2 led his men, and kept approaching the defense circle of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance. Following the movements of the European spacecraft too, the Level 5 Civilization Alliance also responded quickly. Xiao Yu saw it. A planetary battle star began to break away from the gravitational pull of the star, and slowly moved forward towards its body. Along with it, there were about 5 million battleships. Is it a fighting method that relies on planetary battle stars as the core? It's quite interesting. Then let me see what kind of power the semi-finished planetary battle stars you made have. Xiao Yu thought secretly. Come to think of it, the Pegasus civilization is also very aware of the nature of this battle. Xiao Yu needs to find out the technology and war strength of Pegasus civilization. Similarly, the Pegasus civilization also needs to explore Xiao Yu's technology and warfare capabilities. In this exploratory battle, neither side will send too large a force. Perhaps, I can hide part of my strength a little, and let the other party misjudge my strength. This misjudgment may bring me some advantages in future wars. Xiao Yu secretly made up his mind. After discussions with the military committee and scientists, Xiao Yu set this number at 10%. In other words, in this contact battle, Xiao Yu's fleet will only exert 90% of its performance. In the vast dark void, the two fleets were slowly approaching. Both sides were not fast. It was obvious that both sides paid enough attention to this first battle, and both sides were very cautious. But the battle eventually began. After reaching the optimal shooting range, Xiao Yu's side took the lead in launching the attack. Small and medium-sized spacecraft began to use negative matter cannons and light weapons to attack the enemies ahead, while large spacecraft launched conventional weapon attacks while still waiting for the best time to launch space weapons. Seeing that his side launched the attack first, Xiao Yu felt a little relieved. Obviously, whichever side launches an attack in advance means which side's weapon has a larger attack range. The current situation is that the fleet of the 5th level Civilization Alliance has entered the weapons range of Xiao Yu's fleet. But Xiao Yu's fleet has not entered the weapons range of the fleet of the 5th level Civilization Alliance. This represents a certain technological gap. And it means that Xiaoyu is at least ahead of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance in terms of weapons. Moreover, this advantage was obtained by Xiaoyu while hiding 10% of the performance of his own fleet. After being attacked by Xiaoyu's fleet, part of the fleet of the 5th level Civilization Alliance immediately accelerated its forward speed, and even directly entered the curvature navigation. When they came to Xiaoyu's fleet, they broke away from the curvature navigation. When they came out, the fleets of both sides immediately fell into a melee, while the other fleet was guarding the planet Battlestar, and was still slowly approaching. A fierce battle began immediately. Through countless sensors installed on each spacecraft, Xiaoyu is carefully and comprehensively collecting information on the battlefield, such as what kind of damage one of his own SH/LS has caused to the enemy spacecraft, and what kind of damage the enemy spacecraft has caused. What kind of damage did the artillery SH/LS cause to one's own spacecraft? The comparison of the maneuverability of the two spacecrafts, defense power, attack power, endurance, etc. All the information is within the scope of Xiaoyu's collection. This information will become an important reference for Xiaoyu to formulate subsequent strategies. At this moment, the number of spacecraft participating in the melee of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance is about 2 million, and there are only 1 million spacecraft in Xiaoyu's fleet. However, the strength comparison between the two sides shows a phenomenon completely opposite to the quantity. It can almost be said that the 2 million spacecraft of the 5th level Civilization Alliance are being crushed by Xiaoyu's 1 million spacecraft. Because, no matter in terms of attack power, defense power, or maneuverability, these spacecraft are no match for Xiaoyu's spacecraft. It often happens that a county-level spaceship from the Level 5 Civilization Alliance is at a disadvantage in a battle with Xiaoyu's township-level spacecraft. But two city-level spaceships cannot withstand a city-level spacecraft from Xiaoyu. Spaceship attack. 1-on-2. Or even 1-on-many. This is the common situation on the battlefield. Xiaoyu, who noticed this situation, breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the technology of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance is still far behind mine. Come to think of it, they are all living creatures. And unlike me, they have such huge computing power and unlimited energy. The technological systems of 20 civilizations alone will take at least hundreds of years to integrate and sort out in advance. If you want to fully digest it, it will take at least 2,000 years if you rely on them. Xiaoyu secretly thought. In general, the 5-level Civilization Alliance, the combat power of the spaceship is much stronger than that of the Pegasus Civilization when I fought with the Pegasus Civilization. But compared with me, it is still far behind. I hide 10% of the performance of my spaceship under the circumstances. With the same volume and mass of spacecraft, they can achieve less than 40% of my spacecraft. This number is very accurate. Xiaoyu came to the conclusion by analyzing trillions of data. These data are extremely broad and all-encompassing, and there must be some connection between the data. By analyzing these data and the connections between the data, Xiaoyu believes that this number is accurate and that the Level 5 Civilization Alliance is not deliberately deceiving itself. The reason is very simple. Different technologies complement each other and go hand in hand. Under normal circumstances, for example, if the defense value of a battleship is 80, then the attack power of the battleship should also be 80. Under normal circumstances, it generally does not happen that the defense value is 80 and the battleship's attack power is 90 or 70. Of course, Xiaoyu's encounters with adventures like this are not counted among those who have received the inheritance of other civilizations. This is the logical relationship that exists between different data. Xiaoyu analyzed trillions of data and confirmed that there were no logical loopholes between different data before finally determining the accuracy of the data. Of course, it is also possible that the 5th level Civilization Alliance, like Xiaoyu, hides its own strength from the overall perspective and reconstructs a set of logical combat power data. However, after analysis, Xiaoyu believes that it is unlikely that the 5th level Civilization Alliance will do this. After obtaining this set of data, the follow-up troops of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance surrounded the planet Battlestar and came to the edge of the battlefield. Xiaoyu immediately dispatched a part of the fleet to try to attack the planet Battlestar and test its relevant data. The spacecraft that went to attack the planet Battlestar was immediately intercepted by the opponent's spacecraft, and the planet Battlestar also began to take advantage of the situation to attack. Xiaoyu saw that at least 3 super negative matter cannons were installed on this planet Battlestar. Each attack of a negative matter cannon could destroy a municipal spacecraft, seriously injure a provincial spacecraft, and even lose its combat effectiveness. and even pose a great threat to national-level spacecraft. If a few more such planetary battle stars attack together, even continent-level spacecraft will have to temporarily avoid the edge. This is the attack power data of this planet battlestar. Well, the escort fleet is about 3 million spacecraft. The defense power data is currently unknown. Chapter 569, 500 years. The first contact battle only lasted a short time. After each side lost hundreds of spacecraft, they each withdrew their fleets. It seems that our purpose in this battle is the same: to test each other's strength. Xiao Yu thought silently. I have obtained the combat strength data of the 5th level Civilization Alliance. So with the help of these data, I can make many strategic and tactical arrangements. The data shows that the 5-level Civilization Alliance has indeed made great progress in technology due to mutual integration in the past nearly 1,000 years. Compared with the Pegasus civilization at that time, its technological strength is more than a little bit stronger. Calculated at the current speed, it will take about 1,000 years for the level 5 Civilization Alliance to reach my current technological level. I have already digested the technology of the Pegasus civilization and the Predator civilization. So in this 1,000 years, my technology will not advance much. On the contrary, the 5th level Civilization Alliance, their technology has not yet, the integration is finally completed, which means they still have the potential for development. In this case, my technology is stagnant, but they are constantly improving. This is not a good thing, Xiao Yu thought with some worry. Then, I must end the war within 500 years. If it takes more than 500 years, and the 5th level Civilization Alliance has not been broken up by me, then I will never have a chance to defeat them. The current situation is not optimistic. Every day that passes, the level 5 Civilization Alliance becomes stronger. The longer time passes, the stronger the level 5 Civilization Alliance becomes. They will always be strong enough to surpass Xiao Yu. This means that Xiao Yu must seize the time and end the war as soon as possible. This is the situation we are facing, Xiao Yu said. Do you have any suggestions? I think we can conduct a force attack, said a military staff officer. Although there are many enemy warships, they cannot be gathered in one place. We can allocate part of the force as a containment, and then gather elite forces to target a point to launch a force attack. Attack! If we can break into the galaxy and destroy the stars, then the 5th level Civilization Alliance will lose at least half of its combat power. After being detonated, the star is the most powerful bomb, more powerful than any weapon of Xiao Yu. Under the power of exploding stars, planetary battle stars that are too late to escape will be destroyed. Most of the various large interstellar forts and fortresses will be destroyed, and interstellar mines and bomb clusters will be washed away without a doubt like garbage under the flood. I don't think the planetary battle stars of the 5th level Civilization Alliance will have such strong mobility that they can escape before the stars are destroyed by us. And the outcome of being unable to escape is destruction, the military staff member said. With us the data on the enemy's combat power that we have obtained so far, I think that if we focus our attacks, we have a high chance of success in breaking into the galaxy. This is indeed the case. In the galaxy defense system, the main contribution of stars is to create order. With the help of the gravity of stars, various technological creations can obtain a more stable orbit, thus saving a lot of manpower and resources. But the existence of stars has advantages and disadvantages. Its disadvantage is that after it is destroyed, it will explode with huge energy, which may cause harm to one's own side. The Level 5 Civilization Alliance does not have the technology to launch curvature navigation within the galaxy, nor does it have the technology to allow a planet to enter curvature navigation. So if the star explodes, the battleship may have a chance to escape. However, the bulky planetary battle stars, as well as the large number of various mine cluster weapons, as well as the massive interstellar forts and fortresses, can only meet the fate of death. Having lost the planetary battle stars and various fortresses, Xiao Yu's fleet, which has an absolute advantage in terms of quality, can completely eliminate the 5th level Civilization Alliance through guerrilla warfare. In fact, the current defense system of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance can be constructed directly in the void without the help of star systems. That way the risk is much smaller than now. But correspondingly, order can be created without the help of the gravity of stars. If so, the Level 5 Civilization Alliance must spend more manpower, material and resources to maintain the stability of the defense system, Xiao Yu said. If this is the case, then the existence of stars is our opportunity. I agree with this plan. Another member expressed his concerns. The Level 5 Civilization Alliance must know the importance of stars, and the serious consequences of their destruction. It is impossible for them not to be prepared for this aspect. We have to break in. It may not be easy to destroy stars inside the galaxy. I am not optimistic about this plan. It doesn't matter. Xiao Yu replied. In the first contact battle, we deliberately hid 10% of our strength. So in this tough battle, the opponent may have errors in estimating our strength and cause harm to us. We bring opportunities. Well, including this, our success rate is about 20%. This success rate is already worthy of us giving it a try. If it succeeds, it is good. But if it does not succeed, there is no what. In a few years, 9 planets will be moved here, and we are not afraid of a protracted war. Then it's decided. There are a total of 18 million battleships. 3 million battleships will follow the planetary battle stars to guard the rear, deter the enemy and protect the homesteads. And 10 million spaceships will be deployed in Asia. Asia 2. 3. America, Europe, Australia, Africa and other 10 continental spacecraft, prepared for a forced assault. The remaining 5 million spacecraft obeyed the order and launched harassment around the Flower of Death galaxy. Sexual attack. Distract the opponent's forces. Well, the biological core should stay where they are. The danger of a storm attack is too great. So let me go in person. As for the 10 million reserve spaceships, just stay here for the time being. The planetary battle stars are not participating in the battle, or participating in the battle to a limited extent will save me a lot of computing power. Then, if the 5th level Civilization Alliance comes for a sneak attack, I will give them a surprise. I do not recommend that the Asia spacecraft also participate in this attack. After all, the Asia spacecraft is your flagship. The battlefield situation is changing rapidly. I am worried that you will be in danger. Luca 2 said. It doesn't matter. The Asia spaceship is the most powerful continental spacecraft. Under the protection of 10 million spaceships, no existence within the scope of 5th level civilization can stop the Asia spaceship. Xiao Yu smiled confidently for a moment. I rejected this suggestion. After all strategic arrangements were discussed and detailed arrangements were made, war mobilization began. Xiao Yu used his huge computing power to start checking the spacecraft's combat readiness for the last time, including the spacecraft's material reserves, machine performance, troubleshooting and other aspects. After everything was checked, the 15 million spacecraft left the planet Battlestar and began to move forward. Faced with Xiao Yu's spaceship mobilization, the Level 5 Civilization Alliance responded quickly. Xiao Yu saw that a large number of spacecraft began to gather, and interstellar forts, fortresses, bombs, mine clusters, etc. also began to converge here. However, Xiao Yu did not show clear offensive intentions. These 15 million battleships gathered into a group and slowly rotated around the Flower of Death galaxy at a safe distance. Xiao Yu is looking for weaknesses in the defense of the Flower of Death galaxy. This is it. According to the orbit of the planet Battlestar, when the attack was launched, there was only one planet Battlestar in this place. It would take at least 3 days for the rest of the planet Battlestars to get here. Since it is a powerful if we attack, we must fight quickly. If we cannot break through the galaxy's defense lines in 3 days, we should decisively give up the attack and start retreating. After careful calculation, Xiao Yu quickly selected a target. After that, Xiao Yu didn't hesitate anymore and immediately divided the fleet into 2 parts. One part had 10 million spaceships, under the leadership of 10 continent-level spacecraft. He immediately entered the curvature navigation and rushed forward. The remaining 510,000 spaceships sailed in another direction and launched a fierce attack on another weak point. Xiao Yu's attack immediately caused an uproar in the Flower of Death galaxy. At least 30 million spacecraft gathered here, equipped with various interstellar defense weapons, and launched a fierce battle with Xiao Yu's fleet. But the goal of Xiao Yu's trip is not to eliminate the enemy's active forces at all. Xiao Yu's purpose is to break into the galaxy. The role of quality is revealed at this moment. Although Xiao Yu is still hiding 10% of his strength at this moment, the average combat power of the spacecraft of the 5th level Civilization Alliance is still much worse than Xiao Yu. The densely packed Level 5 Civilization Alliance spacecraft is like a big ball of cheese, and Xiao Yu's fleet is like a greedy mouse digging a hole in this huge piece of cheese. Xiao Yu concentrated all his energy. All non-essential and non-urgent requests for computing power consumption were rejected by Xiao Yu, and even the computing power quota occupied by the Central Academy of Sciences was withdrawn by Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu's energy has been completely concentrated on this battle. Endless artillery fire, flashes, and endless explosions. In the battlefield, Debris after the explosion of the spaceship flew everywhere, and there were shuttle ships everywhere. The entire battlefield turned into a huge meat grinder, with spaceships flying all the time. Hit, then destroyed. Xiao Yu saw the planetary battlestar created by the Level 5 Civilization Alliance. It was shrouded by a light yellow planetary shield. On its surface, there were densely packed facilities everywhere. At this moment, it is slowly approaching the edge of the battlefield. Obviously, at this time, it has also arrived to participate in the battle. Chapter 570, The Trump Card. The integration between civilizations has a great promotion effect on science and technology. Whether this integration is carried out under conditions of peace or war. Xiao Yu obtained the technology of the Predator civilization and the Pegasus civilization through war, and achieved technological integration. So the level of science and technology has made great progress. The Pegasus civilization formed a 5th-level civilization alliance through peaceful means. The 5th-level civilization, the technological level of the alliance, has also made great progress. At least, this planet Battlestar is much more powerful than the one Xiao Yu saw in the Pegasus civilized capital galaxy. Xiao Yu can be sure that if he tries to destroy the planetary shield of this planetary war star by ramming a continent-class spacecraft, he will definitely fail. Because the planetary shield of this planetary battlestar has been strong to a certain extent. The same kinetic energy can no longer destroy it. Not only the defense power has been improved, but the attack power of this semi-finished planetary battlestar has also been greatly improved. The super-negative matter cannon built on planets is the strongest weapon that can be built by a civilization below level 6 and level 5. Of course, space weapons are not included in this category, because space weapons are a technological category of level 6 civilizations. At this moment, Xiao Yu truly saw the power of the strongest weapon of the 5th-level civilization, as a huge base covering an area of several hundred square kilometers was operating at full speed. A series of inexplicable reactions occurred inside a semicircular and huge instrument with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers. After reaching a certain limit, the huge instrument, the torrent of negative matter, spurted out like an unstoppable flood, leaving the planet in an instant, penetrated the planet's protective shield system, and came to space. In space, this torrent of negative matter was still moving forward. It easily completely annihilated a city-level spacecraft in front of it, leaving not even a trace of debris behind. The remaining power was still rolling forward, destroying more than a dozen county-level spacecraft, and even causing some damage to a provincial-level spacecraft. Although Xiao Yu's city-level spaceship is not equipped with a 4 protection cover, the city-level spacecraft manufactured with the latest technology still has a very strong defense. But when faced with the attack from the Level 5 Civilization Alliance's super-negative matter cannon, a city-level spaceship just disappeared. Xiao Yu did not worry about these losses. This operation was inherently risky, and the overall success rate was less than 20%, resulting in losses. That is inevitable. This planetary battlestar is a bit of a threat to me, Xiao Yu thought secretly. Should I rush over and kill it? Its planetary shield system has been greatly strengthened, but the attack power of my spaceship has also increased. And the increase is even greater than that. If I don't break the planet's shield, it will probably take me 7 hours and cost at least 1 million battleships. Thinking silently for a while, Xiao Yu gave up this plan. If you want a quick victory, you must maintain a certain degree of mobility. This means, Xiao Yu can't stay. Once it stops, it may fall into a large-scale siege, and destroying a planet battlestar has no meaning to Xiao Yu. You know, in this star system, there are more than 100 planetary battlestars. Losing one, what does it mean to the 5th-level Civilization Alliance? Another 5 million diversionary spacecraft are launching their own attacks. Following Xiao Yu's order, the 5 million spacecraft immediately dispersed and launched harassment operations against the garrison forces of the Flower of Death galaxy in multiple locations. These harassment operations are very effective. Xiao Yu noticed that a large amount of power was attracted, and correspondingly, the power coming to block the advancement of these tens of millions of spaceships would be reduced. Xiao Yu is still moving forward quickly. The 3 most powerful Continental-class spacecraft, Asia, America, and Europe, act as the vanguard against any spacecraft that tries to block the advancement of Xiao Yu's fleet. They will all be repulsed by these 3 Continental-class spaceships, as well as the tens of millions of subsequent spaceships. Xiao Yu even encountered a Continent-class spacecraft from the 5th-level Civilization Alliance and tried to stop it. However, faced with the bombardment of nearly 100 space weapons, the Continent-class spacecraft only lasted for a few minutes and had no choice but to do so. Retreated. This is the difference in quality. The advancement of technology has led to an improvement in the strength of warships. Xiao Yu's fleet is like a pack of hungry wolves rushing into a herd of sheep. No enemy warship can survive Xiao Yu's full attack for more than 10 minutes. However, there are too many spaceships in the Level 5 Civilization Alliance. After so many spaceships blocking the way are destroyed, new spaceships will immediately come up from behind. They are using their lives to slow down the progress of Xiao Yu's fleet. I don't know how many spaceships are launching a fierce attack on Xiao Yu's fleet. And I don't know how many enemy warships Xiao Yu has destroyed since the battle began. Xiao Yu only knows that the front is always full of enemies. The shadows of Fang's warships are killing them endlessly. The further forward, the greater the resistance Xiao Yu encounters. The spacecraft of the 5th level Civilization Alliance seem to be going crazy. Like large swarms of mosquitoes. Constantly gathering over and launching a crazy attack on Xiao Yu's fleet. And Xiao Yu's fleet, in this endless sea of battleships, rush left and right, advancing bravely. The battlefield here has obviously attracted the attention of decision-makers in the Level 5 Civilization Alliance. Xiao Yu saw that the garrison forces in the 5th level Civilization Alliance once again had large-scale military mobilization. And nearly 40 million spacecraft were converging here. But military mobilization takes time. And they cannot all gather in a short period of time. All Xiao Yu has to do is to make a time lag and complete his goal before a large fleet gathers. If the goal cannot be completed, exit before the enemy warships complete their assembly. The boundless flames of war have spread to an area of nearly 100 million kilometers in radius. This area has completely turned into a world of iron and blood. Xiao Yu's fleet has been moving forward without stopping. So far in the battle, Xiao Yu has advanced a full billion kilometers. And there are still 4 billion kilometers left from the scheduled launch site of the stellar cannon. In other words, Xiao Yu only needs to advance another 4 billion kilometers to launch the stellar cannon and destroy the star. Once a star is destroyed, the violent energy erupted from its explosion will sweep across all existences within trillions of kilometers. It is certain that the huge battleship group of the 5th level Civilization Alliance and the Galaxy Defense System will be exploded by this star. The energy is swept away like garbage. It seems that I underestimated the power of the elite fleet's assault operations before, Xiao Yu secretly thought in his heart. If this situation continues to develop, I have great hope to achieve the set strategic goals. If this star is destroyed, then there will be basically no suspense about my victory. Well, the victory rate of this raid has been increased from the previous 20% to the current 35%. Although the current battle situation caused heavy losses to Xiao Yu. In just a few hours, hundreds of thousands of warships were destroyed. But the results obtained by Xiao Yu were also very great. Xiao Yu not only destroyed 30 enemy ships, the more than 10,000 warships have allowed his fleet to advance over 1 billion kilometers. In the midst of this fierce exchange of fire, Xiao Yu's fleet advanced another 1 billion kilometers. The resistance of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance is more resolute, and the number of spaceships is getting larger and larger. But none of this can stop Xiao Yu's determination to move forward. At this moment, Xiao Yu is 35% sure of destroying this star. This chance is worth Xiao Yu's desperate efforts. You know, destroying stars saves time and effort. Stellar cannons are not too high-tech. For Xiao Yu now, manufacturing is not too difficult. As long as the star cannon is fired, the exploding stars will destroy numerous enemy fortifications and battleships on Xiao Yu's behalf. This is a very cost-effective deal. Therefore, it is obvious that in interstellar wars, the protection and attack of stars is the most critical aspect. The 5th level Civilization Alliance will definitely draw the most powerful force to protect the star. And Xiao Yu will also draw the most powerful force to attack the enemy's defense line, trying to destroy the star. For this reason, Xiao Yu has made sufficient preparations. For this goal, Xiao Yu will not hesitate to transfer the 10 most powerful continent-class battleships here, and will not worry about losing hundreds of thousands or even millions of spaceships. As long as the star can be destroyed, all the costs are worth it. Moreover, Xiao Yu has one last trick. This trump card is Xiao Yu's hidden 10% of the spaceship's combat power. Xiao Yu is looking forward to it, when the power mobilized by the Level 5 Civilization Alliance has completely blocked him. And he thinks that he is infallible, and it is absolutely impossible for Xiao Yu to break through the defense line. Xiao Yu will suddenly burst out with all his strength and break through the enemy's defense line in one fell swoop. What kind of expression would the decision-makers of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance have on their faces? Now, it's time for Xiao Yu to use his trump card. At this time, nearly 40 million battleships had participated in the battle to block Xiao Yu's advance. and the planet Battlestar had been hiding on the edge of the battlefield, constantly attacking Xiao Yu's fleet. Xiao Yu's progress has come to a standstill. There is no way. There are simply too many spaceships in the Level 5 Civilization Alliance. Enough to make up for the quality gap. Then, it's time to use all your strength. Xiao Yu issued an order. It's time to release the 10% of the hidden combat power. Chapter 571 War and Business. 10% combat power may not seem like much. But in this kind of battlefield, 10% combat power is enough to change the entire battlefield situation. To use an inappropriate analogy, if it is an ancient battlefield, both sides are 10,000 people, and they are basically evenly matched. When the battle situation between the two sides was stalemate and each suffered heavy losses, suddenly, one side of the war had a reinforcement force of 1,000 people. What does this mean? This means that the situation of the war will be reversed in an instant, and the side that receives reinforcements will gain an overwhelming advantage. The 10% of Xiao Yu's hidden combat power played such a role at this time. Xiao Yu completely released the 10% of his hidden combat power. As a result, the maneuverability, attack power, defense power, and other data of Xiao Yu's warships immediately improved. In the previous battle, Xiao Yu would rather lose hundreds of thousands of spaceships than use the 10% of his hidden strength, because of Xiao Yu's decision. I don't know how many spaceships should not have been destroyed in the first place. The spaceship was destroyed. But Xiao Yu believes that everything he has paid is worth it. Xiao Yu paid such a huge price for now. Almost immediately, the situation on the battlefield changed. A township-class spaceship that was obviously injured and was running away while being chased by a county-class spacecraft from the 5th Level Civilization Alliance suddenly gave up its escape. Supported by its strong maneuverability, it drew a beautiful semicircle in space, dodged several cannonballs directed at it, and faced the enemy county-level spacecraft that was hotly pursuing it. Launched an attack. Fierce firepower hit the county-level spacecraft. In less than 10 minutes, the county-level spaceship, which had some damage, exploded. A city-level spaceship is under attack from 2 enemy city-level warships, barely holding on. The situation was in jeopardy. But after Xiao Yu issued this order, the city-level spaceship seemed to have taken a big tonic pill. It immediately showed its power and forced forward despite the fierce artillery fire. With the help of its fierce firepower destroys the enemy in front of you. The other spaceship was forced to flee. Under such circumstances, under the attack of many enemy spacecraft, Xiao Yu's fleet, which had stopped moving forward, began to move forward again, and the speed of advancement was even faster than before. At this time, Xiao Yu's fleet, there are only 8 billion kilometers left to the star in the Flower of Death galaxy. As long as we advance another billion kilometers, the stellar cannon can be launched. The success rate of the plan to destroy the star has increased to 45%. If no accidents occur, my fleet will have a 45% chance of rushing close enough to the star and destroying it. Xiao Yu's calculation results greatly inspired Xiao Yu. Under Xiao Yu's control, the spacecraft fully exerted its combat power and launched a more violent attack on the enemy fleet. The distance is still slowly getting closer. The spaceship offensive of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance was still crazy. But they were so crazy that they were not afraid of death and could not stop Xiao Yu's progress. Feeling the anxious and desperate spirit of the 5th Level Civilization Alliance battleships that were constantly being destroyed, Xiao Yu seemed to see victory right in front of him. But I don't know why. The situation began to change quietly. I don't know when the competition between ships of the same level started. The 5-level Civilization Alliance spacecraft belonging to the weaker side has increased from an average of 45 minutes to 50 minutes. The damage rate of its own warships has increased from 3.9% to 4.2%. The average speed of its own progress has increased from 3.9% to 4.2%. More than 30,000 kilometers per second had to be reduced to 28,000 kilometers per second. And it is still declining. This change happened so quietly that Xiao Yu didn't notice it at first. By the time Xiao Yu noticed this change had already had a considerable impact on the battlefield situation. Xiao Yu couldn't help but become solemn. Because Xiao Yu knows what this means. This means that the 5th Level Civilization Alliance is likely to adopt the same method as itself. They also hide their combat effectiveness and choose to explode at this time. In Xiao Yu's previous analysis, although Xiao Yu thought of this possibility, Xiao Yu believed that the chance of such a thing happening was not high. Because the spaceships of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance are not as powerful as our own. If they deliberately hide their strength, wouldn't it be a big blow to their morale if they collapse at the first touch of contact with themselves? Moreover, even if this negative effect can be eliminated through advanced publicity. What is the motivation for the fifth-level Civilization Alliance to hide the strength of the warships in advance? But things have developed so far, and are out of Xiao Yu's control. After noticing the slow change in the situation, Xiao Yu quickly started a new round of data collection. This time the data collection lasted for half an hour. And the final conclusion told Xiao Yu that in these few hours, after he took out the hidden 10% of his strength, the fifth-level Civilization Alliance battleship, the average strength has actually increased by 20%. In other words, the level 5 Civilization Alliance is even crazier than Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu only hid 10% of his strength, while the level 5 Civilization Alliance was so crazy that he had 20% of his strength. What does that mean? This means millions of spaceships and hundreds of millions of soldier lives. Xiao Yu hid 10% of the combat power of his own warships, and then caused at least 300,000 warships to be destroyed that should not have been destroyed in the first place. But for Xiao Yu, the battleship is just something that can be made with a little computing power, materials, and time. To be honest, Xiao Yu really doesn't feel any distress about the loss of the battleship. But the fifth-level Civilization Alliance is different. Xiao Yu can estimate that because the level 5 Civilization Alliance deliberately hid 20% of the strength of its own warships, then at least 2 million level 5 Civilization Alliance warships that should not have been destroyed by him were destroyed by him. The fifth-level Civilization Alliance does not have the computing power as powerful as Xiao Yu, nor does it have the development potential as strong as Xiao Yu. The most important point: the spaceships of the fifth-level Civilization Alliance are all controlled by intelligent creatures. Depends on the size and mass of the spacecraft. Each spacecraft that should not have been destroyed, but was destroyed, contained anywhere from 20 to tens of thousands of soldiers. Those are all living lives. Xiao Yu couldn't imagine how these soldiers felt when they originally had the ability to escape, but were unable to use these abilities in order to hide their strength, and finally had no choice but to die helplessly. Xiao Yu only knew that he would never be able to do such a thing. It was precisely because Xiao Yu had made up his mind to hide his strength early on. Xiao Yu rejected the suggestion that the biological core participate in this battle, because Xiao Yu knew what this meant. Xiao Yu could not accept the death of living intelligent creatures for such ridiculous reasons. But this kind of thing happened in the fifth-level Civilization Alliance. Xiao Yu seemed to feel a pair of cold eyes looking at him from a distance. There was no emotion, no pity, no anger in these eyes. Only the calculation of interests. The lives of hundreds of millions of intelligent creatures. Millions of warships can be clearly priced for this being, when the possible benefits exceed the price of these creatures and warships. And when he believes that the risk is within the controllable range, he will throw these things away without hesitation. Xiao Yu thought of the former leader of the Pegasus civilization. For the first time, he and the Pegasus civilization started a war, when facing the expeditionary legion sent by the Pegasus civilization. Because he showed extraordinary strength, the former leader of the Pegasus civilization abandoned the expeditionary legion. That time, more than 1 billion soldiers and millions of warships in the expeditionary legion were destroyed by themselves. And the former leader of the Pegasus civilization also received the results he wanted. That is, his own strength has been weakened to a certain extent. Then, there is the capital system defense perimeter. The former leader of the Pegasus civilization made that arrangement intentionally. With millions of spaceships, hundreds of millions of soldiers, and the lives of tens of billions of people, it continues to waste away its own strength. Then, when his strength was reduced to a certain level, the former leader of the Pegasus civilization set the location for the final battle in the capital galaxy. If it weren't for Xiao Yu's many trump cards, Xiao Yu would not be a match for Pegasus civilization. Even with his ruthlessness, rationality, and grasp of the overall situation, Xiao Yu would not be a match for the former leader of Pegasus civilization. The former leader of the Pegasus civilization has been directing wars with a business mentality. Facts have proved that although this method is cruel, it is the most effective. Think about it. If there is no four-dimensional protective cover, it is still unknown whether Xiao Yu's fleet can finally reach the Pegasus civilization capital galaxy. Without space weapons, it is still unknown whether the 4-star systems that Xiao Yu finally breached could be breached in the defense circle of the capital galaxy. If Xiao Yu did not have the Blood Blade team, the Pegasus civilization would not have moved the capital planet to the front line in the final battle. And Xiao Yu would not have been able to use a Continental-class spaceship to destroy its planet's protective shield, thereby ultimately winning the war. The former leader of the Pegasus civilization has tried his best to do the best within his capabilities. The reason for his final failure was not because of his stupidity or incompetence. It's just because Xiao Yu has too much equipment that is beyond the capabilities of a 5th-level civilization. Now, in the battle situation here, Xiao Yu once again encountered this style of play that has a strong personal style and is quite familiar to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu set his sights inside the Flower of Death galaxy. Although Xiao Yu couldn't see it, Xiao Yu knew that the Tianma Shinkong spacecraft was there, and the former leader of the Pegasus civilization was also there. As expected, it is you. It is you who organized the 5th-level civilization alliance. I was still wondering before. How could 20 civilizations unite so smoothly? It turns out that you are organizing it. In this case, there is no doubt. You do have this ability. Well, this time we are facing each other again. So I am very curious. Knowing that I have a space weapon for protective shields and the Blood Blade team, what will you do? What kind of tactical arrangements should we make? Who will be the final winner of this war? This deliberately hidden 20% of your strength was the first move you made against me. Right. You are still like this. There is no change at all. You are still so cruel and so rational. Xiao Yu knew that the millions of warships that should not have been destroyed, but were destroyed by Xiao Yu because of the reason of hiding their strength, were the early investments of the former leader of the Pegasus civilization. With early investment, there will naturally be later returns. This is an obvious truth, and this is the basic principle that every businessman must follow. Xiao Yu believes that the former leader of the Pegasus civilization is no exception. Then I'm curious. After paying such a huge price, what do you want to get as your gain? Chapter 572, Earth. Let's go! There is one most important basic principle in doing business. That is, all early investments are for greater profits in the later period. Different civilizations may express this principle differently, but Xiao Yu believes that the principles contained in this principle are common to the entire galaxy and even the entire universe. Now, Xiao Yu is curious. What is the reason for the former leader of Pegasus civilization to do this? What supports him? And what makes him willing to pay such a heavy price to keep the secret? What does he want to achieve by doing this? After the spaceships of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance also gave up hiding their strength and used all their strength, Xiao Yu decisively gave up his plan to move forward, because the original goal is basically impossible to achieve. Although this is a pity, there is nothing we can do about it. As long as the distance of 1 billion kilometers is crossed, Xiao Yu can launch an attack on the main star of the Flower of Death galaxy and destroy it. But now, the distance of 1 billion kilometers has become a chasm that Xiao Yu has not crossed. This divides capabilities. A 20% increase in combat power is enough to fundamentally change the situation on the entire battlefield. Xiao Yu's 10 million warships still have about 9.5 million left at this time, which is obviously no match for the more than 30 million Level 5 Civilization Alliance spacecraft. Now that the mission has failed, it makes no sense for Xiao Yu to stay here, and Xiao Yu has no interest in launching a head-on large-scale battle with the Level 5 Civilization Alliance here. Then, it is natural that Xiao Yu will control his fleet to retreat to a safe place. Prepare for the next battle. Just when Xiao Yu was about to retreat, Xiao Yu discovered the former leader of the Pegasus civilization. I now understand the plan of the top leader of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance, and I also understand why he would make such an arrangement. He would rather give up the lives of hundreds of millions of soldiers and millions of spaceships to make such an arrangement. Xiao Yu, who understood everything, couldn't help but feel slightly shaken in his heart. It's true that he has a great plan. Xiao Yu sighed slightly. This guy's scheming skills are really good. He even fooled me. He even deceived me. The current situation made it impossible for Xiao Yu not to sigh like this. Xiao Yu understood it all. Completely understood it. One thing that is certain is that the former leader of Pegasus civilization has mastered Xiao Yu's combat style to a certain extent. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the former leader of Pegasus civilization to make such a perfect arrangement. He knew that Xiao Yu liked to rely on high-quality battleship clusters, forcibly break through the enemy's defenses, and then destroy the stars to win the war. So, with the help of this, the former leader of the Pegasus civilization made the following arrangements. First, in contact warfare, hiding 20% of the strength of one's own warships and misleading Xiao Yu is the first step of the plan. Then, Xiao Yu followed his own style, just like previous galaxy wars. Sure enough, another elite attack team was sent out to try to forcefully break through the defenses, then destroy the star. Under such circumstances, the Level 5 Civilization Alliance will naturally respond accordingly. However, during the resistance process, because of the battle plan and arrangements of the former leader of the Pegasus civilization, They ruthlessly paid the price of hundreds of millions of soldiers and millions of battleships to keep their own battleships hidden by 2%. 10 Secrets of Strength. The strength of the 5th level Civilization Alliance warship is weaker than Xiao Yu's estimated strength. Therefore, in Xiao Yu's evaluation system, the probability of success in destroying stars has been rising. From the initial 100%, the success rate of 20 has increased to nearly 50%. It is precisely because hope is right in front of him that Xiao Yu will move forward. Keep moving. And move forward to the depths of the galaxy. Lure Xiao Yu into the depths of the galaxy. This is the second step of the plan. For the former leader of the Pegasus civilization, Xiao Yu's fleet actually had 10% of its strength. This incident may be an accident, but it is just an accident and does not have much impact on the overall situation. Under the command of the former leader of the Pegasus civilization, with his cold reason and strong overall view, things finally developed to the current situation. The fleet of the 5th level Civilization Alliance finally used its full strength to reverse the situation on the battlefield in a short period of time. At this moment, Xiao Yu has no hope of completing the mission of destroying the star. Xiao Yu wanted to leave, but Xiao Yu found that he could no longer leave. Behind him, more than 10 million spacecraft emerged from the planet Battlestar and participated in the battlefield. This is the third step of the plan. After the three-step plan was executed, the former leader of the Pegasus civilization successfully trapped Xiao Yu's 10 million spaceships here and successfully achieved his goal. In this way, in this area, excluding the 5th level Civilization Alliance ships that are coming for reinforcements from other directions, Xiao Yu will face nearly 45 million 5th level Civilization Alliance warships now alone. Xiao Yu's power at this moment is only more than 9.5 million spaceships. No wonder the planet Battlestar has always refused to participate in the center of the battlefield. Originally, I thought it was just worried that I would launch a powerful attack on it and destroy it. Xiao Yu smiled silently. It turns out that the reason is not that. The real reason is that the former leader of the Pegasus civilization had 10 million warships on it, preparing to cut off my retreat, but he was worried about being discovered by me, so he refused to get close to the core of the battlefield. That's all. The current situation is like this. 9.5 million spaceships versus 45 million spaceships. The numerical comparison is about 4.5 to 1. Even after hiding 20% of his strength, these 45 million spaceships are not something Xiao Yu can defeat. Now that he has entered a trap, they will definitely use all their strength. So, can he escape under the siege of 45 million level 5 Civilization Alliance spacecraft that are using their full strength? This is a huge trap laid by the former leader of the Pegasus civilization. Now, Xiao Yu has fallen into this trap. The former leader of Pegasus civilization successfully deceived Xiao Yu. During the execution of this entire plan, the former leader of the Pegasus civilization firmly promoted the development of this plan with his terrifying calmness and cruel reason. For this, he paid the price of millions of spaceships and hundreds of millions of soldiers dying in vain. While the cost is huge, so are the gains. There is no doubt that for the former leader of the Pegasus civilization, the time of harvest has arrived at this moment. 10 Continent-class spaceships, more than 9.5 million other spaceships of various models. What a huge force this is. After eating this force, how much damage can it cause to Xiao Yu? After capturing the enemy spacecraft and conducting technological analysis on it, what huge benefits can it bring to our own side? Compared with such huge benefits, what is the loss of a few soldiers and a few spaceships? By now, Xiao Yu has fully understood the plans and intentions of the former leader of the Pegasus civilization. But unfortunately, Xiao Yu understood it a little late, and only realized it after falling into the enemy's trap. The fierce fighting never stopped and continued. From the moment he discovered that he had fallen into a trap, Xiao Yu had already shrunk his front. On the periphery, tens of millions of spaceships were fiercely attacking Xiao Yu's fleet. And in the distance, countless huge battleship clusters were rushing over quickly. The pressure on Xiao Yu is slowly increasing. The current situation is very unfavorable for Xiao Yu. If he doesn't respond well, Xiao Yu may be directly damaged here. But this crisis, among the various crises that Xiao Yu has encountered since he left the Earth, is not the most dangerous one. Although the plan of the former leader of Pegasus civilization was perfectly executed and successful. Although he did indeed step into the trap set for himself by the former leader of Pegasus civilization. Because Xiao Yu has his own trump card. Of course, this trump card does not refer to the ball of death. Although an exploding ball of death can definitely resolve Xiao Yu's current crisis. In fact, until now, Xiao Yu still thinks that using the ball of death against the 5th level Civilization Alliance is a waste. The reason why Xiao Yu thinks So is because Xiaoyu still has other arrangements and backups that he can use. At this time, you must be sure of victory. Right. The situation was extremely critical. But Xiaoyu secretly sneered in his heart. You must have thought that I no longer have any means to deal with it. And I can only be obediently eliminated by you in the end. The final victory belongs to you. Right. Your mind is careful enough and your strategy is effective enough. But unfortunately, that's all. It's still not enough for me. I'm not as stupid as you think. When I went deep behind enemy lines alone, I left no means of support. In fact, although I didn't know your plan at the beginning, I still made it. How should I respond if I am trapped inside the galaxy? After all, the Asia spaceship is my flagship. If I am not completely sure, how can I put the Asia spaceship in danger myself? Then, now is the time for your Pegasus civilization and your 5th level civilization alliance to try out the power of the truly complete version of the planetary Battlestar. It is time for you to know that the semi-finished planetary Battlestar you have created will not be the same in the real version. How vulnerable you are in front of the planet Battlestars. Planet Battlestar. Earth. Let's go! At this extremely critical moment, Xiaoyu finally issued this order. Chapter 573. Show off your power. Surrounded by up to 45 million spaceships. After Xiaoyu's more than 9 million spaceships have lost the possibility of escaping with their own strength. The strongest war weapon that a 5th level civilization can build. Planet Battlestar. Earth is set off. There is a very obvious difference between the planet Battlestar built by Xiaoyu and the planet Battlestar built by the 5th level civilization alliance. This difference is not only reflected in the fact that the Earth can conduct curvature navigation, but the planetary Battlestars built by the 5th level civilization alliance cannot conduct curvature navigation. In addition to this, there are many differences. Among them, the most obvious one is that the Earth has stronger maneuverability. Due to its own material limitations, the planet cannot accelerate or decelerate too quickly. If it accelerates or decelerates too fast, it may cause extremely serious damage to the planet itself, trigger strong geological activities such as earthquakes and volcanoes, and even cause it to be torn apart by force. In order to deal with this, Xiaoyu has done a lot of work. Xiaoyu used extremely advanced scientific and technological means to calculate tens of thousands of key stress points when the planet accelerates and decelerates, and then worked on these key stress points nearly 4,000 kilometers below the planet's surface. Large-scale construction uses hundreds of billions and trillions of tons of special materials to reinforce the strata and rocks there, and constructs a complete stress dispersion system that can evenly distribute the force generated by the acceleration and deceleration of the planet to the entire planet. Above, this gives the planet maximum mobility. This kind of technology, Xiaoyu can be sure that among the 5th level civilizations, only he owns it. With this technology, planet Battlestar can accelerate and decelerate nearly 200 meters per second during regular navigation. Although this maneuverability is still much inferior to that of a spaceship. This is a planet after all, and the two cannot be mentioned in the same terms. With this data, it is already amazing enough. This means that it only takes less than 14 hours for this planetary Battlestar to accelerate from standstill to 10,000 kilometers per second. In this aspect, the Earth has completely distanced itself from the semi-finished planetary Battlestar created by the 5th level civilization alliance. Earth, let's start fighting, and let the level 5 civilization alliance see what is the strongest weapon within the category of level 5 civilization. Xiaoyu issued this order with confidence. Under Xiaoyu's manipulation, the Earth slowly left the homeship spacecraft station. From now on, the biological core will be responsible for the defense of the homeship spacecraft. The biological core has approximately 2 million battleships, which is enough to withstand an attack of less than 4 million battleships from the 5th level civilization alliance. Of course, if the 5th level civilization alliance launches a large-scale attack on the homeship spacecraft and dispatches tens of millions of spacecraft, Xiaoyu will control the homeship spacecraft to enter the curvature navigation and start to escape. Anyway, the speed of the homeship spacecraft is faster than the spacecraft made by the level 5 civilization alliance. So there is no need to worry about being caught up by them. Because many spaceships have been damaged in the battle before, Xiaoyu had saved part of his computing power. This part of the computing power was put by Xiaoyu on the reserve spacecraft on the planet Battlestar. There were 1 million spacecraft left. The planet Battlestar came to space and acted as the escort force for the planet Battlestar. As soon as the planet Battlestar was dispatched, the level 5 civilization alliance immediately responded accordingly. There were many battleships that were rushing towards the Asia spaceship cluster, preparing to encircle and suppress Xiaoyu's more than 9.5 million spaceships. They quickly changed their orbits and rushed towards the approaching planet Battlestar. Planetary battlestars are already the most mobile among their kind. But compared to battleships, they are still far behind. This also means that it is impossible for the planetary battlestars to escape the harassment of these battleships. If you can't hide, then don't hide. In fact, Xiaoyu had no intention of hiding at all, because Xiaoyu knew that these battleships could not pose a threat to his Earth. The forces of the two parties finally came together. A city-level spacecraft from the Level 5 Civilization Alliance launched an attack on the Earth first. A large number of negative matter bombs, gravity bombs, light weapons, negative matter weapons, etc. bombarded them like a tide. However, these attacks did not have even the slightest impact on the planet Battlestar. The outermost layer of ideological protection did not even show a ripple at all. Earth completely ignored the City-class spacecraft's attack. There are 60,000 large-scale energy bases covering an average area of more than 20 square kilometers, providing the 4 maintenance shields with an unspeakably powerful energy supply. And because they are built on planets, these energy bases have no worries about insufficient supply of raw materials. Moreover, even if the 4th protective shield is breached, there is still a conventional shield supported by nearly 80,000 energy bases on the lower level of the 4th protective shield, protecting the planetary battlestars. This city-level spacecraft from the Level 5 Civilization Alliance was violently attacking the planet Battlestar. But the next moment, it turned into 2 halves out of thin air. The next moment, it exploded violently and turned into a ball of fire. One of the nearly 500 space weapons equipped on the planet Battlestar launched its own attack. Because they are built according to the planet and have an almost unlimited energy supply, any of these space weapons are more powerful than the space weapons on Xiaoyu's most powerful battleship, the Asia spacecraft. Such a powerful space weapon can directly destroy not only a city-level spacecraft, but also a provincial-level spacecraft. The destruction of this city-class spacecraft kicked off the first battle that Earth took part in. After the destruction of this spaceship, the first large forces of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance arrived. Nearly 1 million spaceships arrived in front of the planet Battlestar. And there was even a continent-level spacecraft. 1 million planetary Battlestar convoys quickly rushed forward and started a battle with these spacecraft. The mission of these escort fleets is not to destroy these ships at all, although they can definitely do this. But Xiaoyu didn't do this. Xiaoyu chose another faster and more convenient way. Because of the participation of these 1 million escort spacecraft in the battle, the first batch of offensive fleets sent by the Level 5 Civilization Alliance suffered very serious harassment. So, the planet Battlestar showed their power. On the planet Battlestar, Xiaoyu built a total of nearly 500 space weapons, more than 300 super negative matter cannons, and various ground-based and space-based light weapons, bombs, and missile weapon launch fortresses. This planet has been completely transformed into a war fortress by Xiaoyu. Through a simple description, you can understand how profoundly Xiaoyu has transformed this planet. This planet was originally a rocky planet with a variety of terrains on it, such as mountains, basins, canyons, etc. However, after Xiaoyu's transformation, there is no longer any natural terrain on the surface of this planet. All the mountains were leveled by Xiaoyu, and all the canyons, basins, and caves were filled by Xiaoyu. Instead, there are endless artificial creations, various bases shining with metallic luster. In fact, except for the mining base, there is no bare soil on the surface of the planet. You know, the surface area of this planet is even larger than that of the Earth. Covering the surface of such a planet with artificial buildings is such a huge construction project. These artificial creations and bases covering the entire planet are all related to war. It's conceivable how powerful a planet like this can be in combat. Now, this planetary battlestar has been fully activated, facing the first batch of 1 million enemy warships to arrive. Space weapons began to activate. Super negative matter cannons began to activate. And various conventional weapons, forts, and fortresses began to attack. Countless thin black lines rise from the surface of the Earth and rush into the sky at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Countless invisible torrents of negative matter are like gushing floods, rushing from the Earth to the sky. Countless missile-like weapons sway in long-the-tail flames rushed into the sky like fireworks. Countless visible and invisible rays of light were emitted from various bases and fortresses, and also shot into the sky. Under this fierce offensive, with the cooperation of 1 million escort fleets, only half an hour later, The first batch of 1 million enemy spacecraft that came to attack had already suffered more than 70% damage. Even the enemy Continent-class spacecraft exploded under the siege of hundreds of space cracks, thousands of super-negative matter cannons, and tens of thousands of warships. This was the first Continent-class spacecraft to be destroyed since the war began. Okay! Xiao Yu couldn't help but secretly cheered. The Continental-class spacecraft has special significance. The loss of a Continental-class spacecraft is very serious for any civilization below level 6. Xiao Yu knew the plans of the level 5 Civilization Alliance. The 5th level Civilization Alliance should be planning to use an initial 1 million battleships to slightly delay the progress of the planetary battle stars, and buy time for the arrival of the follow-up fleet. But how things have developed so far has completely exceeded their expectations. Who would have thought that 1 million battleships, a million battleships, would be damaged by more than 70% in just half an hour? And even the Continent-class spaceships would be killed by the opponent? Who would have thought that this planetary battlestar could be so powerful? More spaceships began to gather here, and a tight line of defense appeared in front of the planet battlestar. This line of defense consists of at least 10 million spacecraft, and the number is constantly increasing. But Xiao Yu didn't hesitate at all. The planet battlestar didn't stop at all and rushed directly. Chapter 574, Impact Threat. The Asia spacecraft formation is still trapped deep in the galaxy. Currently, Xiao Yu can only protect himself and is unable to make any breakthrough or counterattack. If there is no other way, the Asia spaceship, like the other 9.5 million spaceships, can only be destroyed alive under the siege of the endless tens of millions and hundreds of millions of enemy fleets. But the addition of planet Battlestar and Earth changed this situation. After seeing how powerful the Earth was, the Level 5 Civilization Alliance had to make some inclines in combat power and allocate more interception power to the Earth. So far, 10 million warships have been ordered to perform this mission. Correspondingly, the number of enemy warships besieging the Asia spacecraft formation was smaller. However, the enemy warships still maintained a considerable number, ensuring that Xiao Yu could not escape. The reinforcement fleet of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance is arriving rapidly. Thousands of warships are arriving every minute and every second. The lack of combat power is only temporary for the Level 5 Civilization Alliance. After all, in this galaxy, among them, the Level 5 Civilization Alliance has more than 200 million warships stationed. All Xiao Yu could do was wait silently, waiting for the planet Battlestar, Earth to fight here, and then fight a bloody path, leading the spacecraft trapped here back to a safe place. At this moment, the planet Battlestar has collided with the first direction of the 5th level Civilization Alliance. More than 10 million spacecraft participated in the siege of the planet Battlestar. More than 10 million spaceships have completely suppressed the 1 million escort spacecraft of the planet Battlestar. However, with the support of the planet Battlestar, these escort spacecraft did not face any great threat. The current war presents such a situation. Often two battleships are chasing and entangled with each other. Or 4 or 5 Level 5 Civilization Alliance spaceships are besieging one of Xiao Yu's spaceships. When Xiao Yu's spaceship is in critical condition, there will be either a black line, or an invisible torrent of negative matter, or fiber optic weapons, rushed into space from the surface of the planet, hitting enemy warships with incomparable precision, destroying them. Not only did they rescue their own escort fleet, the planet Battlestars also launched an active attack. Xiao Yu has built too many weapons on the planet Battlestars. There are more than 800 main weapons such as light space weapons and super negative matter cannons. And there are so many remaining conventional weapons that they are almost too numerous to count. Point of clarity. A large number of weapons can allow one planet to attack millions of battleships at the same time. The multi-layer protective shield system supported by hundreds of thousands of large energy bases has fulfilled its responsibilities perfectly. No matter how crazy the attack is, it can never break the protective shield. If the protective shield cannot be broken, it cannot threaten those built on the ground. Various buildings on the ground. In fact, until now, Xiao Yu has not turned on the power of these hundreds of thousands of large energy bases to the highest level. Countless combat weapons also fulfill their duties. They can accurately obtain the position and speed information of enemy warships in space, and then launch a brutal strike without mercy. The attacks of super negative matter cannons and space weapons can destroy an enemy warship with almost every attack. If it is a large or medium-sized spacecraft such as national or provincial level, it will take a little more effort. But as long as it is attacked by these weapons, locking them and destroying them only takes a few minutes or dozens of minutes. Conventional weapons are mainly used against small spacecraft of the county and village level. Judging from the current battle situation, the efficiency of conventional weapons in cleaning small and medium-sized spacecraft is also very high. The wreckage of battleships continued to fall from space with long tails towards the planet battlestars. And some were even damaged to a certain extent. The ship, knowing that it was absolutely unlucky, brazenly fell to the planet in the last journey of its life, launched a suicide attack, increased his speed to the fastest, and hit the planet battlestar at a speed of tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands kilometers per second, trying to rely on the powerful kinetic energy to push the planet battlestar as the planet shield is destroyed. But unfortunately, all this is in vain. No matter what kind of attack it was, whether it was an artillery attack or a kinetic attack, the planetary shield intercepted them all. This is the powerful defense power of the 4-layer shield and multi-layer hybrid shield system after obtaining sufficient energy supply. The planetary engine has been running, pushing the planet forward, constantly moving forward. In fact, from the time planet Battlestar entered the war until now, whether the enemy it faces is 1 million enemy warships or 10 million enemy warships, planet Battlestar has been maintaining a stable acceleration. The speed of the Battlestar's advance has been accelerating, and no battleship can stop the progress of the planet Battlestar. The spaceships that came to attack were more like mosquitoes buzzing around the lion. No matter how large the number of mosquitoes were, they could not stop the lion. The planet Battlestar was still moving forward. And finally, it plunged into the formal defense circle of the 5th level Civilization Alliance. At this moment, a large number of warships have been mobilized from the rest of the Flower of Death galaxy. A total of nearly 80 million warships have gathered here, under the siege of so many battleships. Even the planet Battlestars were under very strong pressure. On the planet Battlestar, hundreds of thousands of large energy bases have been turned on to the highest power, and all weapon systems have begun to operate at full capacity. At every moment, there are a large number of space cracks, negative matter torrents, light weapons, bomb weapons, etc. being destroyed, ejected into space. The war has reached its most intense stage. Such a scene even appeared on the surface of the planet Battlestar. Due to the need for monitoring, the surface of the planet Battlestar is like the most prosperous metropolis, with light shining on it all the time. However, there is an essential difference between the illumination of lights and the illumination of stars. This place is far away from the stars, and there are only lights. Therefore, on this planet, the surface is brightly lit, and the sky is still dark in color. This is talking about normal circumstances, and these are obviously not normal times. In fact, even though there was no light from the stars, the sky seen from above the planet Battlestar was completely bright. In the dark sky, bursts of light continued to appear, as if the most grand fireworks show was being held here. Each exploding firework will release more or less light, illuminating a large or small area of the sky. When countless fireworks gather together, the sky becomes completely bright, coupled with the missile weapons on the ground with bright tail flames and long tails that are rising continuously. The scenery on this planet is full of a strange and heroic beauty. The battle has reached its most intense moment. The Asia spacecraft formation is working hard to break through in the direction of the planet Battlestar, and the planet Battlestar is working hard to get closer to the Asia spacecraft formation. Because of the huge kinetic energy, the progress of the planet Battlestars has not stopped. Because there is no existence that can block the progress of a planet, unless it is another planet. Come to think of it, the Level 5 Civilization Alliance also understands this truth. So, Xiao Yu saw another planet Battlestar appearing in front of the planet Battlestar. It was the half-finished planetary Battlestar that had ambushed 10 million battleships and rushed out at the critical moment, cutting off the retreat of the Asia spacecraft formation. As soon as this half-finished planet Battlestar appeared, the densely packed battleships in front immediately gave way. So, Xiao Yu saw that the planet Battlestar began to accelerate slowly and began to hit the Earth. If two planets collide, there is no doubt that both planets will be destroyed, because the energy erupted from the collision of planets is so huge that it cannot be resisted by human power, not even the Earth. It is certain that if the two planets really collide, the Earth will be destroyed, and the semi-finished planet Battlestar of the 5th level Civilization Alliance will also be destroyed. This is completely a method of dying together, using your own death to pull the enemy to death together. But this is very uneconomical for Xiao Yu. There is only one planetary Battlestar, Xiao Yu, and its technological advancement is not comparable to those semi-finished planetary Battlestars from the Level 5 Civilization Alliance. As for those half-finished planetary battle stars, the Level 5 Civilization Alliance has more than 130 in total. Losing one of the more than 130 pieces to destroy the enemy's most powerful weapon was a very cost-effective deal for the 5th level Civilization Alliance. But Xiaoyu could not avoid the impact by avoiding it. This involves a simple mathematical calculation. Specifically, as long as two planets come into contact with each other, regardless of whether they collide head-on or not, the powerful energy erupted from the contact can cause the planet's protective shield to be destroyed. And the planet's protective shield has been destroyed, which means that the planet Battlestar is over. The ultimate acceleration of the Earth is 200 meters per second. Relying on this acceleration, Xiaoyu was unable to control the Earth to escape from the scheduled impact area of the enemy planet Battlestar in advance. After all, a planet has a diameter of 10,000 kilometers, and the two planets add up to more than 20,000 kilometers. What's more, the enemy planet Battlestar also has its own mobility, although it is not as powerful as the Earth. This also means that the possible impact area has further increased. Xiaoyu had no way to escape, no way to avoid. As long as two planets come into contact, even just passing by, the planet's protective shield will be destroyed. Then the Earth now has only two options left. Either directly collide with the opponent's planet Battlestar, or destroy the enemy planet Battlestar. Chapter 575. Simple and Crude Method. Destruction is always easier than construction, which is a very helpless thing. The construction of the Earth undoubtedly took more energy and time than the semi-finished planet Battlestars built by the 5th level Civilization Alliance. And the technological content was also higher. However, if it collides with the semi-finished planet Battlestars of the 5th level Civilization Alliance, the Earth will also be destroyed, and its outcome will not be any different from the enemy's semi-finished product. The energy erupted from a planet-level collision is not something Xiaoyu can resist at this stage. Xiaoyu doesn't want to accept such a thing. So Xiaoyu has only one option left, which is to destroy the enemy planet Battlestar. As long as it is destroyed, it will not be able to hit the Earth. However, destroying a planet Battlestar is not easy. Although it is a semi-finished product, it is still a planetary Battlestar after all. You must know that in the capital galaxy of the Pegasus civilization, Xiaoyu used a Continental-class spacecraft to hit the capital planet at a speed of tens of thousands of kilometers per second. The protective shield was destroyed. And now, after nearly 1,000 years of development, the technological level of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance has made great progress. How can it be so easy to destroy its planetary protective shield now? I am afraid that even a direct collision between 2 or even 3 Continent-class spacecraft will not be able to achieve the goal. What's more, there is only one continental spacecraft around the Earth, which is of conventional strength. Its performance cannot be compared with that of a spacecraft like Asia. And the most important point is that there is not much time left before the two planets collide. At most, Xiaoyu still has 3 hours at most. If he could not turn the tide and change the situation within these 3 hours, Xiaoyu could only accept the reality that the Earth was destroyed. The situation has reached an extremely critical moment. But now Xiaoyu doesn't feel any panic in his heart. The reason is very simple. Xiaoyu has known for a long time that there are planetary battle stars in the Flower of Death galaxy. He even knows the number, orbit, performance and other data of these planetary battle stars. He manipulates the Earth to enter. When we arrived in the Flower of Death galaxy to rescue the Asia spacecraft, how could we not have imagined that the Level 5 Civilization Alliance might use planetary battle stars to collide with the Earth? Yes, Xiaoyu had thought of this kind of thing early on. But Xiaoyu still chose to drive the Earth here, because Xiaoyu is absolutely sure to deal with such a thing. Amid the sky full of artillery fire and the flying spacecraft flying around, Xiaoyu focused his attention on the bright spot that gradually became brighter. Due to the existence of a large number of man-made buildings, planetary battle stars generally have high albedo, which means that within the star system and close to the star, the planet will reflect extremely bright light. Although there are artillery fires everywhere in space now, and the light after the explosion of spaceships is everywhere, because the light point representing the planet has always existed stably, it is still conspicuous enough. Xiaoyu was silently calculating the distance between this light spot and himself, and at the same time, he was silently making preparations. The planet Battlestar, Earth, is about to unleash his full combat power. An hour and a half later, with normal human eyesight from the Earth, the enemy planet Battlestar finally expanded from a point of light, with no detailed information visible to a spherical object with fuzzy stripes. It looks about 1/10 the size of the moon when viewed from the Earth. An extremely bright star light is reflected by it, allowing Xiao Yu to easily detect its existence. There was still less than half an hour before the final collision. It's almost time. It's now. Xiao Yu calculated for a moment and came to this conclusion. The current situation maintains a delicate balance. Although there are many warships besieging the Earth is not in danger for the time being due to the strong protection of the four-dimensional shield and the powerful counterattack of conventional weapons. Xiao Yu can even mobilize the super negative matter cannon and space weapons to prepare for the coming big guy. Xiao Yu's method of dealing with this half-finished planet Battlestar is very simple. That is to destroy it directly, without any fancy or any tricks. If you dare to get close, I will destroy you. It's that simple. The Earth, which has 500 space weapons and 300 super negative matter cannons, has this qualification and strength. It is precisely because of this confidence that Xiao Yu allowed the Earth to enter the Flower of Death galaxy even though he knew that it might encounter a collision with a semi-finished planetary battlestar. Then let's start! Xiao Yu gave the order. The most violent attack started in an instant. On the surface of the Earth, countless busy robots and various mechanical equipment transported various resources to the 500 space weapon bases and 300 super negative matter cannon bases. These resources went through a series of indescribable physical reactions. Under the guidance of various high-tech machines, they finally converged on the space weapon launcher. At this moment, something like an electric light is flashing here. After the flashing lasted for more than 10 seconds, a thin black line began to form. It twisted its body wantonly in the transmitter, as if it was alive, and seemed to be trying to break free from the constraints of this machine. After struggling for a minute, it succeeded. Under Xiao Yu's manipulation, it had grown strong enough and was launched. It itself is not a physical object, so it is not bound by the theory of relativity. Its speed can easily exceed the speed of light. The moment after it was launched, it had already passed through the shield layer, arrived in space, and then continued to move forward, and cut everything that dares to stand in front of him, whether enemy or friend, into two pieces. Following it forward are the other 499 space cracks and 300 negative matter torrents. These things, almost at the same time, bombarded the approaching semi-finished planet Battlestar created by the 5th Level Civilization Alliance. Xiao Yu saw that the moment it was hit, its brightness suddenly increased, and then quickly dimmed, as if it flickered. A single salvo cannot destroy the planetary shield of this planetary Battlestar. This is what Xiao Yu expected. So Xiao Yu didn't hesitate at all and immediately launched a second salvo. Relying on planetary construction means that there is an almost unlimited energy supply. With unlimited energy supply, space weapons and negative matter cannons can attack continuously and without stopping. The frequency of firing of space weapons and super negative matter cannons has increased to a speed of almost once every 10 seconds. At the beginning, this half-finished planetary Battlestar was half an hour away from the Earth. But now it is less than 5 minutes away. This means that in the short 25 minutes that it has been approaching, it has withstood 150 volleys. Each salvo is 500 space crack attacks and 300 negative matter torrent attack. Although this semi-finished planet Battlestar also has an unlimited energy supply, the protective shield base on it is really unable to withstand the energy load requirements that are as turbulent as waves in a short period of time. They collapsed. The planetary shield lost its energy supply and disappeared with it. 150 salvos from the Earth broke the solid SHL of this semi-finished planetary Battlestar. Xiao Yu's plan has succeeded in the first step. It's just the first step, because this planet Battlestar is still approaching the Earth quickly. In another 5 minutes, it will collide head-on with the Earth and die together. So Xiao Yu immediately launched the second step of the battle plan. Compared with the first step of the battle plan, the second step of the battle plan is undoubtedly very simple. Without the protection of the planetary shield, a planet, no matter how advanced the weapons equipped on the ground, is just a living target. Under Xiao Yu's control, a formation of 10,000 spaceships set off and began to move towards the planet Battlestar. After arriving at the planet Battlestar, these 10,000 spacecraft encountered unimaginable sniper attacks. More than 1 million spacecraft participated in the interception of these 10,000 spacecraft. But unfortunately, a planet is too big after all. When attacking the planet, you don't even need to aim. Just aim the weapon downwards and launch. And then that's it. Defending a planet without a planetary shield is an act of maximum investment and minimum gain. Facing the fierce artillery fire, the remaining thousands of spacecraft began to fly at ultra-low altitude. During the ultra-low altitude flight, Ground-penetrating missiles were released one after another. Some of these missiles were destroyed, while others successfully touched the ground. As soon as they touched the ground, these missiles were like thirsty fish that saw water and immediately plunged violently. These ground-penetrating missiles are manufactured using the most advanced technology of Level 5 civilizations. Their warheads are equipped with powerful ground-digging machinery. They can even use negative matter to neutralize the material in front of them, clearing the way for their own advancement. At their tails, they are equipped with the most powerful engines, pushing them underground. According to the geological structure of the planet, Xiaoyu believes that it is not a problem for these Earth-penetrating missiles to penetrate 3,000 kilometers underground. You know, the radius of this planet is only more than 6,000 kilometers. The warheads of these ground-penetrating missiles are equipped with weapons most suitable for blasting antimatter bombs. That's right. What Xiaoyu has to do is to blow up the entire planet. After blowing you to pieces, I wonder how you can hit me. This is Xiaoyu's idea. It is very simple and crude, but very effective. Chapter 576, Blow Up the Planet. Thousands of spaceships that escaped interception and were lucky enough to reach the surface of the planet released the ground-penetrating missiles they carried. And nearly 200,000 high-yield antimatter bombs were sent into the Earth's crust. Deep, their location and depth of burrowing into the ground are all different. As soon as they touch the ground, Xiaoyu will calculate the geological conditions of this part, at which depth and at which time the explosion can cause the greatest damage, and use this as a basis to arrange the penetration depth of the antimatter bomb. Nearly 200,000 missiles all followed this process. The whole process took less than 2 minutes before Xiaoyu arranged and completed this huge and precise blasting project. Then, you can go and die! Xiaoyu gently gave the order. For Xiaoyu now, destroying a planet is really not a big deal. You know, even the star Xiaoyu doesn't know how many he has killed. But on the other hand, this is not the case for the creatures living on this planet. The moment the planet's protective shield was breached, the technicians and soldiers working on the planet Battlestar knew that their mission had failed. When they saw countless ground-penetrating missiles quickly drilling into the planet, their hearts became even more desperate. They had already made up their minds to die, hoping that their death would bring about the destruction of the enemy's powerful planet Battlestar. But they failed. Their death will bring them nothing, and they will die in such a meaningless way. A planet is a world. Now, the end of this planet has arrived. The first antimatter bomb exploded. This is an antimatter bomb at a critical point in the geological structure. Inside the missile, the antimatter bound by the force field finally lost its restraints and could freely combine with positive matter. In the process of combining with normal matter, these antimatters and the positive matter with the same mass will convert their mass into energy. In this process, the energy they release follows the formula E equals mc squared. A large amount of energy was instantly released underground, about 2,200 kilometers away. A key geological node of the planet was destroyed, and powerful shock waves spread around the world at extremely fast speeds. And the power of the explosion was even immediately revealed on the surface of the planet. Directly above the explosion point, a tall mountain peak rose abruptly, and endless rocks drilled out of the flat ground. They destroyed anything man-made or naturally formed that stood above them. Accompanying this gushing mountain peak were violent earthquakes, and some dark red magma sprayed from the surface into the sky like fireworks. This is just a prelude. After spending hundreds of millions of seconds assessing the power of the explosion, Xiaoyu detonated the second batch of antimatter bombs buried deep underground. There were 100,000 antimatter bombs detonated this time. 100,000 high-yield antimatter bombs at key geological nodes exploded simultaneously on the planet, causing a strong reaction that could not be described even if the Earth shattered. The real end of this planet has arrived. At this moment, there is no complete or flat place on the surface of this planet. There are rising peaks or large collapsed holes everywhere, and there are huge crisscrossing cracks everywhere. Dark red magma flies straight from the ground to the sky like fireworks, even rising all the way and rushing into the sky. Into space. Magma is not the only thing flying into space. Along with the magma, there are endless rocks flying into space. Those mountains that emerged from the ground seem to have the ability to grow infinitely. Their height had grown to nearly 100,000 meters, but they still did not stop growing taller. Eventually, their bottoms separated from their parent body, and they were blasted directly into space, turning into an asteroid. Debris from the explosion was everywhere, and the endless debris was like a sandstorm, completely covering the entire planet. Under such circumstances, the buildings built on this planet were undoubtedly most completely destroyed. This planet has been completely destroyed. But it's not over yet. There are still the last batch of antimatter bombs that have not been detonated. This last batch of antimatter bombs detonated will completely end the life of this planet. When Xiaoyu thought it was appropriate, the third batch of antimatter bombs was detonated. This was the most violent and final explosion. With another violent vibration, the planet was directly blown into countless pieces, and it completely disintegrated. If the explosion points are concentrated, the planet may just break into two large fragments. But Xiaoyu does not allow this to happen. When he launched Earth-penetrating missiles before, Xiaoyu deliberately arranged so many antimatter bombs on the planet roughly evenly according to different geological structures and stress points. These antimatter bombs are distributed in different places on the planet. Therefore, the planet can only be blown to pieces. Because the energy of the explosion was too huge, the planetary materials that were blown into pieces acquired extremely high kinetic energy. They completely changed their previous orbits and flew towards the void of the universe in all directions. These fragments range in size from large to hundreds of kilometers in diameter, while small ones are only a few millimeters or even a few microns in diameter. Suddenly, this place became a world of asteroids, and some spacecraft that could not dodge were hit. Facts have proved that the kinetic energy is powerful to a certain extent, and its power is no less powerful than the advanced weapons of various fifth-level civilizations. Xiaoyu clearly saw that a huge asteroid with a diameter of more than 100 kilometers collided head-on with a city-level spacecraft. The city-level spacecraft hit a big hole in the asteroid, and this asteroid completely destroyed the city-class spacecraft. The planet was finally destroyed by Xiaoyu, and the Earth lost one of its biggest threats. After the planet was blown up, a large number of asteroids still hit the Earth. If they gather together, their mass of tens of trillions of tons may cause a lot of trouble for the Earth. But unfortunately, they are scattered. Dispersion of power means no power. An impact of this level cannot pose any threat to the Earth's planetary shield system. I can destroy one of your planetary battle stars, and I can destroy your second one. Facts have proved that your planetary battle stars are not very strong, and there is still a certain gap between them and the authentic planetary battle stars. So, now there are still who will stop me from rescuing the Asia spaceship. Xiaoyu smiled slightly in his heart, because of the huge kinetic energy and tough defense. If the Earth wants to move forward, no one can stop it. Even if you spend tens of millions to search for spaceships, you can't do it. The Earth is moving forward. The further you go, the more spaceships come to block you. Xiaoyu had to admit that when the quantity rose to a certain level, it would trigger a qualitative change. The siege of countless enemy warships made the Earth's protective shield almost unbearable. There was no other way. Xiaoyu could only release all the battleships stored on the Earth. A full 10 million battleships shared at least half of the pressure for the Earth, allowing the Earth to survive. The Earth is still moving forward, and the number of Level 5 Civilization Alliance warships it has to face is also increasing. After the Earth destroyed a planet battle star, the planet battle stars that followed were so frightened that they did not dare to reveal their intention to destroy the Earth by impact. They even dared to hide in the distance. Use that super negative matter cannon to launch a long-range strike against the Earth. At this moment, the number of warships besieging the Earth has exceeded 70 million. Although there were 10 million reserve warships to share the pressure, the Earth still encountered unimaginable pressure. But Earth is still moving forward. This is the mission that Earth must complete. Xiaoyu knew what this battle meant. If the Earth is successful, what a huge morale blow it will be to the 5th level Civilization Alliance. You know, there are 70 million spaceships. This is more than 1/3 of the entire Alliance's strength, which came to besiege an enemy. Just one planet battle star not only failed to destroy it, but also allowed it to rescue the target trapped in the encirclement. This is a perfect opportunity to declare force. The Earth finally advanced to this place and merged with the Asia spacecraft formation. This means that the Earth's rescue mission is finally completed. The Earth began to retreat. In fact, if possible, Xiaoyu would like to control the Earth to continue moving forward, and then use the stellar cannon to kill it when it is close enough to the star. But Xiaoyu can't do this, because there are hundreds of thousands of energy bases. There are already some signs of being unable to bear it. There are too many enemy warships, and the attacks are too fierce. If they continue to advance, they may cause an even more frenzied counterattack by the Level 5 Civilization Alliance, which will put themselves in danger. The Earth and Asia spacecraft formations merged together, and there was no force that could destroy the two. This rescue operation was successfully completed. This is the Earth I built. So what about the tens of millions of battleships? So what about the conspiracy and conspiracy? Under the crushing force of the Earth, They are all ridiculous and worthless things. Goodbye. Level 5 Civilization Alliance. I'm waiting for the next battle between us. Xiao Yu proudly controlled the Earth and slowly exited the Flower of Death galaxy. Chapter 577 Dilemma. The first confrontation between the two most powerful beings under the 6th level civilization came to an end. The final outcome was that planet Battlestar finally broke through many obstacles and successfully rescued the Asia spacecraft formation. During this process, the unparalleled strength of the planet Battlestar was vividly displayed. You know, in the process of blocking the planet Battlestar from rescuing the Asia spacecraft, the Level 5 Civilization Alliance dispatched a total of nearly 80 million spacecraft and one planet Battlestar. However, the final outcome was that the planet Battlestar was completely destroyed. The planet was destroyed, and the planet was blown to pieces. Not only did the 80 million spacecraft fail to stop the Earth and save the Asia, but the Earth and Asia spacecraft formations in turn wiped out about 10 million spacecraft. In the center of the Flower of Death galaxy, in the huge Tianma Shinkong spacecraft, the leader has been looking at the projected image in front of him with cold eyes, watching the Earth finally break through to the side of the Asia spacecraft. Watching the Asia spacecraft and the Earth finally they came together and watched the Earth retreat unscathed despite being besieged by tens of millions of spacecraft. Unknowingly, his hands were clenched tightly, and his eyes began to change from cold to hot, and then became hotter and hotter, until finally it seemed as if they were about to spit out fire. Have I failed? Have I failed to set up a trap that cost millions of spaceships and hundreds of millions of soldiers dead? I have considered every point, every detail, and proper arrangements have been made. But why are their planet Battlestars so powerful? Why are they so powerful? He murmured to himself. The leader had long considered the matter of the planetary Battlestar coming to rescue the Asia spaceship after it was surrounded. And he had indeed made appropriate arrangements. The number of spaceships as high as 80 million was what he had arranged. However, he could never have imagined that even the siege of 80 million spacecraft would only force the Earth to be unable to advance far enough to destroy the star with its stellar cannon. If the Earth wanted to retreat, they were unable to stop it. The leader looked at the projected image in trance. After the Earth figure finally disappeared, the anger in his eyes disappeared. But it doesn't matter. I can't wipe you out. And your Shinjo civilization can't wipe us out. And the development potential of your civilization has been exhausted. Before you get new technological supplements, it's impossible to make any big progress. And our 5th level civilization alliance is different. At this moment, we are in a period of great development of science and technology. Science and technology are developing at a rapid pace. It will only take a short 200 years for us to reach your current level of science and technology. By then, we will let's see what your Shinjo civilization can do to compete with us. The leader thought calmly. In 200 years, will you be able to break through our defenses, break up our cohesion, and disintegrate our alliance? Shinjo civilization. In these 200 years, I will allow you to be wild for a while. After 200 years, we will fight again for real. Looking at the place where the Earth disappeared, the leader's eyes became very distant. At this moment, although Xiao Yu followed the Earth and escaped the trap set for him by the Level 5 Civilization Alliance, his mood was not very exciting, but rather a bit heavy. The combat power of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance exceeds our imagination, and our previous estimate was wrong. Xiao Yu said to the participants very seriously. We do not have 500 years. Our time is only 200 at most. Year. This is a very simple truth, based on his understanding of the technological level of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance. Xiao Yu can roughly estimate the technological development speed of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance. Based on this speed, Xiao Yu previously concluded that the Level 5 Civilization Alliance will take about 500 years. You can completely counter your own conclusions. But the information Xiao Yu obtained at that time was wrong. And it was the Level 5 Civilization Alliance that intentionally misled Xiao Yu. The real situation is that the 5th level Civilization Alliance has hidden 20% of its spaceship combat power. This means that the technological level of the 5th level Civilization Alliance is higher than Xiao Yu imagined. And their technological development speed is faster than he imagined. Therefore, the time for them to catch up with Xiao Yu and gain the ability to fully compete with Xiao Yu is shortened accordingly. From 500 years to 200 years. This is not good news. It means that Xiao Yu's time is even tighter. In the war with the 5th level Civilization Alliance, Xiao Yu's chance of winning has once again decreased. In this first battle, we probably lost about 1 million spaceships, and destroyed a total of about 10 million enemy spaceships and 1 planet battle star. This result does not mean that our spaceships, the ratio of combat power to the combat power of the opponent's spacecraft, has reached 10 to 1. This result is entirely due to the super strength of the planet Battlestar Earth. But we have more time to build more of this kind of planet Battlestar. We have to build a planet Battlestar. A planetary Battlestar like the Earth will take us at least 300 years. And the most important point is that a planetary Battlestar consumes too much of my computing power. A planetary Battlestar will take up at least 5 years of my life. 1/5 of the computing power. Now, there is really no way for me to allocate 1/5 of the computing power to control another planet Battlestar. This is a very helpless thing. Perhaps, the control problem of planet Battlestars can be solved by intelligent creatures to save their own computing power. But Xiao Yu only has 200 years. And 200 years is not enough to build planet Battlestars. I think we should continue to proceed as planned, Luca 2 said. In a few years, we will be able to transport at least 9 planets here. These 9 planets can provide us with a large amount of resources. It is entirely possible to launch large-scale construction operations and rely on a steady stream of new spaceships to continue to wear down the strength of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance. But this plan has a fatal flaw, Xiao Yu said. Although large-scale construction operations can share a large amount of my computing power load by building supercomputing centers, there is one thing that I am worried about. And that is, we are not sure that the strength of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance can be reduced to a certain extent within 200 years through this method. But judging from the current situation, this is the only action we can take. Luca number 2 replied helplessly. Xiao Yu fell silent again. The situation is indeed as Luca 2 said. In this case, there is really no better way than this. Let's do this. Xiao Yu sighed softly and said, while carrying out this operation, I will join forces with the scientists from the Zhongyang Academy of Sciences to try to find a cannon that can destroy stars at ultra-long distances without relying on stellar cannons. Method. If we can destroy the star, we will have a great advantage. At this time, Xiao Yu received a message report. Xiao Yu glanced lightly and couldn't help but sigh again. This report comes from the Stellar Research Institute of the Zhongyang Academy of Sciences. According to Xiao Yu's instructions, they have been studying the use of planetary impact to destroy a star. Now, the research has produced results. Our current technology can only transport planets. The star is too massive, has a harsh environment, has no fixed surface, and the situation is more complicated, so there is no way to transport the star. Previously, we have been studying planetary impact to destroy its stellar feasibility study. Now, the results are out. The conclusion is that this matter is not feasible. Xiao Yu manipulated his shadow and shrugged helplessly. Compared with stars, planets are still too small, Xiao Yu said. Although the impact of planets will have a very serious impact on the star, causing the star to create atmospheric holes, eject matter, and even make a star advance, it has fallen into the aging stage. But unfortunately, the impact of the planet cannot destroy the star, and the impact of the planet impact on the star is also within the tolerable range of the 5th level civilization. In other words, even if the star is affected by the impact of the planet, the impact is unstable and has fallen into the aging stage, and it will not be able to have any impact on level 5 civilization, unless we transport thousands of planets and continuously impact the star. It is possible to destroy it, but obviously, we do not have so much time to prepare for such a thing, Xiao Yu said. Moving thousands of planets is such a huge project that even with Xiao Yu's mobility, it will never be completed within 1,000 years. Planet collisions cannot achieve the goal. So what about star collisions? A scientist said thoughtfully. We already have the ability to put planets into curvature navigation. So why don't we start research into putting stars into curvature navigation? If we have such technology, we can transport a star over. We don't even have to control the star to hit the star in the Flower of Death galaxy. We only need to move the star close to the Level 5 Civilization Alliance. When the fleet reaches a certain level, just detonate it. The powerful energy released by the star explosion will help us complete the task of destroying the 5th level Civilization Alliance. We have been conducting relevant research for a long time up to now, Xiao Yu replied. But unfortunately, we encountered difficulties when studying the technology that allows stars to enter curvature navigation. Imaginary resistance. This matter is very complicated and difficult, and we have no way to achieve a breakthrough in the short term. Chapter 578 Collision. Allowing a star to enter curvature navigation is a completely different concept from allowing a planet to enter curvature navigation. On a planet, Xiaoyu can obtain resources locally on the surface of the planet and build various instruments on the surface of the planet. But stars are completely different. Xiaoyu even had no way to get close to the surface of the star. The biggest difference is that the star's mass and volume are too large, which cannot be compared with a planet. It is precisely because of so many difficulties that scientists at the Central Academy of Sciences led by Xiaoyu have been researching for a long time without achieving a technological breakthrough. In the foreseeable future, I don't see the possibility of breakthroughs in related technologies, Xiaoyu said. Then, we have only one solution at the moment, and that is after the planet is moved here. Relying on my strong construction capabilities, I continuously build spaceships to consume the power of the 5th level Civilization Alliance. It's just that I don't like this method of combat, and I hate leaving the future to fate or luck. Doing so is indeed similar to leaving your destiny to luck. This is a race against time. Xiaoyu only has 200 years, and within 200 years, there are too many variables that may occur. But there's no way around it. It's the only feasible solution. In the next few years, Xiaoyu remained quite quiet. During this period, the Level 5 Civilization Alliance and Xiaoyu only had a limited number of conflicts. Xiaoyu is waiting for the arrival of the planet, and the Level 5 Civilization Alliance is happy to study technology in his spare time. 3 years later, the first planet was finally transported here. This place is a full 300 billion kilometers away from the main star of the Flower of Death galaxy, but it is still within the gravitational control of this star. Xiaoyu manipulated the planet engine built on the planet, and after it obtained a stable orbit, he began large-scale construction activities. Xiaoyu did not think about building a second Earth. Planet battle stars consume too much computing power, and the construction period is too long. This is not a good place to build planet battle stars. Xiaoyu just constructed a planetary shield system for this planet, and after giving it basic protection, he didn't bother with it anymore. Under Xiaoyu's auspices, large-scale construction activities began. In order to improve speed and efficiency and save computing power, Xiaoyu issued a large-scale recruitment order in the Intelligent Biological Society. A total of 80 billion intelligent organisms accepted Xiaoyu's call and invested in the vigorous era of construction. Got hit. The huge energy of intelligent creatures was once again revealed at this moment. As long as you are a human being, you have your own uses. If becoming a scientist or a soldier requires higher individual qualities of intelligent creatures, then there are no requirements for becoming a worker. The simplest thing is, even if you cannot become a technical worker due to individual quality limitations, you can always become a labor-type worker. Right? One more labor-type worker can allow Xiaoyu to save one more robot's computing power. The surface of this planet has been filled with dense robots, intelligent creatures, and various devices. Here is the rear area that supports Xiaoyu in this war. The establishment of the industrial system. The construction of various mining bases and foundry factories will take some time. For Xiaoyu, this time is 2 years. Just after the industrial system on this first planet was completed, the other 8 planets have all arrived. Xiaoyu followed suit and constructed a basic defense system for these 8 planets, and then began large-scale construction again. Xiaoyu made the orbits of these 9 planets very close, which helps the movement of materials between the planets. However, there will be a disadvantage in doing so. That is, under the gravitational disturbance of these planets, they will gradually lose their current stable orbits, and eventually collide together and merge into a large planet, or they will be expelled to the inner galaxy or go into outer space. But the planetary engine solves this problem very well. Every time there is a deviation in the planetary orbit, the planetary engine will be temporarily activated to fine-tune the planetary orbit and maintain the balance of the system. Under Xiaoyu's mobilization and call, the number of smart biological workers participating in rear-line construction further increased. Now in the Shinzhou civilization, the number of intelligent creatures has reached nearly 400 billion. Among these 400 billion intelligent creatures, about 250 billion intelligent creatures have participated in this construction. Countless intelligent creatures, countless robots, and countless machines, like ants, gathered together under Xiaoyu's command and exerted tremendous energy. Under their hard work, spaceships were built one after another, and weapons were manufactured one after another. Xiaoyu can be sure that the 5th level Civilization Alliance, not far from him, can easily detect what he is doing. But Xiaoyu didn't care. Xiaoyu had no intention of hiding this matter, and he couldn't hide it at all. 2 years later, all the industrial systems on the 9 planets were completed. Trillions of robots and intelligent creatures are busy on the surface of the planet or underground. On these planets, There are tall factories everywhere. And there are also many shipyards or space factories in space. There are countless spaceships traveling back and forth between different planets at all times. Xiao Yu's construction plan is completely on track. As a steady stream of new spacecraft began to be produced from behind, Xiao Yu took advantage of the existing spacecraft and began an all-out attack on the Flower of Death galaxy. The long protracted war slowly began. More than 50 years have passed since the beginning of this battle, and it has never stopped. Xiao Yu's fleet is constantly attacking the defense forces of the Flower of Death galaxy, while the defenders of the Flower of Death galaxy are desperately defending here. Although Xiao Yu's fleet is small in number, its advantage is that it can be replenished quickly and in an endless supply. No matter how much it is lost, it will never be exhausted. Looking at the Level 5 Civilization Alliance, their situation is exactly the opposite of Xiao Yu. Their fleet is large in number, but replenishing it is slow. They also have a huge rear, with more than 100 planets serving as natural construction bases. Based on these more than 100 planets, they can obtain nearly unlimited resources. They also have a large population, with 20 civilizations allied together. The total number of intelligent creatures has exceeded 1 trillion. This is a time of war, and naturally everything puts war first. In fact, the current social focus of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance has been completely tilted towards war. Fully 80% of the population is serving this war, including soldiers, scientists, military factory workers, logistics personnel, etc. The remaining 20% of the population is serving this war. 80% of the population served, whether they are old people or young children. They are all mobilized, and they are all contributing their own strength to this war. But unfortunately, even so, the rear construction speed of the 5th level Civilization Alliance is still not as fast as Xiao Yu. According to the latest statistical report of the Academy of Sciences, our rear construction speed lags behind the Shinjo civilization by an average of 20%. A scientist in the 5th level Civilization Alliance reported. But thanks to our huge warship reserve in advance, as well as the continuous supply of additional troops from the rear, within a short period of time, we are not in danger of being caught up by the Shinjo civilization. Moreover, there is one thing that is very beneficial to us. The scientists continue to report. Our development potential is higher than that of the Shinjo civilization. Our technology has been progressing rapidly, while the technology of the Shinjo civilization has stagnated. During this period, we have developed optical computers, the latest communication methods for space broadcasting, ultralight yet ultra-tough new materials made from hydrogen atoms, gravity shielding research, and curvature navigation of large mass objects, curvature navigation in strong gravitational fields, space properties, etc. There have all been major breakthroughs, driven by the advancement of science and technology. The comprehensive performance of the new warships we have manufactured is improving. And even though it is becoming more and more convenient, the energy consumption, volume, and mass of the weapons we manufacture are getting smaller and smaller. But their power is getting stronger and stronger. Our spacecraft battle damage rate and soldier casualty rate are slowly declining, while these two data of the Shinjo civilization are slowly declining, rising, which means that the situation is tilting in our favor. And as long as we can persist, our situation will get better and better. Our conclusion is that now that the war has been going on for 50 years, as long as we can persist for another 150 years, although our technological advancement will still not be as advanced as the Shinjo civilization at that time, we will benefit from due to our huge number of warships. We will change our situation at a disadvantage for the first time, and we will have the ability to stalemate with the Shinjo civilization. After the stalemate, it will be the climax. If everything goes well, in 300 years, the Shinjo civilization will face us. The offensive will not be able to fight back at all. After the scientist finished his report, he sat down in his seat. At the same time, in the Asia spacecraft. So, the most critical time period is still in the next 150 years. These 150 years are the critical time to determine the fate of our Shinjo civilization and the 5-level Civilization Alliance. Xiao Yu said, if it's been more than 150 years, and we still haven't won the Level 5 Civilization Alliance, we will never be able to win them. By that time, unless we use the Ball of Death, we will have nothing method. Chapter 579, Stellar Curvature Navigation. This is the situation. Xiao Yu said, the situation is very unfavorable to us. This is the battle damage rate of our spacecraft, and the battle damage rate of the enemy's spacecraft during this period. You can take a look. Xiaoyu sent a piece of data to the computing terminals of each participant. This data shows that the battle damage rate of the spacecraft of both sides has changed from 3.25 to 10.79 at the beginning of the war to 4.17 to 9.85 now. What this means is clear to everyone present. After this data was released, a solemn atmosphere began to fill the conference room. The speed of scientific and technological progress of the Pegasus civilization has exceeded our original prediction. It may be difficult for us to achieve this goal of conquering the Flower of Death galaxy within the next 150 years. A scientist said, I suggest using the Ball of Death. Well, the killing radius of the Ball of Death is about 1 light hour. After the Ball of Death is detonated, all carbon-based organisms within a radius of 1 billion kilometers will die. From 1 billion to 20 carbon-based organisms within a range of 100 million kilometers will suffer permanent trauma. And carbon-based organisms within a range of 2 billion to 5 billion kilometers will suffer certain reversible damage. Then, I suggest that we launch a general attack to attract as many level 5 as possible Civilization Alliance battleship, and then detonate the Ball of Death. Do we really want to use the Ball of Death on the 5th level alliance? Xiaoyu felt conflicted in his heart. Needless to say, the value of the Ball of Death is a trump card that can save lives. So far, Xiaoyu only has 2 balls left in total, and they will be gone after they are used up. The Ball of Death was made with the technology of a 7th level civilization. It was impossible for Xiaoyu to analyze the technology contained in it, and then make it himself. Even the sweepers may not be able to create a Ball of Death. Xiaoyu has always had a faint worry in his heart. About Taihao, about the sweepers, about the guardians, and the several major alien beast civilizations that exist in the galaxy. Xiaoyu had a hunch that after he was promoted to the 6th level civilization, he would definitely have a conflict with the above-mentioned existences. As a newbie to the 6th level civilization, I cannot be an opponent of these veteran 6th level civilizations. So the Ball of Death is the only thing that can save my life. If you use a death ball here, when you advance to the 6th level civilization, you may encounter disaster because of the lack of a death ball. Xiaoyu still couldn't make up his mind. At this time, in a scientific research site of the homeship spacecraft, a young scientist was busy with something in front of a host computer with powerful computing power. In front of him, there was a 3-dimensional image, and the projection equipment projected a star, which was suspended in midair. This star is a scaled-down projection of a real star. The scientist used a simulation program written by himself to simulate all the information of the real star on this fictitious star, including indicators such as mass, temperature, volume, gravity, radiation rate, etc. It was obvious that he was currently conducting research, but he seemed to have encountered some difficulty, and it was very difficult to break. But he didn't have any restless expression. He was always calm. He checked the data over and over again, modified the data and ideas over and over again. His fingertips kept jumping on the input device. As the data was input, the star would change from time to time, as a piece of data was input into the simulator. And after running it, the brightness of the simulated sun suddenly increased a lot. And then the entire body twisted, and finally exploded. The curvature of space is affected by excessive radiation energy, leading to the emergence of unstable space storms, which eventually tear the star into pieces and fail. He sat there, thought for a while, and entered another piece of data. This time, the star was not torn apart, but it moved rapidly and irregularly, clashing back and forth within the projection range of the projection equipment, like a crazy lion, which lasted for several minutes. Time just stopped. The curvature of space and the gravity of stars interact with each other, producing chaotic data flow, resulting in unpredictable results. In the end, the curvature engine was burned out due to excessive energy load. It failed. He sighed, cleared the last entered data, thought about it again, and re-entered some remaining data. Fail. Fail. In this laboratory, he has been here, constantly inputting new data. After encountering failure, he starts to think, and then continues to input new data, and so on. He has been busy here for more than 10 days. Except for necessary rest and replenishing food, he has not left here. Eventually, he succeeded. After countless thoughts and attempts, he re-entered the latest data. After this data was executed, the star under the virtual projection device began to move slowly. The slightly blurry space around it proves that it is in a curvature navigation at the moment. The very average speed and smooth movement attitude prove that its curvature navigation is controlled. It moves slowly like this, like a small boat full of hope. As the star continued to move smoothly, the young scientist's mood gradually calmed down. After more than 10 minutes, under the control of the young scientist, the star broke away from the curvature of space and stopped. I succeeded, he murmured to himself, his voice gradually getting louder, and a look of joy appeared on his face. I succeeded? At the same time, in the conference room, he succeeded. Xiao Yu, who was thinking about whether he should use the ball of death, suddenly came back to his senses. Xiao Yu's eyes began to shine with joy. Very good! Very good! He succeeded. What worked? One scientist asked. It's Su Junpo, Xiao Yu replied. He successfully found a way to allow a star to enter curvature navigation. I just received his report. Great. Simply great. If we can transport the star, we can transport the star directly to the side of this galaxy and detonate it, using the powerful lethality of the star explosion to break through the defense of the Flower of Death galaxy. We can even directly control the impact of this star. Enter the Flower of Death galaxy to open a gap. Great. As long as we have this technology, our chances of winning will increase a lot. Even without the help of the Ball of Death, we are sure to win. The participating scientists looked at each other and saw joy in each other's eyes. But one thing is that the technology that allows stars to enter curvature space has only made a breakthrough at the theoretical level. To realize it, we still need to work harder, Xiao Yu said. However, the most important obstacles have been once we break through. I don't believe that the other secondary obstacles will stop us. Now, I will announce the first technology that needs to be researched. The environment above the star is too harsh, and in order for the star to enter curvature navigation, some specific instruments must work extremely close to the star. These instruments must be made of the toughest, heat-resistant, and most outstanding materials. We don't have this kind of material yet. However, we already have a theory about the manufacturing of this kind of material, and that is hydrogen atom polymerization material. We require the Institute of Material Science and Technology to successfully tackle the key problem within 5 years and manufacture this material for me. The 1990 spacecraft that is still lying in the Asia spacecraft warehouse is made of this hydrogen polymer material. The so-called hydrogen polymer material is to turn gaseous hydrogen into a solid substance directly through manipulation at the atomic level. This substance is extremely light, but extremely strong. Heat resistance, ductility, flexibility, and corrosion resistance are all top-notch. In the final analysis, corrosion is also a chemical reaction between substances, and the atoms of the hydrogen polymer material are fixed, and there is no way to combine with the atoms of other substances. Naturally, there will be no chemical reaction and corrosion. In fact, the future of this material goes far beyond this. In Xiao Yu's speculation, after this material is developed to its extreme, it can even be used to create instruments that can work properly on white dwarfs or neutron stars. However, before entering the 6th or even 7th level civilization, there is no need to think about this material. The second problem is the issue of energy supply. The energy consumed to allow a star to enter curvature navigation is too huge. It is extremely uneconomical to rely on external energy transportation. Then the only way to consider is to use local materials from the star, Xiao Yu said. Academy of Energy Sciences, I ask you to develop the highest efficiency solar equipment within 5 years, and formulate a plan that can maximize the use of stellar radiation energy. After all, a star is too huge, and the energy required to allow it to enter the curvature of space is astronomical. If it is transported from the outside world, it will cause a lot of troubles and uncertainties, and it is far less convenient and faster than directly using stellar energy. The third question is that the Academy of Space Sciences and the Academy of Physical Sciences will, under my personal leadership, conduct follow-up research on stellar curvature navigation. Within 50 years, we will transport a star to the Flower of Death galaxy, and then use this star, breaking through the defense of the Flower of Death galaxy. I really want to see the energy released by the explosion of a star. How can you stop it? Xiao Yu thought silently. Even if you have hundreds of millions of warships, you can't withstand the explosion of the star. Chapter 580, Moving Stars. Quite beyond Xiao Yu's expectation, this technological breakthrough was made by Su Junpo, a man burdened with a lot of confusion. Allowing stars to enter curvature navigation and allowing planets to enter curvature navigation are two completely different concepts. This involves another technology, the technology of curvature navigation of low-mass matter under a strong gravitational field. This technology can only be mastered by level 6 civilizations. It is a technology that allows for curvature navigation at will in places with strong gravitational fields such as inside star systems. In previous research, Xiaoyu already had the technology to allow planets to enter curvature navigation. But he was still far from realizing curvature navigation in a strong gravitational field. The stellar curvature navigation is different. If you can master the technology of stellar curvature navigation, then you will not be far from curvature navigation in the star system. Which means that Xiaoyu is not far from the 6th level civilization. This is an important breakthrough for Xiaoyu before he steps into the 6th level civilization. Originally, Xiaoyu thought that it would take him about 1,000 years, or to be supplemented by a new technological system, before he could achieve this breakthrough. However, the development of things was beyond Xiaoyu's expectation. This technology is actually available now. It was conquered by Su Junpo, a genius scientist. Why you again? Xiaoyu thought with some sigh. After I enter the 6th level civilization, I must find Taihao's civilization and ask him clearly about the whole matter. Xiaoyu informed the entire civilization about this incident and gave Su Junpo an extremely grand commendation. For a time, Su Junpo's popularity even tended to surpass that of Luca number 2, number 3 and others. Until the threat you pose to me is determined, you are still a member of the Shinjo civilization, and you will be rewarded for your merits. This is my principle. Xiaoyu once again dispatched a huge fleet composed of various industrial transport ships, resource transport ships, escort fleets, etc. to sail. The target of this voyage is a star 4.6 light-years away. There were originally 3 planets next to that star, but they are gone now. All those planets were transported to the Flower of Death galaxy. Now Xiaoyu plans to transport this star directly. Of course, Xiaoyu has only theoretically mastered the method of transporting stars. To realize it, it will take a lot of research and experiments. This star is Xiaoyu's test subject. In 5 years, we must find a way to move stars. Xiaoyu made up his mind. As a result, the star system that had long been silent began to become lively again. Some robots began to install some strange instruments very close to it, and many spacecraft began to shuttle busily around it. From time to time, bursts of space fluctuations appeared, and then disrupted its orbit a little. After pouring a lot of computing power into scientific research and experiments, Xiaoyu's offensive against the Flower of Death galaxy has weakened a bit, but it still remains at a strong level. The huge construction task is still continuing, and newly built spaceships are being replenished all the time to replace those that are severely damaged and unable to continue fighting. In this way, Xiaoyu's combat power has always been maintained at a peak and at a constant value. Time passes little by little, and it has been nearly 60 years since the war began. During these 60 years, the Level 5 Civilization Alliance adopted a seemingly frustrating style of play, which was to only defend but not attack. The 5th Level Civilization Alliance has never launched an active attack on Xiaoyu. If Xiaoyu goes to attack, they will defend. If Xiaoyu doesn't attack, they will be happy and leisurely. But the more they behave like this, the heavier Xiaoyu's heart becomes. Because this means that the Level 5 Civilization Alliance has made up its mind to fight to the end, and has sufficient confidence in sustaining it. This means that there is no possibility of relaxation between these two powerful beings. Although my offensive is fierce, due to limitations in computing power, I have never been able to organize a very large-scale offensive. If I can control 40 million spacecraft at once, there should be no problem in breaking through their defenses. Hateful. With my current level of computing power, I can only stay in a stalemate with them, and no one can do anything about them. But the longer time passes, the more unfavorable the situation will be for me. I hope that there can be a breakthrough in the technology of stellar curvature navigation, and that things can change. This is the situation, Xiaoyu thought secretly in his heart. For 0.6 light-years away, a large number of scientists have begun to appear in this star system. Many scientists, including Luca 3 and 5, as well as Su Junpo, etc. have come here to conduct field research here. In order to ensure the safety here, Xiaoyu set all the biological core there, and asked them to be responsible for the defense there. These scientists are the essence of Shinjo civilization, and there is no room for mistakes. Not only these scientists. Xiaoyu also invested a considerable part of his computing power here. This star system has become completely lively. Scientists from the Academy of Materials Science are studying new hydrogen atom polymerization materials every day, and are constantly testing the performance of new materials in extreme environments, such as near stars, and even inside. Scientists from the Academy of Energy Sciences experiments on stellar energy explosion were carried out here. And some scientists even proposed to build a large opaque ball to wrap the entire star, so that the energy of the star can be maximized. The Academy of Space Science and Physics scientists at the Academy of Sciences carry out data calculations, formula derivation, etc. all day long. This part of the work was originally the most arduous. But because the genius scientist Su Junpo has made the most important breakthrough in this aspect, this work became the most leisurely. There are no planets in this star system. But fortunately there is still an asteroid belt. So this asteroid belt bears the energy consumption and material needs of the entire scientific research team. There are countless robots busy in the asteroid belt every moment. 1 year has passed. 2 years have passed. 3 years have passed. 4 years have passed. It's already the 5th year. At this moment, this star system has completely changed its appearance. A large number of strange instruments have appeared around the originally empty star. These instruments are distributed at places ranging from 100,000 to 5 million kilometers away from the star. There are probably millions of them, and they are generally huge in size. In addition to these instruments, there are many things like plastic film surrounding the star. These things are thin, but large, and extremely tough at the same time. These things are stellar energy instruments made by Xiaoyu using special materials. Yes, during the past 5 years, the Academy of Materials Science successfully completed the task assigned to them by Xiaoyu and developed the hydrogen atom polymerization material. It is precisely because of the existence of this material that the instruments made by Xiaoyu can exist so close to the star. The surface of a star is 100,000 kilometers. What is this concept? You know, the diameter of this star is more than 1 million kilometers. Compared with the huge stars, 100,000 kilometers is nothing. Here you can truly feel the violent energy of the star, the unspeakably powerful radiation, high temperatures, vigorous material ejections, and powerful stellar winds. It is not an exaggeration to say that the environment here is HL. But none of these things have an impact on this latest type of material, powered by something similar to plastic film. Millions of curvature actuators began to work. They started to move together. With their cooperation, the space around the star was slowly curved. It gradually entered the curvature space, and then began to move slowly. At this time, all scientists remaining in this star system have evacuated, because star curvature navigation has certain dangers, and there are too many unpredictable factors. A slight mistake may cause the collapse of the entire system, eventually leading to the emergence of space-time turbulence and tearing the entire star into pieces. Therefore, for safety reasons, all scientists had returned to Xiaoyu Station before the experiment began. At this moment, all relevant scientists and Xiaoyu were nervously watching the movement of this star. A large amount of data streams arrived here and were displayed on relevant instruments. Based on the different data, the scientists and Xiaoyu began the next step of manipulation, adjusting various parameters and controlling the star to start the process smoothly. Trips, curvature navigation and conventional navigation are two different things, and they do not interfere with each other. This star has been orbiting the center of the Milky Way for about 1.7 billion years. Its orbiting speed is about 352 kilometers per second. This is its own kinetic energy, and there is no way to eliminate it. In other words, even in curvature space, it still maintains this motion. This will place higher demands on the curvature engine. During the curvature voyage, Xiaoyu must also pay attention to adjusting various parameters at any time. Otherwise, the star may rush out of the curvature space and be torn apart by the turbulence of time and space. Fortunately, that didn't happen. Under the joint gaze of hundreds of thousands of scientists and Xiaoyu, the star finally entered the curvature navigation smoothly. It is worth mentioning that at this moment, the curvature navigation of this star is not super light, but only 0.3 times the speed of light, which is about 90,000 kilometers per second. Xiaoyu's current technology is not advanced enough to allow a star to travel at faster than light speeds. At this speed, it will reach its destination in about 15 years. 15 years? I can afford to wait, Xiaoyu thought silently. Chapter 581, Victory in Hand. Now Xiaoyu has a hunch that in 15 years, when this star reaches the Flower of Death galaxy, it will be the time when he and the 5th Level Civilization Alliance will decide the winner, because the star explodes at close range, which cannot be resisted by a Level 5 civilization. The powerful energy erupted from the star will destroy the planetary shield of the planet Battlestar like water, and kill the spacecraft of the 5th level civilization like a garbage sweeper. Although this kind of energy is not as strong as the weapons produced by level 5 civilizations, Its attack range is so large that it can include the entire side of the planetary battle star facing the star within the attack range. This is very terrifying. And it also means that the planetary battle star shield has to bear an unimaginable energy load. And it is destroyed in just an instant. Xiaoyu couldn't resist the explosion of a star. And neither could the Level 5 Civilization Alliance. Of course, since you can't resist it, another thing is likely to happen. Escape. That is, the 5th level Civilization Alliance escaped in advance before the star arrived. After all, there are still 15 years before this star reaches here. 15 years have been enough for the Level 5 Civilization Alliance to accelerate all the planetary battle stars to a speed higher than the speed of the star, and then escape from the star system to start their escape, so that the star that Xiaoyu moved can never catch up with them. Xiaoyu does not doubt this. Xiaoyu knew that the 5th level Civilization Alliance had this ability. At the peak of Level 5 civilization, whether or not the defense system is built according to stars does not actually affect the fundamentals. Level 5 civilizations may not rely on stars, but directly rely on planetary engines to push more than 100 planets to form a defensive circle. The 5th level Civilization Alliance now relies on stars to construct a galaxy defense circle in order to save some manpower and resources. After all, the consumption of the planetary engine giving the planet a stable orbit and the star giving the planet a stable orbit are completely different. The second reason was only known to Xiaoyu after the war started. That is, taking advantage of Xiaoyu's character of directly attacking stars. He deliberately constructed a galaxy defense circle based on stars, and then laid a trap to lure Xiaoyu to attack, in an attempt to eliminate it, lose most of Xiaoyu's power. It is for these two reasons that the Level 5 Civilization Alliance built a galaxy defense ring around the star. Of course, the trap laid by the Level 5 Civilization Alliance went bankrupt because the Earth was too powerful. But no matter what the reason is, under the threat of star explosion, it is certain that the 5th level Civilization Alliance will definitely escape, because staying here is a place of death. Xiaoyu knows these things very clearly. Xiaoyu knows that under irresistible circumstances, the 5th level Civilization Alliance will choose to escape, so that the star he transported will never catch up with them, and all his hard work will be in vain. It was useless. But Xiaoyu still chose to move the star, because Xiaoyu has his own plans. Xiaoyu thinks more deeply. Xiaoyu knew that the Level 5 Civilization Alliance would choose to escape. But this involved a question. That is, how to escape. The entire large force, including more than 160 million spaceships, countless people, and more than 130 planetary battle stars, formed a tangled mass, left the Flower of Death star system together, and then escaped? On the surface, this is the safest approach, because if you gather into a group, you can get the most powerful defense, ensuring that during the escape, you will not be too affected by Xiaoyu's attack. But in fact, this is the stupidest thing to do, no less than suicide. The reason is simple: mobility. You know, although the spaceships of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance can easily enter the curvature space and obtain superlight navigation speeds, their more than 130 planetary battle stars do not have the ability to travel at superlight speeds. And even, their conventional navigation capabilities are very weak. They can only accelerate slowly at a speed of no more than 10 meters per second. It will take more than 3 months of acceleration to achieve a speed that exceeds the speed of the star carried by Xiaoyu. The planet battle star is the foundation of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance, and it is impossible for the Level 5 Civilization Alliance to allow accidents to occur on the planet Battlestar. Because if they lose the planet Battlestar, they will no longer be able to withstand the attacks of the crazy Xiaoyu and the powerful Earth. The poor mobility of the planetary battle stars also lowered the mobility of the fleet. In order to ensure the safety of the planet Battlestar, most of the fleet will inevitably follow the planet Battlestar at this slow speed and advance slowly together. Then, there is a very interesting thing. If the main force and the planet Battlestar leave the Flower of Death galaxy, because the defense of the Flower of Death galaxy becomes weak, Xiaoyu rushes directly over and detonates the star of the Flower of Death galaxy. What happens? Manage? You must know that due to mobility limitations, the fleet of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance cannot run too far. The star explosion in the Flower of Death galaxy will definitely affect them to the maximum extent. It is impossible for the Level 5 Civilization Alliance to make such a mistake. Then, it is obvious that they will divide their current power into 2 parts. One part will take all the planet battle stars, or most of the planet battle stars to escape first, and then leave a small part of the planet battle stars and many spaceships behind in the land of death. defend in the Flower Galaxy, and when the fleeing fleet is far enough away, the fleet here will decisively abandon the planet Battlestars staying here, and then use curvature navigation to catch up with the large force. In this way, vitality can be gained with minimal loss. It seems wonderful and reasonable, but this plan still has one biggest flaw. That is, in which direction should the strength of the 5th level Civilization Alliance be tilted? Should the fleeing fleet be stronger? Or should the remaining defensive fleet be stronger? Or is it divided equally between the two parties? The total strength of Xiaoyu's fleet is not as strong as the 5th level Civilization Alliance, but it is definitely stronger than half the strength of the 5th level Civilization Alliance. In other words, if the 5th level Civilization Alliance tilts its strength towards the escaped fleet, then the remaining defensive fleet will not be Xiaoyu's opponent, and Xiaoyu will break through their defenses and detonate the star. The exploding star will wipe out the planetary battle stars that have not escaped the impact of the star explosion. The 5th level Civilization Alliance has done nothing. If they tilt their strength towards the remaining defense fleet to ensure the safety of the star, then the fleeing fleet will not be Xiaoyu's opponent. Xiaoyu will attack decisively, besiege the fleeing fleet, and eliminate a large number of their effective forces. This is a dilemma. No matter which path is chosen, the Level 5 Civilization Alliance will suffer heavy losses. Alternatively, the Level 5 Civilization Alliance can mobilize a group of mobile forces, all composed of high-mobility spaceships, to run back and forth between the fleeing fleet and the remaining fleet, and support whichever side Xiaoyu's power attacks. However, this approach also has two loopholes. 1. When the distance between the fleeing fleet and the staying fleet is close, it's okay. But what if the distance is too far? How do they provide timely support? Second, since it is a mobile force, there will definitely not be any planetary battle stars involved, because the mobility of the planetary battle stars is too poor. So how can such a fleet be Xiaoyu's opponent of the Earth? Xiaoyu hopes that the Level 5 Civilization Alliance will do this. When the time comes, he can control the Earth and destroy their fleets in large numbers, like a tiger entering a herd of sheep. In short, when Xiaoyu obtained the technology that allowed a star to enter curvature navigation, the Level 5 Civilization Alliance fell into absolute passivity. They were caught in a situation where nothing they did was appropriate, and everything they did was fatally flawed. It is not appropriate to escape, and even less likely to stay behind. It is also inappropriate to escape and defend at the same time. It is also inappropriate to create mobile forces to transfer back and forth between the remaining and escaping fleets. All possibilities have been blocked. What else can the Level 5 Civilization Alliance do? That's why Xiaoyu had this premonition. So since Xiaoyu had the technology to sail with the curvature of stars, he felt no pressure at all. Su Junpo. Well, let's continue to observe. If this war can be won, then he will be the biggest contributor. But his origin is too bizarre, and the monitoring of him cannot be relaxed. But the honor that should be given to him, the treatment will be sufficient or even exceed the standard for him. Xiaoyu thought secretly, I can't let him have the mentality that my treatment is unfair. Just after the star entered the curvature voyage, in the Flower of Death Galaxy and the Tianma Shinkong spacecraft, a tall figure was standing in front of the window of the room, looking at the outside scenery. What you see is boundless darkness, and little bits of light embedded in the darkness. He stood here silently and without any movement, but he had a faint aura that he was under control of everything. At this time, a person hurriedly walked into a room, without even caring about basic etiquette, and said with some urgency, Leader, the tachyon detector observed that the star closest to us suddenly it has begun to approach us rapidly, with a speed of 0.3 times the speed of light. It will arrive at our galaxy station in 15 years. It is speculated that this is a new attack method of the Shinjo civilization. They now have the ability to make stars entering the technology of warp navigation. Huh? The leader's eyes flickered, and a solemn meaning emerged. His brain began to spin rapidly, and countless ways to deal with it flashed through his mind. And then, they were eliminated one by one. His expression was unprecedentedly serious. He had a hunch that this would be the most serious challenge he had ever encountered. Tell me the details immediately. I need to know more detailed information, he said slowly. Chapter 582 Pegasus Legion. We have reached the most critical moment. The former leader of the Pegasus civilization and the current leader of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance said with some seriousness in the conference room. Other than this method, we have no other means of response. I object, a civilization representative said. I object to using this method at this time. This is our last trump card. We have to use it at the most critical time to cause damage to the Shinjo civilization. It is not the best yet. When? The leader's eyes narrowed slightly. Representative of Scorpio civilization. Since you are opposed to using this method, I would be happy to listen. Facing the current situation, do you have any good solutions? Facing the leader's aggressive eyes, the representative of Scorpio civilization did not flinch. I don't have a good way. But since you are the leader, this problem should be solved by you. I am just a representative of civilization. I have no intention of solving the problem. Obligations and abilities. All I need to do is to do the things you told me well. Very well. Since you still recognize my leadership, I have the right not to accept your objections. I still decide to use this method. And you must obey my orders. The leader said. Of course. I am just expressing my opinion. If you object and refuse to accept my opinion, that is your right, and I am not qualified to interfere. If you make a decision and issue an order, I will definitely obey it. But now that you have made this decision, you have assumed the corresponding responsibility. If the untimely use of this method causes losses to our alliance, this responsibility will also be borne by you. Representative of Scorpio civilization, he replied without hesitation. Very well. This is our division of responsibilities. Now that I have made this decision, I will naturally bear the corresponding responsibilities. Representatives of civilization, you can also put forward your own opinions, express opposition or support. Of course, you can only discuss the final decision is still in my hands. The leader said calmly. There is one thing I need you to answer me. Another civilization representative said. If this method is used, it will mean the death of at least 500 million of the most elite warriors. There are no more battleships to rebuild. But these 500 million, how should we make up for the loss of one of our most elite soldiers? I have made a detailed and thorough follow-up training plan. The leader replied. The specific details cannot be disclosed to you now. You just need to know that if everything goes well, we can make up for this loss in up to 20 years. After saying this, the leader paused, glanced at the civilized representatives in the conference room, and asked, Do you have any questions? Another representative stood up. Although this method can allow us to successfully escape from the Flower of Death galaxy, various interstellar defense facilities cannot leave with us, which means that our defense capabilities are greatly reduced. In the subsequent war, how should we support the Shinjo civilization's attack? How should we support this for more than 100 years? Face this problem. The leader also fell silent. He rubbed his forehead tiredly and said, I don't know either. But we can only do this. If we don't do this, we will perish now. In fact, I don't think we will die after leaving the star system. There is no ability to withstand the attack of the Shinjo civilization. Don't forget that our technology has been developing rapidly, and we also have a strong logistics supply base. With the help of a large number of mobile planetary battle stars, we can also construct a perfect let's leave the defense system like this. The Pegasus Legion is ready to attack, and let the Shinjo civilization see the power of our trump card. The meeting is dismissed. After the leader announced the end of the meeting, a group of civilized representatives and persons in charge left the place with different expressions and moods. At the same time, Xiao Yu was also presiding over a meeting in the Shinjo civilization and Asia spaceship. The former leader of the Pegasus civilization has always been known for being good at strategy. He had strong command and leadership abilities. In fact, if we didn't have too many equipment that surpassed our current stage of technology, such as four-dimensional shields, space weapons, we are not necessarily the opponent of the Pegasus civilization. So now I am looking forward to seeing what kind of response method he will use when he sees that this star has begun to approach them. Xiao Yu said lightly. After all, according to our speculation, as soon as the star starts to approach here, all the escape routes of the 5th level civilization alliance will be blocked. They can't stay here, and they can't escape, can only accept the fate of defeat. This is just our speculation. Maybe the former leader of the Pegasus civilization can really find a way to deal with it, and find a way out of the dead end. A scientist said. I think even if we now have 8%, even if we are 10 sure, we cannot relax our current attack. Although we are unlikely to fail this time, we must be mentally prepared for failure. Yes, that's right, Xiao Yu replied. I have been manipulating the fleet to launch a fierce attack on them, and never stopped. Well, they have made a move now. What do they want to do? Do you want to actively detonate the stars in the Flower of Death galaxy? Xiao Yu sneered. Xiao Yu has long thought of this possibility. According to Xiao Yu's speculation, there is indeed a way to solve the current dilemma. This method is to first place a few larger planetary battle stars in front, then hide the rest of the planetary battle stars, as well as battleships, commercial, industrial, civilian spacecraft, etc. behind these planetary battle stars, and then detonate the stars. Use these planetary battle stars as a shield to resist the bursting energy of the star. Although this method will sacrifice some planetary battle stars, most of the power can be saved. But unfortunately, this method is still a bit too idealistic. Xiao Yu is not afraid of the 5th level civilization alliance using this method. The flaw of this method is that during the operation, the arrangement of hiding various planetary battle stars, various spaceships, battleships, etc. behind large planets will create huge loopholes in the defense line. It is certain that if the 5th level civilization alliance really does this, then Xiao Yu will never let go of such a good opportunity. Xiao Yu would take the initiative and launch a violent attack before the layout of the 5th level civilization alliance was completed, causing them huge losses. And there is another point. Battleships, spaceships, planetary battle stars, etc. can hide behind large planets to withstand the violent energy erupted by stars. But there is another point. Interstellar forts and fortresses occupy an important position in the galaxy defense system. Interstellar bombs, mine clusters, etc. Can these things hide behind planetary battle stars? The answer is obviously no. Xiao Yu believes that the leaders of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance must also know that this method is not feasible. But Xiao Yu still sees that the Level 5 Civilization Alliance is moving forward according to this arrangement. A large number of battleship groups began to gather. Various commercial, industrial, and civilian spacecraft began to mobilize. And the planetary battle stars began to slowly accelerate according to specific orbits. What exactly do they want to do? Do they really want to arrange it according to that method? Xiao Yu thought secretly. This is also something that cannot be said. Perhaps, in their calculations, the result of adopting this method is the losses suffered are minimal. In this case, I can't let you down. If I don't take advantage of this moment to kill a large number of your combat power, how long will it take? Xiao Yu decisively controlled a large number of battleships and began to approach the Flower of Death galaxy. However, at this moment, a fleet came out of the Flower of Death galaxy and began to quickly approach Xiao Yu's station. This is a fleet that looks very ordinary from the outside, with a number of about 10 million ships, which is nothing compared to the huge total number of warships in the Level 5 Civilization Alliance. This move made Xiao Yu even more strange, because according to the calculation of strength, there is no way that these tens of millions of warships can be Xiao Yu's opponent. Without the support of the galaxy defense system, Xiao Yu only needs to send 3 million battleships to completely suppress this force in the field, and send 6 million battleships to encircle and destroy this fleet. In Xiao Yu's opinion, this move is really meaningless. Are you here to die on your own? Xiao Yu secretly thought. Voluntarily give up the advantage of the position. Voluntarily leave the galaxy defense system and come to fight with me in the field. Xiao Yu had no intention of letting this fleet go. At this moment, Xiao Yu controls about 15 million battleships, and the remaining 3 million battleships and the Earth are stationed in place, guarding the logistics planets and the home ship spacecraft. There are a large number of intelligent creatures carrying out various logistics construction. And there is Xiao Yu's entire rear area. Perhaps you want to raid my rear to contain my fleet and buy time for you to complete the arrangement? You are too naive. Xiao Yu sneered and manipulated the offensive fleet in his hands to quickly change the direction of advancement and move towards this. The fleet rushed over. An hour later, the two fleets met. But something happened that was beyond Xiao Yu's expectation. The expected violent attack did not appear. And in fact, this fleet did not entangle with Xiao Yu's own fleet at all. Xiao Yu saw that the offensive fleet of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance suddenly started to accelerate. According to Xiao Yu's speculation, the maximum speed of the warships manufactured by the Level 5 Civilization Alliance was only 36 times the speed of light. But at this time, the fleet was moving at a speed of 42 times the speed of light. Chapter 583, Space Fluctuation. After Xiao Yu's offensive fleet merged with this fleet, under Xiao Yu's gaze, this fleet did not fight against Xiao Yu's fleet, but suddenly increased its speed to 42 times the speed of light. They ignored Xiao Yu's fleet, which kept approaching and started to attack, and were still running away quickly. Based on their forward trajectory, Xiao Yu can easily deduce that the direction of the fleet's advance is exactly behind him, where the home spacecraft, planetary bases, etc. are stationed. There is the heart that supports Xiao Yu in this war. The war has been going on for decades, and Xiao Yu has lost an unknown number of warships. But until now, Xiao Yu can still mobilize more than 15 million warships at any time. It is precisely because of the continuous replenishment of the logistics base that Xiao Yu can maintain his strength. Like Xiao Yu knows that there is also such a process inside the Flower of Death galaxy. Battleships continue to be destroyed and soldiers continue to die. But the huge population base of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance and the more than 100 planets determine that they also have a steady stream of supplementary power. When the warships are gone, they are rebuilt. And when the warriors die, they are recruited again. Anyway, the reproduction speed of intelligent creatures is terrifying. As the war progresses, the two sides seem to be competing for logistical strength. But on this point, Xiao Yu has a great advantage. Xiao Yu's battleship replenishment speed has exceeded the speed of battleship damage. It is only because of Xiao Yu's computing power limitations that the fleet size, including the biological core, has been maintained at around 20 million ships. The 5th level Civilization Alliance is different. Their rate of replenishment of soldiers and battleships is not as fast as the death rate of soldiers and battleships. In the past few decades, Xiao Yu noticed that the total number of battleships of the 5th level civilization has dropped from approximately 200 million to less than 170 million. Xiao Yu was surprised when he saw the fleet sent by the Level 5 Civilization Alliance suddenly speeding up. What's going on? How could they have such speed? In the interstellar age, the speed of battleship navigation largely represented the technological strength of the civilization. And now the speed of battleships in the 5th level Civilization Alliance has suddenly increased. Does this mean something else? Is it that the 5th level Civilization Alliance still has hidden strength that has not been revealed until now? Or is it because of other reasons? If the 5th level Civilization Alliance still has hidden strength, it would be very scary. And that means the technological strength of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance is stronger than I imagined. Their technological progress is faster than they imagined, which means that they have less time left for them. It was so short that I didn't even have the 150 years that I originally expected. But after thinking about it for a while, Xiao Yu denied this speculation. The reason is very simple. I have been fighting against the Level 5 Civilized Alliance for decades. I am already familiar with this opponent. It would be incredible if they could still hide their strength under such circumstances. Hiding strength is not just a simple sentence. Hiding one's own strength means that many ships that did not need to be destroyed will be destroyed. A lot of people died who didn't deserve to die. Thinking along the line of hidden strength, Xiao Yu got some data. If the current strength is the true strength of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance, and the previous warships only hid their strength, then in these decades of war, at least 30 million warships that should not have been destroyed have been destroyed. Destroyed itself? At least tens of billions of soldiers who should not have died were killed by him. No one would do such a crazy thing. Even with the ruthlessness of the former leader of the Pegasus civilization, it was impossible to do such a cruel thing. Then there is only one explanation left. This fleet is the trump card of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance. Something similar to my Bloodblade team. This is the pinnacle creation of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance. And its number is not large. But the quality is very high. This explanation is very reasonable and can completely explain the current situation. Xiao Yu quickly came to this conclusion. Trying to raid my rear? But do you have the strength? Xiao Yu easily knew the intentions of these elite fleets. However, this matter is still within Xiao Yu's acceptable range. Even though these spacecraft have a speed of 42 times the speed of light, this speed is still a little slower than the speed of Xiao Yu's fleet, which means that the technological content and overall performance of these battleships are still not as good as Xiao Yu's battleships. However, this point still needs attention. So Xiao Yu decisively changed the direction of his spacecraft and temporarily gave up his plan to attack the Flower of Death galaxy. First destroy these 10 million warships, Xiao Yu thought. How can it be so easy to invade my rear? The logistics base is too important to Xiao Yu, and Xiao Yu cannot allow any mistakes there. The loss of any planet base or any home spacecraft is unacceptable to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu's fleet quickly caught up with the harassing fleet, and then immediately launched a fierce attack. In the curvature space, all conventional weapons cannot be used. The only ones that can be used are negative matter cannons and space weapons. Thus, in the invisible curvature space, the endless torrent of negative matter and thin black lines began to attack the fleet ahead. Xiao Yu's attack immediately achieved results. Xiao Yu saw that a large number of warships lost their ability to sail in curvature under his own attack. They lost the energy support of the curved space. and then had to return to the normal space. Then they were attacked by fierce artillery fire. It exploded loudly and turned into pieces. However, this fleet did not fight back. They ignored the fierce attack from the rear. They hid if they could, and endured if they couldn't. They kept advancing rapidly. Xiao Yu began to have a bad feeling in his heart. Under Xiao Yu's control, the Earth and the biological core stationed at the rear, as well as some other warships, all entered a state of combat readiness, where they were ready to attack from both front and rear to eliminate all this force. This place is not far from the rear. At the speed of this fleet, it only takes about an hour to arrive. During this hour, Xiao Yu launched a fierce attack on the fleet and destroyed a large number of enemy spacecraft. But the fleet never fought back. They just focused on their way. And it seemed that reaching Xiao Yu's rear was more important than their own lives. According to normal circumstances, it is impossible for this fleet to break through Xiao Yu's defense line and reach Xiao Yu's rear. However, this kind of combat method of just rushing and even risking one's life is not within the scope of common sense. Facing such a crazy fleet, even if Xiao Yu had dual advantages in quality and quantity, he was still somewhat powerless to stop it. In just 1 hour, Xiao Yu destroyed more than 2 million enemy warships. This result is unlikely to be achieved in normal times. You will gain if you pay. This offensive fleet paid such a heavy price, and finally got the result. This fleet finally got what it wanted, and reached the rear of Xiao Yu, as well as the 3 million garrison warships and the Earth. Attack range. The violent attack started instantly. At this time, the attacking fleet finally broke away from the curvature space, and came to the normal space. They also started to counterattack for the first time. They began to arrange various battle formations. Some were defensive, some were offensive, and some were responsible for peripheral harassment, containment, etc. Destroying this fleet will only take less than 5 hours of my time, and it will take at least 5 days to complete the arrangement in the Flower of Death Galaxy. I have enough time, Xiao Yu thought. Send out can a fleet die just to contain me? It's useless. At this time, something surprising happened to Xiao Yu again on the battlefield. Xiao Yu discovered that after he started moving stars, the Level 5 Civilization Alliance always did things that surprised him. But this time things are different. Because Xiao Yu saw that these 5-level Civilization Alliance spacecraft began to use an attack method that he had never seen before. Under the action of this weapon, the space began to ripple like water waves. The fluctuations in the space immediately affected the materials in this area. So these materials also began to fluctuate. After the fluctuations in the space stopped, the matter has been distorted into shape, and their true appearance is completely invisible. Xiao Yu clearly saw that one of his Township-class spaceships was shrouded in a fluctuating space. And then like an image in the water, as the breeze blew, the Township-class spacecraft also began to twist wantonly, twisting and turning. During the movement, tiny explosions and various sparks continued to erupt, and the shield system on it was quickly extinguished. Finally, the space fluctuation subsided, and the Township-class spacecraft turned into a piece of broken copper. Rotten iron has completely lost the value of repair or even recycling. At the same time, a city-level spaceship was also enveloped by a space fluctuation. But until the space fluctuation subsided, the city-level spacecraft was not destroyed. It's just that during the process of space fluctuation, Xiao Yu noticed a large amount of energy consumption. This is obviously the attack method of space weapons. Xiao Yu always believed that under the 6th level civilization, he was the only one with space weapons. But now, Xiao Yu found that he was wrong. Not only do you have such things as space weapons, but the enemy in front of you also has the 5th level Civilization Alliance. Chapter 584 Escape. The fact that the 5th level Civilization Alliance also possesses space weapons caused Xiao Yu great shock. Xiao Yu began to think rapidly. Where did they get the manufacturing technology of space wave weapons? Did they also have an adventure during this period of time and get the inheritance of a 6th level civilization? No. No. Although this kind of space wave weapon belongs to the category of space weapons, its power is obviously much lower than my space weapon. You know, my space weapon is a castrated version, not a complete 6th level civilization creation. But even so, their space weapons are still not as good as mine. Does this mean that they developed it themselves? Otherwise, how could it be so weak? This speculation gave Xiao Yu a sense of crisis, because it meant that the Level 5 Civilization Alliance, at least in terms of space technology, had already entered into certain areas of the Level 6 civilization. They were already standing in front of the gate of space technology. They have gone further than Xiao Yu in this aspect. Is this your trump card? I understand. I understand. I know what you want to do. Xiao Yu muttered to himself, completely giving up his plan to harass the Level 5 Civilization Alliance. Things have changed. After the fleet showed its trump card, the space fluctuation weapon, Xiao Yu knew that his previous calculations were wrong. I don't have the ability to destroy nearly 10 million warships in 5 hours. It would take at least 6, maybe 7, days to completely eliminate them. This is still under the condition that the Earth is participating in the war. There is no way around it. Xiao Yu has fully understood the plans of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance. When the Level 5 Civilization Alliance was pushed to the extreme by Xiao Yu, it finally showed its trump card. These 10 million spaceships equipped with the most advanced weapons and the most powerful maneuverability. They sent these 10 million spaceships to their deaths just to buy a few days. That's right. These spaceships are here to die. Although these spaceships are the most powerful technological creations of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance, they are still somewhat inadequate compared to Xiao Yu's spaceships. And they are still no match for Xiao Yu. But there is one thing. These spaceships are indeed not as good as Xiao Yu's battleships. But it can be delayed for a while. Right? It's not too much to exchange 10 million of the most advanced spaceships and the lives of hundreds of millions of soldiers for a few days. Right? Now, this raiding fleet has launched the most violent attack on Xiao Yu's rear base. This is a completely lifeless play. These spaceships don't care at all about how badly damaged they are or whether they will be hit by the enemy. That's what they are after. The only thing is to hit the enemy, and do your best to cause damage to the enemy. Here, there are Xiao Yu's large fleet, as well as the home spacecraft with low maneuverability and basically no combat power, as well as planetary bases. These places need to be protected. In order to protect these places, Xiao Yu's fleet was heavily restrained here. Emergency signals are constantly transmitted on the home spacecraft or planetary bases. All non-war spacecraft are restricted to their original locations and are not allowed to leave the home spacecraft or planetary base. At the same time, the power of the protective shield has been turned to the maximum. Around these places, Xiao Yu has gathered a large amount of combat power, ready to launch a devastating blow to the enemies who come to attack. On the planet base, all construction operations have been stopped, and all intelligent creatures staying here have been gathered into emergency shelters. Outside, only those robots are still busy working to maintain the normal operation of the planet's protective shield. The planet began to become quiet. The roaring machines in the past became quiet, and the transport spaceships shuttled around disappeared. There was no one in the crowded resting place. A solemn atmosphere of wartime enveloped the entire planet. The planet's protective shield will not be breached. Right. Are we in danger here? In an emergency shelter, an intelligent creature said with some worry. What responded to him was the disdainful voice of another intelligent creature. Why are you so timid? The 5th level Civilization Alliance is just a bunch of rabble. You know, all our strength has been gathered here for defense at this moment. The members of the military commission, under the leadership of the Master, are gradually clearing out these enemies who dare to invade us. How could we fail? Don't think so much. Let's take advantage of this break and relax quickly. It's serious business. Wow, this stuff is really delicious. Do you have any more? Give me some more. Yes, yes. Don't worry. There is an unlimited supply of all kinds of food. Even if you eat to death, you won't be able to finish it all. There is a tragic war outside, but here it is full of joy and laughter. If Xiao Yu knew that the emergency shelter was used as an entertainment venue by these people, I don't know what he would think. Calculated based on the average battleship strength of the 5th level Civilization Alliance, Xiao Yu can easily handle 20 million battleships. Not to mention 10 million. Xiao Yu doesn't even need to deal with it at all, because ordinary battleships can't catch up with Xiao Yu's homeship spacecraft and planetary base. Xiao Yu can control these things and escape directly. But the tens of millions of warships coming at this moment are not ordinary warships. They have the most basic space weapons, and have relatively stronger maneuverability and defense. Their speed is slightly faster than the home spacecraft and planets. Battlestar. Facing these spaceships, Xiao Yu has no way to escape and can only carry on. A fierce battle has begun. Xiao Yu's fleet is trying its best to defend its home spaceship and planetary base. And at the same time, it is trying to eliminate enemy warships as quickly as possible. But not far away, in the Flower of Death galaxy, there are a large number of planetary battlestars and various warships. Various commercial, civilian, industrial and other spaceships and fortresses, as well as various bases. are rapidly adjusting their orbits. 10 of the largest planetary battle stars have been selected and stand at the forefront facing the stars. And all the remaining existences, as long as they can be mobilized, are hidden behind these 10 planets. Obviously, the Level 5 Civilization Alliance has made a decision to sacrifice these 10 planetary battle stars and use them as shields to withstand the terrifying energy of the star after the explosion. And Xiaoyu could only watch all this. Although during this mobilization process, the defense line of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance can be said to be riddled with holes and loopholes. As long as Xiaoyu can launch an attack at this time, Xiaoyu's huge results were achieved at a very small cost. But Xiaoyu did not have the power to intervene in order to resist the suicide attacks of these tens of millions of warships. 95% of Xiaoyu's strength was contained here, and the remaining 5% of his strength would not have much effect even if he went to attack. Effect? These 10 million warships bought 5 days with their own lives, allowing the rear troops to complete the mobilization and deployment of troops, and resolve the crisis that Xiaoyu created for them this time. Their attack method was so brutal that Xiaoyu was secretly frightened. Xiaoyu saw that after these spaceships were hit by him and damaged to a certain extent, in order to prevent them from being captured by the enemy, they would immediately self-destruct without hesitation. What's more, after the Flower of Death galaxy completed its defense arrangements, the remaining approximately 1 million warships launched a final suicide attack, releasing their strongest vitality in the brutal war. And then nothing happened. They all died. In order to prevent Xiaoyu from obtaining the technology on these spaceships, they all died. And those who were not supposed to die also ended their lives by self-destruction, because they knew that under Xiaoyu's heavy interceptions, they had no chance to escape. More than 10 million warships were all damaged in the battle, and not a single one survived. For this, the price Xiaoyu paid was the loss of 3 million battleships. The home spacecraft and planetary base were all saved, and none of them fell. It's just that a few homeship spacecraft have suffered some damage and need some maintenance. This time the battle is over. At this time, Xiaoyu received some information. Intelligence shows that the stars in the Flower of Death galaxy have been detonated by the Level 5 Civilization Alliance. This place is hundreds of billions of kilometers away from the star. So the light and energy when the star exploded have not yet been transmitted to Xiaoyu, which means that the star Xiaoyu saw is still normal. But through tachyon detection, Xiaoyu had already received the news in advance. Xiaoyu can't wait here any longer. Although it is hundreds of billions of kilometers away from the Flower of Death galaxy, this distance is really nothing in the starry sky. At this distance, Xiaoyu could not withstand the terrifying energy erupted by the star. Therefore, Xiaoyu could only escape. Make arrangements during the escape. Sacrifice 1 or 2 planetary bases, and withstand the most violent wave of energy from the star explosion before he could come back again. Xiaoyu once again launched his fleet, as well as other various spaceships and 9 planetary bases, entered the curvature navigation, and began to escape from this place. You're cruel, Xiaoyu thought bitterly. However, even if you solve this crisis, you have suffered serious and immeasurable losses. At least, 10 million of the most elite warships are gone. All the galactic defense systems that cannot be moved easily have been destroyed, and the stars are gone. In the future, you can only rely on these more than 100 planetary war stars to construct a defense system. You have suffered such heavy losses. I really want to know. Can you still survive? Can you withstand my attack? I will be back soon. When I come back again, your 5th level Civilization Alliance will be disintegrated by me. Chapter 585, Space Direction. Taiyu Civilization. Xiaoyu knew that the war between himself and the 5th level Civilization Alliance had come to an end now. After all, the Level 5 Civilization Alliance detonated the stars in the Flower of Death galaxy with sufficient preparations, and solved the crisis at a relatively minimal cost. The energy erupted from the explosion of the star does not distinguish between friend and foe, whether it is the 5th level Civilization Alliance or Xiaoyu Shinzhou Civilization. They are all within its attack range. In order to avoid the huge energy of the star explosion, Xiaoyu had to enter the curvature space and escape to the outside world at super light speed. In the process of escaping, Xiaoyu will make various arrangements, manipulate 1 or 2 planet bases in front of him, and then save the Earth, all the battleships, and all the home spaceships, and the rest can be saved the planetary bases, as well as all commercial, industrial, transportation ships, etc., are hidden behind these planetary bases that serve as shields. After completing all the arrangements, Xiaoyu will break away from the curvature space and wait for the huge energy of the star explosion to arrive. Supernova explosion is one of the most violent energy releases in the universe. But this energy release usually only lasts for a short time. The short one is only a few weeks. And the long one is generally no more than a year. This length of time is not even a moment compared to the long life of a star. It's just that there are gains and losses. Since you have obtained the qualifications for such a violent energy explosion, you naturally need to exchange all your remaining lifespan in the future. This was originally a fair conversion method. This means that Xiaoyu only needs to hide behind the planetary base, wait quietly for a while, and then come out after the explosion of the star subsides. You should have started to escape now. Right. Relying on the poor maneuverability of the planet Battlestar. Slowly escape to the outside world. Xiaoyu calculated silently, thinking about what methods he should take next. Destroy the 5th level Civilization Alliance. And what kind of response measures the 5th level Civilization Alliance will take in the future? The answer is obvious. After the 5th level Civilization Alliance used the 10 sacrificed planet Battlestars to withstand the violent explosion energy of the Flower of Death galaxy star. When the situation calmed down a little, they would accelerate the remaining planet Battlestars, and then use all the battleships, spaceships and other escorts. Leave this place. Xiaoyu is not worried that the 5th level Civilization Alliance will run too far, and he cannot find them. The reason is very simple. The planet Battlestars of the level 5 Civilization Alliance do not have the ability to travel in curvature, and the normal navigation acceleration is only a pitiful 10 meters per second. The planet Battlestar is the ultimate trump card of the level 5 Civilization Alliance against Xiaoyu. There is no way they will abandon the planet Battlestar. Then Xiaoyu has nothing to worry about. Even if Xiaoyu gave them 100 years to escape, they wouldn't be able to run far. Planet Battlestars without the ability to navigate in curvature are always the biggest limitation on your strength. If your planet Battlestar cannot enter curvature navigation for a day, it will bear the threat of star explosion. Huh? There are many stars nearby. I can transport 10 or even 100 stars to chase you everywhere. As long as I reach the effective killing range, I will detonate the stars and use the powerful power of the stars to eliminate you. If you use this method, the next war will be very interesting. Xiaoyu sighed slightly. Even in the process of constantly moving stars to pursue and intercept the 5th level Civilization Alliance, Xiaoyu can also send a large number of fleets to constantly harass or attack the 5th level Civilization Alliance, trying his best to delay their escape and consume their strength. This is the combat method Xiaoyu plans to use next. The maneuverability of planetary battlestars is extremely poor, which means that Xiaoyu can easily predict their trajectory and direction in the next period of time. Then Xiaoyu can completely transport a star from a distance, stay on their forward trajectory in advance, and then detonate the star when they get close to a certain extent. Of course, the 5th level Civilization Alliance can also change its orbit in advance to avoid the influence of the star. The stars carried by Xiaoyu can only reach 0.3 times the speed of light, which is really not too fast. The level 5 Civilization Alliance can start warning 10 or even decades in advance, and then they will have plenty of time to change their trajectory. But don't forget, there are many stars here. As long as it is within Xiaoyu's computing power, there will be as many stars as Xiaoyu wants. If one star can't stop it, then come 2 stars, or even 10 stars, or 100 stars. The next war situation will be continuous pursuit, interception and escape. The warring parties will use the entire galaxy as the stage to stage a unique hide-and-seek activity. The stakes of this event are the life and death of civilization. The civilization that wins this event will be qualified to survive, and will be at least 95% sure to be promoted to level 7 civilization. The losing party will completely disappear into the void of the universe, as if it has never existed. The technology of the level 5 Civilization Alliance has been improving. Presumably, even in the process of escaping, they will not relax their research and development of technology. In other words, even if they are escaping, their technology will still maintain the current rate of progress, and even continue to improve. Go beyond that. Calculated at this speed, the technological gap between them and Xiaoyu is about 150 years. If Xiaoyu still cannot find the 5th level Civilization Alliance after more than 150 years, and cannot use stars to stop them and destroy them or cause serious damage to them, the 5th level Civilization Alliance will have an advantage in the battle situation, and thus obtain the final victory. And conversely, if the 5th level Civilization Alliance cannot hide for such a long time, and is found by Xiaoyu in advance, and then stopped by Xiaoyu, they will encounter disaster. The angry stars will swallow most of their power. and the remaining power will be absorbed by Xiaoyu, and civilization will become extinct. What this game determines is the life and death of two civilizations. Of course, Xiaoyu took the absolute initiative in this game. This is the advantage brought by advanced technology. Just wait. The war will be over soon. I will definitely win this war and reach the 6th level civilization. It will definitely be me, not you. Whether you are Pegasus civilization or Carina civilization, Sexton civilization, or even the 5th level civilization alliance, you can't stop me. Xiaoyu secretly made up his mind. At this time, Xiaoyu had completed his defense arrangement. 2 relatively low-value planetary battle stars were selected as shields to block the direction of the coming star explosion energy, while all the rest of Xiaoyu's all-creation is hidden behind these 2 stars. Xiaoyu began to wait quietly for the arrival of the huge energy. After this disaster has passed, the hide-and-seek activity that will determine the life and death of 2 peak level 5 civilizations will begin. At the same time, in another corner of the galaxy, in a place unknown to Xiaoyu, some extremely weird things were happening. An existence with only length and width, but no thickness, like an extremely thin piece of paper, is floating here. This existence is clearly a space creature that was injured and escaped during the battle with the Sweeper civilization. This area of space is very dark, and there are no stars within a light-year range around here. This means that it is almost an absolute darkness. The surrounding starlight not only failed to illuminate the place, but instead added a strange atmosphere to the place out of thin air. In this dark airspace, space creatures are muttering to themselves. Finally found the remains of the ancient Taiyu civilization. As a 7th level civilization in the direction of space, Taiyu civilization has greater space technology than me. I still need a deep understanding, but I have the talent for space, and the Taiyu civilization has disappeared after all, so the ruins still cannot escape my perception. So now let me take a look. Inside your ruins there must be some good stuff there. Damn Sweeper civilization. I didn't expect the neutron battle star to be so powerful. This neutron battle star seems to be the creation of a civilization in the extreme star direction, but I don't know which civilization it is. So, civilizations that use extreme stars as their development direction are extremely rare and extremely difficult to advance. I have never encountered one since the birth of the universe. In comparison, civilizations in the space direction are easier to advance and have the largest number. Unfortunately, this Taiyu civilization has never been able to develop space technology to the extreme, and it has slowly disappeared without a trace over a long period of time. Unless I got some secret information. I really didn't know about the existence of this Taiyu civilization. Nor did I know that the Taiyu civilization actually left this relic in the Milky Way. The trauma caused to me by the Sweeper civilization was so severe that my space composition was almost torn apart. I hope that among the ruins of the Taiyu civilization, I can find someone who can restore me and defeat the neutron battle star. Find a way! Just in front of the space creature, there is a small dot floating freely between existence and non-existence. This kind of floating is not floating in the usual sense, but follows an irregular movement pattern. Maybe this little dot is still here at this moment, and it may be dozens of light years away the next moment. However, this space creature has been following it closely, never leaving it too far. Chapter 586, Zero-Dimensional World. This small dot in front of the space creature exists in this 3-dimensional universe in a very strange way. It both exists and does not exist. If we say it exists, it has nothing. No length, no width, no height. In other words, it occupies no space at all, has no volume, no surface area, no mass, and nothing. There is no difference between this state of existence and non-existence. But it seems inappropriate to say that it does not exist. It is truly in front of space creatures, emitting real space fluctuations. And this space fluctuation can also be truly detected by space creatures. Space creatures know that this small dot is actually a world. A zero-dimensional world. The remains of the Taiyu civilization, which chose space as the direction of civilization development, are in this zero-dimensional world. Hiding the relics of its own civilization in the zero-dimensional world is a much better method than the troll civilization that hides the relics of its own civilization in the small universe. 6th level civilizations have the ability to cut into small universes. But this is cutting from the big universe, rather than creating a new universe on their own. The zero-dimensional world in front of us is not that simple. It is not an exaggeration to say that this is the beginning of the world and the creation of the universe. 3-dimensional space has 3 dimensions, namely length, width and height. The two-dimensional world has two dimensions, length and width, but no height. The body of a space creature is such a form of existence. The one-dimensional world only has one dimension, length, while the zero-dimensional world naturally has no dimensions at all. There is a very vivid metaphor that can illustrate the differences between the universes in several dimensions. The three-dimensional universe is the space we usually live in, while the two-dimensional universe can be seen as a piece of paper. The one-dimensional universe is a line, and the zero-dimensional world is naturally a point. This zero-dimensional world is always exuding a kind of imperceptible space fluctuations. This level of space fluctuations may not even be detectable by the sweeper civilization. But space creatures are different. As a being with space as its body, he has a perception of space. It is not comparable to ordinary civilization. It is precisely because of this that the ruins of this zero-dimensional world have been floating in the galaxy for who knows how many years without being discovered by other beings. After conducting an investigation into this zero-dimensional world, determining some key data, and ensuring its own safety to the maximum extent, the body of the space creature suddenly curled up. Then he pounced towards the zero-dimensional world ahead, lost the trace in an instant. In this moment, it has entered this zero-dimensional world. Then, this zero-dimensional world drifted to other places. Don't know where it went. One day later, the body of the space creature appeared in another place 7 light-years away. When its body reappeared, the zero-dimensional world also disappeared. This time the disappearance is the most complete. It has completely disappeared, and it no longer has even a small appearance. This zero-dimensional world was destroyed after the space creatures came out. The space creatures immediately began to check the starry sky next to them as soon as they appeared. After identifying several iconic stars, he came to the conclusion that he was still in the Milky Way. He began to use these stars to extend more stars, and then used these stars to confirm the time. After only 1 day had passed in the universe, the space creatures relaxed a little. It seems that the speed of time passing in the zero-dimensional world is the same as that in the big universe. 1 day passes in the zero-dimensional world, and 1 day passes in the three-dimensional universe. Fortunately, at this time, the space creature seemed to have discovered something, and suddenly had some doubts. After checking his body, the space creature relaxed again. Phew? So that's it. I understand. Very good. Very good. My body has been left behind by the Taiyu civilization. The technology has been completely repaired, and I have also obtained another attack method. So, Neutron Battle Star. Just wait. You are destined to be destroyed by my hands. Since I accepted the commission, I will definitely complete it. The space creature knows that the Neutron Battlestar has been following its tracks, taking advantage of its own shortcomings of being too injured and unable to escape quickly. It has been following behind it in an aloof manner, trying to kill itself completely, and then by studying its body structure, obtain breakthroughs in space technology. The space creature is sure that the period of being chased by the Neutron Battlestar was definitely the most embarrassing period in his long life. Thinking of the experience during this period, the space creature felt a sense of boredom in its thoughts. In my long life, when have I ever been in such a mess? He almost killed me. If it hadn't been for that tree beast that suddenly appeared next to me and was captured by me through the method of transferring space, pull it in front of me and block the strongest blow from the neutron war star for me, I'm afraid I'm dead. But since I'm not dead, and I've also received the inheritance of Taiyu civilization, then it's you who deserve to die. The space creature thought bitterly and quickly unfolded its layout. Space creatures know that the neutron battlestar is nearby, no more than 15 light-years away. So there wasn't much time left for him. So he had to hurry up. This place still belongs to the void of the universe, and there are still no stars within a light-year range around it. There is a red dwarf star 2.5 light-years away. In the other direction, there is a binary star system 3.7 light-years away. An old red giant star and a white dwarf star form this system, and they are orbiting each other. Rotate 3.1 light-year away in the other direction. There is an ordinary yellow dwarf star. In short, there are a total of 17 stars within 5 light-years. The density of this star is already relatively high, at least higher than the density of stars around the solar system. The density of stars is not bad. Enough for me to spread out and arrange. Very good. The space creature sighed and quickly came to one of the stars. There is abundant material around this star, with 3 large planets and countless small bodies orbiting it. The space creature began to use local materials. I don't know what kind of methods it used. A piece of iron ore was cast into steel with extremely high performance. Then it began to continuously add special things to this ball of steel, such as a certain amount of titanium and zirconium elements. In addition to continuously ravaging this piece of steel, it also launched large-scale operations in other places. It seems to have completely mastered the internal structure and geological structure of this star. As long as it wants something, no matter where it is hidden on the planet, it will be fished out through various means. Among these things, there are a large amount of rare earth elements, a large amount of iron element, a large amount of carbon element, a certain amount of silicon element, as well as uranium element, polonium element, plutonium element, and so on. Under the control of space creatures, these different elements eventually turned into a strange-looking machine. This machine is very huge. It has an irregular spherical shape and is hundreds of meters in diameter. After completing the construction of this machine, the space creature started it, tested it, and then sighed with satisfaction and began to continue construction. Under its control, tens of thousands of such machines were eventually manufactured. After completing these tasks, the bodies of space creatures wrapped around these tens of thousands of machines, pulling them all around the star and placing them in a stable orbit. Then after a little debugging, he left here and came to the next star system. In this star system, space creatures repeated the above process. The only difference is that the instruments built this time seem to be somewhat different from those built in the previous galaxy. They come in different sizes and are made from the same raw materials. After completing the construction task, the space creatures also debugged them and conducted some tests that were suspected to be communication between the two star systems, and then left the star system and continued to the next galaxy. There are 17 stars in total. These 17 stars belong to 13 star systems. Most star systems have one star, but there are also two binary or multi-star systems. In this way, space creatures made different instruments according to different environments. It took more than 10 days to complete all of this. All the 13 star systems were equipped with such strange-looking instruments. Well, the star's gravity and energy will allow these instruments to work normally. At the same time, coupled with my own energy, these instruments will have maximum capabilities. The trap has been laid out. It depends on when the neutron war star will catch up. Yeah. Huh. I don't believe that you can still escape from me after I have obtained the inheritance of Taiyu civilization and made careful preparations. Then now, all you have to do is wait. The Sweeper civilization has very strong tracking capabilities. It will take up to 10 days for them to find this place. But I hope you can understand that when you find me, you will die. When the space creatures were stationed here quietly and began to wait silently, everything was just as he thought. About 9.5 days later, the neutron battle star appeared only hundreds of billions of kilometers away. Chapter 587, Zero-Dimensional Attack. The space creature knows that this battle will be the last battle between itself and the neutron battle star. After this battle, either the neutron battle star was destroyed or he was killed. In short, among the two, only one can survive in the end. But the space creatures are full of confidence to win. This kind of confidence is not nihilistic and blind, but is supported by solid strength and intelligence. As a being who successfully escaped after fighting with the neutron battle star, the space creature has an extremely deep understanding of the terrifying combat power of the neutron battle star. At the same time, it also has a deeper understanding of the power of the traps it has laid. Space creatures know that this trap laid out based on the legacy technology of Taiyu civilization will be able to successfully kill the neutron battle star left behind by the 7th level civilization in the extreme star direction. The space creatures have inherited the technology of the 7th level civilization and the Taiyu civilization in the direction of space, while the Sweeper civilization has inherited the technology of the 7th level civilization in the extreme star direction. This war is not a war between space creatures and Sweepers, but a war between two level 7 civilizations in different directions. The space creatures are waiting here quietly, waiting for the final battle to come. A message was transmitted to the thinking organ of the space creature. Why did you give up escaping? Oh, the injuries you suffered have healed? Is it because of this that you have the confidence to fight against the neutron battle star again? Do you think was your failure just an accident in the first fight between you and me? The space creatures felt this series of question marks, but the space creature didn't make any answer. It still stayed here quietly, although they knew that it was impossible for the neutron battle star to discover the arrangements they had made. The space creature still felt a little nervous. As long as it enters the trap, everything is doomed. Come on! Come on! The space creature muttered silently in its heart, but it seemed that the neutron war star was deliberately going against him. The space creatures saw that the neutron battlestar happened to stay not far from the trap. The space creatures know that the sweeper civilization is no fool. So presumably they would think about whether there was any conspiracy behind these abnormal actions of themselves, who had been running away. And now they suddenly stopped running. All the injuries they suffered were healed. And they even took on the posture of fighting to the death. Space creatures can feel that many exquisitely manufactured instruments are being emitted, thoroughly and carefully inspecting the space within a few light years. Space creatures do not worry that their arrangements will be discovered by the sweeper civilization. The reason is simple. This is the most advanced space technology, originating from the 7th level civilization, Taiyu civilization's handiwork. They can access these with the help of their unique structural advantages. The sweeper civilization does not have this advantage, so they must not be aware of it. You don't understand the mystery contained in my body, the space creature finally answered. My body is a two-dimensional structure. I can extract the relevant space healing power from the three-dimensional universe. Use the power of the universe to repair my body. I really think my first fight with you was my failure. It was just an accident. So now I am preparing to fight you for the second time. The space creature casually told a lie and sent it to the neutron battlestar. Perhaps the sweeper civilization did not detect any danger in the nearby area through its own methods. And the neutron battlestar finally moved through the space fluctuations caused by the neutron battlestar. Space creatures can easily detect the location of the neutron battlestar. At this moment, it was silently calculating in its mind the best time to launch the trap. Now, the distance between space creatures and neutron battlestars is probably hundreds of billions of kilometers. This distance is nothing to the neutron battlestar, which has the ability to maneuver at least 100 times the speed of light. In less than 2 hours, the neutron battlestar had already rushed in front of the space creature. The space creatures did not retreat at this time. Instead, it rushed violently towards the neutron battlestar that was approaching in a menacing manner. The body of the space creature once again enveloped the neutron battlestar, and the neutron battlestar was once again turned into a two-dimensional existence, turning into a faint white light spot, slowly floating in the air. The battlefield seemed calm, but only the two sides involved in the battle knew how fierce and dangerous the fighting situation was at this moment. Obviously, neutron battlestar did not intend to delay time this time, like the last time they fought. It seemed intent on a quick fix. As a result, on this two-dimensional curtain, the white light spot became brighter and brighter. Space creatures know that when the brightness of this white light point increases to the limit, it is when the neutron battlestar breaks out of its two-dimensional restraint, and it is also when it faces death. It was not until this time that the space creatures truly realized the true strength of the neutron battlestar, and knew that in the last battle, the neutron battlestar had indeed hidden its own strength. There is no doubt that he is no match for neutron battlestar. But the space creatures are not afraid at the moment, because space creatures have already made various preparations. The space instruments scattered among more than a dozen star systems are connected to him through the most secret channels, and he can give orders to activate these instruments at any time. And as soon as these instruments are activated, the space creatures do not believe that the neutron battlestar can withstand its own attack. It's now. Then, the zero-dimensional attack weapon. Activate! The space creature issued this order from its own mind. This order immediately came to these dozen star systems at various distances through the secret channels, and was conveyed to the strange instruments that the space creatures had arranged here in advance. Under the guidance of preset programs, these weird instruments began to work. A large amount of energy was extracted from the stars, so that at this moment their luminosity dropped by several magnitudes before recovering. From a distance, it looks like the stars are twinkling. Following the guidance of these instruments, the huge energy undergoes various indescribable changes in the process of circulation, and finally becomes an existence that can affect space. In more than a dozen star systems, nearly 10 million such instruments are activated simultaneously. Immediately, the effects of these instruments appeared in the distance. On the battlefield where space creatures and neutron battlestars battled, the body of the space creature has wrapped the neutron battlestar, turning the neutron battlestar into a point on its two-dimensional body. But this point is just a point in the usual sense. This point still has its own length and width. It is two-dimensional, not zero-dimensional. But after nearly 10 million instruments were activated, for some reason, this two-dimensional point suddenly turned into a zero-dimensional point. At this moment, it had lost its length and width. Not only that, the brightness of this spot also dropped rapidly, getting darker and darker, and finally dimmed to the point where it was like a candle flame swaying in the wind and rain. as if it might be extinguished at any time. Space creatures know that as long as this point loses its light, the neutron battlestar will die. It will completely lose its trace in this big universe. And it will lose everything about it, including its length, width, height, mass, volume, and so on. It will become a simple point without any independent characteristics of its own. The battlefield was still quiet, without any explosions or violent flashes. These two powerful beings are secretly competing here at the moment. 1 day has passed. 2 days have passed. And a month has passed. During this month, the battlefield has always maintained this quiet situation. Although the light emitted by the point representing the neutron battlestar did not increase again during this period of time, it did not continue to dim either. It stubbornly maintains its current brightness, as if it might go out at any time. But it never goes out. At this time, some powerful beings were quietly approaching here. There are 3 of these beings, one of which is an extremely large spaceship. The other is like a giant beast, and the third one has no body at all. These 3 beings are undoubtedly the 3 major alien civilizations in the galaxy. Huh. I finally found this guy's trace. This guy really knows how to hide and runs really fast. The alien beast Taihao sent a message and complained with some dissatisfaction. Just follow the command. Why are there so many complaints? Ghost Taihao responded lightly, then turned his attention to the distance about half a light year away, and began to observe carefully from this far distance of half a light year. Everything there. All the light on Technology Taihao's body disappeared and became pitch black, as if he had lost his energy supply. Hey, let me tell you. How is the war going now? Let me tell you. This space creature really doesn't know whether to live or die. If he managed to escape with his life for the first time, he should just go back to his Andromeda galaxy. I didn't expect it to dare to challenge the neutron battlestar. The alien beast Taihao said lazily. The current battle situation is that the neutron battlestar is very dangerous. There was a low mood in the message from Technology Taihao. I can confirm that this is the first time that the neutron battlestar has encountered such a situation since it was born. Crisis. It's really strange. What kind of attack method does the space creature use? Why can't I analyze it or study it at all? This attack method can actually trap the neutron battlestars here? What? Neutron battlestar is in crisis now. Alien beast Taihao immediately became excited. Chapter 588 Take action. Then what are we waiting for? The alien beast Taihao suppressed his excitement and said eagerly. Take advantage of this opportunity. The 3 of us will work together, cooperate with the space creatures, and kill the neutron battlestar. Ghost Taihao and Technology Taihao even directly ignored the alien beast Taihao's statement and ignored the alien beast Taihao at all. Who do you think will win in the end in this war? Ghost Taihao asked. After a moment of silence, Technology Taihao replied, I don't know. The existing intelligence is insufficient. The attack methods of space creatures, defense capabilities, and the response methods of neutron battlestars, etc. I don't know everything, but I have an intuition. I think that at this moment, the 2 are probably evenly matched. It will probably take a long time to determine the winner. Well, it will take at least 300 years. So, do you want to do it? Ghost Taihao asked. Wait a moment. Tech Taihao replied. I still have some things I haven't figured out. I'm working hard to collect information. After I complete this task, I will decide whether to take action. Okay. Ghost Taihao replied helplessly. It was quiet again. The 3 Taihao civilizations who arrived quietly did not show any movement or intention. It seemed that they were just a few simple spectators. But in the secret, I don't know how much thinking and weighing, and strategies are flowing rapidly. I roughly figured out the attack method of the space creature. I don't know how it restricted the neutron battlestar in a zero-dimensional world. The zero-dimensional world is trying to assimilate the neutron battlestar and try to convert the neutron battlestar into a zero-dimensional world. The star becomes a part of oneself. But as an extreme star, the density of the neutron star is too high, and the corresponding unit energy is more powerful. So this zero-dimensional world has no way to assimilate the neutron battlestar. Neutron battlestar. They are trying hard to break through the limitations of this zero-dimensional world and come to the 3-dimensional universe again. To put it simply, the attack methods of the space creatures this time are similar to the weapons used when they fought against the neutron battlestar last time. It is a dimensionality reduction weapon. But last time it was reduced to 2 dimensions. This time it is reduced to 0 dimensions. What's the winning rate? Ghost Taihao asked immediately. About half and half. This is just a conclusion based on the current intelligence. This conclusion may be changed after I obtain more information. Technology Taihao answered, and continued to peek at the battlefield in the distance. Mystery. What makes me very strange is that I can't find the energy source of the dimensionality reduction weapon. As a 6th level civilization that has initially controlled space, my understanding of space is not as good as that of space creatures. But it is not as good as space creatures. As for getting to the point where they can't even find the source of their energy. That's weird. Weird. That's it. I found the source of his energy. It turns out that it uses more than a dozen surrounding stars to construct such a zero-dimensional space. It uses the energy of these stars to suppress the neutron battle star. What a great feat. But I'm very surprised. Could this be done by space creatures? He shouldn't have this strength. Otherwise, why was he almost killed last time? What's wrong? Have you made any new discoveries? Ghost Taihao asked quickly. I have found the energy source of space creatures. I think this energy source is unstable. So, now, the ratio of the winning rate of neutron battle stars and space creatures is 60-40. The winning rate of neutron battle stars is 160-60%. So, do you want to do it? Ghost Taihao asked. Tech Taihao fell silent. Several hours passed. Only then did he answer. Do it. We can't let the situation continue to develop like this. I've been waiting for this moment. The alien beast Taihao cheered, and with a move of his huge body, he immediately entered the curvature space and rushed towards the central battlefield. But he only lasted a moment of sailing in the curvature space. Because of the interference from the Ghost Taihao, he had to leave the curvature space. He asked a little strangely, Ghost, why did you stop me? What are you doing there? Ghost Taihao asked angrily. Go and help the space creatures deal with the neutron battle star. The alien beast Taihao replied somewhat inexplicably. The neutron battle star is right there. But how do you deal with it? Who told you to deal with the neutron battle star? The message sent by KG Taihao contained a cold meaning. We want to help the neutron battle star fight against space creatures. The neutron battle star cannot be destroyed. Here, it cannot be destroyed by space creatures. It must exist and maintain its peak combat power. It must be destroyed by Xiaoyu himself. Only in this way can our Taihao alliance be favored by the destiny. Was promoted to the 7th level civilization. Now that we already know how space creatures obtain energy, it is very simple to cut off its energy supply. Ghost, you go destroy star number 3. Alien beast, you go destroy star number 1. We will rush to the 2nd star and destroy it. These are the 3 key stars. As long as these 3 stars are destroyed, the energy supply of space creatures will be completely cut off. Okay, let's go. It's really baffling. Aren't we and Neutron Battlestar always enemies? Aren't we always planning to destroy Neutron Battlestar? But in this perfect opportunity, we want to help Neutron Battlestar? What a joke, it doesn't matter if you don't understand. It's better not to think about these things. There is nothing wrong with following the instructions of technology. The alien beast Taihao shook his thinking organs strangely. Then entered the curvature navigation. Heading towards number 1 the stars go. After the 3 major Taihao civilizations disappeared, a shadow slowly emerged here, and it turned out to be Xiaoyu's companion ghost clan. At this time, the color of the bodies of the companion ghosts became increasingly blurry, almost to the point of being completely transparent. It turns out that these 3 guys had this idea. They actually wanted to help the Neutron War Star fight against space creatures. It's really disgusting. Last time, I spent a lot of energy and risked my life to lure the tree tribe beasts to die. This time, even the arrival of 2 tree tribe beasts will be of no use. I don't know if Taihao Alliance really didn't find me hiding here, or if they found me hiding here but ignored me. But I always feel that the words of technology Taihao seem to be spoken to me. It's really inexplicable. Why does the Neutron Battlestar have to be destroyed by Xiaoyu? Is it just because you need the blessing of luck in the dark that you have to let us endure such a huge danger? The accompanying ghost tribe thought with some indignation. But there is nothing we can do. At this moment, no matter which one of the several existences nearby is stronger than it. The companion ghost race is self-aware, and it does not dare to approach directly into the core of the war. At the same time, they don't have the guts to directly send messages to space creatures to give them early warning. What's more, even if the accompanying ghost clan gives advance warning, it will be of no use. The space creatures have obviously used all their strength and can no longer spare their energy to deal with other things. It's a pity. I have saved you once, and I no longer have the ability to save you a second time. I know there is some kind of relationship between you and my main civilization, but I'm sorry. I really tried my best. The accompanying ghost tribe stayed here quietly, feeling the subtle space fluctuations that continued to come from the distance. I felt very sad. At this moment, the body of the space creature is still floating in the universe. The white light spot in the center of its body exudes a faint light. It just seems a little brighter than before. I don't know what the current situation of the war is. At this moment, a change suddenly occurred. The companion ghost tribe knew that the 3 stars exploded at the same time, although the light from those star explosions has not yet reached the companion ghost tribe. Through some super light detection methods, the companion ghost tribe still noticed these things in an instant. They were also noticed by the accompanying ghost tribe. There is also the situation in the center of the battlefield. The accompanying ghost tribe felt that the space fluctuations representing the existence of space creatures suddenly weakened a lot, and the white light spot representing the neutron battle star lit up in an instant. It's like it's a light bulb. There was no electricity before, but now it seems like there is electricity. As its luminosity continues to increase, some special changes are taking place in the bodies of space creatures. The companion ghost tribe can clearly sense that the point that was originally zero-dimensional suddenly extended its first dimension. It gained length and turned into a line. Then gradually, it gained its own width, and it became a face. After returning from 0 dimension to 2 dimensions, the accompanying ghost tribe seemed to hear a sound like cracking silk from the space creatures, as if some kind of existence was being torn apart. Then, the accompanying ghost tribe felt that the neutron battle star had its 3rd dimension. It fully recovered. It was like the newborn sun jumping out of the sea of clouds. It began to exude endless majesty and chill. The moment it escaped, it suddenly hit the space creature in front of it, and the body of the creature at this moment was like glass, broken into countless pieces. This time, it finally did not escape the blow of the neutron battle star. The accompanying ghost tribe felt all this in a daze, their thoughts filled with loss. But at this moment, a message was passed into its thinking. Take this fragment to find your main civilization. After your main civilization reaches the 6th level civilization, with the help of this fragment, you, the main civilization, may be able to develop 2-dimensional weapons. Little guy, I know it was you who saved me last time. It was you who deceived the tree tribe beast and made it my shield. You have already saved me once, so you don't have to feel bad about not being able to save me this time. Sad? I failed my client and failed to complete the commission. This is an unforgivable mistake. There is only one consequence for not completing the commission, and that is death. But I still feel very guilty in my heart. So, I will give you the fragments of my body, hoping to make your future road a little smoother. Don't worry. At the last moment of my death, I had completely destroyed the remaining fragments of my body. So neither the sweeper civilization nor other existences can analyze technology through the fragments of my body. So the 2-dimension weapons will be unique to you. Goodbye, little guy. Go find your main civilization, if possible. When you are strong enough in the future, remember to avenge me and investigate who destroyed those 3 stars, so that you can have at least 100% with a winning rate of 40. I instantly reached a point of no return for revenge. Remember to avenge me. The messages from the space creatures began to become intermittent, and eventually disappeared completely. The companion ghost tribe knew that the space creatures were completely dead and dissipated in the void of the universe. Okay, I will avenge you, the companion ghost clan murmured to himself. Now, it is time to find my main civilization and merge with my main civilization. Chapter 589, Chase and Escape Battle. At this moment, Xiao Yu has completed avoiding the star explosion. Xiao Yu sacrificed 2 planetary bases and used them as shields in front of himself to protect the rest of creation from this disaster. Xiao Yu hid here for a full week, waiting for the peak energy of the star explosion to pass before disbanding the formation. At this time, although the energy of the star explosion is still fierce, they can no longer have much impact on the creation of a 5th-level civilization. It's time to deal with the 5th-level civilization alliance. Xiao Yu thought silently in his heart, and controlled his huge fleet to start returning. At this moment, in the Flower of Death galaxy, the star had disappeared and turned into a large nebula emitting strong radiation. The radiation emitted by this nebula is extremely intense, both in the visible and invisible light bands. Xiao Yu knew that there was a white dwarf hidden in this nebula. Stars destroyed by stellar cannons have 2 endings. The first ending is that they explode into pieces, leaving nothing behind. The second ending is that they leave behind some kind of dense star, a white dwarf or a neutron star or a black hole. The main reason for these two differences is the power of the stellar cannon. The fifth-level Civilization Alliance obviously chose a destruction method with lower power and lower power of the star explosion, because this method helps the fifth-level Civilization Alliance escape the influence of the star explosion. Based on the poor mobility of the fifth-level Civilization Alliance planet battlestars, they should still be within the scope of the Flower of Death galaxy at this moment. Xiao Yu thought secretly. At this time, the environment there must be like H.L. Generally, places farther away from the star can return to calm more quickly, while the environment near the star may not recover for millions of years. The risk factor of fighting in such a place is more than a little bit higher. But it doesn't matter. I am under this pressure. And the fifth-level Civilization Alliance is also under this pressure. And because my technology is more advanced than theirs because of this, they have to bear a more serious disadvantage than I do. Rely on transporting stars to chase and intercept. The strategy of finally forcing the fifth-level Civilization Alliance to death, although safe, was too time-consuming. Xiao Yu was not sure about destroying the fifth-level Civilization Alliance before it made a technological leap. Therefore, at this time, we have to try to see if we can eliminate the opponent through conventional combat. If we can, it will save a lot of time. Xiao Yu didn't escape very far in the first place, and now it won't take too long to return. Just along the way, although he had been mentally prepared for it, the harsh environment still gave Xiao Yu a little chill in his heart. During this time, the environment around this star, the average density has increased by more than 1,000 times. These substances, originally they were all on stars. Now they have extremely high kinetic energy due to the explosion of stars. At the same time, the void of space cannot quickly reduce their temperature. As a result, Xiao Yu's fleet withstood the test of interstellar dust impact, abnormal radiation, high temperature, and many other aspects. Even after approaching this star system for a certain distance, Xiao Yu had to break away from the curvature navigation. In such a harsh environment, the danger of curvature navigation is too great. Xiao Yu finally saw the existence of the fifth-level Civilization Alliance. In front of Xiao Yu, about tens of billions of kilometers away, more than 100 planets are orbiting each other driven by planetary engines. And among these more than 100 planets, there are a large number of battleships. According to the laws of physics, it is impossible for more than 100 planets to orbit each other in this way. At the same time, the state of being so close exists. The only outcome of this mode of existence is collision or escape. Some planets will collide with each other, and some planets will escape from this gravitational circle. It's just that the existence of planetary engines has changed this outcome through human power, allowing them to exist stably. Xiao Yu noticed, because it no longer has to revolve around the star. The defense circle of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance has been greatly reduced. The reduction of the defense circle means the improvement of the unit's defense strength. This is an obvious truth. Xiao Yu had naturally thought of this matter for a long time. But Xiao Yu still decided to give it a try. After years of war, the two warring parties have reached the point where there is really no need to say anything. Without the routine pre-war persuasion to surrender. No communication. Nothing. Xiao Yu's battleship has already rushed forward. The Level 5 Civilization Alliance also responded accordingly. The three planetary battle stars began to leave the planet's gravitational circle, and together with about 50 million battleships, they came towards them, under the gaze of the pale white light of the corpse of the star not far away, surrounded by interstellar dust everywhere, and illuminated by various high-energy radiation and high temperatures. The two most peak existences under Level 6. And a fierce battle started again. Countless spaceships began to disintegrate and explode, adding a touch of brilliance to this bleak universe. The wreckage of the spacecraft began to run rampant in the universe. Some of them would be shattered by subsequent artillery fire, and more would fly directly to the outer universe and become in the universe. Interstellar dust wandering in the universe. It still doesn't work, Xiao Yu thought helplessly. Although the fifth-level Civilization Alliance has lost a lot of power, due to the shrinking of the defense circle and the replenishment of some galaxy defense weapons, I still cannot bring it back in a short time. It's destruction. Then, let's start the star transfer. Xiao Yu quickly withdrew part of his power, leaving only about 5 million warships to continuously attack the defense circle of the fifth-level Civilization Alliance, consuming their combat power and distracting their spirit, so that they could never put all of them together. All the energy was put into researching and developing technology and resuming production. And then a large number of expeditionary legions began to set off. The 17 stars around are all my transportation targets. if calculated based on the star's trajectory and current position. Well, this should be done. Xiao Yu quickly calculated a complete and detailed plan, based on the acceleration direction of the 5th level civilization at the moment. Xiao Yu will first transport the number 2 star, blocking the path of the 5th level civilization alliance. In the process of transporting the number 2 star, the transport of other stars will not be carried out. Stop. But the forward trajectories of the remaining stars have not yet been determined. This decision needs to be made based on the next action of the level 5 civilization alliance. These 17 stars, under Xiao Yu's control, will become 17 huge movable bombs. It has to be said that after mastering the technology of moving stars, it does have a huge advantage in the war of the 5th level civilization. The first star that Xiao Yu transported was named star number 1 by Xiao Yu. Then Xiao Yu named the remaining stars from number 2 to number 17, according to their different positions. At this moment, star number 1 is still catching up with the level 5 civilization alliance, and the other stars are in the process of being built. Because of the first construction experience and related technology, it was much simpler to build an instrument that could transport stars for the second time. Xiao Yu didn't even spend much time at all before the number 2 star entered the curvature space, began to face the fleeing 5th level civilization alliance head on. The facts did not exceed Xiao Yu's expectations. After star number 2 started taking action, the level 5 civilization alliance immediately made orbital adjustments. They had to do this, because if they didn't, in about 20 years, the star would get close enough to them, and then the star's explosion would kill them all. Even if planet battle stars can be used to block the power of star explosions, planet battle stars are limited after all, and no one can afford such consumption. Xiao Yu also fully considered the possibility that after the star was transported to a certain extent, the level 5 civilization alliance would send out a raid fleet to destroy the star at a long distance. After careful arrangements, Xiao Yu believed that this method was not feasible for the 5th level civilization alliance, because the maneuverability of the spacecraft of the 5th level civilization alliance is too poor compared to the maneuverability of our own spacecraft. And there is also a large gap in overall strength. At the same time, in order to defend the main base, the 5th level civilization alliance cannot send too many spacecraft to perform this mission. That is to say, if the 5th level civilization alliance sends few spaceships, it will not be able to complete the mission. If it sends too many spaceships, its own main base will be threatened. Therefore, Xiao Yu is not worried that the 5th level civilization alliance will adopt this kind of combat method. So Xiao Yu can peacefully carry out his own business of moving stars. After the 5th level civilization alliance made its first orbital adjustment, the second star carried by Xiao Yu embarked on the journey. We encountered a little trouble when transporting the star, because this star is too big, with a mass of more than 20 times that of the Sun. This kind of mass already belongs to the category of giant stars. However, the bigger the star, the greater the power of the explosion. Xiao Yu is very happy to use such an enlarged type of star bomb. So Xiao Yu conducted a series of scientific and technological research, and finally succeeded in transporting the star, allowing it to follow his own guidance and drive towards the 5th level civilization alliance. As the star continued to approach, the level 5 civilization alliance made its third orbital adjustment. They began to escape along the loopholes between the current star positions, trying to escape from the circle of stars. But Xiao Yu also quickly made adjustments. Xiao Yu readjusted the direction of the star according to the trajectory of the 5th level civilization alliance, trying to surround the 5th level civilization alliance again. Thus, in this dark starry sky, a unique pursuit and escape battle began. Chapter 590 Space Geometry. On the large-scale reference object of the universe, whether it is the more than 100 planetary battle stars gathered together in the 5th level civilization alliance, or the 17 stars carried by Xiao Yu, they can be regarded as a mathematical point. How to block one point through 17 points involves a very complex spatial geometry algorithm. It is not just a matter of simply transporting the star and flying directly towards the target. During this process, Xiao Yu must consider the target's location, moving speed and direction, as well as predict what changes the other party may make next, how his actions will affect the other party, etc. All of these things, Xiao Yu needs to be taken into consideration. Among these factors, the 3 factors of the opponent's target's location, moving speed and moving direction are visible factors. Xiao Yu can determine this through observation, but prediction is more difficult. Xiao Yu must consider the opponent's leader personality, decision-making habits, and even the way of thinking of the internal think tank, etc. To this end, Xiao Yu convened a large number of social psychology scientists to evaluate these matters to determine his next course of action. For this war, the entire Xinzhou civilization took action. Scientists from the Department of Science and Technology are working hard to research new theories, develop new technologies, and manufacture new, more powerful weapons. Scientists from the Department of Social Psychology need to help the military committee assess the war situation and make suggestions for Xiao Yu's decision-making. A large number of ordinary intelligent creatures contributed their own labor force to create a large number of battleships and various instruments for Xiao Yu's use. It can be said that for this war, Xiao Yu and the Xinzhou civilization have used their full strength. Both warring parties are scrambling for time. At this time point, the 5th level Civilization Alliance develops planetary curvature navigation as the limit. If the 5th level Civilization Alliance develops planetary curvature navigation technology before Xiao Yu destroys them, then they can easily break Xiao Yu's containment and make the star-moving tactics ineffective. Both sides understand this. So Xiao Yu can imagine that within the 5th level Civilization Alliance at this moment, what is the extent of the desire for new technology? Therefore, this also determines the intensity of Xiao Yu's attack on the 5th level Civilization Alliance. Star number 1 is less than 1 light-year away from the level 5 Civilization Alliance. But at this moment, the level 5 Civilization Alliance has accelerated the planet Battlestar to a speed higher than 3 times the speed of light at 0 point. So it is impossible for star number 1 to catch up to level 5. It belongs to the Alliance of Civilizations. However, the existence of star number 1 is still necessary. It can block the void of the universe and prevent the level 5 Civilization Alliance from escaping in this direction. In the conference room, Luca 2 pointed at the virtual three-dimensional space. The projection animation said, "The positions of the remaining stars number 2 to number 17 are as follows. Well, currently we have blocked 10% of the void of the universe. And the level 5 Civilization Alliance still has 90% of the directions to choose from. But based on the current situation and our previous actions, I think the next escape directions that the level 5 Civilization Alliance is most likely to choose will be these 3. Namely here, here, and here." Luca 2 paused for a moment and continued. "Based on the analysis of scientists from our Department of Social Psychology, we suggest that we should make the following response plan. Star number 15 should move in the direction of declination 157 and right ascension 56. Movement. Star number 8 should go." Xiao Yu quickly calculated, and after a moment, Xiao Yu said, "This speculation is very reasonable. In fact, using 17 stars to block the escape route of the 5th level Civilization Alliance is really powerless. But the remaining stars, the distance is too far. And with our technology, we cannot transport it in a short time. So it is very important to make good use of the resources we have now. Number 2. You have done a good job. I will arrange the layout according to this speculation next steps." The situation is indeed as Xiao Yu said. In the vast void, it is indeed difficult to block a point with 17 points. Under such circumstances, it is very important to predict the opponent's intentions in advance. If the prediction is wrong, it is very likely that the containment will fail and the opponent will escape. Although even if the opponent escapes, they can continue to contain them by transporting external stars. But this will undoubtedly waste a lot of time and create many unnecessary variables. If during this wasted time, the planetary curvature navigation technology was developed by the Level 5 Civilization Alliance, it would be very bad and would affect the entire situation. Fortunately, the team led by Luca 2 is an expert in this field. So far, Luca 2's predictions have not made any mistakes. In this way, Xiao Yu narrowed the blocking range of the 17 stars step by step. The smaller the scope, the lower the chance of escape of the 5th level Civilization Alliance, and the smaller the space for action. This situation lasted for 50 years. During these 50 years, Xiao Yu has been carrying stars to pursue and intercept the 5th level Civilization Alliance, and at the same time dispatch fleets to carry out various attacks on the 5th level Civilization Alliance. In these 50 years of battles of wits and courage, both sides have speculated on each other's intentions and thoughts, and used this as the basis for their next actions. Fortunately, in this aspect, Xiao Yu has an absolute advantage because of the existence of Luca 2 and his leadership team. So, today, 50 years later, Xiao Yu ushered in such an advantageous situation. Star number 9 has been transported to a distance of less than 0.1 light-year from the Level 5 Civilization Alliance, and the relative motion speed of the two has been reduced to less than 1,000 kilometers per second. This means that in just a few months, Xiaoyu can detonate the star and attack the 5th level Civilization Alliance. It has reached a situation where all strategies have lost their effect. Unless the 5th level Civilization Alliance can play tricks and immediately develop planetary curvature navigation technology and put it into use immediately, it is possible to escape. But unfortunately, a few months is too short. Xiaoyu saw that the level 5 Civilization Alliance began to build a large number of underground targets on the planet battle stars, and at the same time began to adjust the planetary orbits to allow these more than 100 planets to cover each other. In doing so, it is obvious that he has accepted the psychological preparation that he is about to encounter a stellar bomb attack. The purpose of building underground targets is to maintain basic control over the planet after it is attacked by a star bomb and the planet's protective shield is destroyed. Adjusting their orbits to allow the planets to protect each other is to minimize their own losses. This also involves extremely complex spatial geometry. This arrangement ensures that no matter which direction the star detonates, no matter which direction the energy of the star explosion comes from, it will not be able to wipe out all the planetary battle stars of the 5th level Civilization Alliance, and ensure that the damage suffered by itself is minimal. The specific arrangement is based on this principle. According to the arrangement of the level 5 Civilization Alliance, Xiaoyu came to the conclusion that if he manipulates the star and detonates it from direction A, then the level 5 Civilization Alliance number 3 and number 15 will. 19 planet battle stars including number 27 will be affected. But the other planets will be protected by these 19 planets. If it is detonated from direction B, it will affect 23 planets. And similarly, the remaining planets will also be protected. In this stage of the war, both sides made extensive use of complex space geometry to improve their combat effectiveness and reduce the damage done to them by the other party. Spatial geometry played an extremely important role during this period. The 5th level Civilization Alliance can make such an arrangement thanks to the study of space geometry. Although you have reduced the damage to a minimum, this level of damage is still a serious blow to you. At least, the various Galaxy Defense System facilities you have recently created and floating in the defense circle cannot be fully. Are you protected? There are a lot of industrial infrastructures on the lost planets and battle stars. The loss of these facilities will also affect you. Right. Moreover, I have many stars, and this star is just the first wave of attacks. After this wave, the second wave of attacks will come soon. Xiaoyu also started calculations on space geometry. Xiaoyu is calculating where to make the star explode to achieve the greatest effect. The 5th level Civilization Alliance uses space geometry to reduce its damage, while Xiaoyu uses space geometry to increase his damage. After various complex calculations, Xiaoyu finally determined the location of the star explosion, and determined the distance of the explosion while ensuring defense. As a result, under Xiaoyu's control, this star slowly approached the planned explosion site. A large number of Level 5 Civilization Alliance battleships have been hidden at this moment. They are hiding behind the planet battle stars, trying to avoid this disaster. But Xiaoyu will not let go of this opportunity. Under Xiaoyu's control, a total of 3 million warships launched a new round of attacks on the Level 5 Civilization Alliance at this time. Using the concealment of Level 5 Civilization Alliance warships and holes in the defense line, the Level 5 Civilization Alliance quickly dispatched warships to respond. The actions of these defensive warships were extremely fast and decisive. But in Xiaoyu's eyes, they always had a tragic flavor. Battleships are just a number to Xiaoyu. As long as he has sufficient time and resources, Xiaoyu can build unlimited ships. But this is not the case for the 5th level Civilization Alliance. That is controlled by living beings, without the cover of the planetary battle stars. These battleships will definitely die in the brilliance of the star explosion. From the moment they left the planet battle star, the fate of these battleships and the soldiers inside them was decided, regardless of whether they could repel Xiaoyu's attack. Chapter 591 8-Star Spaceship. Emergency Assembly! Emergency Assembly! All personnel must arrive at their respective posts within 5 minutes. Those who fail to do so will be executed on the spot. Russo, who was still sleeping, was awakened by the harsh emergency assembly order. Although Russo was only one of the 30 chefs responsible for providing catering services to the approximately 3,000 soldiers serving on this city-level spacecraft. Although he was not a combatant, he still did not dare to give this order. Defy. Since the order says it is all personnel, then it is all personnel. Even the cleaning staff responsible for sanitation and the staff responsible for maintaining entertainment facilities must arrive at their posts within the specified time. Russo has long been accustomed to such emergency gathering orders. In the past few decades, since the star of the Flower of Death galaxy was destroyed and the entire alliance began to flee. Such emergency gatherings have become more frequent. The orders after the emergency gathering are generally the same, which is to quickly come to their respective workstations, control their 8-star municipal spacecraft, and set off together with the team's flagship, brilliant provincial spacecraft. However, some time ago, the brilliant provincial spaceship was killed by the Shinjo civilization, so their team's flagship spacecraft was replaced by the Edge provincial spacecraft.
Are there any urgent tasks again?
Russo murmured to himself, quickly putting on his clothes and equipment, came to the logistics room, and quickly stood in front of his post. Before him, several chefs with the same position as him had already arrived here. The sound of bodies touching the ground kept coming from outside. Russo knew that it was the sound of soldiers running urgently.
I don't know what mission we have this time. Some time ago, we had received an order because the Shinjo civilization had moved a star to detonate it. So we were told to hide behind the number 8 planet battle star.
Russo
asked his colleague somewhat strangely. The spirits of my colleagues were a little flagging. This is normal. In fact, most people are not in good spirits right now, because they received the order to hide and rest the day before yesterday. Most of the staff thought that there would be nothing to do in the near future, so they all went out to indulge. Of course, even if it is indulgence, you are not allowed to leave the spaceship. Anyway, there are all kinds of entertainment facilities on the spaceship. Therefore, they have less time to rest, so they are not in good spirits at this time.
I don't know. Maybe they are performing some training and transportation or escort missions,
my colleague replied listlessly. This conjecture is very reasonable, since the Shinjo civilization's attack on the Alliance has increased. Warships are sometimes used for material transportation tasks between different planets, and some warships are also dispatched to escort ordinary civilian spaceships.
Maybe,
Russo replied, but felt a little uneasy in his heart. Just like usual, task arrangement after emergency gathering. Soon via personal communication terminal, it was conveyed to every person's mind, and at the same time, there was also a punishment message. An unlucky man drank too much narcotic drinks because he played too late the day before yesterday. If he did not arrive at his post within 5 minutes, he would be executed on the spot by the supervisory team. If it were in the past, there would have been a lot of discussion about the punishment of this unlucky guy. But now there is no such thing, because everyone's minds were attracted by that order, including Russo.
All combatants will adjust their status for 20 minutes, and the logistics staff will prepare breakfast within 20 minutes. Dinner will begin 20 minutes later. The meal time will be 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, follow the Fengmong spacecraft. Go to meet the invasion of the Shinjo civilization. Fleet.
This order made everyone's heart skip a beat. Russo almost reflexively wanted to ask.
The star brought by the Shinjo civilization is about to explode. If you leave the cover of the planet battle star at this time, isn't this going to die?
But Russo did not ask this question. After many years of military career, Russo understood. Anyone who questions the superior's decision will be executed on the spot. But the fear in his heart spread uncontrollably. Russo looked at his colleagues,
and he found that his colleagues, who had been listless a moment ago, immediately became nervous after hearing this order. Russo was waiting for the next message from the superior. That is, waiting for the superior to explain this order. But Russo waited for a long time, and didn't hear any explanation. This command is simple yet heavy at the same time. Finally, someone couldn't stand it anymore. On the public communication channel, a soldier couldn't help asking,
"The star is about to explode. If we are asked to go out to perform the mission at this time, isn't this risking death? This kid is in danger."
Russo thought secretly.
The supervision team will execute him soon.
Russo couldn't help but feel a little admiration and sympathy for this boy who dared to question Shangwan. At the same time, he was also somewhat grateful to this boy because this boy asked something he had always wanted to ask, but didn't dare to ask. But unexpectedly, Russo waited for a long time. But the notice about supervising the team's execution of soldiers was never sent out. Instead, unexpectedly, he waited for the superior's explanation. Shangwan's explanation was also very concise.
First, the Shinjo civilization took advantage of the loopholes in our defense line and sent a large number of fleets to attack our defense line. So we must send force to drive this force out. The Alliance needs us. Second, I will always stay on our 8-star spacecraft to command the battle and be with you.
In the spaceship, a total of more than 3,400 combat personnel, staff members, command personnel,
and logistics personnel fell silent at the same time. Shangwan's explanation was concise but clear. So clear that no one could have any objection. Yes, the Alliance needs us. The people need us. And the leaders need us. At this time, if we are not going to die, who should we let die? We are warriors. We are soldiers. All the personnel in the 8-star spacecraft began their pre-war preparations in this dull, depressing and dignified atmosphere. As one of the 30 chefs in the logistics department, Russo also started working intensely. He began to put the raw materials into the production equipment in an orderly manner, and then took out these things one by one in order and put them into the tableware. The robot would send these things to the canteen outside.
Maybe I put a little more Rosa.
This thought came to Russo's mind after the food was made. But it was already too late, and the food had already been sent outside. Since 20 level 5 civilizations formed an alliance, under the strong leadership of their leaders, the civilizations have begun to merge, and various living customs and cultures have begun to penetrate each other, including food. Rosa is a kind of seasoning introduced during cultural exchanges. Because of its special taste, it was quickly welcomed by the soldiers. Of course, there are certain standards for how much Rosa should be added to food. If too much is added, it will cause great damage to the taste of the food. Mastering the standard requires long-term practice, and Russo has not fully mastered it until now. The soldiers outside began to eat in an orderly manner. After completing the task, Russo began to rest in the logistics room, because we don't know how long the battle will last. Every time we go out, logistics personnel must go with the ship, and this time is obviously the same. Russo had a hunch in his heart that this was probably his last expedition. Russo originally thought that he would be very scared at this time, but until it really happened, Russo found that he was unusually calm, and his fear of death suddenly disappeared without a trace. Just like Shangwan said, the Alliance needs them, the people need them, and the leaders need them. From the moment Russo stepped onto the 8-star spacecraft, this responsibility fell on his shoulders, and would accompany him throughout his life until he died. Russo has been practicing this responsibility for hundreds of years. He witnessed with his own eyes the high-spirited leadership of the leader, and the integration of the 5-level civilization alliance. The strength of the alliance increased rapidly, and its technological strength advanced by leaps and bounds. Then the alliance ushered in the most powerful enemy, the Shinjo civilization. He witnessed with his own eyes the demise of the stars in the Flower of Death galaxy, and then fleeing with a large army. Russo experienced countless battles, and felt the changes brought about by the rapid advancement of alliance technology. This technological advancement has truly affected every combatant. Just like the 8-star spacecraft that has become more maneuverable, safer and more powerful, this technological advancement has brought expectations to everyone, including Russo. Everyone believes that although they are at a disadvantage now, the Shinjo civilization will eventually be defeated by them.
But I can't see that day anymore,
Russo thought with emotion. The spaceship finally set off, with the 8-star following the provincial spacecraft Fengmong, the Fengmong following the national-class Blue Flag spacecraft, and the Blue Flag following the Continental-class spacecraft Morris. The 8-star spacecraft is just an inconspicuous member of this huge fleet, but the final outcome is the same whether it is the 8-star spacecraft or the Morris spacecraft. After hearing Shangwan say,
"Goodbye, boys. I hope we can meet again in HL,"
Russo knew that the last moment had arrived. Russo knew that the star had been detonated and death was right in front of him. At this time, another thought that had nothing to do with the current situation came to Russo's mind strangely.
It's a pity that Rosa let go too much.
Chapter 592 Mask. Everything went as Xiaoyu expected. After Xiaoyu sent about 3 million warships to attack the galaxy defense system of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance, the Level 5 Civilization Alliance quickly sent about 12 million warships to fight. Perhaps because he knew that only by driving away Xiaoyu's power would he have a chance to survive, and return to the cover of the planetary battle star before the power of the star explosion reached here. These battleships fought extremely fiercely, which caused Xiaoyu to endure a certain amount of pressure. But Xiaoyu's original intention was not to eliminate them. Xiaoyu only needs to drag these spaceships here so that they cannot return to the cover of the planet battle stars. And as long as its 3 million warships stay here, even if they do nothing, the Level 5 Civilization Alliance must send corresponding forces to defend itself. So it was very rare that Xiaoyu was on the offensive side. But he took the defensive in this battle. Xiaoyu was completely passively defending, because Xiaoyu knew that the power of the star explosion would replace him and destroy the enemies in front of him. The star was moved to the predetermined location by Xiaoyu, and then Xiaoyu detonated it decisively. Before the star exploded, Xiao Yu's main fleet had already entered the curvature space and ran to a safe place in advance. After the star exploded, the 3 million ships went to the Level 5 Civilization Alliance to harass and contain. There are probably more than 2.8 million spaceships left at this moment. And all of them have entered the curvature space and ran away. That's right. Xiao Yu's spacecraft already has the ability to conduct curvature navigation in a planet-level gravitational field. And Xiao Yu believes that as long as it doesn't take too long, he will conduct curvature navigation in a star-level gravitational field. Technology for navigation was also developed. But the Level 5 Civilization Alliance does not have this kind of technology. This also means that the exposed fleets have no time to escape and return to the cover of the planetary battle stars. But at such a close range, these spacecraft cannot withstand the wrath of a star. As a result, all the more than 12 million warships were destroyed. The price Xiao Yu paid was less than 200,000 spaceships. And because the work of moving stars has been in progress for a while, in the next period of time, this type of attack will occur many times. Which means that this kind of thing of exchanging a small number of spaceships for the destruction of a large number of the opponent's spaceships will happen again. And that's exactly what happened. 3 years later, the second star caught up with the fleeing fleet of the 5th level Civilization Alliance. This time, this star destroyed 8 planetary battle stars and countless industrial facilities of the 5th level Civilization Alliance. The harassment tactics were successful again. 10 million Level 5 Civilization Alliance warships were destroyed by the light of the star. Then the third one. The fourth one. After the 4th stellar bomb attack. Level 5 Civilization Alliance. In the Tianma Shinkong spacecraft, the leader tiredly took off the mask on his face. I washed my face with water and fell on the bed. No more constraints of masks. The leader felt that his whole body felt much more relaxed. He had just put on a mask and delivered a passionate speech to the public of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance. He had successfully aroused the public's enthusiasm to resist to the end, and once again strengthened their determination to win. However, he can arouse the public's enthusiasm, but he cannot arouse his own enthusiasm. During these decades of escape, his face has changed a lot due to excessive concentration. According to the technology of the 5th level civilization, he is in the prime of life at this age. But now he looks like a waning old man. His face is covered with wrinkles that represent aging. His hair was gray, and his eyes were cloudy and lifeless. This change was so rapid and drastic that the most advanced life sciences could not restore his appearance to its original appearance. So that every time he faced people other than the innermost circle, he had to wear a mask to go out. To be a leader you must be strong, unable to be knocked down, full of energy, and possessing the most determined belief in victory. It was precisely for this reason that he made this mask, under top-secret circumstances. He knew that the leader actually always showed his face to others. Among the nearly trillion intelligent creatures in the entire 5-level Civilization Alliance, no more than 10 individual. This is the top secret of the entire league. He was so tired. He thinks about how to defeat the Shinjo civilization every day. And he has indeed achieved many gains. Under his leadership, the Alliance's technology can almost be said to be developing at a rapid rate. If he can be given a period of time to recuperate does not need to be too long. It only takes 200 years at most, so that he can relax and develop technology. Then he will have absolute confidence to defeat the Shinjo civilization. But unfortunately, Shinjo civilization has never given him this opportunity. The pressure from Shinjo civilization was so tight that he almost felt suffocated. He felt that he had exhausted all his wisdom, but still could not save the situation. After discovering that the Shinjo civilization had the technology to move stars, he had already anticipated this situation. But he had no other choice. He could only actively destroy the stars in the Flower of Death galaxy, and then embark on the road to escape. He could only delay time in this way, until the Alliance's technology produced a real breakthrough. Until the Alliance could allow the planet to enter warp navigation. This was his only chance to win. But he waited for a long time, and never got it. While ensuring his combat power, he has tried his best to provide the best conditions for those scientists. Those scientists have indeed used all their energy, and obtained a large number of scientific research results. And even developed space wave weapons. It came out, but it was not enough. Still not enough. Without planetary curvature navigation technology, everything is in vain. The leader touched his aging face, closed his eyes, and began to rest. But he still couldn't fall asleep. There was a lot of chaos everywhere in his mind. So entangled that he couldn't calm down at all. He didn't know how long it took before he entered a state of confusion. At this time, he received a message, as if someone was speaking to him eagerly. He tried hard to listen, but only heard some fragmented words. Just a few words. Something like,
"A great scientific success in planetary curvature. Have you had this dream again?"
He smiled bitterly in his dream. But he soon discovered that this was not the case. There was a person shaking his body violently, forcing him to wake up. And then he saw the assistant's excited face, and the assistant's voice that seemed a bit shrill because of the excitement.
Leader, the latest news. We received a report from the Central Academy of Sciences. Okay, planetary curvature navigation technology, under the leadership of Rudo, the greatest scientist in the Alliance, has finally been developed. Leader, we succeeded. We finally waited. On this day,
we finally have the planetary curvature navigation technology, and can finally break through the blockade imposed on us by the Shinjo civilization.
The assistant couldn't help but shed tears as he spoke. The leader's mind was still a little confused. But after hearing the assistant's words, the leader immediately sobered up. He suddenly turned over and got out of bed, grabbed his assistant's shoulders, stared at the assistant's eyes with a pair of cloudy old eyes, and said in the most stern voice,
"Is this true?" "Really? It's true,"
the assistant said with excitement.
Rudo's latest research results have passed the peer review of the Central Academy of Sciences. Everyone is impressed by Rudo's paper, and has received tens of thousands of awards. Verified by this experiment. This is absolutely true. This is true. Inform Rudo immediately, and ask him to come to see me. No. It's better for me to see Rudo.
The leader only felt a clear spring appeared in his chest, and the moist water vapor was awakening him from the inside out. The vitality of an aging body.
No, leader. Rudo said that he is not seeing anyone now. He said that he was inspired to overcome this difficulty because he dreamed about his dead son. Russo. Now he just wants to be with his son.
The assistant replied somewhat sadly.
Okay. It doesn't matter. Then let him be alone for a while.
The leader said.
Immediately call a press conference. I want to announce this news to everyone and announce that we have found a way to fight against the Shinjo civilization. The most powerful weapon will. By the way, notify the Central Academy of Sciences and ask them to join forces with the Institute of Machinery Construction to put planetary curvature navigation technology into practical use within 1 year. Within 5 years, all our planetary warfare must be put into practice. The star is transformed into a curvature drive mode.
The leader smiled heartily and was about to walk out of the room. The assistant hurriedly called after him.
Leader, your mask.
The leader was stunned, then waved his hand and laughed and said,
I will never need this thing again.
The assistant then discovered that the leader's face had undergone some changes since then. No, it was not so much a change in appearance, but a change in mental temperament. This kind of mental change can easily make others ignore the leader's appearance at this moment. 3 hours later, a grand press conference was held. What neither the leaders of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance nor Xiaoyu knew was that at this moment, in the distant starry sky, there was an inexplicable existence that was rapidly approaching here.
In about 5 years, I will be able to reach my main civilization and merge with my main civilization.
This inexplicable existence said in his heart. Chapter 593 5 stars. Xiaoyu's tentacles are slowly extending outward. Xiaoyu's original plan was to transport 17 stars to surround the Level 5 Civilization Alliance to death. But Xiaoyu found that if there were only 17 stars, it might not be enough. After all, the 5th Level Civilization Alliance will not just stand there and let the energy of the star explosion destroy itself. They will also use space geometry to reduce the damage they receive. Although Xiaoyu had thought of this early on, he did not expect that doing so would be so effective. After all, Xiaoyu has never done anything like this before, and lacks sufficient experimental data to support it. So Xiaoyu aimed at the stars further around. 20 stars have entered Xiaoyu's sight. Xiaoyu has sent an expedition fleet with sufficient resources and industrial facilities to enter the curvature voyage to these stars. Through various means, Xiaoyu has detonated 5 stars. Although the 5th Level Civilization Alliance has reduced the damage it suffered as much as possible, the explosion of these 5 stars still brought tragic losses to the 5th Level Civilization Alliance. More than 50 million spaceships were lost, and the number of planetary battle stars lost reached 37. The number of planetary battle stars owned by the 5th Level Civilization Alliance dropped to less than 100 for the first time, because the 37 planetary battle stars have lost their planetary engines.
They have also lost even their little mobility. This means that they will only be able to move forward at their current speed under the action of inertial force. They can no longer make even the smallest turn unless the 5th level Civilization Alliance builds planetary engines on them. But it is obvious that Xiaoyu will not give them this opportunity. Xiaoyu slightly changed the orbit of the star, which forced the level 5 Civilization Alliance to also change its orbit. And the 37 planets could not change their orbit. So the level 5 Civilization Alliance had no choice but to abandon these 37 planets. Too slow. Still too slow. Xiaoyu thought with some regret. According to this killing rate, I need at least a dozen stars to explode to reduce the actual combat capabilities of the 5th level Civilization Alliance to below mine. Only then can I control the fleet, destroy their planetary shields, capture their ships, and obtain their technology. But Xiaoyu had no choice. All we can do is continue to wait. The fleet that went to transport the second batch of 20 stars had already set off more than 10 years ago. At this moment, the nearest star in this batch will reach the scheduled target within a year. And in order to delay time, the level 5 Civilization Alliance has already begun to change its trajectory from this moment on. But no matter how you calculate it, within 2 years, they are bound to be hit by a stellar bomb. A year and a half later, just as Xiaoyu speculated, another stellar bomb was detonated near the 5th level Civilization Alliance. This time the star bomb attack caused the 5th level Civilization Alliance to lose 9 planetary battle stars and 15 million battleships. Up to now, although there are nearly 1 trillion people contributing to logistics supply, the total number of spacecraft of the 5th level civilization is still limited. It has dropped further, down to less than 130 million ships now. Although if this continues, I will definitely wear you to death. But I have no patience anymore. Xiaoyu secretly thought, let's play big this time. I plan to arrange for 5 stars to explode at different directions at the same time. How else can you arrange them? This time, Xiaoyu was determined to defeat the level 5 Civilization Alliance at once. 5 stars belonging to different directions explode at the same time, which can bring an all-round attack to the level 5 Civilization Alliance. This kind of attack will have no blind spots, which means that the level 5 Civilization Alliance can no longer adopt the current blocking tactics. After 5 stars are detonated at the same time, the 5th level Civilization Alliance can still have at most 5 to 8 planetary battle stars left. But for Xiaoyu now, 5 to 8 planetary battle stars are nothing. For this strategic goal, Xiaoyu started busy work. There are more than 30 orbits of stars that need to be calculated. It is also necessary to predict the movements of the level 5 Civilization Alliance in advance, make arrangements for their possible reactions in advance, and strive to contain them in the shortest possible time. This is a lot of work. Only Xiaoyu can accomplish such crazy things. What Xiaoyu didn't know was that within the level 5 Civilization Alliance, there was one thing that was as important as the fight against Xiaoyu. This matter is the installation of the planetary curvature engine. For this purpose, the leader mobilized the last batch of reservists and turned them into workers after training. He also recruited tens of billions of laborers among civilians. A total of nearly 50 billion people. Busy began on the battle stars of more than 100 planets. This will be our trump card. The leader said that this matter must be kept confidential so that it cannot be discovered by the Shinjo civilization. I have received intelligence that the Shinjo civilization is trying to wipe out all of us by detonating 5 stars near us at the same time. Then let Shinjo civilization do this thing, and let this meaningless thing consume the enemy's energy, resources and time. Just when the Shinjo civilization thought everything was safe, we suddenly used planetary curvature navigation technology to escape from the encirclement. This is very beneficial for us to gain time for development. Okay, leader. The assistant waiting nearby respectfully took down the leader's instructions. The planetary curvature engine construction project will be overseen by me personally and must be completed within 3 years. If the notice continues, if it can't be completed, I don't mind sacrificing tens of thousands of lives to quell the anger in the people's hearts. Okay, leader. The assistant agreed. Time is still passing slowly. When the war lasts too long, the warring parties will become accustomed to the existence of war. The current 5-level Civilization Alliance and Shinjo Civilization are in this state. The battle between the two sides became a routine matter, with the loss of spaceships and soldiers. And it was no longer as exciting as before. Both sides are a bit numb to this. This is the most difficult and longest war that Xiaoyu has fought since he left the Earth. It took so long that even Xiaoyu felt a little impatient. So when everything went according to plan, and when the 5 stars successfully surrounded the 5th-level Civilization Alliance, Xiaoyu was very excited. It's now. Then, farewell to the 5th level Civilization Alliance. I will inherit your technology, integrate your technology with mine, and ultimately push me to a level 6 civilization. Xiao Yu thought secretly in his heart, and issued the command to detonate the star. At this time, the 5th level Civilization Alliance seemed to have given up resistance, and did not make any covering and defensive actions. This made Xiao Yu feel a little strange. So Xiao Yu quickly made some assumptions. These speculations are very simple, based on the current situation and the information obtained previously. Xiao Yu made 3 speculations. First, the level 5 Civilization Alliance already has a planetary shield that can withstand star explosions at this time. Level 2. Level 5 The Alliance of Civilizations already possesses planetary curvature navigation technology. 3. That is, the 5th level Civilization Alliance knew that even resistance was useless. So it simply gave up resistance. Among these 3 speculations, the third speculation was directly ruled out by Xiao Yu. After a comprehensive analysis of the scientific and technological data, the first speculation was also ruled out. Then only the second one remains. Judging from the technological background of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance, it is indeed possible for them to master planetary curvature navigation technology. It's just strange. I have been closely monitoring them. But why have I never seen them use planets to conduct real curvature navigation? Experiment? Maybe they hid it from me on purpose just to let me do useless work and buy myself time? But they are also a little too confident. Xiao Yu thought for a while, but couldn't figure it out. The star has been detonated. When the star's destructive energy reaches them, everything will be revealed. There is no point in guessing now. So Xiao Yu stayed nearby and began to observe quietly. Xiao Yu did not make arrangements to prevent the Level 5 Civilization Alliance from using planetary curvature navigation technology to escape the star's explosion circle, because that would be of no use at all. The reason is very simple. If the 5th level Civilization Alliance really uses curvature navigation technology to escape the star explosion circle, and then Xiao Yu's fleet is dispatched to stop them here, of course the power of the 5th level Civilization Alliance will be destroyed by the energy of the star explosion. But don't forget that blocking them here means that the power of Xiao Yu's side will also stay here. And the outcome can only be that both parties are destroyed together. This is very uninteresting. So Xiao Yu just watched quietly from the side. Xiao Yu saw that the Level 5 Civilization Alliance had taken action. A few minutes after the star exploded, space fluctuations that Xiao Yu was very familiar with began to appear around the Level 5 Civilization Alliance station. With this space fluctuation, all planetary battle stars, as well as battleships and spaceships, all disappeared. You have indeed mastered this technology. Now I have a headache, Xiao Yu murmured to himself. Mastering the planetary curvature navigation technology means that my star containment strategy has lost its meaning. The exploding stars can no longer affect you. So, how can we move the 5th level? What about the Civilization Alliance breaking through? Is it really just possible to give up? Xiao Yu thought with some reluctance. At this moment, a wave that Xiao Yu was very familiar with came from a distance. Chapter 594 Devouring. Killing. Now Xiao Yu can be said to have exhausted all means. Carrying stars to bombard the 5th level Civilization Alliance can be regarded as Xiao Yu's last resort. But now, even this move has lost its effect, because the 5th level Civilization Alliance finally mastered the planetary curvature navigation technology. And in Xiao Yu without Yu's knowledge, he quietly completed the practical application of this technology. After mastering this technology, the limitation of insufficient power of planetary war machines has been completely solved, and the 5th level Civilization Alliance no longer has any worries. This means that Xiao Yu can no longer break through the defense line of the 5th level Civilization Alliance to obtain their technology. It means that Xiao Yu can only watch the 5th level Civilization Alliance freely develop its own technology. In the end, it may reaching a point where technology is even more advanced than Xiao Yu's. After hundreds of years of war, if there are no unexpected circumstances, the outcome of this war has been decided at this moment. Xiao Yu lost, and the Level 5 Civilization Alliance won. Under the leadership of the former leader of Pegasus Civilization, the Level 5 Civilization Alliance has finally waited for this day. But at this moment, when Xiao Yu was desperate and was about to give up attacking the 5th level Civilization Alliance, Xiao Yu felt this familiar wave. Without even thinking, Xiao Yu knew that this was his companion Ghost Clan coming. Xiao Yu immediately became excited. The situation at this moment has truly reached a point of no return. Although the 5 stars have been detonated, it will take some time for the energy of the explosion to reach the Level 5 Civilization Alliance. During this time, The Level 5 Civilization Alliance has time to launch curvature navigation and travel at super light speeds. Get out of this encirclement. After breaking away from the encirclement, it will be like a dragon entering the sea. Xiao Yu will no longer have enough power to create such a situation. The arrival of the companion ghost tribe will completely change this situation.
Great! My companion ghost tribe. You are finally here.
Xiao Yu thought excitedly.
When you left last time, you were a first-level ghost tribe. Now even if you are not a fourth-level ghost tribe, have we reached the pinnacle of... Right. A peak of clan. With the cooperation of my fifth-level peak technological civilization, I don't even need to move stars anymore. I can move 5 stars directly on the frontal battlefield. The Super Civilization Alliance won. Are you finally here?
Xiao Yu suppressed the excitement in his heart and sent a message to the direction where the wave of fluctuations came from.
Yes. My main civilization. I'm here. I'm here to help you promote to the 6th level civilization. And at the same time, I will promote myself to the 4th level ghost tribe. There are more than 1 trillion level 5 civilization intelligent creatures here. These intelligent creatures are the best nourishment for me to advance. And when you advance to the 6th level civilization, and I become the 4th level ghost tribe, then there will no longer be so many worries. And we will be able to continue fighting side by side. Very good. The combination of the two of us will allow our team strength to directly surpass the primary stage of the 6th level civilization. As long as we are successfully promoted, we will be able to compete with the Tai House civilization or the Guardian civilization in a short period of time. With such strength, we have the power to fight even against the Sweeper civilization. We no longer have to run around like bereaved dogs in this galaxy. Because the slightest sign of trouble is like a frightened bird. We can finally stand here upright and shout out the name of us humans on Earth and our Shinjo civilization. Come on! My companion ghost tribe. Come and fight side by side with me.
Xiao Yu laughed in his heart. And all the dullness and depression for hundreds of years were swept away. Xiao Yu issued the order very quickly.
Except for the biological core's remaining planetary base and the home ship spacecraft. All warships, including the Earth, will attack. Let this battle become the beginning of our Shinjo civilization and the 5th level civilization alliance. Let this battle decide who has the qualifications to be promoted to the 6th level civilization.
Fully 16 million battleships surrounded the planet Battlestar, Earth, and rushed towards the 5th level civilization alliance that had just escaped from the star explosion. Next to this huge group of battleships, there was another one that was like a wave of water. The rippling unknown existence followed these battleships and rushed towards the 5th level civilization alliance. The level 5 civilization alliance is obviously ready to fight. Xiao Yu saw that all the battleships around the 5th level civilization alliance's planetary battle star were densely packed, and they were ready for battle.
Then let's start the final battle. This battle will determine the fate of our 2 civilizations.
Xiao Yu said silently in his heart, manipulating his fleet and facing forward without hesitation.
Ghost, you come to cooperate with my fleet. We will concentrate our strength on one point and break through their defense line first. Okay. I will follow your planet Battlestar.
After a brief exchange and determining the follow-up tactics, the 2 most powerful civilizations under the 6th level civilization finally collided. The fierce war started instantly. Countless warships chased each other. Various kinds of cannonballs flew across the battlefield, and dark space cracks crisscrossed the battlefield. Warships continued to explode, releasing a burst of fierce fire, and then fell silent. Xiao Yu saw that during this battle, the 5th level civilization alliance also began to use space fluctuation weapons to attack. These are obviously a batch of new warships recently manufactured by the level 5 civilization alliance and were taken out during this battle. The level 5 civilization alliance also put in all its efforts. They also knew very well that as long as this breakout was successful, from now on the sky would be as high as the birds could fly, and the sea would be as wide as the fish would jump, and the Shinjo civilization would no longer be able to pose a threat to them. But something unexpected happened. They discovered that many spaceships that should not have been destroyed suddenly lost all energy supply, and all the instruments on the entire spacecraft were paralyzed, and the soldiers who controlled the spacecraft in the spacecraft. In this case, there is no doubt that he died.
What's going on?
This question began to spread in the thoughts of the commander of the 5th level civilization alliance. Obviously, they didn't know about the existence of the ghost tribe. If they were in a calm environment, they could still detect the special fluctuations caused by the ghost clan's existence. But now, the situation was too chaotic, and the ghost clan's existence was perfectly hidden. and facing a ghost race at the peak of its power. The kind of ghost detector that can be built by the so-called second-level civilization from the Guardian civilization is useless. Xiao Yu once tried to use it when his accompanying ghost clan was close to him, but there was no reaction at all. In this chaotic situation, the accompanying ghost tribe is devouring the spirits of intelligent creatures. As long as the spacecraft is approached by the body of the accompanying ghost race, it will quickly dim after a violent flash, and then lose all energy supply, turning into a corpse without any independent consciousness. Even after the companion ghost clan destroys enough spaceships, and the destruction method is proficient enough, those ships that are approached by the companion ghost clan will no longer have all their energy exhausted, but only the ship's protective shield will be destroyed. This phenomenon is obviously because the accompanying ghost tribe has become familiar with the structure of the spacecraft of the 5th level Civilization Alliance and has mastered the skills. Without the spacecraft's protective cover, the accompanying ghost tribe can unscrupulously devour the life inside the spacecraft. During this process, Xiao Yu began to receive constant messages from the companion ghost tribe.
It's so refreshing. Xiao Yu, I can feel that my power is constantly increasing. This is the first time since I was born that this is the first time I have devoured the lives of intelligent creatures so happily. If I continue at this rate, I will soon be promoted to the 4th level of the Ghost Clan. Very good. Then try your best to kill the opponent's active forces now. However, in the later stage of the battle, I will launch a recruitment campaign for the 5th level Civilization Alliance. At that time, you must be careful not to kill any intelligent creatures that have surrendered.
Xiao Yu responded. After seeing the fast and efficient killing method of the companion ghost tribe, even Xiao Yu felt a little chill in his heart. Although Xiao Yu once wiped out intelligent creatures from planet to planet, Xiao Yu always felt that the companion ghost tribe's behavior of nakedly increasing their power by devouring intelligent creatures was too bloody and violent. Moreover, these beings devoured by the companion ghost tribe are all intelligent creatures of the 5th level civilization. These intelligent creatures have extremely high levels of physical and brain development, especially the scientists within the 5th level Civilization Alliance. If they can surrender, Xiao Yu's words will undoubtedly be of great benefit to Xiao Yu. You know, the scientists of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance developed planetary curvature navigation technology and space fluctuation weapons without any external support or any advanced civilization creations for them to analyze. Thinking about such a talent makes Xiao Yu jealous. The most important thing is the former leader of the Pegasus civilization. Through these hundreds of years of confrontation, Xiao Yu has completely understood the strength of this leader. It can be said that in some aspects, he has completely surpassed Xiao Yu and Luca number 2. If he can be allowed to join the Shinjo civilization, I don't know how many benefits it will have. But now is not the time to talk about morality. Moreover, if you want the Level 5 Civilization Alliance to surrender, you must cause enough damage to them in the early stage to form enough deterrence. Therefore, Xiao Yu did not stop the killing of the companion ghost clan. Chapter 595. The Ghost Tribe's Attack Method. The planet war planet Earth is the most powerful weapon that a 5th level civilization can create. The accompanying ghost race is a 3rd level peak ghost race, and its strength is approximately equivalent to that of a peak level 5th level technological civilization. But unlike technological civilization, the companion ghost tribe is also a single civilization like the alien beast civilization. Individual civilizations possess extremely powerful power. Under normal circumstances, such extremely powerful individuals may be besieged to death by technological civilization due to the disparity in numbers. However, when an individual civilization and a technological civilization unite, the situation becomes different. Completely different. After the two are combined, their strength is not simply 1 plus 1. Therefore, in the battlefield at this moment, there is such a situation. With the cooperation of more than 10 million battleships and the accompanying ghost clan, the planet Battlestar is simply invincible, and no existence can stop it. A 5th level Civilization Alliance planet Battlestar rushed toward Xiao Yu's fleet. It has a complete planetary shield, dense weapons facilities, and a large number of escort fleets. Its power is undoubtedly very powerful. But just 15 minutes later, it lost all its power. When it just approached Xiao Yu's fleet, the accompanying ghost tribe had already pounced on it. Immediately, its energy shield was severely impacted. Within a few minutes, the energy bases arranged on its surface, they exploded one after another, with flames reaching into the sky, followed by hundreds of black space cracks, as well as countless negative matter cannons, conventional artillery SH, LS, and death ray weapon attacks. The protective shield only lasted for less than 10 minutes before disappearing. Without the planet's protective cover, it completely turned into a living target. Tens of thousands of spacecraft skimmed its surface, and tens of thousands of high-yield Earth-penetrating missiles drilled into the interior of the planet. Then, under Xiaoyu's on command, it exploded. Immediately, the planet was reduced to fragments. From the time it appeared until it was destroyed by the negative matter bomb, the whole process only lasted 15 minutes. With the addition of the accompanying ghost tribe, the situation on the battlefield is completely one-sided. Wherever Xiaoyu encounters obstacles in his progress, the companion ghost tribe will appear. After the companion ghost tribe arrives, the protective shields of the 5th-level Civilization Alliance spacecraft will be shattered, and then the intelligent creatures inside the spacecraft will be destroyed by the ghost tribe. Kill. The entire ship turned into a corpse with no one in control. This is the current situation.
The ghost is so powerful. With such strength, even if the Earth is equipped with 10 million warships, it will not be its opponent. Well, but if I use my full strength, all the warships can go up. I can still hit it. But if it escapes, I still won't be able to eliminate it.
Seeing the companion ghost clan killing all directions on the battlefield, Xiaoyu secretly made a comparison of strength in his heart.
Ghost, be careful not to fall into a large-scale enemy warship encirclement. Although it cannot eliminate you, it will cause you greater damage. You must act with the cooperation of our warships.
In the chaos in the flames of war, Xiaoyu sent a message to the companion ghost tribe to remind them to pay attention to safety. After all, in terms of overall strength, the companion ghost tribe at this moment is not Xiaoyu's opponent. Since it is not Xiaoyu's opponent, then naturally it is not the opponent of the 5th-level Civilization Alliance. If they are trapped in a tight siege, the combat power of the 5th-level Civilization Alliance can still cause certain damage to the accompanying ghost tribe.
Understood. Don't worry. I haven't confused my mind with killing intent.
The accompanying ghost tribe laughed and replied to Xiaoyu with a message.
However, this feeling is really refreshing. I haven't felt like this in a long time. This has whetted your appetite. Xiaoyu, if you are willing to let me devour all these trillions of people, I will be 80% sure to be promoted to the 4th-level ghost tribe. Level 4 ghost clan.
Xiaoyu's heart moved slightly, but he still rejected the proposal of accompanying the ghost clan.
This won't work. Wait until I find food for you later. These people are still useful to me. If we can recruit them, their scientific research power will bring great impetus to my scientific and technological progress. Okay.
The accompanying ghost clan replied nonchalantly.
By the way, Ghost, what is your attack method? Until now, I don't know much about your attack method. I only know that the spacecraft attacked by you will lose a lot of energy in an instant. How is it done?
Xiaoyu asked.
Where did all the lost energy go?
Xiaoyu's question made the companion ghost tribe stay for a moment. After a while, the companion ghost tribe answered.
I don't know either. I don't know much about technology, so I can't give you a complete description. I can tell you how I feel when I attack an enemy. When I attack a spaceship, there seems to be a gate in my body. As long as I want, I can open the gate, and then the energy of the spacecraft will naturally flow out. It will flow into my body. But where did the energy that flowed to your body end up? The ghost race generally shows the characteristics of zero energy and zero mass. It is impossible for that energy to be stored in your body,
Xiaoyu said.
Of course it's not stored in my body,
the accompanying ghost clan replied.
It's a very strange feeling. I don't know how to describe it. Well, it's probably like this. When the energy flows into my body I can store them in another place. For example, it's like there is a bottomless pit around me. All the energy flowing to my body, I can throw them into this bottomless pit. This bottomless pit, the capacity is unlimited. But the energy flowing into my body per unit time has an upper limit. And this upper limit is the upper limit of my attack power. So how do you act? What supports the existence of your body?
Xiaoyu asked.
This is the most basic law of physics. You cannot violate the laws of physics, and you can survive without energy. How to describe it?
Xiaoyu's question seemed to make the companion ghost tribe so distressed that it slowed down its movements. It was not until it was very angry that it destroyed a provincial warship that attacked it, and then answered.
Let's still use the bottomless pit as an analogy. It can be simply said that the energy I need to consume for my actions is the energy I threw into this bottomless pit before. I can take them out again. Of course, the specific process is longer than this. It's a lot more complicated, but I don't know how to describe this process.
You have to know. I basically don't have any scientific literacy.
Well, is that so?
Xiao Yu pondered for a moment and began to think.
The ghost's attack method is very strange. In the past,
I was unable to analyze its attack method because of my backward technology. Now, maybe I can try to analyze it.
So, while Xiao Yu was controlling the battleship to fight, he began to collect various combat data of the companion ghost tribe, and even launched some detectors to attach to the body of the companion ghost tribe to monitor the energy fluctuations inside its body, the composition and structure of various substances.
Perhaps we can use research in this area to develop new weapons.
Xiao Yu thought.
The attack of the ghost tribe is so powerful. There is no reason why the weapons made based on this principle should not be powerful. Moreover, I don't believe it. Who else but me could have a ghost clan to do research on?
While Xiao Yu was thinking about this, the battle was still going on. The current rhythm of the battle is completely in Xiao Yu's hands. The arrival of the companion ghost clan completely reversed the situation on the battlefield, leaving the level 5 Civilization Alliance struggling to cope. Even if they mobilized all their combat power, they still could not withstand the joint attack of Xiao Yu and the companion ghost clan. Xiao Yu can be sure that the level 5 Civilization Alliance has discovered that a powerful being has intervened in this war, and has learned through some speculation that this powerful being is a ghost race. But even if they knew, there was nothing they could do. Xiao Yu saw that the 5th level Civilization Alliance tried to organize a powerful fleet to separate the companion ghost tribe and Xiao Yu's fleet, and then adopted various methods of defeat to eliminate Xiao Yu or the companion ghost tribe. But this tactic was very difficult. Obviously invalid. The fleet of the 5th level Civilization Alliance that came to separate Xiao Yu and the companion ghost clan not only failed to successfully complete this goal, but was directly devoured by the companion ghost clan. The accompanying ghosts were running around in the battlefield, and with the cooperation of Xiao Yu's fleet, they were killing them. Xiao Yu made a brief estimate and came up with a data that shocked Xiao Yu. That is, since the beginning of the war to now, the number of intelligent creatures of the 5th level Civilization Alliance that have died at the hands of the companion ghost tribe has exceeded at least 1,000. 100 million. This is a number that even Xiao Yu feels secretly frightened. Strong suppression will inevitably provoke the strongest backlash. After all, the level 5 Civilization Alliance is not a weak or insignificant existence. Under the crazy attacks of Xiao Yu and the accompanying ghost tribe, the level 5 Civilization Alliance also launched a strong counterattack. But this kind of counterattack contains more of a tragic meaning, because this kind of counterattack basically has no effect. Xiao Yu saw battleships one after another starting to launch suicide attacks, trying to cause some losses to Xiao Yu with his own death. Xiao Yu saw planets and war stars crashing towards him regardless of their lives. Chapter 596, Survival or Death. In the Tianma Shinkong spacecraft, the leader sat there with a pale face, looking at the latest battle report data in front of him. In front of him were many senior military generals standing with serious expressions. In the office, a dull and depressing atmosphere is spreading, and it seems that those who are pressed can't breathe. After a while, the leader slowly raised his head. At this moment, he seemed to have aged dozens of years.
What is going on? Everything was going smoothly just now. But what is going on? Where did that ghost tribe come from? Why did he help the Shinjo civilization? He and the Shinjo civilization, what's the relationship? Without this guy, our 5th level Civilization Alliance would definitely be able to successfully advance to the 6th level civilization. It was him who destroyed our hope of progress.
The leader slumped down in his seat. Then, the senior military generals were shocked to see that in their minds, the leader who always had a confident smile and was sure of victory no matter what situation he encountered, actually shed tears at this moment. Muddy tears streaked across his aging face, and he said in a trembling voice,
"It destroyed our hope of promoting to the 6th level civilization. We lost, and we no longer have the ability to change the current situation. The power is enough to deal with the Shinjo civilization, and it is also enough to deal with a 3rd level peak ghost race. But our power cannot be an opponent of the two combined. We are defeated, completely defeated, and there is no hope anymore."
At this moment, it seemed like something left the leader's body. That was something that he had insisted on for tens of thousands of years. For this thing, he could endure any suffering and any setback. He did see the hope of realizing his dream. However, just when he was closest to success, my dream was shattered. Shattered into billions of pieces that could never be put back together again. The leader was desperate. The situation on the battlefield is indeed what the leader saw.
Although the Alliance's warships exerted their most powerful combat power, no one flinched, no one was afraid, and no warship escaped. But it was all in vain. With the cooperation of the Shinjo civilization and the Ghost tribe, any resistance seemed so small and ridiculous. A military leader suddenly turned around and left the office. He came to the flagship of the Legion he led. This was a Continental-class spaceship. Among the 5-level civilization alliances, the combat power of this Continental-class spacecraft was second only to on 5 battleships, including the Tianma Shinkong spacecraft. After arriving on the Continent-class battleship, he calmly issued his order. The Sky battleship sets off to support the front line. The Sky battleship left the core defense circle, set off, and entered the battlefield ahead. A provincial warship of the Shinjo civilization discovered this unique warship, and immediately led a convoy of about 10,000 warships to fly over and launched a fierce attack on the Sky warship. The military general always looked normal. Under his command, various tactics were displayed perfectly. He commanded his fleet in an orderly manner, dividing the enemy provincial warship formations in front of him one by one, and then eliminated them one by one. After finally destroying this provincial battleship, he ushered in the next enemy. A national-level spaceship formation came in front of him. He still perfectly demonstrated his war literacy, good military education, and extremely high talent, which made his tactics perfectly fit with this continent-level spacecraft formation, exerting the greatest combat power. Like the previous enemy, this national-level spacecraft formation was eventually destroyed by him. He wanted to move on, but he couldn't, because a shadowy figure has already wrapped up his ship. The Skyship. One data after another flooded into his mind, and he saw that the energy reserves of the Sky spacecraft were rapidly draining. On the spacecraft, the engines used to support the protective cover were burned one by one due to excessive load. He saw that the protective cover of the spacecraft finally disappeared without a trace. He knew that his death had come. The moment before he lost consciousness, he thought with some regret, I really want to know how powerful the battleships of the 6th level civilization are, and what it would be like to command a battleship of the 6th level civilization. It's a pity. It's a pity. Be careful not to damage the hull structure of this Continent-class battleship. Just the moment after the Ghost Tribe swallowed up the Continent-class battleship, Xiao Yu's message arrived here. The Continent-class spaceship is a good thing, and there are many instruments containing the most precious technological crystals of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance. And by analyzing them, I can harvest a lot of technological data. Okay, I'll leave it to you. The accompanying Ghost Tribe let go of the Continent-class spaceship as if throwing away garbage, and continued to pounce on the next target. Xiao Yu, on the other hand, manipulated some spaceships and dragged the Continent-class spacecraft away from the battlefield under continuous fire. The total number of Alliance spaceships has been reduced to less than 90 million, and there are only less than 60 planetary battlestars left. Very good. Very good. Victory is in sight. But this blow is still not enough. Xiao Yu secretly said, thinking, then let's continue the attack. The 5th level Civilization Alliance must be severely beaten before they can accept their ending. Ghost, be careful not to attack those inhabited planets and inhabited spacecraft. The scientists from the 5th level Civilization Alliance are basically there. These people are of great use to me. After seeing the accompanying Ghost Tribe trying to attack a continent-level inhabited spacecraft at that time, Xiao Yu hurriedly sent a message to stop the companion Ghost clan. Okay, I understand. The companion Ghost Tribe simply gave up the target in front of them and continued to attack the other battleships. At this moment, in the Tianma Shinkong spacecraft, the leader wiped away his tears with trembling hands and said feebly to his assistant, convey my order. From now on, all spaceships, whether warships or civilian residential spacecraft, transportation or industrial ships, all start to escape. If you can escape a little, it is better than being completely annihilated here. The Tianma Shinkong spacecraft is not allowed to escape. I will stay on the Tianma Shinkong spacecraft and command the flagship of our civilization to fight until the end. The last moment, however, the soldiers or logistics personnel on the spacecraft can choose to escape. Inform them that those who are willing to stay on the Tianma Shinkong spacecraft and fight with me until the last moment can stay, and those who are unwilling to stay can stay. A spaceship will pick them up in an hour. That's it. The leader waved his hand weakly. Their warships began to retreat. Well, an escaping spaceship appeared, and the strike force was enough. Xiao Yu quickly discovered this, and then immediately made a decision. Now I can start my surrender plan. As a result, A message spread on the communication band of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance was conveyed to the entire battlefield in an instant.
Intelligent creatures of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance, I believe you also understand the current battlefield situation. You have failed and lost everything, with the possibility of a comeback. The war that has lasted for hundreds of years between our Shinjo civilization and your 5th level civilization alliance is finally coming to an end. As the victor of the war, since I have won the war, I do not want to continue killing. Therefore, I hope you can surrender to me. I can guarantee that after surrendering to our Shinjo civilization, you will receive good treatment. Second to the current material conditions, I can give you everything you want. There are only 2 things I want, and that is all your current scientific and technological information, and your scientific and technological research and development capabilities. In fact, I have given you countless, as I said. My goal is only these 2 things. Before we started the war, I even hoped to obtain these things through exchange, but unfortunately you chose to refuse, which led to the subsequent war. As the winner, I have the right to control your life and death, but I don't want to bring too much killing. Then, surrender to me. As long as you surrender, you can get everything I promised. Those who refuse to surrender, I don't mind killing more people or destroying more spaceships. Don't try to escape. Any spaceship that tries to escape will be regarded by me as intending to retaliate, and I will destroy you without hesitation. Believe me, your spaceship, if your mobile surname is not as good as mine, you can't escape. I choose to temporarily stop attacking you now. I will give you 3 hours to think. After 3 hours, come up with your decision. Whether it is survival or death, the decision is entirely up to you.
After this message was released, all Xiaoyu's fleets and the accompanying Ghost Clan all withdrew from the battlefield. The fleets of the 5th level Civilization Alliance also returned to their own defense lines, and the 2 sides began a quiet confrontation. At this time, Xiaoyu once again released a message. The difference was that this message was sent in a directional manner, and only the Tianma Shinkong spacecraft could receive it. In this message, Xiaoyu said,
"Respect my opponent. I am the leader of Shinjo civilization. Now I issue the following message to you. First, as a leader, you must surrender to me and issue a surrender statement. The people and the army are ordered to surrender to me. For the sake of the lives of your people, I believe you will agree with this suggestion. Second, all scientists must surrender to me. If there is a scientist who refuses to surrender or chooses to commit suicide, 1 million more of your people will be killed in retaliation. I'm sure you know exactly how to do it. Your opponent, the leader of Shinjo civilization. Here goes."
Chapter 597 Surrender and Conditions. Xiaoyu believes that the leader will definitely accept his suggestion, because he has no other choice. His character determines that he will not refuse. He may be so disheartened that he never gets involved in political affairs again, but he will definitely surrender, because he is not the orthodox spiritual successor of the Pegasus civilization. The orthodox spiritual heirs of the Pegasus civilization have embarked on a distant wandering journey, looking for a home suitable for their own survival in the depths of the dark universe. The battle lasted for about 3 days, and a total of about 50 million battleships and more than 50 planetary battle stars of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance were wiped out. The strength of the entire Level 5 Civilization Alliance has dropped to less than half of its previous level. Xiaoyu can defeat the 5th level Civilization Alliance at this level even if there is no accompanying Ghost Clan. As of now, there is absolutely no possibility of a comeback for the Level 5 Civilization Alliance. Therefore, Xiaoyu was very relieved and retreated his fleet a certain distance, facing the 5th level Civilization Alliance at a distance of about 300 million kilometers.
"Hey, Xiaoyu, this 5th level Civilization Alliance still seems a little unwilling. Why don't you let me go up and destroy some of their warships to create some deterrence for them?"
The companion Ghost tribe staying on the edge of the earth said, ready to move.
"Forget it."
Xiaoyu rejected the proposal to accompany the Ghost tribe and replied,
"After these people surrender, they are the strength of our Shinjo civilization. The early shock is enough. If we kill them now, they will be able to cause unnecessary backlash. You don't know this, right?" "Huh? I know. Of course I know,"
the accompanying Ghost tribe said with a wry smile.
"If I think about it, of course I can figure this out. But I hate thinking about these things. In the past, I was the only one who existed. I can think about these things by myself. But it's different now. You are a technological civilization, and technological civilization is inherently good at these things. Why should I waste my time thinking about it? Anyway,
Both of us will prosper and suffer. I'm not worried either. You will harm me. Well, okay,
Xiao Yu said helplessly.
then just be lazy and give these things to me. And you can just follow my instructions.
After a brief exchange with the accompanying ghost tribe, Xiao Yu received a reply from the Level 5 Civilization Alliance. This message was obviously sent in the private tone of the leader of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance.
The leader of the Shinjo Civilization. Hello. I am the leader of the 5th Level Civilization Alliance. It is a pity that I became the loser in this war. But I hope you understand that in fact, from the beginning of the war until now, we have truly had an advantage. If it weren't for your endless weapons that are beyond our technological level, you wouldn't have been able to sustain until now. Even if you have supported until now, without this unexpected addition to the Ghost Tribe, you wouldn't have been able to truly defeat me. So, even if I fail now, I can still proudly say that you are no match for me.
Xiao Yu was silent about this, because this is a fact. Whether it is Xiao Yu or the leader himself, they all know these things very well. There is no point in arguing on this point.
I can agree to surrender to you, but I think I am qualified to put forward some conditions. If you agree to our conditions, subsequent matters will be easy to discuss. If you refuse, then we don't mind a desperate situation. Believe me, I have the ability to before you can truly eliminate us. Destroy all our technological data,
the leader said. Although Xiao Yu captured a large number of spacecraft from the Level 5 Civilization Alliance, he could indeed obtain a large amount of scientific and technological information by analyzing these spacecrafts. However, this information is not complete. Where is the complete technology tree obtained directly from the Level 5 Civilization Alliance? Come conveniently and completely.
It's exactly what you said. I'm not as good as you when it comes to war.
After a moment of silence, Xiao Yu replied,
but no one pays attention to these things. There is a saying in our civilization. It's called success is king.
Defeat is defeat. And there is another saying. A hero is judged by success or failure. Failure is failure. Success is success. No matter what means are used to achieve success, it is success. You have to understand that I succeeded. That's why I am qualified to stand here and ask you to surrender to me. I hope you can put yourself in a correct position. Of course, out of my personal respect for you, I agree to your request for conditions. But the conditions you proposed, I may not necessarily agree. These are my conditions.
The leader paused and said,
First, I hope that our people can receive basic survival support after surrendering. There is no difficulty in this. I promise you.
Xiao Yu said.
Not only that, you will give more than you imagined. You must know that our Shinjo civilization is an open and tolerant civilization. We welcome any well-intentioned individual or group to join. Therefore, after you enter the Shinjo civilization, after my inspection, you will receive the same treatment as the aborigines of the Shinjo civilization. You will have your own residential continent-class spaceship. You will have your own city. You can get complete welfare protection. You can travel freely between different continent-level spaceships, etc. Second, after we surrender, I hope that the previous war will be wiped out and there will be no liquidation of our leadership or soldiers.
The leader put forward the second condition. This condition is basically not mentioned, because they don't know the fighting method of Shinjo civilization at all. This was a long-lasting war. Both sides suffered heavy losses in this war. However, in Xiao Yu's opinion, the losses on Xiao Yu's side were just the loss of some raw materials and computing power. To Xiao Yu, these things it doesn't matter at all.
Yes,
Xiao Yu said.
I can guarantee this. However, in view of your huge reputation in the 5th Level Civilization Alliance, I hope you can cooperate with my integration plan. The integration plan is to let the wisdom of the 5th Level Civilization Alliance creatures are truly integrated into Shinjo civilization, and there are no longer differences between civilizations of different systems.
Xiao Yu has already formulated a complete integration plan. To put it simply, it is to disperse the living locations of the creatures of the 5th Level Civilization Alliance, cut off their connections with each other, strengthen their exchanges with the aborigines of the Shinjo civilization, and then through certain this goal can be achieved by guiding public opinion.
I will cooperate with your plan in my own name.
The leader's answer was clever. After dismissing the issue lightly, the leader continued,
The third condition. I hope that after we surrender, we can have a certain degree of armed force. Do you know? Your request is too much,
Xiao Yu said.
So it is impossible for me to agree to your condition. There is no room for negotiation on this point.
The leader was silent for a moment and continued.
So as a compromise,
We don't need armed forces. But we hope that after we surrender, we can have certain autonomy. This is still impossible.
Xiao Yu directly rejected the proposal.
All people of Shinjo's civilization must be under the management of the social committee, and there is no possibility of autonomy. Perhaps, if you join Shinjo's civilization, if you perform well enough, it's not impossible that I will eventually make you the chairman of the social committee.
Well, the leader keenly sensed some hidden meaning in Xiao Yu's words. So he asked cautiously,
Excuse me, how long have you been the chairman of the social committee? You don't have to use this method to test me or trick me. It's meaningless.
Xiao Yu said very simply,
The political structure of Shinjo's civilization is different from your 5th level civilization alliance or Pegasus civilization. The specifics are you won't know about it until you surrender. We won't discuss this issue now. In short, your request for autonomy is impossible. Please put a condition.
Okay, said the leader.
Since you have rejected the conditions for us to be armed and the conditions for our autonomy, then we can lower our conditions to the minimum, and we ask that our people be resettled in one place live and don't spread us out. You have to know that as the defeated in the war and the one who caused you such heavy damage, if we live separately, our people will definitely be ostracized by the aborigines of your Shinjo civilization. This is our minimum and last request, and I hope you can agree to it. Otherwise, the surrender issue will encounter great resistance within our alliance. This is still impossible.
Xiao Yu once again simply rejected the matter.
There is no room for negotiation on this matter. You can rest assured that things that exclude you will not happen. I have said that our Shinjo civilization is we are an open and tolerant civilization, and anyone who joins us will be treated equally by us. As for the resistance you encounter within your alliance, I don't mind using my battleships to eliminate these resistances for you.
Xiao Yu's answer was very cold and straightforward. Previously, the leader's statement that
there will be resistance
clearly hinted at the possibility of a dead end. That is, if you do not agree to our conditions, we may refuse to surrender and fight to the end. Xiao Yu responded directly, If you choose to fight to the end, I don't mind using my methods to beat you into submission. After Xiao Yu made this answer, the atmosphere of the exchange between the two instantly turned cold, and an ominous aura began to spread in this star field. Chapter 598, Incorporation. Xiao Yu knew that in the negotiations with him, the leader of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance had adopted some small measures. But these methods cannot affect Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu always sticks to his bottom line. If the leader of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance does not put forward conditions, Xiao Yu does this. If he puts forward conditions, Xiao Yu will still do it. No matter what the leader does, it will not affect Xiao Yu's decision-making.
This is our last request. As long as you agree to our request, we will surrender immediately and join the Shinjo civilization.
At this time, there was a bit of pleading in the message sent by the leader of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance. Meaning, Xiao Yu could feel what he was feeling at this moment. The leader of the 5th Level Civilization Alliance is undoubtedly a powerful figure. The Pegasus civilization reached its peak in his hands. After the Pegasus civilization was defeated by Xiao Yu, he led the 5th Level Civilization Alliance to reach its current height. He is a person with extremely powerful abilities. But now, he is begging Xiao Yu, just hoping that Xiao Yu can agree to his small condition. Xiao Yu sighed secretly, seeing his opponent, who had been confronting him for such a long time, reach this point. Xiao Yu didn't know what it felt like, but Xiao Yu still didn't intend to accept his conditions.
You have to correct your position. You are the loser and I am the winner.
Xiao Yu said,
I have promised that I will give you material treatment beyond your imagination. After my inspection, will you still I think I am kind enough to receive the same treatment as the aborigines of the Shinjo civilization. So you should not expect anything else. Let alone retain the independence of your civilization and try to make a comeback in the future. In fact, I can kill you just because of your idea. But I don't want to do that. I know you are a talent. So I hope you can join the Shinjo civilization. Didn't you always dream of entering the 6th form? Level 6 civilization? So, how about making your own contribution to our Shinjo civilization and pushing Shinjo civilization into the level 6 civilization? Don't forget that after you join Shinjo civilization, you will also be a member of Shinjo civilization. I believe you will fall in love with this great civilization.
A full 10 minutes passed. Xiao Yusai received a reply from the leader of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance.
Okay. I accept your request. Your fleet can come to our defense circle. We will not resist, and will follow your arrangements. I hope you can keep your promise. As for me, I have no interest in any level 6 civilization. If possible, after you have integrated our alliance, I hope you can give me a quiet place to spend my time. Just be fine for the rest of your life.
In the words of the leader of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance, full of loneliness.
Don't worry about this. My promise will not change. As for your arrangements,
Xiao Yu does not intend to let the leader idle for retirement. That would be too wasteful.
After all, he is an outstanding person who is no less than Luca 2 and even a little bit more. He may not be as good as Luca 2 in terms of guessing people's hearts and studying psychology, but he has outstanding leadership skills, excellent long-term vision and overall awareness, which is something that Luca 2 cannot match. Even Xiao Yu is somewhat different from him in this aspect. So Xiao Yu replied,
"We'll discuss your arrangements later, but I will respect your personal wishes. Well, I will first copy various scientific and technological data and materials into our civilization, and then all scientists artists, politicians and other high-value talents are gathered together and properly placed. Then I will contact your architects, health scientists, biologists, etc. to formulate an overall urban plan and build a city for you to live in. Continental-class spaceship. During this process, you can temporarily live on your existing spaceship, and I will carry out preliminary transformation for your people to prepare for your integration into the Shinjo civilization."
After hundreds of years of conquest and the mass killings of the Ghost Tribe, the population of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance has experienced a serious decline. Compared with the heyday of the Alliance, the population has dropped by almost half. Up to now, the total population of the Alliance is about more than 180 billion. Although the population has declined to a great extent, the number of more than 580 billion is still far more than the number of aborigines of the Shinjo civilization. Therefore, Xiao Yu naturally cannot add such a large population to the current Shinjo civilization social system rashly. In that case, it would not be Shinjo civilization merging with the 5th level civilization alliance, but the 5th level civilization alliance merging with Shinjo civilization.
That's it. Your fleet can come to receive our people and our wealth at any time. Our government agencies will cooperate with you to complete the entire handover process. I am tired now and need to take a rest. Sorry. Excuse me.
For Xiao following Yu's arrangement, the leader of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance gave his own answer and then cut off the communication link. From his message, Xiao Yu noticed a very obvious feeling of frustration.
"Okay. Thank you for your cooperation,"
Xiao Yu replied with some emotion, and then began to control his own fleet and started the busy receiving process. The first thing to do is naturally to disarm the 5th level Civilization Alliance. Although the leader has decided to surrender, and the combined combat power of Xiao Yu and the Ghost Tribe is strong enough to completely suppress the spacecraft of the 5th level Civilization Alliance, there is still no guarantee that some diehards of the Alliance will play some trick that involves martyrdom for the country. So Xiao Yu naturally can no longer let the 5th level Civilization Alliance have armed forces. So Xiao Yu issued an order. In this order, Xiao Yu asked all soldiers to leave the battleships and put all the battleships under his control. Under this order, and the execution of nearly tens of billions of combat robots, nearly 100 billion soldiers left their respective battleships with dejected expressions and returned to the residential spaceships with little combat effectiveness. They will wait for Xiao Yu's follow-up arrangements in these residential spaceships together with the people of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance. These battleships were uniformly installed by Xiao Yu with their own chips, allowing him to simply control them to a certain extent. It is very easy to do this. The technology of the 5th level Civilization Alliance is developed based on the technology of the original Pegasus civilization, and Xiao Yu fully mastered the technology of Pegasus civilization hundreds of years ago. It can be said that the technologies of the two are of the same origin, because you only need to control the power modules on these spacecrafts, and do not need to control them to fight, or the defense modules, computing modules, attack modules, etc. on them. These spacecrafts do not consume much computing power from Xiao Yu. Under Xiao Yu's control, all the tens of millions of warships were gathered together by Xiao Yu and placed aside. Xiao Yu plans to dismantle these spacecraft in the future and recycle the usable materials. After all, in Xiao Yu's opinion, the technology of these spaceships is still too backward, and the only fate of these spaceships is to be rebuilt. The disarmament process lasted a year because the number of soldiers and warships was too great. During this year, Xiao Yu repatriated all the soldiers and took control of all battleships and planetary battle stars. Those battleships are okay, but these planetary battle stars are a bit useless to Xiao Yu. because although they can conduct curvature navigation, their speed is still too slow. It would be too troublesome to drive around with these planet battle stars like this. Xiao Yu had no choice but to plunder the useful materials and instruments on these planetary battle stars, then move them to a place far away from here, and blow them up directly with antimatter bombs. Up to now, the Level 5 Civilization Alliance no longer has any force that can fight in space. In the process of disarming the 5th Level Civilization Alliance, Xiao Yu encountered more than one resistance incident. The most serious one was during the integration process. A national-level spacecraft led tens of thousands of other warships of various types. A suicide attack was launched against Xiao Yu, but it was obvious that such an attack was of no use. Xiao Yu did not hesitate to send the Ghost Tribe out to destroy all tens of thousands of spaceships and swallow up all the life inside the spacecraft. Things went much smoother after that, although the soldiers who were forced to leave the battleship by the robots were very angry and unwilling. Some soldiers even cried on the ground when they left the battleship where they had worked for hundreds of years. They were so emotional that I can't help myself. But the robot's fully charged death ray weapon is not just for show. After Xiao Yu executed tens of thousands of soldiers who dared to resist, no one dared to defy Xiao Yu. The Level 5 Civilization Alliance was successfully disarmed by Xiao Yu. After taking control of the central computers of the residential spaceships in his own hands, and centrally controlling all people with certain scientific literacy, Xiao Yu began to lead his own trophies carry out the Great Migration. Xiao Yu's goal this time was set at a middle-aged star more than 1,000 light-years away from here. There are 3 planets in that star system. The orbits are stable, and the stellar activity is also quite stable. It is a favorable environment, a good place for stable development. Xiao Yu has a hunch that this time to recuperate and develop technology will be his last before entering the 6th level civilization. In this great development of science and technology, I will have a glimpse of the secrets of the 6th level civilization, and finally enter the room and become a 6th level civilization. Chapter 599, Country Bumpkin. Xiao Yu's current residential Continental-class spacecraft has a total carrying capacity of almost 600 billion people, and the ultimate carrying capacity of a Continental-class homeship spacecraft is 30 billion people. But this number is the ultimate carrying capacity. If so many people live there, the living experience will be reduced to an extremely terrible level. All artificial scenic spots and mountain peaks must be demolished. Lakes and seas must be filled in, and all internal spaces must be completely destroyed. This can only be achieved by building densely packed buildings. What's more, the combined population of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance and the aborigines of the Shinjo civilization has reached more than 800 billion, and the existing home spacecraft is obviously not enough. Then it is very necessary to continue building Continental-class spacecraft. But there is no rush in this matter. Although the existing residential Continent-class spaceships built by the existing 5th level Civilization Alliance are simply rubbish in Xiao Yu's opinion. The people living there are not authentic Shinjo civilization people after all, and Xiao Yu is too lazy to care about them. Xiao Yu thought, let them suffer for a while first, and then come to the continent-level spacecraft I built and experience a more comfortable way of survival. Only then will they know which is better. In order to maintain law and order in those 5-level Civilization Alliance residential continent-level spacecraft, and to better control these intelligent creatures, Xiao Yu sent a large number of robots to station in these spacecrafts, and also obtained many of the information closest to people's lives. First-hand information. After these materials were handed over to the social committee headed by Luca II, they even aroused the exclamation of many members. My God! Is this still a 5th-level civilization? In a 5th-level civilization, there is such a living place? Bunk beds are used to save space to the greatest extent. 6 or even 8 intelligent creatures live together, in a house of less than 20 square meters, sharing all kinds of sanitary facilities. This is incredible. If I were allowed to stay in such an environment for a day, I believe I would go crazy. A committee member looked at the phone in his hand. The information was amazed again and again. There is something even more unbelievable. Man. Another committee member looked at the information in his hand, as if he were reading a fairy tale, pointed at a part of it and said, look, because industrial resources are tight. All industrial resources are used for construction. Due to war equipment, the civilian industrial facilities of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance are extremely lacking. Even things like daily sanitation and maintenance need to be completed by intelligent creatures. God! What a huge waste of resources. Intelligent creatures should go learn all kinds of knowledge, and use knowledge to serve your own civilization. How can you use labor to serve civilization? Well, because of the lack of intelligent biological labor force. As a result, a large amount of urban garbage cannot be cleaned up in time, and the cities of the 5-level Civilization Alliance are dirty. It's dirty and rundown, and the air is so polluted. Oh my god! Even HL is nothing more than this. Right. You guys are nothing. This is the first time I know that among the residential spaceships of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance, there is not even a single scenic spot. There is no grassland there. There are no wild animals and plants. No sea. And no mountain peaks. There is nothing. There are steel jungles everywhere. Wherever you go, there is a bustling flow of people. You can't see the sky when you look up. And you can't see the road when you look down. Oh, it turns out that's it. Because of the lack of industrial base, the Level 5 Civilization Alliance has nearly a population of hundreds of billions can only live in a mere 20 Continental-class spacecraft. This has even exceeded the ultimate carrying capacity of the Continental-class spacecraft. I really don't know how they can survive in such an environment. Perhaps it's not that exaggerated. Although the Level 5 Civilization Alliance has a population of nearly 600 billion, a large part of them are soldiers and workers. They work on battleships and planets, and usually do not need to return to continental-level residential spaceships. It may be that the environment in the residential spaceship is too harsh, so those soldiers and workers are unwilling to go back. Another committee member sneered. If the Master forces them to leave the warship and the planet, he promises that they cannot return to their residential spacecraft. But let them come to settle in our home spacecraft. Maybe they will not be so reluctant at all, but come cheering and cheering. The committee member's speech caused everyone to burst into laughter. One committee member smiled and said, "That's really possible. The living environment of the people in the Level 5 Civilization Alliance is really bad. I'm curious, how do the people of the Level 5 Civilization Alliance relax when they have free time? You know, there are no scenic spots there, and the population is so large, and there are people everywhere." After the laughter subsided, one committee member asked curiously, "I haven't seen the relevant information on these aspects." "Who has?" "Well, it's like this. The Level 5 Civilization Alliance is unable to solve the living environment inside the spacecraft. So it has specially developed a special virtual world device to relieve the pressure in this aspect. The fidelity of this device is pretty good, and they borrowed this kind of equipment has developed a large number of virtual games with beautiful areas. People in the Level 5 Civilization Alliance can borrow this kind of equipment to relax in the virtual world. Oh, here is the data. Because it is easy to manufacture and low cost. Because it does not take up much industrial resources. This kind of virtual device is very popular in the Level 5 Civilization Alliance. And almost every citizen owns a set of such a device." All the committee members began to look strange. According to the statistics of our social committee, there are many virtual reality games in our Shinjo civilization. But they are just small things and cannot become a big thing. As long as there is a little bit of self-motivated people, they will not be interested in such things. Interest. Besides, how can virtual things be as real as the real beauty? The various senses of intelligent creatures, including touch, taste, vision, smell, etc., are all processed by the thinking organ. But by directly stimulating the thinking organ, there is always a certain difference between the various feelings obtained through the real environment and the feelings obtained through the real environment. In our Shinjo civilization, there are all kinds of real beautiful scenery, and there is no need to find them in the virtual world. Yeah. It's ridiculous that these bumpkins are still so reluctant to leave their so-called homeland. I'm afraid that after they know the living standards of the people in the Shinjo civilization and experience it in our homeship spacecraft, they will just drive them away. I don't want to leave either." One committee member sighed. "Yeah, a bunch of ignorant bumpkins." After seeing the information about the living conditions of the people in the Level 5 Civilization Alliance, these committee members immediately classified these people as bumpkins. Perhaps we can publish this information to let our people know how the rest of the 5th level civilizations survive. A committee member suddenly had an idea. So he suggested, "In this way, we can our people know how superior life is now, which is very good for improving the cohesion of civilization. This proposal is very good. Perhaps we can also apply to the owner to send several working teams to conduct on-site visits among those residential Continental-class spacecraft." Another committee member suggested, "Yes, I will do it immediately." One of the committee members agreed to the matter very happily. The facts are indeed as told to this group of committee members. Compared with Xiaoyu's homeship spacecraft, the environment in the Level 5 Civilization Alliance's residential spaceship can be said to be a garbage dump. This is exactly what Xiaoyu intends to achieve. because only through comparison can the gaps be discovered, so that these newly joined intelligent creatures can increase their sense of belonging to the Shinjo civilization. After Xiao Yu built a continent-level spaceship with beautiful environment and comfortable living conditions, and allowed the people of the original 5th-level Civilization Alliance to truly feel the benefits of joining the Shinjo civilization, Xiao Yu believed that they would soon forget the previous experience. Fully identify yourself as a member of the Shinjo civilization and be proud of it. This is Xiao Yu's natural advantage, as a combination of technological civilization and mechanical civilization. These material things require a lot of energy and a lot of resources for the 5th-level Civilization Alliance, and they require a lot of energy to be managed in the future. But these things, whether they are resources or energy, to Xiao Yu, they are all not worth mentioning. Therefore, Xiao Yu has absolute confidence that he can integrate these nearly 600 billion people under his command, and let them obediently contribute to his technological progress. In this invisible curvature space, Xiao Yu's huge fleet is rapidly heading towards the target. Unknowingly, it has been nearly 30,000 years since I left the Earth. Tens of thousands of years have passed by in a blink of an eye. I am about to enter the 6th-level civilization and can truly participate in and influence the overall situation of the galaxy. Xiao Yu thought with some sigh in his heart. Until now, Xiao Yu still remembers the hesitation and fear he felt when he first left the Earth. Along the way, he encountered countless difficulties, dangers and sufferings. Fortunately, he was always able to avoid dangers, and he was lucky enough to get to where he is today. After entering the 6th-level civilization category, I will have a broader space for development. My vision will be broader. There will be more things waiting for me to do, and more puzzles waiting for me to solve. Open. The name of mankind on Earth will be spread throughout this galaxy, and the name of Shinjo civilization will also be resounding throughout the galaxy. The 6th-level civilization. The 6th-level civilization sweeper. The Guardian. The 3 major alien beasts, and the Taihao civilization all belong to this level. Soon, I will really stand in front of them. Just thinking about it, you want to make me excited. Chapter 600 Conversation. The war that lasted for hundreds of years finally came to an end. Xiao Yu has completed the early aftermath work. At this time, Xiao Yu finally has the energy to talk to his companion Ghost Clan and ask what it has encountered in the past many times and how it has been. Thrilling or heroic stories. Actually, things have been a bit lackluster in recent years. The companion Ghost Clan replied, I have been running away these years, and people have been chasing me. During this period of chasing and escaping, I kept devouring those who were chasing me. Civilized intelligent creatures gradually increased their strength, and finally reached the current level. During this period of time, I exterminated at least 2 5th-level civilizations and 16 4th-level civilizations. As for the 2nd and 3rd-level small civilizations, the characters were destroyed as soon as I saw them. The accompanying Ghost Clan's tone was light, as if he was telling a trivial matter. But the murderous spirit revealed in these faint words made Xiao Yu feel a little frightened. Chasing you? Why? Xiao Yu asked with some confusion. Also, which civilization is chasing you? Tell me their coordinates. When we reach the 6th-level civilization, we will go there and kill you. They all became extinct. Xiao Yu, have you overlooked one thing? The companion Ghost Clan said helplessly. In the eyes of the Taihao Alliance, sweepers, guardians and other powerful beings, I cannot pose a threat to them, and they are too lazy to care. Maybe you will take advantage of me if you have the chance. But in the eyes of those 5th-level or 4th-level civilizations, the Ghost Tribe is everyone's enemy. Do you need a reason to hunt me down? Well, as for revenge, there is no need for it. In my case, after becoming stronger, I have wiped out all the enemies I can deal with. Otherwise, how could I have reached the level of the 3rd-level peak Ghost Clan? The accompanying Ghost Tribe spoke in an understatement. But Xiao Yu knew that behind this understatement, there must be many touching stories hidden. Hundreds of billions of intelligent creatures and millions of warships were destroyed in this long period of time in the confrontation with the accompanying Ghost Tribe. Xiao Yu knew that this must be a wonderful journey. But everything, all was covered up by a faint sentence. Just like my own experience, countless hardships and dangers, narrow escape from death. But if someone asks about my experience, I will answer with a simple sentence. I just kept improving during the crisis. There is also a very key word hidden in the words of the companion Ghost Tribe. Taihao Alliance. Xiao Yu noticed this term very keenly, so he immediately asked. Taihao Alliance. I know the Taihao civilization. Is this alliance an alliance of 3 Taihao civilizations? Yes. The companion ghost clan replied. The 3 Taihao civilizations in our galaxy have formed an alliance. Namely the technology Taihao, the alien beast Taihao, and the ghost Taihao. Well, by the way, there is one thing, maybe you still don't know, that the aging ghost race we met that time was actually ghost Taihao pretending to be a ghost. The purpose was to teach you something, and make you grow up quickly. Xiao Yu began to think silently. Xiao Yu has very complicated feelings about Taihao civilization. After all, there may be other hidden reasons behind the emergence of human beings, but Taihao civilization has exerted a huge influence on this process. It has brought certain benefits to humans, themselves, and the accompanying ghost tribe. Moreover, after he left the Earth, although he continued to encounter dangers, he always survived and ushered in periods of rapid development. And behind all these things, there is the shadow of Taihao civilization. The alliance of 3 Taihao must be a huge force. Xiao Yu thought silently. The strength of the Taihao alliance has surpassed that of the Guardian civilization. Is it true that the Sweeper civilization has few opponents? It's clear, but I don't think it will be much weaker. This is already a powerful existence that can influence the situation of the entire galaxy. Ghost, how much do you know about the Taihao alliance? Xiao Yu asked. I don't know much about this, but I know a little bit. The companion ghost clan sneered at this time. I know your complicated feelings towards Taihao civilization. But in fact you don't have to be like this. You have to understand that Taihao civilization, the Hao alliance only helps us out of its own interests. After you have grown to the current stage, Taihao civilization has completed its mission. I can guarantee that in the future, if you do not pay the corresponding price, Taihao civilization will never help you again. Well, there is one thing you don't know yet. When you just ended the war with the Pegasus civilization, the tree alien beast, one of the 3 major alien beasts in the galaxy, once planned to deal with you. But let me resolve it. In this matter, I suspect that there is the power of the Taihao alliance secretly pushing it behind the scenes. It is even very possible that the Taihao alliance started this matter. Tree tribe beast? Xiao Yu's heart tightened. Xiao Yu thought of the escaped Pegasus civilization he encountered and what the new leader told him. At that time, Xiao Yu was speculating whether the mysterious existence that the new leader of the Pegasus civilization said had been following the alien beasts of the tree tribe was his companion ghost tribe. Now this guess has finally been confirmed. From the companion ghost tribe, Xiao Yu once again confirmed this matter from another aspect. That incident was really dangerous. The companion ghost clan sighed. Thanks to our good luck, we were able to use direct impact with the capital planet of the Pegasus civilization to drive away the alien beasts of the tree clan. However, I also paid a heavy price. I burned my life force and barely managed to control the tree beasts for 3 hours. For this, I suffered serious injuries and swallowed up so many members of the 5th level civilization alliance here. The intelligent creatures recovered later. The companion ghost tribe told a detailed story of the incident, including how they went to the Taihao alliance for help, but were coldly rejected by the Taihao alliance, and how they deceived the alien beasts of the tree tribe and used the Pegasus civilization to finally eliminate a crisis invisible things. You are a technological civilization and are good at analyzing these things. Then you might as well analyze what role the Taihao alliance played in this matter. Has the Taihao alliance given up on us? Accompanying Ghost Clan said. Xiao Yu continued to think silently. After a while, Xiao Yu sighed. This matter is very weird. Very weird. Why is it weird? The accompanying Ghost Tribe asked. First of all, we know that you and I are probably pawns in a certain operation of the Taihao alliance. This chess game has been laid out at least millions of years ago. Technology Taihao has transformed a certain kind of ape on the Earth. Genes led to the emergence of human beings. And then the Earth exploded, giving birth to you and me. After that, we have been controlled by the Taihao civilization to a certain extent and have grown to the current stage. Then there is a very simple question. The Taihao alliance has been planning for millions of years. Why did they suddenly give up on us at this time? Everyone knows that we cannot be the opponent of the tree tribe's alien beasts. If we are really defeated by the tree tribe, if the alien beasts catch up with us, we will definitely be wiped out. Although we no longer care about whether Taihao alliance has given up on us. But you said that Taihao alliance has given up on us. I think this is illogical. Of course, we cannot deny that this is still possible. Although it is possible not big. Then combining the previous intelligence, we can come up with 2 explanations. First, the Taihao civilization really gave up on us. But I think this is unlikely. It makes no sense for a plan that has been planned for hundreds of years to be like this. Give up easily. Second, the Taihao civilization did not give up on us. They only refused to assist us for a certain purpose. But we are definitely not the opponent of the tree tribe beasts. So, are they sure? When we encounter a crisis, will another existence come to rescue us? Is the reason why they refuse to assist us just to draw out that existence? So, if I take such a big risk to drive away the alien beast from the tree tribe, it is a useless effort.
The accompanying ghost tribe said somewhat bitterly.
If I had known better, I wouldn't have taken such a big risk. The alien beast, although its head is a bit clumsy, its strength is no joke. In a head-to-head confrontation, none of me can be its opponent. It can't be said to be a wasted effort. Regardless of whether my speculation is correct or whether the Taihao Alliance hopes to attract other existences through this matter, it is safer for us to rely on ourselves than to rely on others. The Taihao Alliance is not very reliable. We cannot place our hopes on the Taihao Alliance.
Xiao Yu said. Xiao Yu thought about it for a while, but still couldn't confirm his guess. So Xiao Yu continued to ask.
There are only a few who are qualified to fight against the alien beasts of the tree tribe. Ghost, tell me what you knew at the time about the other few.
The movements of powerful beings tell me. What are those powerful beings doing when the tree beasts are coming to attack us?
The companion ghost clan thought for a while and said,
At that time, the Taihao Alliance stood still. The Guardian civilization seemed to be busy with a huge project and had no energy to care about other things. The crocodile alien beast was killed by the alien beast Taihao. Hao had his reproductive organs aborted. So he has been recovering from his injuries and has no ability to do anything. The python has always been mysterious, but he doesn't know what it is doing. At that time, the Sweeper civilization was busy dealing with the space creature from the Andromeda galaxy.